Xiao traversed into the inner sanctum of the Misty Sect, finding himself as an elder on the verge of his final days. He was surrounded by a beautiful junior sister, a childhood companion, and a stunning master renowned for her unparalleled grace, while he himself was merely a flickering candle. Nearing extinction, as death loomed, his master bestowed upon him a longevity elixir to extend his life, urging him to find a partner and leave behind an heir. However, a system emerged, gifting items to female disciples. What a ridiculous trap! By offering items to women of destiny, one can receive substantial rewards in return. Successfully gifted a low-grade sword, received the Nanming Lihua sword in return. Successfully gifted a beauty-preserving elixir, received 3,000 Dao elixirs in return. Successfully gifted a lightning talisman, received the Jiutian Shunlei talisman. Chapter 1. The Tenfold Return System. At Piao Peak, enveloped in mist and rich in spiritual energy, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing white gown addressed two individuals before her. Linger, Xiao. I will be in closed-door meditation for a period ranging from 10 years to 100 years. The woman possessed a slender and graceful figure, her white gown accentuating her flawless curves. Her skin, fairer than snow, resembled exquisitely carved jade, smooth and radiant. Her visage was gentle yet breathtaking, exuding a myriad of charms. With a waist as supple as a water snake and no hint of excess, she was the epitome of elegance. Her long black hair was elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, a few strands dancing in the air, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Her breath was fragrant, reminiscent of blooming flowers, and she radiated the unique allure of mature femininity. She was Shui, the supreme elder of the Misty Sect. Before her stood a young woman in a green dress and an elderly man in a gray robe, his white hair a testament to his age. Shui turned to the young woman. Linger, as the current leader of the Misty Sect, you must manage the sect's affairs diligently in my absence. If you encounter difficulties, seek guidance from the other supreme elders. I have already informed them. Linger nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yes, mastered at Xiao. Shui's gaze shifted to the elderly man, whose face was etched with deep wrinkles, nearing the earth's embrace. Xiao, startled, leaned on his wooden cane and responded, "Disciple is here." Shui sighed. "Last month, you failed the tribulation and fell back to the foundation establishment stage. There is no hope for you to cultivate further in this life. You have less than a year left. I possess a longevity elixir that can extend your life by 50 years. In these 50 years, you should find a partner and live well, so that your journey in this world is not in vain." As she spoke, a porcelain white vial appeared in her delicate hand. "Disciple is deeply grateful, master." Xiao extended his hand, his aged face glowing with excitement as he accepted the longevity elixir. Tears welled in his heart. This was a moment of pure joy. Finally, he possessed something of value to offer. A month prior, he had failed the lightning tribulation, plummeting from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the 1st level of the foundation establishment stage. This failure had extinguished his hope. With no opportunity to cultivate again, he could only await his demise. Having traversed this realm of cultivation for a millennium, the system had stubbornly refused to manifest, leaving him to struggle. Even under the tutelage of Shui, a supreme elder of the Misty Sect, his mediocre aptitude had ultimately limited him to the nascent soul realm. Yet just yesterday, the tenfold return system had appeared. As long as he gifted items to women of destiny, he could receive substantial returns. Initially, he had emptied his resources to prepare for the tribulation, leaving him with little of value to offer. Now, with this longevity elixir, he finally had the capital to activate the system. After a millennium, the system finally appeared, just as he was nearing his end. Cursing inwardly, Xiao sincerely thanked Shui once more. Detected a woman of destiny, Shui. Destiny level, SSS. Return multiplier 100 times. Bond level, 1. Hint. The first gift to an SS level woman of destiny guarantees a tenfold critical hit. Hint. As bond level increases, return multipliers will gradually rise. An SS level woman of destiny. Xiao's eyes sparkled, his hand trembling as he held the longevity elixir. His master was indeed an SS level woman of destiny, granting him a 100-fold return right from the start. Su Xiao was astonished. She was the highest-ranking woman of destiny encountered thus far. Even his junior sister, Dugu Ling, only held an S-level rank. Shui once again urged Dugu Ling to help Su Xiao find a companion for his remaining days before preparing to enter meditation. Su Xiao hastily interjected, "Master, wait a moment." With a flicker of inspiration, he raised his only low-grade artifact, the slender wooden staff, with both hands. Within this wooden staff lay a low-grade sword, his last means of self-defense. Initially, he had only intended to use it as a cane, but now he saw an opportunity to present it. After all, if his master entered meditation, there would be little chance to gift her anything again. With a hint of sorrow, he said, "Master, with your departure, I fear this may be our last meeting. This is the last gift I can offer you, though merely a low-grade sword. It represents my filial piety. I hope you will accept it as a keepsake." Su Xiao spoke earnestly, yet he feared Shui might refuse. Gifting was not as simple as it seemed, and the system had strict rules. Offerings must be natural and reasonable. Otherwise, they would be deemed invalid. Now, as he approached his end, gifting something to his master as a memento seemed entirely fitting, did it not? Alas, Shui sighed, gazing at her elderly disciple with a mix of pity and regret. The path of cultivation was a struggle against the heavens. Su Xiao, despite his efforts, was ultimately limited by his lack of talent. She extended her delicate hand, accepting the wooden staff from Su Xiao. "Very well, Su Xiao, for the next 50 years, live as a mortal in the Piao sect and enjoy life. With your junior sister by your side, no one will dare to bully you." With that, she shook her head and stepped into the secret realm. The heavy stone doors of the secret realm slowly closed behind her. Only Su Xiao and Dugu Ling remained outside. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted the low-grade sword." First gift to Shui triggered a tenfold critical hit, returning the magical artifact, Nanming Lihua Sword. Nanming Lihua Sword has been stored in the system's space vault, and the host can retrieve it at any time. The Nanming Lihua Sword? A magical artifact? Su Xiao's eyes widened with delight. He had not anticipated that gifting a low-grade sword would yield a magical artifact. Truly, this was the essence of the tenfold critical hit. Having cultivated for a millennium, he understood the rarity of magical artifacts in this realm. Artifacts were classified as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The wooden staff he had gifted was merely a low-grade artifact. Yet, above supreme-grade artifacts existed treasures birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth, known as magical artifacts. The Nanming Lihua Sword was a coveted treasure sought after by all cultivators. Within the entire Piao sect, only 3 true magical artifacts existed. Yet now, he possessed one himself, a testament to the tenfold critical hit triggered by an SS-level woman of destiny. Gazing at the resplendent red-hued sword within the space vault, Su Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, he had just gifted away his cane. The system space vault was an expansive storage space, far more convenient than those cumbersome storage bags. He no longer requires a storage bag. "Rest assured, brother, in these final 50 years, I will find you a beautiful partner." Dugu Ling smiled brightly. "I promise you will be satisfied." Her enchanting eyes sparkled with intelligence and charm. Her skin was as smooth as snow, resembling exquisite jade. Tall and graceful, she stood like a blossoming flower. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, exuding an alluring fragrance. The elegant curve of her collarbone showcased her allure perfectly. Her slender neck was both noble and graceful. The azure dress clung closely to her form, revealing her exquisite figure in all its glory. Dugu Ling was a childhood companion from a village, and it was Shui who, recognizing her potential, had brought him into the Piao sect. However, as the years passed, their relationship had remained nothing more than that of siblings in the sect. After a millennium, he had become the esteemed leader of the Piao sect, while he, on the other hand, was merely an aging elder nearing the end of his days. "Sister, there is no need for such formality," he said. "I am nearing the end of my life and have no desire to extend it by another 50 years. This longevity elixir is a gift for you." Chapter 2. Sister Dugu Ling on the terrace outside the secret realm of the sect's back mountain. Su Xiao offered a porcelain white vial with a benevolent smile. Dugu Ling frowned slightly, saying, "Brother, This was specifically left for you by Master to prolong your life. As she gazed upon the white-haired, frail Xiao, a sigh escaped her lips. Recalling his youthful charm, which had once left her breathless, she felt a pang of sorrow. How had a millennium passed, leaving him so aged? Alas, it was indeed disheartening to see such a once magnificent figure nearing the end of his journey. It is truly unwise to give away such treasures, he remarked with a chuckle, observing Ling's stunning beauty. Sister, at my age, finding a wife is a futile pursuit. It would only bring misfortune to the young maidens. Ling reassured him with a smile. What does age matter? You were once so handsome, and even now, despite the years, you retain some of your former elegance. Besides, you are the esteemed brother of the sect's leader and a disciple of the Grand Elder. The daughters of noble families would be eager to marry you in hopes of connecting with the Piao sect. Rest assured, brother, your parents took me in during our village days, and I will ensure their lineage continues. Xiao nodded, his heart warmed by her gratitude. Despite Ling's remarkable talents and her position as sect leader, she had not forgotten the kindness shown to her. The Piao Peak consists of two mountains, the inner and outer peaks. The inner peak, being more compact, serves as the sect's core, housing the inner elders and disciples, while the outer peak accommodates the outer elders and disciples. Given his frailty, he had chosen to relocate to a quieter area on the outer peak to spend his twilight years. At this moment, Ling summoned her flying sword, which hovered gracefully before her. Brother, come aboard, she urged. Xiao blinked, his frail body shuffling forward. Without his cane, he found himself unsteady on his feet. Ah, sister, I am too old to leap aboard, he lamented. The sword floated at his waist height, and despite still possessing some magical energy as a first-level foundation cultivator, his aging body lacked the strength to make the jump. Let me assist you, Ling said softly, a hint of sadness in her heart for her aging brother. She embraced Xiao, and together they ascended onto the sword. Standing atop the sword, Xiao struggled to maintain his balance, moving his arms slightly. Brother, please remain still, Ling admonished, pulling his hands down to her waist. Just hold on to me. Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Forgive me, sister, my old age, my limbs are somewhat uncontrollable. He reflected on their past, recalling the sweet moments they had shared, even if they had not consummated their relationship. They had experienced the joys of young love together until fate intervened on their wedding night, as Shui had arrived unexpectedly to rescue Ling from his grasp. The memory filled him with bitterness as he lamented the unfairness of life. As they soared through the skies on the sword, the breathtaking scenery of Piao Peak unfolded below them, with clouds swirling around towering mountains. The Piao Peak, situated in the eastern part of the Panlong continent, is among the oldest cultivation sects in the region. Brother, could you not draw so near? Ling felt a twinge of discomfort, though she made no effort to resist. In her heart, she had never been close to any other man, and despite her feelings for her brother, she had matured beyond the impulsiveness of her youth. Xiao, trembling with anxiety, held her tightly. Sister, please be cautious. I am not as resilient as I once was. Although the sword flew steadily, the height unnerved him. Following his failed thunder tribulation, he had aged significantly, and now even suffered from ailments associated with old age. Thankfully, he had not fallen victim to dementia otherwise. All would have been in vain. The sword descended to a secluded courtyard on the mountainside, where Xiao now resided. This location conveniently connected to the outer hall, making it accessible for him. Ling gently lowered him, observing the lingering shock in his expression, which stirred her emotions. Brother, do not worry, I will find a kind young woman to care for you in these final years, she promised, embracing the man she once loved. Despite his withered skin, she remained unperturbed. He was family. Xiao sighed. Sister, you must attend to the sect's affairs. I can manage on my own. You are now the sect leader. Your heart must remain resolute. Life and death are but natural occurrences. Releasing him, Ling took a deep breath and nodded. Brother, here are 100 top-grade spirit stones for you. To keep, they should suffice for your needs in the coming years. She produced a small bag from her robe and handed it to him. Once I find a suitable young lady, I will inform you at once. Anticipate my good news. Xiao's expression brightened as he accepted the bag, realizing it was a significant sum to support his endeavors. Sister, thank you sincerely. He did not refuse, for it was indeed what he required. In the future, he would repay her manifold. Sister, there are pressing matters within the sect that demand my attention, so I must take my leave. Take care of yourself, brother. With those words, Dugu Ling departed, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she soared away on her sword. Nearby, outer disciples watched in awe as Dugu Ling ascended, their gazes filled with reverence. Is the sect leader, Dugu? I understand now. She must be visiting Elder Su. Chapter 3. I am not dead yet. Why are you crying? Alas, Elder Su, renowned for his virtue and integrity, how could he have failed the Thunder Tribulation? The heavens are unjust. It is said that Elder Su has but a year left to live, and after his failure in the Thunder Tribulation, his cultivation has plummeted to the first level of foundation establishment. How lamentable. Elder Su, your death is truly tragic. A few outer disciples were on the verge of tears. Over the past millennium, Su Xiao has been well-liked within the Miao sect, revered by his fellow disciples. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Xiao's reputation for virtue far surpasses that of his junior, Dugu Ling. After all, his ethereal appearance carries a weight of its own. What nonsense are you all talking about? Our Elder Su is not dead yet. A year of life is still life. In Elder Su's final moments, I have resolved. I shall break through to the foundation establishment stage to show Elder Su my determination. What do you think that Elder Su, an inner elder, would care for a mere outer disciple like you? You're simply overthinking it. The outer disciples, walking along the main road up the mountain, gazed towards Su Xiao's beautiful residence in the distance, each revealing admiration. Elder Su is indeed the paragon of our Miao sect. This small courtyard was originally chosen and built for him by Dugu Ling, nestled in an area rich in spiritual energy. Surrounded by verdant trees and the beauty of nature, it is conveniently located near the main road, accessible by a small path leading directly to the outer hall. Nanming Li Wujian. Su Xiao sat before his bed, retrieving a gleaming, fiery red artifact sword from his spatial storage. The sword measured 3.5 feet long, its hilt crafted from an enigmatic red jade, translucent and radiant. The blade, forged from dark red divine iron, emanated a subtle aura, its brilliance restrained. This weapon is undoubtedly superior to the previous artifacts by a significant margin. Su Xiao's heart soared with joy as he sensed a unique bond with the Nanming Li Huojian. Without a doubt, the system had allowed him to perfectly refine this sword upon its return. Now, this sword felt like an extension of himself, easily controlled. With a mere thought, the Nanming Li Huojian floated effortlessly in the air. Under Su Xiao's command, it shot through the window like a fiery comet, soaring into the sky. How powerful! Su Xiao was filled with excitement. Previously, his strongest artifact was of the upper grade, and at the 9th level of the Yuanying stage. Now, as he wielded the Nanming Li Huojian, it not only surpassed his former strength, but possessed at least the attacking power of the Yuanying stage. It is truly astonishing. However, not every foundation establishment cultivator can perfectly refine an artifact. The ability to control the sword flawlessly was due to the system's assistance. As for sending the Nanming Li Huojian to someone else and reclaiming it, that is out of the question. He has no reason to part with such a treasure. He even preferred that no one knew he possessed such a divine artifact. It is better to keep it for self-defense. Next, he took out the lifespan elixir given to him by Ji Shui, pondering for a moment before swallowing it down. Now that he possessed 100 upper-grade spirit stones, he decided to consume it directly to extend his life by 50 years. Congratulations, host lifespan has increased by 50 years. Activating character panel. Name, Su Xiao, age 1008 years. Realm, foundation establishment first level, special physique. None, remaining lifespan, 51 years. Ah, there is even a character panel. After consuming the lifespan elixir, Su Xiao glanced at the panel before him. There wasn't much useful information, but his lifespan had indeed increased to 51 years. At that moment, his body began to transform. The vitality that had waned and the aged organs regained their vigor. His senses sharpened, and the stiffness of his former old age faded away, granting him newfound agility. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, his demeanor was markedly different. He stood tall, moving with an aura of grace. Now, all his ailments had vanished, leaving him a healthy elder. Rubbing his goatee, Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The effects of the lifespan elixir were remarkable. Though his face was still lined with wrinkles and his hair completely white, he now brimmed with vitality, rivaling that of any youth. After all, he is now a foundation establishment cultivator. The next step is to plan how to utilize these 100 upper-grade spirit stones. With his physical concerns resolved, the most pressing matter was not to seek out the daughter of destiny to bestow gifts. It would be unreasonable to inexplicably give spirit stones to others, as it could lead to misunderstandings, with young ladies thinking he intended to support them. Having made up his mind, Su Xiao produced a yellow communication talisman, forming a hand seal as he spoke into it. Lu Dinyan, it is I, your Su Shirbua. Please come over to my residence. I wish to descend the mountain to purchase some items, and I would like you to accompany me. Bowing toward the house, he added, disciple Lu Dinyan pays respects to Su Shirbua. Su Xiao exited the door, smiling as he regarded the stout, good-natured middle-aged man before him. This man was the disciple of his junior, Du Gu Ling, and currently held the position of Outer Sect Enforcement Elder. Though he was Du Gu Ling's disciple, Su Xiao had personally guided him since his entry into the sect. His current cultivation at the 6th level of the Yuanying stage was largely due to Su Xiao's efforts. As for Su Xiao, he had no disciples of his own, having assisted his junior in mentoring her students. Daniel, your Shirbua has only reached the foundation establishment realm now and cannot fly with a sword. I rely on you to carry me, Su Xiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Dinyan's large eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face. Shirbua, do not worry. With me here, you can go wherever you wish. I will carry you for life, he exclaimed, kneeling before Su Xiao, weeping like a child, clinging tightly to Su Xiao's leg. Shirbua has always treated me so well. It is too tragic now. You have but a year left to live. I cannot bear to see you pass. Chapter 4: Acquiring Resources. Near the Piao Miao sect lies the bustling human city of Xiaocheng, located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent and belonging to the Donglai Kingdom. It is important to note that the Piao Miao sect also resides within the borders of Donglai. However, as one of the oldest sects on the Panlong continent, the Piao Miao sect holds a status that transcends the authority of the Donglai Kingdom. Due to its proximity to the Piao Miao sect, Xiaocheng is considerably more prosperous than several nearby towns, filled with cultivators who frequent it for the exchange of resources. Shirbua, we have arrived. Allow me to assist you down, Lu Dinyan said as he graciously helped the elderly man dismount from the flying sword. They halted at the city gate, where a regulation prohibited the use of flying swords within the human city, a rule strictly adhered to by all cultivators. Shirbua, where shall we go to purchase items? Lu Dinyan inquired, observing the crowd at the city entrance. Su Xiao stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, let us head to the largest merchant in Xiaocheng, the Zilai Merchant House. I am familiar with it, and we can shop there swiftly. Understood. Please wait a moment. Shirbua. Lu Dinyan patted his chest, and a small carriage promptly appeared before them. The carriage was exquisitely crafted, featuring a mechanical horse at the front and a compartment at the rear. This was a magical artifact, akin to the communication talisman, lacking a grade, but serving practical purposes. After assisting Su Xiao into the carriage, Lu Dinyan took the reins. Xiaocheng bustled with activity, filled with throngs of people. The beautiful, intricately designed mechanical carriage attracted many curious glances as it navigated the streets. Oh, it is an elder from the Piao Miao sect. Judging by his attire, he must be an outer sect elder. What a stunning carriage. How I wish I could own one. Having such a vehicle would be truly impressive. The carriage wove through the crowd and soon arrived at a grand 3-story pavilion. The pavilion was adorned with golden carvings and stood out prominently on the bustling East Street. The monks entering and exiting exuded a restrained divine aura, most of whom were high-ranking practitioners. It turns out to be esteemed guests from the Pai Omio zone. Welcome, esteemed elders. After ushering the carriage inside, the elderly steward immediately spotted Su Xiao and Lu Dinyan. Upon seeing Su Xiao's visage, the steward was taken aback, his complexion becoming flushed. It is Elder Su. I bow before Elder Su. The steward excitedly saluted Su Xiao. Elder Su's status within the Pai Omio zone is quite remarkable. Being an intersect elder, even the manager of this ZL Ing treats him with utmost respect. Xiao chuckled warmly, saying, Steward Chun, I have come here to procure some items for the younger generation. The quantity is rather substantial, so I believe it would be best to discuss this on the third floor. Of course. Please, esteemed elders. The steward smiled apologetically. I shall lead you to the elegant room on the third floor, and the manager will personally attend to you shortly. In the exquisitely fragrant, elegant room on the third floor, a charming woman in a purple dress gracefully entered. Hee. I did not expect Elder Su from the Pi Omi Ozone to personally visit our ZLISHNGHing. It is indeed an honor for our establishment. The woman in the purple dress approached the two men, greeting them with a smile and offering them tea with her delicate, fair hands. Xiao looked up and saw that she was clad in a flowing purple gauze dress. Her face was as radiant as a blooming flower, captivating and enchanting. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and delicate. She was tall and slender, with graceful curves, her flawless legs subtly revealed beneath her skirt, exuding an alluring charm. The neckline of her dress subtly showcased her proud figure. Most striking was the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, adding to her irresistible allure, making one unable to resist her charm. This was a manager of ZLISHNGHing in H11O City, ZYN, Z Manager. It has been a while since we last met. You have become even more remarkable, Xiao remarked with a smile. How can I compare to Elder Su? ZYN replied, her smile radiant. What may I assist you with during your visit to our ZLISHNGHing? She gazed at Xiao, her eyes glimmering subtly. Rumor had it that Elder Su of the Pi Omi Ozone had failed his tribulation a month ago, causing his cultivation to regress to the foundation establishment stage and nearing the end of his life. However, observing his current spirited demeanor, it seemed the rumors were not as dire as claimed. Just as Xiao was about to speak, a voice from the system echoed in his ear. Detected a woman of fortune, ZYN, fortune level, return multiplier, 10 times, bond level. Want a woman of fortune? Xiao's eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of intrigue. Unexpectedly, the manager of ZLISHNGHing, ZYN, was a woman of considerable fortune. In recent days, he had encountered several female practitioners and realized that women of fortune were rather rare, not found everywhere. Even the most fortunate women were seldom seen. Calming his thoughts, Xiao smiled and said, I wish to procure quite a few items. I hope to trouble you. Manager Z. ZYN's eyes brightened as she replied. Elder Su need only speak. The price is negotiable. Having already prepared a list of what he wanted, Xiao gradually began 20 low-grade magic tools, 200 Foundation Establishment pills, and 20 New Jersey pills. That should be all. Upon hearing this, ZYN blinked in surprise. Lu Di and beside him also widened his eyes in disbelief. Master, why are you buying so many items? Do you have enough spirit stones? He was somewhat bewildered, initially planning to cover the cost for his master out of filial piety, but now he was at a loss for words. How about it, Manager Z? Are all these items available? Xiao inquired with a smile. Since these were reasonably priced items, they were indeed easy to procure. Foundation Establishment pills are used by practitioners at the Foundation Establishment stage, while New Jersey pills are for those at the core formation stage. Additionally, low-grade magic tools are essential items for cultivation and hold considerable value. Moreover, he needed Foundation Establishment pills for his own cultivation. Yes, we certainly have them, ZYN exclaimed with delight. This was a significant purchase. Elder Su, please follow me to the second floor, where we have over 100 low-grade magic tools for you to choose from. 15 minutes later, at the entrance of ZLISHNGHing, Xiao successfully spent 50 high-grade spirit stones to acquire his desired items. Among them, the 20 low-grade magic tools amounted to 20 high-grade spirit stones. The 200 Foundation Establishment pills totaled 20 high-grade spirit stones, and the 20 New Jersey pills also totaled 20 high-grade spirit stones, originally amounting to 60 high-grade spirit stones, due to Xiao's status as an intersect elder of the Pi Omi Ozone and being a loyal customer. He received a discount, paying only 50 high-grade spirit stones. The enchanting ZYN and Steward Chen warmly sent him off at the door, their eyes gleaming with joy, 50 high-grade spirit stones was a considerable sum. Lu Dni invited Xiao to board the carriage, and he glanced at the captivating Zyn, asking Lu Dni to wait a moment. He then took out a low-grade golden hairpin magic tool that he had specially selected earlier and presented it to Zyn, rubbing his white beard. Xiao smiled broadly. Manager Z, this golden hairpin is so exquisite. I believe it would suit a beauty like you perfectly. Since your establishment has offered me a discount of 10 high-grade spirit stones, I wish to gift this hairpin to you as a token of my gratitude. At his words, the smiles of Zyn and Steward Chun froze momentarily. Even Lu Dni behind them blinked in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Master, what are you doing? Is he trying to woo a girl? Steward Chun and Lu Dni stood in stunned silence, while the alluring Zyn appeared momentarily dazed. A venerable elder, white-haired and esteemed, was actually gifting her a personal item like a hairpin? They dared not utter a word. With Su Zhao's esteemed position within the Pai Omio zone, they could not afford to speak out. Amid their surprise and confusion, a concealed glimmer of joy emerged. The old man, nearing the end of his life, still harbored thoughts of beautiful women. Zyn silently chuckled to herself. She had seen much of the world. What could it mean for such a revered elder to present her with a hairpin? Was it not indicative of romantic intentions? However, he was simply too old for her to accept. Of course, even if he were not, she would not accept such a gift from a man without reason. Thank you, Elder Su. If you ever need to purchase anything in the future, please do take care to support the business of ZLISHNGHing. Zyn graciously accepted the golden hairpin, ensuring that she did not embarrass the esteemed inner sect elder of the Pai Omi Ozong in front of others. Seeing this, Xiao smiled as he rubbed his beard. Of course, with Manager Z here, I will naturally turn to your establishment for future needs. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade hairpin. The first gift to Zyn triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the exquisite magic tool. GTI and SHNF-ing-CH. GTI and SHNF-ing-CH. Exquisite magic tool, upon infusing spiritual energy, releases a fiery phoenix attack, with power increasing alongside the user's cultivation level. An exquisite magic tool, the GTI and SHNF-ing-CH. Looking at the shimmering GTI and SHNF-ing-CH in his spatial storage, Xiao felt a surge of joy. This return was simply exhilarating. While exquisite magic tools are considered a notch below treasured artifacts, they are still rare and sought-after items in the realm of cultivation. Previously, even at the 9th level of Yuan-ing, he had not possessed a single exquisite magic tool. Even his junior sister, DGL-ing, only had 2 such items. If sold for spirit stones, this would fetch a phenomenal price. As Zyn observed Xiao's ethereal demeanor and dignified presence, a hint of amusement flickered in her heart. After parting ways, Xiao, supported by Lu Dni, boarded the carriage. The carriage swayed gently as it made its way along East Street towards the city gate. At the entrance of Zilai Commercial House, Manager Chun gazed at the slowly departing carriage, his expression peculiar. Shopkeeper, I've heard that Elder Su has only a year left to live. I never expected him to still possess such determination. Truly, age does not diminish one's vigor. Ziyun, with her remarkable figure, straightened up and replied with a hint of pride. Haha, does this not prove my extraordinary charm as the shopkeeper? Now, old Chun, let us get to work. Elder Su has little time remaining. I suspect he will pay us a visit for some Hualing stones. We must extend our best hospitality. He is indeed a substantial patron. East Main Street bustled with life, filled with an endless flow of various shops. On the carriage, Lu Dinyin cast a glance at Xiao, who was meditating, his simple face reflecting a touch of sympathy. Master, just hang in there a bit longer. The master is already seeking a partner for you. Surely she will be no less than Ziyun. Understanding the solitude his master felt at this moment, Lu Dinyin, being a man himself, could empathize. It was entirely normal for Xiao, in his twilight years, to wish to experience the company of a woman. Xiao opened his eyes, staring at Lu Dinyin as if he were a fool. The latter continued, Master, if it comes to that, tomorrow I can send a few beautiful female disciples from the outer sect to attend to you. As the elder of outer sect enforcement, they wouldn't dare refuse. Su Zhao's expression darkened as he exhaled heavily, then delivered a slap to Lu Dunyan's large head. You rascal! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to exploit our sect's female disciples? Su Xiao derided. Is your master that kind of person? My gift to Zi Yun was merely a gesture of courtesy. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained it to you. Dunyan, your master is not like that. My intentions behind gifting Zi Yun were for other reasons. Not what you think. Just trust your master. Lu Dunyan looked at Su Zhao's sincere face and nodded emphatically. He thought to himself, how could someone so esteemed and respected as his master possibly be interested in mere appearances? It turned out he had misunderstood. However, he refrained from inquiring further about the specific reasons, choosing instead to believe in his master unconditionally. As the carriage reached an intersection, they encountered a crowd gathered ahead, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Boss, how can you sell these 3 Foundation establishment pills riddled with impurities to my junior sister? A young man clad in a light blue long robe yelled at 4 or 5 shop assistants, his face contorted with anger. You are deceiving customers. Beside him stood a male and 3 female disciples, all wearing the uniform attire of the outer sect of Piamiao sect. Among them, a slender and beautiful female disciple held 3 white pills, her expression one of grievance as she looked at the shop assistants, her eyes slightly reddened. At the shop's entrance, the leading middle-aged shopkeeper maintained a polite smile, saying, Dear guests, once a transaction is made, it cannot be undone. The deal was finalized inside the store. The young male disciple frowned, falling silent. The beautiful female disciple immediately interjected, I did not exchange them. These 3 Foundation establishment pills were purchased from your shop. You are deceiving me. With a pitiful demeanor, her fair and lovely face bore a hint of blush, clearly distressed. This was all her savings, and to encounter such unscrupulous merchants was disheartening. The surrounding male onlookers, noticing her beauty, stepped forward in her defense. These shameless scoundrels, deceiving even a beauty, are utterly despicable. Do they not realize that she is a disciple of Piamiao sect? Are they not afraid of repercussions from her sect? Amidst the crowd's outrage, the middle-aged shopkeeper calmly replied, Please do not be anxious. Our shop has always operated with integrity and would never sell defective pills. Surely someone has swapped this young lady's pills. Upon hearing this, not only the 5 disciples of Piamiao sect, but also the surrounding crowd grew furious. This apothecary was clearly extorting people. Seeing that the crowd refused to disperse, the shopkeeper slightly revealed the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers and the 5 disciples shifted. The shopkeeper was indeed a cultivator of Foundation establishment. Although fights were prohibited within the city, those of higher cultivation naturally had more leeway in disputes. On the carriage, Su Xiao observed the congested crowd ahead and inquired, What is happening? Lu Dunyan replied, Master, a few disciples from our sect are having a dispute with the shop. We need not concern ourselves. It should disperse soon. There were numerous outer sect disciples from Piamiao sect in Huxiao City, and such disputes occurred daily. Generally, the sect did not intervene in trivial matters regarding spirit stones and pills. It was up to the individuals to resolve them, or else they would be overwhelmed. Su Xiao note that. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Detected a fate-bearing woman. Lin Yenner, fate level. Return multiplier, 10 times. Bond level. Note, fate level could be enhanced through special opportunities. Oh, the system's voice stirred Su Zhao's interest. The fate-bearing woman also starts at a 10-fold return. His eyes sparkled as he waved his hand. Dunyan, stop the carriage. Since we have encountered our sect's disciples, let's go take a look. Lu Dunyan immediately nodded, Yes, master. To him, his master's words were absolute. Whatever his master said was law. In the crowd, the middle-aged shopkeeper maintained his composure, watching the group of customers defending their rights, a faint smirk flickering in his eyes. Disciples of Piamiao sect are truly sheltered flowers, naive and easily deceived. Now that I hold the advantage, even the elders of Piamiao sect cannot do anything to me. Not to mention, the sect generally does not involve itself in these minor disputes over mid-grade spirit stones. Junior sister, let it go. Although these Foundation establishment pills are of poor quality, they still have some effect. With luck, you might still establish your foundation. Two ordinary-looking female disciples comforted her. The shopkeeper clearly had no intention of refunding her, leaving them helpless. The two male disciples accompanying them felt a sense of shame. Lin Yin'er was their cherished one. They wished to stand up for her, but given that the opposing party not only held the advantage, but was also a high-level foundation establishment cultivator, they dared not escalate the situation. The surrounding onlookers seethed with anger, disgraced by such unscrupulous merchants. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, an elderly voice emerged from behind. Moments later, Xiao, clad in gray robes, accompanied by Lu Dinyin in blue robes, approached. As the crowd recognized Lu Dinyin as a trigram blue robe, they were momentarily stunned. An elder of the outer sect of Piao Sect. Excitement surged among the onlookers. Those shameless merchants. Now that an elder of Piao Sect has arrived, let us see how brazenly they continue. With newfound vigor, their faces flushed as they prepared to witness the middle-aged shopkeeper's humiliation. Upon recognizing Lu Dinyin's appearance, the five disciples expressed their astonishment. Disciples, pay respects to Elder Lu. As an enforcement elder, Lu Dinyin was well known, and nearly all outer sect disciples recognized him. Ahem. After observing Xiao's face closely, they seemed struck by lightning, kneeling before him in haste. The slender and beautiful female disciple, nearly in tears, exclaimed while bowing, "I am Lin Yin'er. Please, Elder Su, uphold justice for me." The commotion caused by the five disciples shocked everyone in the vicinity. The elderly man, with his white hair, clearly held a distinguished status, one that surpassed even the outer sect elder beside him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged shopkeeper and his staff turned pale at the sudden appearance of a senior from Piao Sect. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered with panic. Could this be his unfortunate fate, to encounter a high-ranking figure from Piao Sect? Please rise. If you have any grievances, do share them with me, Xiao said kindly, assisting Lin Yin'er and the others to their feet, smiling gently at the young woman. Lin Yin'er donned a light blue long robe, her slender figure reminiscent of a delicate willow branch, exuding an ethereal grace. Her complexion was as fair as snow, and her beauty was captivating, akin to a blooming azure lotus, emanating an enchanting aura of youth. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, infused with warmth and innocence. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, presenting a picture of purity akin to that of a neighborly girl. As the fated daughter of fortune recognized by the system, she was undoubtedly striking in appearance. Lin Yin'er and her companions gazed at Xiao with excitement and astonishment, as they never expected to encounter the renowned Elder Su at such a pivotal moment. Esteemed and benevolent, he was a figure of great repute within the sect. A male disciple hastily stepped forward, pointing at the unscrupulous merchants across the street, embellishing the tale of the previous events. With Elder Su backing them, their confidence soared. Even if the Lord of Huxiao City appeared, they were determined to reclaim Lin Shimi's spirit stones today. The surrounding onlookers grew increasingly eager, some even recognizing the venerable elder from the Piao Sect. Was that not Elder Xiao of the inner sect? What? This esteemed elder was indeed Xiao, the senior brother of the sect leader? It was over for the merchants who dared to bully the Piao Sect. They were caught red-handed by Elder Su. Upon hearing the male disciples' grievances, Xiao smiled and turned to the middle-aged shopkeeper and his associates. Lu Dinyin beside him exuded a chilling aura of nascent soul pressure, enveloping the shopkeeper and his companions. As they felt this sudden, overwhelming force, a thud echoed as 4 or 5 shop attendants, including the middle-aged shopkeeper, faltered and knelt before him. The shopkeeper's face paled, stripped of its earlier arrogance, as he realized that the white-haired elder was indeed Elder Xiao, a prominent figure of the Piao Sect. Elder Su, it was all a misunderstanding. After barely regaining his composure, the shopkeeper rushed to Xiao and Lu Dinyin to apologize, insisting that there must be a misunderstanding regarding the young lady's elixir, which must have been swapped. He dared not admit otherwise, knowing that such an admission could lead to his shop being reported to the city lord, sealing his fate. In his desperation, all he sought was to pacify the situation with money. Xiao reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, the Piao Sect values reason. If it truly was a swap, I shall convey my apologies on behalf of these young ones. Danian, fetch those 3 foundation establishment pills for inspection. Let's see if they originate from this shop. Lou Danian nodded in agreement. Yes, Master Uncle. No need. The shopkeeper's complexion turned ashen, and he hastily declared, there is no need for inspection. We will compensate. Triple the compensation. A nascent soul cultivator had countless ways to ascertain the origin of the elixirs. Xiao smiled and asked, truly no need for inspection? The Piao sect does not take advantage of you lightly. Really no need. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Elder, your presence is an honor for our humble establishment. How can we trouble you with such trifles? Elder, please rest assured. We will compensate for the 9 mid-grade spirit stones on behalf of that scoundrel. He then produced 9 gleaming white jade spirit stones from his storage bag. These were mid-grade spirit stones, each equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The 9 mid-grade spirit stones were handed directly to Lin Yinner, who stood momentarily dazed, her expression slightly absent. Subsequently, she gazed at Xiao, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Elder Su, this is truly wonderful. Xiao, seeing her reaction, did not decline and replied with a smile. In that case, I thank you for your generosity, shopkeeper. No, it is our duty. The shopkeeper wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved that the matter did not escalate further. The onlookers, witnessing the shopkeeper's humiliation before Xiao, felt immense satisfaction. Some even blushed with envy, wishing for such a patron to support them as well. After receiving further compliments from the shopkeeper, Xiao approached Lin Yinner, smiling as he inquired, are you Lin Yinner? Startled, Lin Yinner quickly bowed respectfully. Outer sect disciple Lin Yinner. Thank you, Elder Su. I see you are at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It is indeed time for you to use a foundation establishment pill. Xiao slowly retrieved 10 pristine white pills from his spatial pouch and offered them to her, saying, I have a few foundation establishment pills that are of no use to me. You need not purchase them. I shall gift them to you. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The 4 companions beside her gazed at Xiao with extreme envy. Not only they, but even the onlookers were left in awe at Xiao's generosity. This was indeed Elder Xiao of the Piao sect. 10 foundation establishment pills offered so freely? How fortunate was this girl? Lin Yinner, under the envious gazes of her companions, extended her delicate hand to tremble slightly as she accepted the 10 foundation establishment pills from Xiao. Her lovely face flushed deep red. She was overwhelmed with excitement, almost unable to believe her extraordinary fortune. Thank you so much, Elder. As she gazed at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hands, she noticed they were significantly more translucent and exquisite than the previous 3. These must be of exceptional quality. Looking at the white-haired, elderly Xiao, she recalled the rumor she had heard outside Piao Peak, that this Elder Su was said to have only a year left to live. A wave of melancholy washed over her as she wished for such a remarkable elder not to depart this world so soon. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. The first gift to Lin Yinner has triggered a 100-fold return, yielding an exceptional beauty retaining pill. Exceptional beauty retaining pill. Upon consumption, youth is preserved and beauty remains unblemished. The mention of the beauty-retaining pill caused Xiao's eyes to gleam with interest. The beauty-retaining pill was a special elixir, one of the most coveted among female cultivators. An exceptional quality beauty-retaining pill had never been seen on the market. A single high-grade beauty-retaining pill could easily fetch hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and yet remain unavailable. This return was truly delightful. Regaining his composure, Xiao looked at the humbly respectful Lin Yinner and said slowly, Lin Xiaoyu, with these 10 foundation establishment pills, you should have no trouble advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. I shall assist you. After saying this, amidst the yearning and envious gazes of the crowd, he boarded the carriage with Lu Danian and departed slowly. Daughters of fortune are rare. He must become acquainted with each one he encounters to facilitate future exchanges. Lin Yinner was indeed a promising candidate for mutual benefit. No, not just benefit. It is a win-win situation. We bid farewell to the elder. Lin Yin'er and her companions watched the carriage disappear into the distance, still immersed in the wonder of their recent encounter. Shimmy, you struck it rich. 9 mid-grade spirit stones, 10 foundation establishment pills. What a tremendous opportunity. The 2 female companions beside her were nearly drooling with envy. They silently regretted not purchasing some foundation establishment pills earlier. Had they been deceived, Elder Su would surely have gifted them as well. Lin Shimmy. Elder Su said that if you encounter difficulties in cultivation, you can seek him out. That is a monumental opportunity. The 2 male disciples blushed with excitement, their faces contorted in joy. This meant that their beloved Shimmy had garnered Elder Su's favor. In comparison, the 10 foundation establishment pills seemed trivial. Did they not see Lu Danian acting like a mere sidekick before Elder Su? Even if Elder Su had only a year left to live, it was still a tremendous opportunity. Lin Yin'er, feeling somewhat flustered, was taken aback by her companion's exuberant praise. She turned her gaze towards the direction Elder Su had departed, her heart racing with excitement. Little did she expect that such legendary fortune would fall upon her. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy and elation. Lin Yin'er possessed a beautiful visage, her cheeks flushed, and her breath was slightly hurried. Elder Su treated me with such kindness. After the initial excitement, my 4 companions gazed at Lin Yin'er, each feeling a tinge of disappointment. Such a grand opportunity. How could it not fall upon oneself? It seemed so unjust. The crowd surrounding us had yet to disperse, their eyes filled with envy as they beheld Lin Yin'er. Ah, this is the fortune of a major sect's disciple. How astonishingly fortunate. I yearn to become a disciple of the Piao sect. How impressive, even in his old age. Elder Su remains strikingly handsome. I wish to bear Elder Su's children. In my humble opinion, this young lady, under Elder Su's care, may soar to great heights in the future. Indeed, fortune can strike unexpectedly. The crowd was a mix of envy and contemplation. When fortune descends from the heavens, everyone hopes it will grace them. The elder with white brows furrowed, seemingly understanding something. He raised his leg and kicked Lu Dajing's behind, admonishing him. I told you that the master bestows gifts for a reason. What kind of look is that? Yes, the master has his reasons. Do not worry, I understand. Lu Dajing dodged another kick from Xiao, chuckling foolishly. After these 2 instances of receiving gifts, Lu Dajing vaguely sensed the master's intentions. Amidst his silly laughter, he felt a quiet sorrow. Master is truly lonely, so very solitary. Although only a year of life remains, I must ensure the master experiences the joys of being a man. The master may find it difficult to express, but as his disciple, I must fulfill this filial duty. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Dajing respectfully assisted Su Xiao onto it. The sword ascended skyward, carrying the 2 toward Piao Peak. At a secluded courtyard on the mountainside of Piao Sect, Su Xiao turned away from Lu Dajing and sat upon a straw mat within the room. It appeared that every fortuitous encounter for a woman of destiny would invariably trigger a critical strike. He took out the exquisite and radiant Jiutian Shunfeng hairpin, feeling the immense power contained within it, nodding in satisfaction. An exceptional magical artifact is essentially a cultivator's strongest trump card. With several such artifacts, one could easily slay opponents of higher tiers. He decided to keep it for future use or to bestow upon others. Such treasures are rare in the realm of cultivation. However, he currently had no immediate need for it. As for the Xiaoyan, he was not well versed. Should he consume it and be left with this aged appearance, it would be utterly regrettable. To be cautious, it would be prudent to wait for an opportune moment to gift it to someone else. No female cultivator could resist the allure of an exceptional Xiaoyan. Perhaps he could find a chance to present it to his junior sister, who is also a woman of destiny. If she could trigger a critical strike on her first gift, it would be perfect. With his plan in mind, he secured the Xiaoyan, preparing for his first cultivation session after a failed tribulation. Presently, he was at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. The classification of realms in the cultivation world includes Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and void refining, among others. Each major realm is divided into 9 levels, with different medicinal pills aiding cultivation at each stage. For instance, as he was currently in the foundation establishment stage, he needed to consume foundation establishment pills to accelerate his progress. Naturally, most cultivators could not afford foundation establishment pills and had to rely solely on their innate talents for progress. However, he still possessed 190 foundation establishment pills, more than enough for his needs. In the outer mountain hall at the sect square, many outer sect disciples clad in blue robes began their breathing exercises on the Jade Stone Plaza. This locale was one of the most spiritually enriched areas in the outer mountain, a favored free training ground for the outer disciples. The majority of these disciples were at the chi, refining, and foundation establishment stages, unable to fly on swords. Only those who reached the core formation stage, having practiced sword flight techniques, could break free from the earth's constraints and soar through the skies. Core formation cultivators are the backbone of the sect. Once an outer disciple achieves core formation, they are often entrusted with responsibilities by the sect. Some exceptionally talented disciples may even attract the attention of inner sect elders, allowing them to enter the inner mountains and become the coveted inner disciples. Among the seated practitioners in the plaza was the graceful and youthful Lin Yenner. With her eyes closed in meditation, she was diligently practicing the outer sect technique, Piao Ju. Having reached the 9th level of Qi refining, she was preparing to enter seclusion and use a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, she was still exhilarated by the extraordinary encounter of the previous day. Occasionally, she would open her beautiful eyes, secretly marveling at Elder Su's exceptional kindness. With such a venerable elder in her sect, her identity as a disciple of the Piao sect felt even more gratifying, and her future seemed promising. Senior brother, have you heard? Yesterday, junior sister Lin was deceived by unscrupulous merchants in Xiao City and encountered our Elder Su. While Lin Yenner meditated, the surrounding disciples cast glances her way, their eyes brimming with envy. Such fortuitous encounters are rare, yet Lin Yenner had experienced one. Of course. This matter has spread like wildfire among our outer sect. How could I not know? Our Elder Su is truly a rare, benevolent figure, willing to stand up for us, outer disciples. The discussions gradually multiplied, and nearly all the disciples in the plaza began to gather in groups to discuss this event. I heard that the unscrupulous merchant was so terrified upon seeing Elder Su that he nearly wet himself. He even knelt to apologize to junior sister Lin, offering her 9 medium-grade spirit stones as compensation. How exhilarating. Our junior sister Lin spent merely 3 medium-grade spirit stones, and now she's gained 6. What a windfall. You missed the crucial detail. Junior sister not only earned 6 medium-grade spirit stones, but I also heard that Elder Su personally gifted her 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills afterward. That is the crux of the matter. Oh, right. 9 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. Alas, how come such fortuitous events never happened to me? With 10 foundation establishment pills, given junior sister's talent, she could potentially advance directly to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. How enviable. At this moment, several female disciples chimed in. That's not all. You don't know. Elder Su even said before leaving that as long as junior sister Lin encounters difficulties in her cultivation, she can come to him anytime. That is the true opportunity for Lin Yenner. Heavens, how enviable. How fortunate to have such a remarkable elder. I want to seek out Elder Su. I wish to serve him. Come now. That's merely a stroke of luck. If you go to Elder Su's courtyard now, he might just send you away. Lin Yenner is truly blessed. The voices of discussion around were varied in volume, and some naturally reached Lin Yenner and her 2 senior sisters beside her. One senior sister smiled at Lin Yenner and said, "Junior sister, you are famous now. Everyone is envious of you." The other senior sister encouraged junior sister. "Since Elder Su has said so, why not seek him out? With Elder Su's guidance, it would be certain for you to establish your foundation." Lin Yenner felt a blush rising to her cheeks, completely unable to remain seated. She looked at her 2 senior sisters and shyly replied, "Sisters, that might not be appropriate. Elder Su probably just mentioned it casually. Besides, with Elder Su's foundation building pill, I should be able to establish my foundation." The slightly plump senior sister urged, "Junior sister, How can you let such a great opportunity slip away? Oh, you are too foolish. The other, somewhat slender senior sister's eyes brightened, saying, Junior sister, considering how much Elder Su has helped you, he lives right here in the outer mountain. You should express your gratitude. Otherwise, it would be quite ungracious. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinner's eyes flickered with contemplation. The senior sisters were right. Elder Su had helped her significantly, and he happened to reside in the outer sect. Given his limited lifespan and solitude, he must feel quite lonely at his age. Regardless, she should personally express her gratitude. The disciples' quarters in the Xiao sect were uniformly arranged, with male disciples on one side and female disciples on the other, primarily consisting of single rooms. Visiting empty-handed would seem insincere. Although the pastry was not extravagant, it would convey her appreciation. Feeling somewhat nervous, her delicate face flushed. Lin Yinner held a beautifully packaged box and made her way down the mountain, awkwardly approaching Elder Su's residence. Disciple Lin Yinner has come to thank Elder Su. She stammered nervously at the courtyard entrance, having mustered her courage to approach. Elder Su, reclining in a rocking chair and sipping tea, had already sensed her arrival. His eyes sparkled slightly as he gazed at the beautiful young woman in her late teens, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. She wore a light blue robe, her figure graceful and captivating. Her fair and delicate features radiated youthful vitality, resembling a blooming lotus in water, pure and enchanting. Ah, it's you, Lin Yinner. I remember you. Elder Su waved his hand, saying, The door is unlocked. Please come in. As expected, the destined one had come to him. Upon entering, Lin Yinner felt a jolt at Elder Su's aged voice. She cautiously opened the not-so-tall courtyard gate and stepped inside. The courtyard contained 3 buildings, and Elder Su, dressed in a gray robe, sat at a wooden table in the courtyard, smiling warmly at her, exuding kindness and approachability. Lin Yinner hurriedly stepped forward, holding the exquisite box of pastries with both hands, kneeling on one leg, and stuttered, Elder, I have come to express my gratitude for your kindness yesterday. This is a famous pastry from my hometown, brought to thank you. Her body was rigid with nervousness, her head bowed, unable to meet Elder Su's gaze. The disparity in their statuses within the Xiao sect was immense. He was a revered inner sect elder and the senior brother of the sect leader, while she was merely a neglected outer sect disciple. She feared she might be intruding upon Elder Su and worried he might disdain her gift of pastries. He rise. Place it on the table, Elder Su said, straightening his frail body and gesturing towards the wooden table. Lin Yinner complied, respectfully placing the pastries on the table. The pastries were encased in a redwood box, adorned with golden patterns, indicating their value beyond what ordinary households could afford. Please sit, Lin Xiao. No need to be overly formal, Elder Su reassured her with a smile. Just think of me as an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days. Lin Yinner, taken aback by the compliment, quickly replied, No, Elder, you will certainly live for many more years, immediately regretting her words. She realized it might have touched upon Elder Su's sorrowful reflections. She dared not sit beside him, feeling overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Elder Su, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will take my leave now. Nervously rambling, Lin Yinner resembled a frightened little kitten standing beside Elder Su. Elder Su's white eyebrows twitched slightly at her words. Leave? I can't let you go so easily. I must find a reason to keep you here and offer you something more. His gaze shifted, and he smiled, not in a hurry, Lin Xiao. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Lin Yinner blinked her sparkling eyes and shook her head, No, Elder. I am merely at the 9th level of Qi training, not yet at the foundation establishment stage. Elder Su nodded in understanding. Outer sect disciples below the foundation establishment stage were uniformly managed, with outer sect elders taking turns to impart teachings in the main hall. Only those who reached the foundation establishment stage had the chance to be accepted as disciples by outer sect elders for focus cultivation. Lin Xiao, I see you have great potential. With 10 foundation establishment pills, you should be able to reach that level, Elder Su remarked. Having met you yesterday, it seems we are fated. If you encounter any difficulties in the sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lin Yinner felt her heart racing with excitement. Elder Su had said such things again. While the first time might have been a casual remark, the second time, Elder Su truly appeared to intend to assist her. Overjoyed, She promptly knelt before Elder Su, bowing her head sincerely. Disciple is so grateful to you, Elder. Elder Su waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. As I said, we are fated. Can you do me a favor, Lin Xiao? Lin Yin arose, her face flushed. Elder, please tell me. I will do anything I can for you. Her eyes shone with determination. She now comprehended that forging a connection with Elder Su was the most significant turning point and opportunity in her cultivation journey. Elder Su sighed. As I age, my shoulders have grown sore. Lin Xiao, would you mind giving my shoulders a massage? These old bones are becoming quite stiff. Lin Yinner was taken aback by the simplicity of the request. Just a shoulder massage? Of course, that's no problem. She quickly responded. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her delicate, fair hands. Then, with a fragrant breeze, she stepped behind Elder Su's rocking chair and began to gently massage his shoulders. Elder Su, please let me know the pressure you prefer. Lin Yinner was earnest and tender in her approach, fearful of applying too much force and causing discomfort. Elder Su felt the gentle movements on his shoulders and nodded in satisfaction. That's about right. Please continue. A look of enjoyment spread across his face as he exhaled softly. This girl possesses some talent for massage. Lin Yinner observed the relaxation on Elder Su's aged face and felt a surge of happiness. Elder Su was helping her, and she longed to be of service to him. Furthermore, as a lonely elder, she wished to keep him company. As Elder Su enjoyed the massage, he opened the box on the table and took a bite of the pastry. Delicious. Lin Xiaoyu, this pastry is truly delightful, far superior to those served in the canteen. Hearing this, Lin Yinner beamed with joy, saying, If Elder Su enjoys it, I will ask my mother to send more over, so you can enjoy them often. Elder Su nodded with a smile, sipping tea, savoring the pastries, and relishing the massage. This way of spending his twilight years seemed rather pleasant. Time passed unnoticed as Lin Yinner tirelessly continued the massage for Elder Su. It was only around noon that Elder Su finally called a halt, saying, Lin Xiaoyu, that's enough. Thank you. Lin Yinner hurriedly moved aside, insisting, No. Elder Su has done so much for me. This is nothing. If you like it, I will come every day to give you massages. Coming every day is unnecessary. Let's discuss it again once you reach the foundation establishment stage, Elder Su replied, rising with a posture that, despite his age, remained quite dignified. Observing the vibrant and youthful Lin Yinner ahead, he chuckled. Do you possess any protective talismans? Lin Yinner was taken aback. Without my spirit stones, I lack sufficient resources. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao smiled and retrieved 3 low-grade magical artifacts from his spatial storage, a jade hairpin, a ring, and a sword. These were selected previously from the Zilai Commerce House, chosen for their suitability as gifts for a favored daughter of fortune. Lin Xiaoyu, you have assisted me for so long. I must express my gratitude. This jade hairpin serves as a low-grade offensive artifact, while this ring is a low-grade defensive artifact, and this sword is a low-grade magical sword. Su Xiao, noticing Lin Yinner's astonishment, remarked, I no longer require these artifacts. Since we share a bond, and you have helped me, I bestow them upon you for your protection. Lin Yinner's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly petrified with shock. 3 low-grade magical artifacts equate to 3 high-grade spirit stones. This is incredibly precious. Elder Su, are you truly giving them to her? Su Xiao gently took her hand and placed the artifacts within it, smiling, Do not mention it. This is of little consequence to me. With these 3 artifacts, you shall not be bullied in the outer sect. As Lin Yinner gazed at the artifacts in her hands, her eyes drifted to Su Xiao's aged, wrinkled face. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Kneeling, she wept, Disciple is deeply grateful for your kindness, Elder. Should you ever require anything, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Her initial shock transformed into sheer joy, for she recognized that she had encountered a benefactor of great fortune. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted 3 low-grade magical artifacts, returning mid-grade artifact. By Eugene Chai, mid-grade artifact. Xianguang Jia, mid-grade artifact. Lu Xingjian. 3 mid-grade artifacts have been stored in the spatial vault. Su Xiao, hearing the system's voice, smiled inwardly and nodded. This should be a standard tenfold return, without triggering a critical hit. One mid-grade artifact is roughly equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade artifacts. Although it was not a critical hit, it was still a solid profit. Not bad. Chapter 10. The Sect Square erupted, moved to tears. Lin Yin'er sincerely bid farewell to Xiao before respectfully exiting the courtyard. She gazed at the three artifacts, imbued with a soft radiance, her heart a tumult of emotions. Elder Su had been exceptionally kind to her. In the future, she was determined to repay his kindness, willing to do anything for him. As she traversed the small path from the courtyard to the main road, she discovered her two senior sisters waiting at the entrance. Sisters? What brings you here? Lin Yin'er inquired, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The slightly plump senior sister replied with a smile. We saw you head into Elder Su's courtyard, so we came to check on you. How did it go? Elder Su must be very kind, right? Did he provide any guidance? The slender senior sister looked at Lin Yin'er with eager anticipation. And no guidance at all. Lin Yin'er fluttered her beautiful eyes. What? No guidance? That can't be true. You spent the entire morning with Elder Su, and he didn't instruct you on anything? The plump sister seemed incredulous. Truly, he offered no guidance. I merely helped him with a shoulder massage, Lin Yin'er explained. What? A shoulder massage? The two senior sisters were astonished, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence, signifying that Elder Su held her in high regard. Don't worry, even if he didn't provide guidance this time, he will surely offer you insights next time. The two sisters were thrilled. If Lin Yin'er cultivated a good relationship with Elder Su, they, as her close acquaintances, would undoubtedly benefit as well. Even if we can't enjoy the meat, we can still savor the soup. Wait, junior sister, why do you have so many magical artifacts in your hands? The slender senior sister suddenly exclaimed. These are 3 low-grade, magical artifacts. Where did you acquire them? Lin Yin'er blinked, recalling Elder Su's warm smile, and internally rejoiced. Elder Su gifted these to me as a reward for my massage. Boom. To receive 3 low-grade magical artifacts for a morning-ass shoulder massage? Such a turn of events surpassed their comprehension. No, why not us? The two senior sisters roared internally. The artifacts Lin Yin'er received equated to what they combined could not even obtain. Within the small courtyard, a box of flaky pastries sat on the table. Only 3 remained after their earlier indulgence. The pastries brought by Lin Xiao were quite delectable. Xiao picked up another, savoring it alongside his tea. The pastries likely contained a floral filling, leaving a lingering fragrance upon consumption. With 3 mid-grade artifacts, he felt no urgency. Opportunities would arise again. He had a plan in mind. For the disciples focused on Qi training and foundation establishment, low-grade artifacts sufficed. Mid-grade artifacts were best reserved for those at the Jidan stage and above, ensuring a more significant return. Having checked his spatial vault, he noted there were still 16 low-grade artifacts remaining. He possessed 184 foundation establishment pills, 50 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 Eugene pills for Jidan practitioners. With plenty of resources, he could afford to distribute them gradually without haste. Lin Yin'er displayed promising potential. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, he could bestow her another wave of gifts. The following morning, the Sect Square erupted in commotion. Lin Yin'er was absent, as she was in her chamber, diligently striving for a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. Outside, countless outer sect disciples had lost their focus on meditation and were clustered in groups, fervently discussing Lin Yin'er's recent events. By my mother, have you all heard? It's insane. Absolutely insane. My revered 9 Heavens immortal emperor, Elder Su gifted Lin Shimi 3 low-grade artifacts yesterday. Some disciples in the square were in a frenzy. Though they were low-grade artifacts, they were worth a high-grade spirit stone each. To give them away so freely left them in disbelief. Do you know why Elder Su gifted Lin Shimi those artifacts? Simply because she massaged his shoulders. It's madness, pure madness. A shoulder massage for 3 low-grade artifacts. This world is utterly absurd. I have toiled to complete sect tasks, and it took me years to afford a single low-grade artifact. Yet Lin Yin'er received 3 for a mere massage. I refuse to accept this. I might as well end it all. Don't panic. There's still hope. Listen to my analysis. Elder Su's time is limited. Given his 1,000-year accumulation, he must have many treasures still. Elder Su has no partner, heirs, or disciples. This implies that his possessions will not be inherited by anyone, which is why he is so generous. As this analysis unfolded, all nearby disciples gathered in curiosity. The speaker continued. Lin Shimi was merely fortunate to catch Elder Su's attention. There is nothing extraordinary about her. We must act swiftly and head to Elder Su's residence to seek our fortune. Perhaps he will be so pleased that he will casually offer us a trove of artifacts and pills. After this analysis, all eyes sparkled with excitement. There is truth to that. Why would Elder Su give his belongings to anyone else? Surely he wouldn't take them to the grave. Elder Su, I am coming. I wish to be your godson. No, your grandson. I shall also go. I would gladly serve Elder Su by brewing tea, washing his feet, or preparing his bed. Just to earn his favor and receive a single pill would suffice for my contentment. Me too. If Elder Su would grant me a magical artifact, I would even warm his bed. Have you looked in a mirror? You wouldn't be invited even if you begged. Get lost. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yet only a few dared to descend the mountain toward Su Xiao's courtyard. These individuals were ready to cast aside their dignity. In the Panlong continent, cultivation resources are both scarce and precious, essential for practitioners on their path of enlightenment, even more so than mere currency. Should an opportunity arise, they would willingly face peril, disregarding any shame. Numerous female cultivators with a hint of allure resort to selling their bodies in exchange for resources. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Su. A chorus of disciples echoed from outside, leaving Su Xiao in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why were so many outer disciples converging upon him? Chapter 11. The Woman of Fortune. Jin Liuxiang. Su Xiao rose and stepped outside his courtyard. Before him knelt a sea of individuals, causing his white brows to furrow slightly. A bold outer male disciple spoke. Elder Su, you reside alone on the outer mountain. Maintaining the courtyard must be quite inconvenient. Fear not. Since you are here, we disciples cannot stand idly by. Allow me to handle the cleaning. Without waiting for Su Xiao's reply, he produced a broom from his storage pouch and rushed into the side courtyard, fervently sweeping. The enthusiasm and sincerity of his efforts left Su Xiao momentarily speechless. Observing the scene, other disciples grew anxious at having their task usurped. Elder Su, Brother Zhou cannot clean alone. I shall assist him. Olhat der Elder Su. There is a hornet's nest nearby. Those are venomous bees. Leave it to me. Elder Su, several trees have fallen behind your courtyard. It is rather unsightly, but fear not. I shall restore it to its former glory. As more agile minds among the disciples found tasks, the remaining individuals began brainstorming. Elder Su, your rooms might leak during rain. I shall inspect them for you. This fence is unstable. Allow me to secure it. Elder Su, I will sweep your house. I shall polish the floor. I will unclog the toilet. As each outer disciple discovered peculiar tasks, Su Xiao blinked in astonishment. What was going on? He refrained from reprimanding them, recognizing the wisdom in not striking those who smile. After a moment's thought, he understood. The news of him delivering gifts to Lin Yin'er must have spread. Su Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head. These disciples were undoubtedly envious of Lin Yin'er, seeking to gain some favor from him. How amusing, with their focus on shortcuts rather than genuine endeavors. It was clear he had no intention of bestowing gifts without any benefit to himself. He resolved to wait for their fervor to wane before departing. As he sipped his tea, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Detected the Woman of Fortune, Jin Liuxiang. Fortune level. Return multiplier, 10x. Bond level, 10. There is a woman of fortune among them. Su Xiao's eyes widened as he gazed towards the direction indicated by the system. There, a young woman clad in a light blue robe caught his eye, diligently watering the green plants he had cultivated in a corner of the courtyard. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards him, clearly hoping for a stroke of luck. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he closed them, silently observing her with his divine sense. It was not opportune to act with so many present. He would wait for a more favorable moment to approach her. Did Elder Su just look at me? Jin Liuxiang's heart raced as she watered the plants, excitement bubbling within her. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with anticipation, sensing her suspicions might be correct. Since the news of Elder Su gifting to Lin Yin'er had spread among the outer disciples, she had been analyzing the situation. Based on Elder Su's peculiar gaze earlier, She concluded that he might be an elderly man yearning for companionship. Jean Liuxiang was no naive girl. She had diligently cultivated her way to the second level of foundation establishment, relying on her sharp intellect and understanding of men's natures. Although she had never engaged in intimate relations, she adeptly maneuvered the affections of her male peers to acquire cultivation resources. Indeed, Jean Liuxiang felt invigorated. Older men were still men, and every man surely had an appreciation for beautiful female cultivators like herself. With newfound confidence, she cast a scornful glance at the eager disciples surrounding her. They were foolish, utterly unaware of Elder Su's true desires, wasting their efforts. Time passed slowly as Jean Liuxiang continued her watering task. She was in no rush, as long as Elder Su did not dismiss her. She had her own methods to engage with a man like him. Meanwhile, those cleaning the courtyard had swept it 3 times and found nothing left to do. Seeing Su Xiao remain still in his rocking chair, they sighed and respectfully took their leave. What else could they do? They couldn't remain in Elder Su's side courtyard indefinitely. Alas, it seemed this opportunity was not as easily attained as they had hoped. As the last of the cleaning disciples departed, Jean Liuxiang remained. After finishing her task, she approached Su Xiao, her demeanor gentle as she bid him farewell, her eyes glimmering with hope as she glanced at the elder. Su Xiao rose to meet her, admiring the way the long robe accentuated her exquisite figure. Her beauty was enchanting, her skin flawless and radiant. She possessed a captivating figure, her robe barely concealing her curves, a flat abdomen devoid of any excess. Her delicate waist swayed gracefully, her eyes sparkling with affection. What a bewitching little enchantress, Su Xiao exhaled softly, gazing at her with a smile. Young friend, what is your name? At his inquiry, Jean Liuxiang's eyes brightened. She was the first to be asked. With a shy yet intense gaze, she replied, I am Jean Liuxiang, disciple. Su Xiao nodded, inquiring further, what is your current cultivation level? Foundation establishment, second level. Do you have a master? Yes, my master is Zhou Xiao, an enforcer in the law enforcement team. Su Xiao acknowledged her, noting that Zhou Xiao was indeed under Lu Denian's command. A woman of fortune at such a young age, only around 20, already at the foundation establishment level, certainly a gifted disciple. The system's assessments were indisputable, and they were all stunningly beautiful. Ha, Su Xiao chuckled. I appreciate your assistance in tending to my garden today, Jean Xiaoyu. I feel a connection with you, and, as a token of gratitude, I shall gift you 10 foundation establishment pills. As I am aged, I have no use for them. With that, he retrieved 10 pristine foundation establishment pills from his spatial storage and presented them to Jean Liuxiang. Her eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with delight as she gazed at the precious pills. Immediately, she knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Disciple thanks Elder Su profusely. At that moment, a group of outer disciples who had lingered in the distance, watching in disbelief, were left dumbfounded. He really gifted them. Chapter 12. The supreme longevity pill those disciples hiding nearby were unwilling to leave, merely wishing to observe whether Elder Su would indeed bestow gifts. To their astonishment, he truly had, and it was bestowed upon the last disciple remaining. Now, regret flooded their hearts. Was their time spent working insufficient? How infuriating! Had they known, they would have stayed. In the secluded courtyard, Su Xiao observed Jean Liuxiang, who was kneeling in gratitude before him, as the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. This marks the first gift to Jean Liuxiang, triggering a 100-fold critical strike, returning an exquisite longevity pill. The exquisite longevity pill grants an increase of 300 years to one's lifespan. 300 years? Su Xiao felt a surge of joy within. Was this not precisely what he required? His current lifespan was limited to 51 years, and it would remain unchanged until he ascended to the 9th level of Yuaning. Only by undergoing the Thunder Tribulation again and breaking through to the transformation stage could his lifespan increase from 1,000 years to 3,000. Indeed, 300 years of life was a remarkable boon. With the system at his disposal, reaching the transformation stage would be effortless. As he regarded Jean Liuxiang, Su Xiao's spirits lifted, and he stepped forward to assist her in rising. Ah, Jean Xiaoyu, There is no need for such formalities. We are fated to meet. And should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, he offered. Jean Liuxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily. Observing the warm smile of the elder, she internally chuckled. Su Zhonglao, it seems, is indeed a man of advancing years with a desire for companionship. As Su Xiao helped her, she suddenly leaned forward, seemingly losing her balance. Jean Liuxiang found herself collapsing into Su Xiao's embrace. Taken aback, Su Xiao exclaimed, "Oh dear. Su Zhonglao, I apologize. I merely twisted my ankle." She steadied herself against him and, after expressing her gratitude, departed. Yet in her heart, she was now utterly convinced. Su Zhonglao was undeniably so. "Ha, no harm done," Su Xiao replied with a tranquil smile. "Jean Xiaoyu, do take care. Should you face any challenges, do come to me." At this moment, Jean Liuxiang respectfully thanked him. Disciple is deeply grateful for the elder's kindness. Su Zhonglao's generosity is unrivaled. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not refuse. After exchanging a few more expressions of gratitude, she left with newfound confidence, exhilarated. Compared to her fellow disciples and her master, Zhou Xiao, Su Zhonglao was incomparable. If she could curry favor with him, her path to cultivation would be assured. The scene in the courtyard left the onlookers utterly astonished. What had transpired? That manipulative Jean Liuxiang had actually thrown herself into Su Zhonglao's arms. Moreover, Su Zhonglao had not resisted. Good heavens, what had they just witnessed? In that moment, the hearts of the dozen or so disciples remained frozen in shock. Jean Liuxiang, could she be planning to use her charms to gain Su Zhonglao's resources? Su Zhonglao, you must not be beguiled by that scheming woman. Within the secluded courtyard, Jean Liuxiang revealed herself to be a woman of cunning. However, it mattered not. As long as she was a woman of fortune, he would welcome her with open arms. She was but one of many potential allies, and in pursuit of longevity, he would rely on the return of these fortunate women. Taking out the shimmering, exquisite longevity pill from his spatial pouch, Su Xiao examined it closely. Once a pill reaches the exquisite quality, its value is astronomical. The longevity pill that Ji Shui had given him was likely of medium quality, only extending his life by 50 years, whereas this exquisite one promised 300 years. Without further contemplation, Su Xiao consumed the longevity pill in one swift motion, deciding against gifting it further. Instantaneously, a surge of vitality coursed through his body, beginning from his internal organs and gradually spreading throughout. In the end, he felt rejuvenated, as if he were in his youth once more. His previously withered skin and aged appearance improved noticeably. Wrinkles softened, and his internal organs and muscles were profoundly restored by the exquisite longevity pill. He felt no less than a young man, if not surpassing them in certain aspects. Satisfied, he nodded with a smile. Name, Su Xiao. Age, 1008 years. Realm, Foundation Establishment. 4th level, Special Physique, none. Remaining lifespan, 301 years. It seemed the longevity pill could not be reused. Su Xiao noted that the remaining lifespan indicated that the effects of the exquisite longevity pill had superseded those of the previous one. He then seated himself on the meditation cushion and began practicing the mysterious longevity technique. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation for lasting progress. The following day, not only the sect square, but also the accommodations for both male and female disciples erupted with chatter. Unbeknownst to him, someone had leaked the information about Su Xiao gifting 10 Foundation Establishment pills to Jean Liuxiang, leading to widespread discussion among the outer sect. Su Zhonglao has gifted again. 10 Foundation Establishment pills. 10 Foundation Establishment pills. Mind you, that Jean Liuxiang merely watered the flowers in Su Zhonglao's courtyard, and upon leaving, he gifted her 10 pills. Insanity. Su Zhonglao has truly lost his mind. In the accommodations, a cluster of disciples gathered. First, it was Lin Yin'er, and now Jean Liuxiang. Have you noticed a pattern? Su Zhonglao only gifts recognized beauties of our outer mountain. What do you mean by that? I will not allow you to slander Su Zhonglao. Do you have a death wish? Su Zhonglao is well past his prime. How could he still harbor such thoughts? I refuse to believe it. There must be another reason. Jean Liuxiang was the last to leave the courtyard. Su Zhonglao surely noticed her determination. Exactly. Su Zhonglao is such a good man. This must have been a test, and only Jin Liuxiang passed. In an instant, Su Zhao's dignified image was once again solidified. Chapter 13. Jin Liuxiang's speculations. The murmurs in the accommodation area continued, predominantly criticizing Jin Liuxiang. This woman, having received benefits, was not content and now intended to seduce Su Zhonglao for even greater advantages. As for the opportunities associated with Su Zhonglao, the disciples understood that they were not easily attainable, and thus they could only plot for the long term. In the women's accommodation area, within a fragrant and exquisite chamber, Jin Liuxiang gazed at the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hands, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. Lin Yin'er spent half a day in Su Zhonglao's courtyard and received 3 low-grade magical artifacts. I stayed for the same duration, yet all I received were 10 foundation establishment pills. Is something amiss? Gradually, Jin Liuxiang began to entertain such notions. Lin Yin'er, I see you have discerned Su Zhonglao's needs. Did you not offer yourself during that half-day? 3 low-grade magical artifacts are a staggering sum for us outer sect disciples. Su Zhonglao would never part with them lightly. Lin Yin'er must have done something during that time. Even if she did not directly offer herself, she certainly provided Su Zhonglao with ample benefits. Realizing this, Jin Liuxiang's heart sank further. In terms of appearance, she believed she was no less than Lin Yin'er. In terms of cultivation, she surpassed Lin Yin'er by several levels. If the latter could obtain such rewards, why could she not? With this thought, a resolute glimmer filled her eyes. She had entered Zhou Zhao's tutelage at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, not solely due to her talent, but also because Zhou Xiao had been drawn to her beauty. However, she had been astute enough not to let Zhou Xiao take advantage of her. Yet, submitting herself was only a matter of time. She was now well aware of the unspoken rules within the sect. Having now established a connection with Su Zhonglao, Zhou Xiao seemed insignificant in comparison. If she served Su Zhonglao well in his twilight years, perhaps his legacy would one day belong to her. Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled with ambition. What mattered was not mere beauty, but tangible benefits. She aspired to ascend the ranks of cultivation, to become someone of significance. Su Zhonglao's age was inconsequential. She could accept that. With this resolution, she sat beside her vanity, preparing to adorn herself. Tonight, she would decisively win over Su Zhonglao, ensuring he would allocate even more resources to her. Lin Yin'er was currently in seclusion, presenting an opportune moment. By afternoon, Su Xiao had been meditating on the cushion for an entire day. The digestion speed of the Zhuji Dan has slowed, and I have only managed to consume 2 pills. My cultivation level has reached the 5th stage of Zhuji. Although this pace is slower than in previous days, in comparison to others, it feels as if I'm soaring like a rocket. Exhaling softly, Su Xiao paused his cultivation practice, intending to rest and rejuvenate before continuing. The spatial storage is brimming with treasures and exquisite artifacts. There's no need to worry about strength. Even if a Yuanying stage cultivator were to attack, I could easily retreat unscathed, and perhaps even counterattack. It can be said that with the South Ming Lihua sword in my possession, my strength is scarcely diminished compared to my peak. At this moment, a few female voices called out from outside. Disciple has come to pay respects to Elder Su. Su Zhao's expression shifted, and he rose to open the door. Standing outside were 5 or 6 female disciples, all clad in light blue robes, indicating their status as outer disciples. What brings you here? He inquired. The system detected no auspicious daughters among them. They were merely ordinary disciples. One of the girls, with an unremarkable face, swallowed nervously. Summoning her courage, she knelt and boldly said, Elder Su, it must be quite inconvenient for you to live here alone. I wish to serve you, to bring you tea and water, and I can cook as well. Please do not disdain my offer. Seeing someone take the initiative, another girl with a round face knelt and echoed, Me too. Elder Su, let me be your maid. I will serve you well. The remaining disciples all knelt on the ground, each vying to become Su Zhao's servant. Some even claimed they would do anything. They had all heard rumors of Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang and had come to Su Xiao to try their luck. If the elder were to take a liking to them, it would be a meteoric rise. Su Xiao swallowed hard, looking at the 5 or 6 women, silently shaking his head. What a sight! Unremarkable faces had come to him. There were a couple who were somewhat presentable, but certainly not auspicious daughters. He understood their intentions. But as a highly respected inner sect elder, how could he accept disciples as maids? Such actions would tarnish his reputation. Dear friends, he spoke with a gentle demeanor, radiating the warmth of an elder. I am quite well on my own and do not require your assistance. Without returning any gifts, these individuals held no connection to him. The female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disappointment. Indeed, how could such a venerable elder inexplicably bestow resources upon them? Those wretched boys dared to spread rumors about Elder Su. They were truly despicable. It was infuriating that they had come in vain, not daring to offend Su Xiao further. The 5 or 6 women bowed awkwardly and departed the courtyard. As they reached the main path, Jean Lu Xiang, also clad in a light blue robe, approached. Upon seeing her, the women exchanged mocking glances. This woman has come too? No need to guess. She must have the same intentions. Let us see how Elder Su drives her away. Jean Lu Xiang, upon noticing the expressions of the others, could surmise their thoughts. With confidence, she strolled toward the small courtyard. What airs this woman has! Elder Su will not fall for her charms. I am eager to see how she leaves in disgrace. The round-faced girl instantly grew displeased. Were it not for her companions holding her back, she would have rushed over to berate Jean Lu Xiang. Wait, we will stay right here. I want to see her expression when she is turned away. Inside the small courtyard, upon Su Zhao's invitation, Jean Lu Xiang entered the room. Observing the meticulously dressed and enchanting Jean Lu Xiang before him, Su Xiao smiled kindly, contemplating how to present her with a gift. Jean Lu Xiang came under the pretense of expressing gratitude for the 10 Juji Dan he had given her. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed. She gathered her courage and said, Elder Su, I hope to discuss a matter with you. Oh, Su Xiao glanced at her. She spoke before he had even uttered a word. What would you like to discuss, my dear Jean? Su Xiao sat at the bedside, smiling gently. Judging by her expression, he had an inkling of her intentions. Jean Lu Xiang, sensing Su Xiao's interest, gradually gained confidence. Elder Su, please do not take offense. I have heard that you only have a year left to live. I am willing to serve as your maid until you depart from this world. This made Su Xiao furrow his brow slightly as he began to contemplate. Serving as a maid was not unthinkable, which meant he could bestow gifts upon her without needing an elaborate reason. Furthermore, she was indeed quite beautiful. His eyes brightened at this thought. Are you truly willing? With a light laugh, she replied, I am willing. Jean Lu Xiang had her own calculations. With only a year left to live, Su Xiao wouldn't require her service for long. In the end, she could receive a substantial amount of cultivation resources and perhaps even become an inner disciple under Su Xiao's guidance. Very well, Su Xiao responded with a smile, Jean. Rest assured, as my maid, you need not worry about cultivation resources. I shall assist you. Thank you, Elder. Jean Lu Xiang exclaimed joyfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The worry for her future resources dissipated. Looking at Su Xiao, she felt a sense of triumph. Yet, knowing he had lived for a millennium, she realized he was astute. She needed to demonstrate her sincerity, especially since he had already gifted her 10 precious Juji Dan. Her charming face flushed as she boldly approached him. Congratulations, host. Your bond with the auspicious daughter, Jean Lu Xiang, has increased to level 2. Auspicious daughter, Jean Lu Xiang. Auspicious level, return multiplier, 20 times bond level. The next morning, both donned their clothing. It turned out they needed to achieve this to level up. In the room, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air as Su Xiao sat at the table. Jean, do you possess any magical artifacts? With a lingering blush, Jean Lu Xiang's eyes lit up. I have a low-grade magic sword, gifted by my master. She shyly took a seat on the edge of the bed. Su Xiao smiled gently, retrieving a mid-grade magic artifact, a jade hairpin, and a low-grade defensive ring from his spatial storage. He also produced 10 superior spirit stones, placing them on the side table. Here is a mid-grade magic artifact, a low-grade magic artifact, and 10 superior spirit stones. Jean, these should be the most you can use for now. Keep them for your protection. Mid-grade magic artifact, 10 superior spirit stones. Jean Lu Xiang was astonished. She gazed at the jade hairpin emitting a faint glow, her heart racing with excitement. The 10 superior spirit stones equated to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Her face flushed with joy as she gathered the items into her storage bag. "Thank you, Elder Su. I will come to serve you every few days." Jean Luxiang was ecstatic, embracing Su Xiao in excitement. The fragrant breeze swirled around them. In her heart, she looked down on her master, Zhou Xiao. While he had only given her a low-grade magic sword, Elder Su was so generous and magnanimous. Su Xiao chuckled. "This is merely a small gesture. I have said before, Jean, we are fated. Even if you do not serve this old man, I would still bestow gifts upon you." Given her sincerity, he certainly could not treat her poorly. It was a win-win situation. "Congratulations, host. Successfully gifting the mid-grade magic artifact, Jade Hairpin, has increased your bond level for the first time, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Returning the exquisite magic artifact, Sihai Sheng Ping Zhu. Sihai Sheng Ping Zhu. Exquisite magic artifact, upon use, releases corrosive water to weaken the enemy, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade magic ring, returning 2 mid-grade magic rings. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones, returning 200 high-grade spirit stones. The return was successful, and a 1,000-fold critical hit was triggered, leaving Su Xiao nodding in satisfaction. After some tender moments, Jean Luxiang, her face flushed, respectfully departed the room. Such boldness, indeed. Dismissing further thoughts, Su Xiao began organizing his spatial repository. Following this return, the contents of his spatial repository had multiplied significantly. Among his treasures was the Nanming Lihua sword. Exceptional artifacts included the Jiutian Shinfeng hairpin and the Sihai Shengping pendant. Among the rare elixirs was the Supreme Beauty Pill. He possessed 240 high-grade spirit stones, 172 Foundation Establishment pills, 16 low-grade artifacts, 3 mid-grade magic rings, and 1 mid-grade magic sword. This wealth of resources was sufficient to establish a small sect. The 10,000-fold return system was truly exhilarating. In a pleasant mood, Su Xiao sat on a mat, cultivating the Piaomiao Chongqing Ju in a state of bliss. Jean Luxiang's face remained flushed, not merely due to her newfound wealth of cultivation resources, but also because she was experiencing the complexities of human interactions for the first time. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Elder Su undoubtedly possessed many more valuable items. As for a romantic partner, that was out of the question. Elder Su held great respect within the sect, and if their matters were to leak, it would be detrimental to both parties. Confidentiality was paramount. She would certainly refrain from speaking indiscreetly, and Elder Su would be even less likely to let such matters slip. Jean Luxiang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She no longer had to concern herself with the displeasure of her unappealing master, Zhou Xiao, an unattractive middle-aged man. Even the aging Elder Su was 100 times more handsome. Moreover, Elder Su exuded kindness, clearly a good-hearted individual. Their transaction was merely a reflection of Elder Su's age and solitude. In terms of character, wealth, and status, Elder Su far surpassed the repugnant Zhou Xiao. Now, Jean Luxiang found Su Xiao pleasing in every regard. In comparison to Zhou Xiao, he was utterly incomparable. Elder Su was indeed quite admirable. At the foot of the mountain path, Senior Sister, Jean Luxiang has emerged. A round-faced girl tugged at her companion's sleeve, and several female cultivators immediately perked up. They had spent the entire night hiding nearby, waiting for Jean Luxiang's appearance. When they finally beheld her visage, they were struck dumb with astonishment. Although Jean Luxiang remained beautiful, her makeup was somewhat disheveled. The girls, now dazed, could hardly believe their eyes. They were not young maidens. The eldest among them was nearly 40. Seeing Jean Luxiang in such a state left them unsteady on their feet. It was evident she had spent the night with a formidable man. Yet, he had remained in Elder Su's courtyard throughout the night. As they observed Jean Luxiang hurriedly departing, casting furtive glances as if fearing detection, their suspicions were further confirmed. Elder Su, you must not be beguiled by this vixen." The group of women collapsed in the woods, unable to accept the reality they had witnessed. Jean Luxiang prepared to seek out Elder Su once more, confident that the affluent elder would find her requests trivial. As afternoon approached, the entire outer mountain erupted with gossip. Rumors regarding Elder Su spread like wildfire, and nearly every outer sect disciple was engaged in fervent discussion about the matter. At the sect's outer mountain square, disbelief reigned. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that Elder Su could be such a person. Brothers, this is no longer a matter of belief. Someone witnessed Jin Liuxiang leaving Elder Su's courtyard after spending the entire night there. Consider this. Elder Su has only gifted 2 individuals, Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang, both of whom are renowned beauties among us. Lin Yin'er received 3 low-grade artifacts after spending an entire morning in Elder Su's courtyard, while Jin Liuxiang's visit lasted a full night. Initially, I too was skeptical, but now, reports suggest Jin Liuxiang has entered seclusion. She must have gained significant benefits from Elder Su. This does not imply that Elder Su has any improper relationship with them. Brothers, face the reality. Elder Su is a good man, but he is still a man. It is possible that both Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang have ambiguous relationships with Elder Su. No, I cannot accept this. Elder Su, please come forth and clarify. Elder Su, tell me this is not true. The disciples lamented, unable to cope with the shocking revelations. They yearned for Elder Su to be the perfect mentor, a bastion of support as they grew. Yet, regardless of their wishes, the rumors surrounding Su Xiao had irrevocably spread, even reaching the grand hall where the outer sect elders convened. In the resplendent back hall, Lu Danian, clad in a bagua robe, sat nearby, his expression shifting between awkwardness, stolen smiles, and nervousness, ultimately settling into a sense of acceptance. Elder, if you had such intentions, you could have simply informed your disciples earlier instead of incurring such expenses. A month passed. Within the hall, over a dozen similarly attired outer sect elders sat, both male and female, all holding high positions within the sect. Their expressions mirrored Lu Danian's, yet many wore looks of bewilderment and embarrassment. The entire outer mountain was abuzz with scandal, and their disciples had reported the matter to them long ago. An elderly man could no longer contain himself, and spoke up, Lu Elder, you are close to Su Elder. Perhaps you should consult him for clarification. If these rumors are unfounded, we can swiftly act to advise our disciples against spreading them. After all, Su Elder is highly respected within our sect, and if such rumors are not quelled, they may adversely affect both our sect and Elder Su. The outer sect elders were internally skeptical. Su Xiao, with his extensive qualifications and high status, had maintained an unblemished reputation within the sect for a millennium. The notion that the aging elder Su could engage in inappropriate relationships with young female disciples, or even maintain such relationships through cultivation resources, was beyond comprehension. Lu Danian observed the expressions of the surrounding high-ranking elders, feeling increasingly awkward. He had witnessed the peculiarities of Elder Su's actions, which indeed involved gifting beautiful female cultivators. The idea of Elder Su fostering such relationships seemed inescapable. Esteemed elders, Lu Danian declared gravely, I believe we need not question Su Elder further. He is in the twilight of his years, alone and isolated in our outer mountain. Do you wish to disturb our revered elder with such foolish matters? It is utterly absurd. The group of outer elders frowned, silently agreeing. Indeed, the situation was preposterous, and they felt embarrassed to confront Elder Su about it. Lu Danian continued earnestly, furthermore, Elder Su is now elderly and frail. Is it so wrong for him to cultivate relationships with female disciples and offer them gifts? He has endured a lifetime of hardship. Following his failed tribulation, is it unreasonable for him to seek companionship in his later years? Upon hearing these words, the surrounding elders initially nodded in agreement, but soon their expressions shifted to shock as they processed Lu Danian's implications. What does Lu Elder mean? Is it possible that Elder Su truly has interactions with his female disciples? The elders' expressions grew increasingly peculiar, disbelief filling their eyes. They could hardly fathom the possibility of Elder Su engaging in such conduct. Impossible. Before Elder Su's partner entered the sect, we must quell these rumors among the outer disciples. The insidious rumors should not hinder Su Sherbua's pursuit of companionship, and thus I must trouble you all. This shocking revelation has left the surrounding elders astounded and bewildered. A Tao companion? Elder Su, who is nearing the end of his days, still seeks a partner to bear offspring. The astonishment, even fear, was palpable. Each outer sect elder displayed a fascinating array of expressions, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. Elder Lu's stance echoed that of the sect leader. What would they possibly say? Even if they harbored doubts, their hearts began to waver. Could it be that Elder Su, in his twilight years, suddenly found an interest in women? How utterly surreal! How bizarre! Yet on the surface, the assembly of elders refrained from further comment, all feigning agreement. Regardless of whether Elder Su truly indulged in a female disciple, the propagation of such rumors must be curtailed. The scandal of patronage must be swiftly suppressed. In the following month, the outer sect began to impose strict regulations on the disciples' discourse, forbidding any public discussions regarding Su Xiao's allegations. At least publicly, the disciples of the outer sect seemed cowed into silence. With a dual approach, my cultivation reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Having consumed 3 high-quality spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills. Achieving 2 levels in 1 month, my cultivation speed stabilized. However, even this equilibrium represented a pace unattainable by ordinary cultivators. Not everyone possesses an inexhaustible supply of high-quality spirit stones and foundation establishment pills at this stage. During this time, Jean Liuxiang sought me out twice. Within reasonable bounds, I generously gifted her 20 foundation establishment pills and returned 40 yuan gene pills meant for core formation cultivators, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Under my patronage, Jean Liuxiang attained the 3rd level of foundation establishment. As for Lin Yenner, she has not been seen for a month and is likely in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. One evening, as Jean Liuxiang's supply of foundation establishment pills neared depletion, she adorned herself in her fragrant chamber and, in high spirits, quietly made her way to my secluded residence. With an unlimited supply of foundation establishment pills, her cultivation advanced swiftly. Reflecting on our transaction, Jean Liuxiang felt it was incredibly advantageous. Initially, the disciples of the outer sect were critical of her, but they soon fell silent, now looking upon her with awe. Even some female disciples gazed at her with extreme envy. Beyond the tangible benefits, her vanity had also been greatly satisfied. Should I publicly acknowledge our relationship, she would not hesitate to embrace it. Indeed, she would eagerly await it. Elder Su is the true figure she longs to align with. The mere thought of her master, Zhou Xiao, now filled Jean Liuxiang with revulsion. Throughout the month, she had no desire to even see him. Just as she departed the lodging area, heading to my residence, a young man stealthily emerged not far behind her. Junior sister Jean is seeking Elder Su again. How many times has it been? This is intolerable. What could that decrepit old man possibly offer? The young man seethed at the sight of her alluring figure, nearly exploding with rage. The mere thought of his junior sister's actions made him tremble, nearly bringing him to the brink of bloodshed. Junior sister, this time Master will not let you off lightly. Scoundrels. Chapter 17. Zhou Xiao schemed the young man, possessing a long face and an unremarkable appearance. Donned a light blue outer sect robe as a deacon of the law enforcement team and Zhou Xiao's eldest disciple, also serving as Jean Liuxiang's nominal senior brother. Ever since Jean Liuxiang became his master's disciple, both he and another junior brother had been utterly captivated. Such a beautiful junior sister, one of the 2 most stunning in the entire outer sect. She was nothing short of a green tea bitch, having swindled countless spirit stones and pills from him and his junior brother. Yet, despite their efforts, they had barely touched her. Now, she was openly consorting with Elder Su for cultivation resources. He felt utterly humiliated, although he knew that his master, Zhou Xiao, harbored feelings for Jean Liuxiang. He could no longer endure it. He must inform his master and let him confront this pair of scoundrels. Elder Su, who appeared dignified and virtuous, was secretly engaging in such lewdness. Moreover, he had the outer sect elders suppressing public discourse. Shameless, disgraceful, fueled by rage, the long-faced youth made his way directly to Zhou Xiao's cave dwelling. Behind the male disciples' lodging area lay an elegant and spacious courtyard, the residence of the outer sect's elder deacons, where Zhou Xiao resided. At this moment, Zhou Xiao sat in the courtyard hall, listening to the long-faced youth's report, and with a sharp crack, he shattered the teacup in his hand. Xiao, an unattractive middle-aged man of short stature with a face marred by acne scars, was incensed. Rising to roar, Jin Liuxiang, that wretched woman! His fury was evident, his chest heaving as he trembled from the shock of the long-faced youth's revelations. Jin Liuxiang was the female disciple he had specifically chosen for his own enjoyment. With her outstanding beauty and youth, he had already invested in a low-grade magical artifact for her, waiting for her to yield. To his dismay, she had been intercepted by Elder Su. Malu, how many times has that wretched Jin Liuxiang visited Elder Su's residence this month? Xiao demanded angrily. Initially, he had dismissed the rumors, unable to fathom that someone as esteemed as Elder Su would engage in such behavior. But now, with his eldest disciple witnessing it firsthand multiple times, coupled with Jin Liuxiang's recent coldness towards him, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Wretched woman, the long-faced youth, Malu, replied venomously. This is the third time. Master, junior sister has visited Elder Su's residence 3 times. Moreover, she emerges each time with a radiant glow, clearly having spent intimate moments with him. Master, we cannot let Jin Liuxiang off the hook. Beside Malu sat a tall, slender male disciple, his junior brother, who was equally furious, his face contorted with rage. Xiao's expression twisted into a sinister scowl, his already unattractive visage becoming increasingly grotesque. The acne scars seemed to ooze, a truly repugnant sight. Gritting his teeth, he sat down, gazing at the darkening sky outside, feeling an overwhelming discomfort at the thought of Jin Liuxiang and Su Xiao. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Xiao spoke in a low voice. Did Jin Liuxiang go to Elder Su again? Yes. Ma Liu confirmed. It's certain, master. They might be entangled in bed right now. Infuriating. Xiao was consumed by distress, unable to comprehend how such a situation could unfold before him. If Jin Liuxiang were an ordinary disciple, he would have stormed in, accusing them of adultery and demanding their execution under the law enforcement team's authority. However, Elder Su was no ordinary disciple. He was an inter-sect elder and the sect leader's senior brother. Master, we cannot simply let them go unpunished. We may not be able to confront Elder Su, but Jin Liuxiang must be dealt with severely. Ma Lu and his junior brother fanned the flames of his indignation. Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly arriving at a decision. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he smirked. Elder Su is merely a figure of high reputation. In truth, he is just a foundation establishment cultivator, insignificant. That wretched Jin Liuxiang must be after Elder Su's legacy, willingly engaging in such disgraceful acts. Now that I am aware of this, I cannot allow her to have her way. Prepare yourselves. We shall head to Elder Su's residence to catch them in the act. Ma Lu and his companion were taken aback. Master, we are going directly to Elder Su's residence. Is that appropriate? He is Elder Lu's senior brother. Xiao's cold laughter echoed. Who will know if we keep silent? Once we catch them in their indiscretions, Elder Su will undoubtedly be too afraid to make it public or seek assistance. Perhaps he will even offer us a substantial sum to keep our mouths shut. As for Jin Liuxiang, she will naturally no longer dare to frolic with Elder Su in the future and will obediently remain under my tutelage. His actions are akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By catching them in the act, he can extort resources from Elder Su while simultaneously seizing leverage over Jin Liuxiang. That little beauty will have no choice but to obey him, following his every command. Vile creature, just wait and see how I deal with you. Moreover, the other party is merely a foundation-building elder now, posing no threat to us whatsoever. Rest assured. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Ma Lu and his companion breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. The master's words ring true. Once we catch them in the act, not only can we demand a hush money, but we can also completely control Jin Liuxiang. The 3 of them secretly devised a plan. When the moon rose high in the sky, they donned dark clothing and stealthily made their way towards Su Xiao's courtyard under the moonlight. In the Su Xiao courtyard, within the bedroom. Elder Su, you are so generous. You must have plenty of resources on you, right? Jin Liuxiang exhaled softly, her delicate face slightly flushed. Su Xiao chuckled. Not much, but Liuxiang, fear not. Although it may not be plentiful, It will surely suffice for your needs. Even if I were to depart this world, I would not treat you poorly. He secretly delighted in this thought. Indeed, he would not treat her poorly. Her bond level had already risen to level 2. Even her luck level had recently increased significantly. In the future, he planned to bestow her with more gifts to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. This was undoubtedly Jean Liuxiang's fortune. Overall, she was a woman of character and principles. She made her desires clear without any pretense, which made it easier for Xiao to present her with gifts without needing to fabricate reasons. Such a fortuitous woman was truly tailor-made for him. He decided to provide her with all the resources she needed for her cultivation. Really? Liuxiang? Thank you, Elder Su. Jean Liuxiang's expression brightened, her snow-white cheeks glowing with a hint of crimson. At that moment, Xiao cast his gaze toward a certain direction outside the room. What is it, Elder? Jean Liuxiang's expression changed. Xiao, his demeanor serious, replied, There are a few individuals approaching the courtyard. I suspect they harbor ill intentions. As he used his spiritual sense to perceive the surroundings, he quickly donned a gray robe. Within his range of perception, he detected 3 sneaky figures making their way toward his small courtyard. Although his cultivation had fallen to the foundation building stage, his spiritual sense remained intact, still at the 9th level of Yuanying. While it might not serve much purpose in combat, his ability to detect and sense far surpassed that of foundation building practitioners. Someone is coming? Jean Liuxiang's countenance shifted. She hurriedly got out of bed and donned her sex robe. It is indeed 3 rascals. Su Xiao Se Gun Li. From the path they had taken to approach, he could tell they were not well-intentioned. They were most likely here to investigate the matter between him and Jean Liuxiang. Go, he murmured, and instantly, a fiery red sword light shot out from the window. The brilliant glow illuminated the ground, exuding an astonishing power. Elder? Jean Liuxiang, now fully dressed, had her gaze fixed on the sword light. Just moments ago, Xiao had unleashed the fiery flying sword, and its overwhelming might left even her heart trembling. This was undoubtedly a superior grade magical artifact, perhaps even an exceptional one. Jean Liuxiang felt a mixture of joy and shock. The old man, once a formidable 9th level Yuanying cultivator, was not to be trifled with, even after his fall to the foundation building stage. Not far outside the small courtyard, when Xiao and the others witnessed the fiery sword light soaring from the room, they were left speechless in astonishment. Sensing the irresistible might emanating from it, their faces turned pale with fear, momentarily frozen in shock. That fiery red sword felt at least like a superior grade magical artifact. Aodesu, they have discovered us. Xiao shouted in panic. As a 6th level Jidan cultivator, he trembled at the sight of the fiery sword hurtling towards them, unable to summon even a shred of resistance. How could Elder Su possess such strength? Impossible. Master, what do we do? Ma Lu and his companion were so frightened they could scarcely move. It was over. They had been exposed. Moreover, Elder Su was terrifyingly powerful. As the fiery sword approached, the 3 of them hastily summoned their flying swords to defend themselves. Bang! 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 However, the moment their flying swords made contact with the fiery red sword, they were shattered into pieces, utterly incapable of hindering its advance. Impossible. Zhou Zhao's face changed dramatically as he screamed in terror. But it was too late. Under Su Zhao's control, the Nanming Li Hua sword swiftly sliced through the lower halves of the 3 assailants. In an instant, their thighs were severed, their upper bodies collapsing to the ground in agonizing cries. Zhou Xiao and his companions writhed in pain on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. With a single strike, they were utterly subdued. The severed portions of their legs were charred to blackened cinders. In the future, even if they wished to reattach their limbs, they would have to remove a portion of the rotting flesh, rendering them shorter by several inches. Su Xiao opened the door, and he and Jean Liuxiang stepped out of the courtyard, arriving at the scene where the 3 men lay in the forest. Master, it's you. Upon recognizing the 3 figures sprawled on the ground, Jean Liuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with astonishment. Su Xiao glanced at the hideous middle-aged man, chuckling coldly as he said, Liuxiang, is this your master or senior brother? It is Elder Su. He is Zhou Xiao. The astute Jean Liuxiang instantly deduced the purpose of her master's visit. She now felt nothing but disdain for these three, wishing for nothing more than their swift demise. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao and his companions looked at Su Xiao and Jean Liuxiang. Their faces drained of color as fear gripped them. "Ao de Su, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhou Xiao wailed in agony on the ground, his face pale, his ugly countenance reflecting deep fear and regret. Who would have thought that this elder Su, who had failed his tribulation, still possessed such power? They were doomed, completely doomed. Su Xiao smiled gently and approached, saying, "Zhou Xiao, I recognize you. You are one of my disciple Lu Dajing's subordinates, right? What brings you here at this late hour? I assumed you were some sort of thief, so I acted preemptively." At this moment, he understood the true intent behind their visit. Was it not merely to catch him in the act of infidelity? Each one of them neglected their cultivation, constantly fixated on Jean Liuxiang. Such individuals had no hope of attaining the great Tao. The sect would need to manage them properly. Su Xiao Sai Yin Hua Li. At this moment, he naturally concealed his own presence. He was simply building a rapport with the fortunate woman, facilitating future gifts as he embarked on the path of longevity. "Indeed, Elder Su, I am indeed one of Elder Lu's subordinates." Zhou Xiao and the others pleaded, "Elder Su, for Elder Lu's sake, please spare us. It's all a misunderstanding. Ao de Su, we were merely momentarily bewitched by our own greed, trying to secretly investigate your affairs." Zhou Xiao struggled to rise, kneeling before Su Xiao in a half-limping posture, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. Meanwhile, Ma Lu and his companion, having lost their legs, lacked the strength to stand. Jean Liuxiang regarded her repugnant and contemptible master with increasing disgust. She then surreptitiously stole a glance at the tall, handsome Su Xiao. In that moment, her heart brimmed with joy. Elder Su is truly a person worthy of trust. This is the leg to cling to. Admiration and reverence filled her heart as she beheld Su Xiao, who displayed immense power and wealth, his stature elevated in her eyes. Su Xiao furrowed his white brows, gazing at Zhou Xiao and saying, "Zhou Xiao, you are foolish. Liuxiang is under my care. I am merely providing her with guidance in her cultivation." As Su Xiao sighed, Zhou Xiao's face turned ashen with fear. Regardless of whether the two are truly involved, if Elder Su does not grant forgiveness now, it would be impossible for him to remain in the Piao sect. His very life might be at stake. Despite countless calculations, he has overlooked one crucial detail. Elder Su's strength has not diminished significantly. "Ao de Su, please grant me mercy just this once. I swear I shall never dare again." Zhou Xiao, disregarding everything, rushed forward to cling to Su Xia's legs, continuing to plead for mercy. Su Xia shook his head and said, "Lu Xiang, he is your master. What do you think should be done about the audacity of trespassing into an elder's cave at night with ill intentions?" Jean Liuxiang looked at Zhou Xiao with disdain and coldly replied, "Elder Su, it would be better to simply kill him." Zhou Xiao's face changed drastically upon hearing this. "Lu Xiang, I am your master. I even gifted you a low-grade magic sword. Lu Xiang, please intercede on my behalf before Elder Su. I beseech you." Jean Liuxiang, displeased, retorted, "Do not call me Lu Xiang. Yes, yes, Jean Xiao begs you. Spare my life." Zhou Xiao pleaded pitifully. Jean Liuxiang frowned slightly. She wished for Zhou Xiao's demise, this loathsome individual, but the matter would ultimately rest with Elder Su. Su Xia sighed and said, "Death is not warranted. Zhou Xiao, you are part of the law enforcement team. Here's what we will do. Summon Lu Dalian to handle this according to the sect's rules." After that, he no longer paid heed to Zhou Xiao's desperate pleas. He took out a communication talisman, cast a spell, and softly said, "Dalian, come to my cave. There's been an incident. You alone shall come." Soon, Lu Dalian arrived hurriedly on his flying sword. Upon seeing the few people in the grove beside the small courtyard, he was momentarily stunned. What's going on here? Lu Dalian glanced at Jean Liuxiang, then at Su Xia, silently swallowing hard. His master did not attempt to conceal anything from him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy in his heart. At least his master trusted him. "Zhou Xiao, what are you doing here?" Lu Dalian looked at the three individuals on the ground, his brows furrowing deeply. Su Xia recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Dalian. As for his connection with Jean Lu Xiang, Su Xia merely stated that they had a fateful bond and that he had been guiding her cultivation throughout the night. Although the reasoning was somewhat tenuous, Su Xia had his own plans. Lu Dalian was a commendable individual. Xiao, you are audacious beyond measure. After listening, Lu Dalian kicked Xiao a few times and ferociously declared, "You dare to pry into Elder Su's affairs? Are you tired of living?" With fists and kicks, Xiao was soon left with a bruised and battered visage, becoming even more unsightly. "Elder Lu, spare me," Xiao cried out in despair from the ground. Su Xia said, "Dalian, proceed according to sect rules, and Jean Lu Xiang will sever her master-disciple relationship with Xiao." Hearing this, Lu Dalian repeatedly cupped his fists and nodded in agreement. He then turned to Xiao with anger, saying, "Xiao, were it not for Elder Su pleading on your behalf, based on my temperament, I would have killed you today." Xiao felt immense relief upon hearing this. He hurriedly replied, Yes. Thank you, Elder Lu. Thank you, Elder Su, for your mercy." For him, preserving his life was the best outcome. With his foundation establishment stage strength, he could still manage well as a rogue cultivator. This was the most suitable punishment. "Hurry and leave. If I see you here again tomorrow, I will kill you on the spot," Lu Dalian shouted angrily. Xiao, upon hearing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the two elders. He then clutched his scorched leg and woke up the nearby Ma Lu and the others. The three of them, carrying their injured leg, scrambled away in fear. At this moment, Lu Dalian approached Su Xia, feeling ashamed, and said, "Master, it is my fault for not managing my subordinates well, causing you to be alarmed." He felt some confusion inside. "Master, did your cultivation not drop to the foundation establishment stage? Yet you were able to easily subdue Xiao. Master must still possess high-level core formation strength. Truly, Master is remarkable." Su Xia smiled and said, "It is of no concern, Dalian. It seems that the disciples in the outer sect have some misunderstandings regarding Lu Xiang's situation with me. Your law enforcement team must strive to clarify these rumors. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to manage things here." Lu Dalian understood immediately and nodded. "Rest assured, Master, with disciples present, who would dare to speak ill of Master, we shall deal with it according to sect rules." "Good, very good." Su Xia nodded in satisfaction. Beside them, Jean Lu Xiang observed the usually stern and imposing law enforcement elder behaving like a loyal disciple in front of Su Xia, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. At that moment, she felt fortunate to have aligned herself with the right person. With Elder Su around, her path of cultivation would be secure. Su Xia pondered for a moment and said, "Dalian, Lu Xiang has a fateful connection with both you and me. Her talent is commendable. Having reached the third level of foundation establishment, let her become a registered disciple under your tutelage to prevent any more troublemakers like Xiao from appearing. What do you think?" Lu Dalian glanced at Jean Lu Xiang, who was dressed loosely and blushing slightly, and was suddenly struck with astonishment. "What is this? Master, is this appropriate?" Lu Dalian felt a sense of grievance. "What is inappropriate? It is settled then." Su Xia did not give him a chance to resist. It was merely a matter of a registered disciple, nothing serious. He then turned to Jean Lu Xiang and asked, "Lu Xiang, would you be willing to have Lu Dalian as your master?" Jean Lu Xiang's eyes brightened, and she knelt down, bowing deeply to Su Xia. "Thank you, Elder Su. I am willing." She felt overwhelming excitement. Elder Lu Dalian, after all, was a disciple of the sect leader. By becoming Lu Dalian's disciple, did she not also establish a connection with the sect leader, Dugu? With this, even if Elder Su were to pass on in the future, she would still have Lu Dalian and the sect leader supporting her. Jean Lu Xiang looked at Su Xia, nearly moved to tears. Elder Su had been so kind to her, even arranging matters so meticulously for her after his passing. She vowed to serve the elder diligently in his final days. Chapter 20, Super Gossip. Is this really appropriate for Master? Lu Dalian was on the verge of tears. Master, this is assigning him a cremation duty. He even had a foreboding feeling that Lin Yin'er might end up becoming another registered disciple under him. Over the years, he had sensed the sect leader's affections for Master. Even though the sect leader constantly claimed to be seeking a partner for Master, it was limited to the sect leader doing the searching. If news of him supporting Master's little mistress came to light, He felt that he would be in serious trouble. What is inappropriate? Dalian, do you feel that since your cultivation has risen, you no longer heed Master S words? Su Xiao looked at Lu Dalian, his white brows slightly furrowing. The innate authority, etched into his very soul, caused Lu Dalian's heart to race and tremble. No, I shall heed Master. Jin Xiaoyu, please become my registered disciple. Lu Dalian nodded vigorously. Su Xiao's expression softened once more, and he smiled. That is the spirit. Remember, do not speak of this to your junior sister. We shall keep it to ourselves. Lu Xiang, greet your master. Jin Lu Xiang, her eyes sparkling, quickly turned to Lu Dalian and bowed. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Dalian, with a bitter expression, sighed. Sigh. It is merely a registered disciple. It is just a title. Jin Xiaoyu need not be so formal. Very well. With this agreement, it is likely that troubles will arise in the future. Su Xia said, Dalian, you need not provide cultivation resources for Lu Xiang. I will arrange that. Afterward, he helped Jin Lu Xiang to her feet and said, Lu Xiang, as the day is waning, I will not instruct you further today. Here are 20 foundation establishment pills. Keep them for your cultivation. Once you have used them, remember to come find me. Su Xia declared grandly, urging her not to be polite. Take what is deserved. Lu Xiang, I shall cover all your cultivation resources in the future. Both Jin Lu Xiang and Lu Dalian were left in a state of shock. The former was moved to tears by Su Xia's generosity, while the latter was astounded by Su Xia's actions. Master, is this for real? Disciple. Thank you. Ao Su. Jin Lu Xiang accepted the 20 foundation establishment pills, kneeling before Su Xia, overwhelmed with emotion. Elder Su is the greatest benefactor of her life. The only man she acknowledges. Though somewhat older, he is still a handsome elder, a wealthy benefactor. Lu Dalian swallowed hard, repeatedly blinking at Su Xia in astonishment. It is no wonder that Shibua can easily win over a young beauty like Jin Liuxiang. With such opulence, were he in his position, he would willingly offer himself in devotion. All right, rise now. Su Xiao helped Jin Liuxiang to her feet. He then turned to Lu Danian, his gaze laden with meaning, saying, Danian, as for Shibua's matters. Before he could finish, Lu Danian quickly interjected, Rest assured, Shibua, I completely understand. Not a word of this will escape my lips. Jin Xiaoyu is merely fortunate enough to have a connection with Shibua, who is only providing guidance on her cultivation this evening. Lu Danian had already become a skilled aide. Shibua, wait a moment. Lu Danian stepped forward, his face bearing a mysterious expression. Should I deal with Zhou Xiao and his companions? He subtly touched his neck, making his intentions clear. Su Xiao scoffed lightly, stating, Although I wish to never see that Zhou Xiao again, as a reputable sect, how can we engage in such demonic affairs? Danian, let them descend the mountain first. As for the subsequent matters, you may decide how to handle them. Lu Danian's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent as he clasped his fists and replied, Understood, Shibua. I comprehend. After Su Xiao departed, only Lu Danian and Jin Liuxiang remained. The latter held 20 foundation establishment pills, gazing at Su Xiao's retreating figure. It was then that she realized that tall silhouette was indeed so handsome and charming. Enough staring, Lu Danian instantly regained the imposing demeanor of an outer sect law elder. If Shibua were to be disappointed, our Qiaomiao sect would not let you off lightly. Jin Liuxiang's expression shifted, and she hurriedly nodded. Master, I understand. You need not worry. Elder Su has bestowed upon me a chance for rebirth, and I will exert every effort. Lu Danian nodded in approval and reminded her, That's good. Also, there's no need to call me master. You are merely a registered disciple affiliated with me, with no true master-disciple relationship. Having said this, Lu Danian summoned his sword and ascended into the air. Jin Liuxiang blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with delight. With Elder Su present, she was brimming with hope for the future. Within the small courtyard chamber, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, returning 20 Yunjin pills. Why only 10? Su Xiao sat on the mat, his aged eyes flickering slightly. It was evident that the system deemed the gift of 20 pills excessive, surpassing what the recipient could currently utilize. The system was refusing to acknowledge it. Indeed, whether it be pills, magical artifacts, or other cultivation resources, One must ensure the gifts are reasonable and within the recipient's capacity to use. Otherwise, the system would not recognize them. However, it mattered not. He would be more cautious next time. This time, he incurred no loss. 20 engine pills were equivalent to 200 foundation establishment pills, marking a win-win situation. Closing his eyes, he began to cultivate the Xiao Miao Changsheng Ju, channeling spiritual energy throughout his being. A few days later, a sensational piece of news began to circulate among the outer sect disciples. Zhou Xiao, Jin Liuxiang's master, along with her 2 senior brothers, had been expelled from the Qiaomiao sect. Moreover, the outer sect beauty, Jin Liuxiang, had actually been taken as a registered disciple by Elder Lu. This news detonated among the outer sect disciples like an atomic bomb. The emotions that had been suppressed by the higher-ups of the outer sect reignited at this moment. In the dormitory area, groups of outer sect disciples whispered furtively. Each face bore expressions of shock, as though they had stumbled upon earth-shattering gossip. No need to speculate. The matter is as stated. Jin Liuxiang has truly attached herself to Elder Su. She must have broken through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment within a month. The foundation establishment pills in her possession are more than sufficient. Rumor had it that Zhou Xiao harbored intentions toward Jin Liuxiang, which Elder Su discovered, leading to his expulsion from the sect, along with his 2 disciples. The disciples who heard this were left astounded, exclaiming, "Elder Su cannot possibly be that type of person." They refused to believe it. Chapitre 21, du Guling arrive. The curiosity among the disciples intensified, leading to wild speculations. Zhou Xiao must have discovered the affair between Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang, causing Elder Su to rage and leverage his connections to expel Zhou Xiao and his disciples from the sect. It is impossible for Elder Su to be that kind of person. Under normal circumstances, this would be unthinkable, but when it comes to women, things may take a different turn, especially with a beauty like Jin Liuxiang. Heavens! Who would have thought that Elder Su could be so ruthless as to expel Zhou Xiao's entire faction for a mere outer sect seductress? It's utterly shocking. Keep your voices down. We mustn't let others overhear. If our discussions about Elder Su reach the law enforcement team, we might end up like Zhou Xiao. At these words, the disciples fell silent. The law enforcement team was currently investigating matters stringently. Anyone daring to discuss Elder Su within the sect would face severe consequences, perhaps a year of spirit stones. The example of Zhou Xiao loomed large in their minds. How terrifying is Elder Su? You have changed so much with age. Behind the outer mountain hall in the law enforcement hall, Lu Danian listened to the reports from the law enforcement team members below, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The rumors surrounding Elder Su were rampant in the outer sect, and it seemed impossible to suppress them. The law does not punish the masses. The law enforcement team could not possibly apprehend each disciple who spoke of these matters and expel them from the mountain. A middle-aged steward lamented, "Elder Lu, perhaps you should advise Elder Su to restrain himself a bit. The situation on the outer mountain has become chaotic. Rumors regarding Elder Su might even reach the inner mountain." It wasn't just the outer sect disciples spreading the word. Even the stewards of the law enforcement team have been discussing Elder Su's affairs. That Jin Liuxiang doesn't even bother to conceal her actions, boldly making her way to Elder Su's residence every time. They found themselves in a difficult position. Lu Danian slammed the table, exclaiming, "Restrain what? Elder Su is merely providing guidance to Jin Liuxiang on her cultivation. Do not overthink this." "Yes, yes," the stewards internally lamented, but they dared not voice their concerns. Just days prior, Zhou Xiao had been severely injured and expelled for digging into Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang's matters. Such a terrifying incident left them too afraid to utter a word regarding Elder Su's potential involvement with a female disciple. Just then, a flash of light appeared outside the door. In an instant, a woman dressed in a flowing blue gown descended gracefully. She possessed a pair of noble, captivating phoenix eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her ethereal beauty was reminiscent of the most exquisite flowers, drawing attention effortlessly. Her fair skin shimmered with an alluring glow, smooth as the most precious jade. The elegant curve of her swan-like neck and the delicate collarbone exuded an unmatched feminine charm. The fitted blue gown accentuated her perfect figure, and as the breeze swept through, her cascading black hair which fell to her slender waist, fluttered gently, leaving a trail of enchanting fragrance. The newcomer was none other than Lu Danian's master, the sect leader of Xiao Sect, Du Guling. Upon seeing her, the faces of everyone in the law enforcement hall changed dramatically. They hastily bowed in respect, saying, "Disciple pays respects to sect leader Du Gu." Du Guling's expression was slightly frosty as she looked at Lu Danian and waved her jade hand, instructing, "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Lu Danian." Yes. The outer sect law enforcement personnel fled the hall in haste, not daring to linger for a moment. It was over. Elder Lu was finished. Having sheltered Elder Su's female disciple, now the sect leader had come to hold him accountable. Some stewards even felt a sense of schadenfreude. Sect leader, please deal with Elder Lu and Elder Su quickly. If this chaotic situation persists, our Xiao sect's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. For someone of Elder Su's stature, only the sect leader and the supreme elder could hope to effect any change. Lu Danian, as Du Guling spoke, her hands clasped behind her back. Her cold voice sent a shiver down Lu Danian's spine. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Dan hurried forward, kneeling before Du Guling without uttering a word. Master, this has nothing to do with your disciple. Lu Dan was utterly shocked, having just betrayed Su Xiao. He had only witnessed Du Guling in this state thrice throughout his life, and each time it was accompanied by the demise of countless cultivators. It's not that my nephew doesn't wish to assist you, but I truly cannot bear it. The very act of defending Su Xiao in front of him was tantamount to a death sentence. Lu Dan's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. Master, the situation is as follows. It was Su Shirbois who insisted on keeping a mistress. On a bright and sunny morning, Su Xiao lay in bed. Jean Liuxiang, her cheeks slightly flushed, rested beside him, her beautiful eyes closed. He needed to find opportunities to meet more fated women. Su Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, pondering thoughtfully. When gifting items to fated women, one must not act mindlessly. To maximize returns from the system, one must increase the quantity. Moreover, upon the initial gift to a fated woman, a critical hit could be triggered. Even if each fated woman received only one gift, it would still yield substantial profits. It seemed he needed to wander about more. Perhaps he might encounter several fated women. As a senior with a prestigious reputation, offering a single gift should be quite reasonable based on their connection. Suddenly, Su Zhao's eyes flickered as he sensed an incredibly potent surge of spiritual energy rapidly approaching. Not good. Liu Xiang, quickly get dressed. The sect master is coming. Su Xiao hastily got out of bed, donning his gray robe. Jean Liu Xiang awoke, and upon hearing the sect master was approaching, her beautiful face drained of color. She knew that Du Guling was the junior sister of Elder Su. If the sect master were to witness their current state, the consequences would be dire. The two hastily donned their garments, but just as Jean Liu Xiang was about to leave, the door was forcefully flung open by a surge of spiritual energy. Standing at the threshold was Du Guling, radiant in her blue dress. She cast a glance at Jean Liu Xiang in the room, and her expression darkened. Jean Liu Xiang's face paled in fear, gazing at the stunning figure that made her feel inferior. She felt her heart sink. This was the sect master of Xiao Sect, Du Guling. Disciple Jean Liu Xiang pays her respects to sect master Du Gu. Jean Liu Xiang immediately stepped forward, kneeling and performing a deep bow. Get lost. Du Guling barely glanced at Jean Liu Xiang, her gaze fixed on Su Xiao as she spoke coolly. Yes, sect master Du Gu, how terrifying. The overwhelming sense of oppression made Jean Liu Xiang feel as small as an ant before her. After Jean Liu Xiang exited, Du Guling closed the door and regarded Su Xiao, who appeared somewhat awkward. With an unusual smile, she said, "Senior brother, I've told you I would find you a beautiful partner, yet you couldn't restrain yourself even for a few days? I never expected that despite your age, your interests in this regard would have intensified." Seeing her tone laced with reproach, Su Xiao chuckled and replied, "Junior sister, my connection with Jean Liu Xiang is merely to guide her in her cultivation. Please do not think too much of it." He shook his head internally. There was no way to conceal it. Du Guling had grown up with him, and although he was limited by his abilities and could not reach the transformation realm to become her partner, He understood that Dugu Ling harbored an inexplicable desire for control over him. It was acceptable for her to find him a partner, but if he sought one himself, she would surely be displeased. It was unavoidable. His youthful charm had left an indelible impression on Dugu Ling. Do not deceive me. I bear no resentment towards you. Oomph. You men are all the same, even as you grow old. Dugu Ling scoffed and took a seat at the table. She then addressed him seriously, Senior brother, your actions have already reached the inner sect, and now both my and Master S reputations are slightly tarnished because of you. This must cease immediately. Such occurrences are not permitted again. Otherwise, I shall take it upon myself to impose punishment on you in place of Master. She felt a surge of anger. How could her senior brother seek out women behind her back? For the past millennium, she had swiftly quelled any similar tendencies. Regardless of his age, he was meant to belong solely to her. If he were to find a partner, it must be one she chose. Xiao waved his hand with a smile, explaining, Junior sister, there are reasons behind my actions. Do not merely judge by appearances. As for Jean Liuxiang, I shall ensure she does not come again. It seemed that excessive contact would not enhance their bond. Whether she came or not had become inconsequential. He needed to seek new methods to strengthen their connection. Moreover, I have heard of someone named Lin Yin'er. Dugu Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Xiao smiled and said, My relationship with Lin Xiaoyu is merely one of fate. There is nothing else, so do not worry. Dugu Ling nodded, her gaze on Xiao imbued with complexity. Senior brother, once I find your partner, you may do as you wish. Dugu Ling rose, her laughter light as she added, By then, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Detected fated woman, Dugu Ling, fate level, return multiplier, 50 times, bond level, 1 as he gazed at his sister, who appeared as noble as a celestial being. Xiao once again heard the system's acknowledgement in his ear. He shook his head at her words, realizing that for the sake of his own longevity, he could not acquiesce to her wishes. The rules of this system dictated that he must gift items to those fated women to receive returns. Xiao cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, Junior sister, rest assured, I will be more mindful in the future. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he retrieved a glowing pill from his spatial storage. This is an exquisite beauty-enhancing pill, prepared especially for you, Dugu Ling. He approached her, stroking his distinguished goat-like beard, and presented the pill, saying, Junior sister, this is an exquisite beauty-enhancing pill I stumbled upon in my later years. I had intended to keep it for myself, but since you are upset on my behalf today, I feel deeply remorseful. This pill is gifted to you, hoping it brings you joy. Xiao beamed with confidence. No female cultivator could resist a beauty-enhancing pill, especially one of such high quality. A beauty-enhancing pill? An exquisite one? Dugu Ling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, her stunning face frozen in astonishment as she gazed at the pill in Xiao's hand. Where did you obtain this? Do you realize that one cannot even purchase this with spirit stones nowadays? Upon seeing the exquisite beauty-enhancing pill, Dugu Ling completely forgot about Xiao's dalliance, replaced instead by overwhelming excitement and exhilaration. She had previously endured countless hardships to barely acquire a mid-grade beauty-enhancing pill. Such items were rare, and even a mid-grade one was fought over by countless female cultivators. While a mid-grade pill could help her maintain a youthful appearance in her later years, its effects would pale in comparison to those of an exquisite one. If this pill were to appear in the Hahuan sect, it could easily fetch thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Ecstatic, the coldness in Dugu Ling's expression vanished, replaced by a faint blush on her cheeks. Her senior brother had gifted her such a precious item. Xiao chuckled, Junior sister, calm down. It is not as valuable as you think. Senior brother, thank you. Dugu Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she swallowed hard, unable to contain her joy, and rushed forward to embrace Xiao. The fragrance of her presence enveloped him. I knew all along that you would be the best to me in this lifetime. Dugu Ling was filled with happiness. In that moment, she felt as if she had encountered the senior brother of her past, the one who had once captured her heart. Xiao smiled gently, saying, Though I have aged, I shall never forget you, junior sister. The gifts I gave to Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were merely a few foundational pills and low-grade artifacts, just trifles. This exquisite beauty-enhancing pill, however, is reserved solely for you. In this lifetime, only my junior sister has evoked true love within me. With a casual elegance, Xiao weaves sweet nothings. And with this barrage of sugary words, it seems that after this, junior sister Dugu will no longer dwell on the matter, making it easier for him to bestow gifts in return. As for the exquisite magical artifacts, although the other party can utilize them, there is no suitable reason to present them as gifts. After all, his own artifacts have been lost during the tribulations of thunder, and it would be inappropriate to bring them forth now. Such matters can be addressed later. Senior brother Dugu Ling gazed upon Xiao, whose face, though aged, still retained its charm, and her exquisite cheeks flushed with a faint hue. The once frozen affection between them seemed to be rekindled by the precious rejuvenation pill. After a moment of tenderness, Dugu Ling, her beautiful visage tinged with crimson, donned her skirt. She looked at Xiao and sighed. Senior brother, my Piao Miao Chongxing Ju is cultivated based on a pure yin body. I fear that in this lifetime, we may not become Dao partners. Xiao shook his head with a smile. It matters not, junior sister. If we cannot in this life, then let it be in the next. Having spent 1,000 years in your company is already enough for me. He understood that Dugu Ling's remarkable progress over the past millennium, reaching the 9th level of Huaxin, was due to her being an extraordinarily rare pure yin body. This was also why Ji Shui had taken a liking to her. Although such a physique allows for rapid cultivation, it precludes the possibility of forming bonds with men, should the pure yin body be compromised. The speed of cultivation would drastically diminish. Before advancing to the next realm, Lin Su, Dugu's sister, must maintain her pure yin form. Dugu Ling looked at Xiao with a hint of guilt in her eyes, saying, Senior brother, in this life, I have wronged you so. Yet you still wish to gift me such a precious rejuvenation pill. I have understood your intentions over this millennium. You have worked hard for me. If you have such thoughts in the future, I will no longer obstruct you. But, senior brother, please be discreet. Do not let it be known to all. Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. This was precisely the affirmation he sought. His junior sister would not hinder him, and their master was in seclusion. The elder disciples had no time to concern themselves with such matters, allowing him to confidently present gifts to the daughter of fortune in the future. Before departing, Dugu Ling instructed, Senior brother, I am already seeking a Dao partner for you. Rest assured, I will find a woman who resembles me in appearance. Thus, in your final years, it would be as if I am always by your side. With that, Dugu Ling took the rejuvenation pill and, filled with excitement, soared away from the courtyard. Xiao sank into a chair, staring blankly in the direction of Dugu Ling's departure. A partner resembling his junior sister? It felt somewhat bizarre. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the exquisite rejuvenation pill. This is the first gift to Dugu Ling, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning the San Xian Dao Dan. San Xian Dao Dan, a divine elixir born of the heavens and earth, resonating with their fortune. Consuming it allows one to randomly comprehend a path of the universe. Boom! The system's announcement reverberated like thunder in Xiao's mind. To comprehend a path of the universe. Xiao gazed in disbelief at the golden divine pill appearing in his spatial vault, his eyes brimming with astonishment. To grasp the San Xian Dao, is this not the aspiration of all cultivators? Having cultivated for a millennium, he naturally understood that upon reaching the Huaxin stage, one begins to engage with the so-called heavenly paths. The bottlenecks present in Huaxin and Lin Su stages necessitate a comprehension of certain aspects of the San Xian Dao to break through. His master, Ji Shui, was in seclusion to fathom one of the paths within the San Xian Dao. Now, with a single San Xian Dao Dan, he could directly comprehend a path of the universe. This meant that in the future, when he reached Huaxin and Liansu stages, he would face no bottleneck. How exhilarating! Xiao quickly closed the door and retrieved the fist-sized divine pill from his spatial vault. It shimmered with a radiant, 7-colored glow, exuding an otherworldly aura, utterly extraordinary. How could such a large pill be consumed? As he brought the San Xian Dao Dan to his lips, it seemed to respond, transforming into a streak of colorful light that flew into his mouth. Subsequently, a peculiar energy surged within him. An indescribable force of law enveloped him entirely. And in that moment, he felt as though he had ascended to a celestial realm, beginning to perceive the marvels of the Sanxian Dao. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the path of the earth fire within the Sanxian Dao. Name: Xiao. Age: 1008 years. Realm: Foundation Establishment. 7th level, Special Physique. Earth fire. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. After a considerable duration, the enveloping power of the laws dissipated. It was indeed the path of earth fire. Xiao was exceedingly thrilled. Each path within the Sanxian Dao could lead directly to the realm of eternal life. And now, he had directly comprehended the path of earth fire. Within the Sanxian Dao, there are numerous branches pertaining to the path of fire. Earth fire refers to the true fire of the three realms: heaven, earth, and humanity. It is the flame most commonly used by ordinary people. In contrast, heavenly fire is the fire of the 9 heavens: thunder, tribulation, crucial for transcending tribulations. Human fire is the heart fire generated within the human body, also known as karmic fire. With a slight gesture of his hand and a thought, the power of the earth fire law manifested, conjuring a bright, blazing yellow-red flame in Xiao's palm. The intense heat filled the room with waves of warmth. It was unfathomable to imagine what would happen if such a small flame were to touch someone. Even someone at the Yuanying stage would find it a considerable predicament. Remarkable! Xiao excitedly retracted the earth fire and took out the Nanming Lihua sword. The already fiery red blade, once Xiao unleashed the earth fire divine ability, was engulfed by an inferno of extraordinary temperature. Xiao marveled at the combined might of the two, swallowing hard. After comprehending the path of earth fire, the power of his Nanming Lihua sword had significantly increased. It was no exaggeration to say that, even at his current foundation establishment's 7th level, with the enhancements of the Nanming Lihua sword and earth fire, his offensive capability could rival that of someone at the Yuanying 9th level. How astonishing! Xiao nodded in satisfaction, storing the earth fire and the Nanming Lihua sword. He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Although he still lacked in realm, his strength had significantly escalated. Furthermore, having grasped the path of earth fire, he would no longer face any bottlenecks in the Huashan and Liansu stages. Once he transcended the Yuanying 9th level thunder tribulation with the system's assistance, his cultivation would soar, allowing him to catch up to his junior sister. He could hardly wait. Xiao sat cross-legged on the mat, smiling with satisfaction. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 months had elapsed. In these 2 months, Jin Liuxiang consumed 30 foundation establishment pills and returned 60 Yunjin pills, advancing to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Xiao, nourished by abundant resources, successfully ascended to the 1st level of Jidon, fulfilling his wish to fly using sword control, chasing clouds, and pursuing the sun. In the aftermath of these 2 months, the rumors surrounding Xiao within the sect gradually subsided. Following the personal intervention of the sect leader Dugoling, Lu Danian and a group of law enforcement officials intensified their efforts to apprehend those who dared to speak out. Anyone caught was met with severe punishment, including a month-long deduction of spirit stones. The outer disciples fell silent, afraid to discuss Xiao, as if it had become a taboo within the Piaomiao sect. However, a subsequent event erupted, reigniting the unease among the disciples of Piaomiao sect. Despite the law enforcement's attempts to suppress the unrest, the outer disciples could not contain their anxiety. Jin Liuxiang's master, Zhou Xiao, had died. Along with Zhou Xiao, his 2 apprentices mysteriously perished outside Huxiao City. After being expelled from the Piaomiao sect, the trio, relying on their commendable cultivation, had sought employment as guards in Huxiao City. Yet, following an outing, their bodies were discovered in the dense woods outside the city. This incident quickly reached the Piaomiao sect, leaving the outer disciples terrified and shaken. To offend Elder Su resulted in such a tragic fate. Now, these disciples are so frightened that they do not dare to make a sound. Being captured by the enforcement team is one thing. At least they only face brutal beatings and the loss of spirit stones. However, if they inadvertently offend Elder Su, their lives would be in grave danger. Once a kind and amiable elder, he has transformed into a hypocritical figure who indulges in immoral relationships. Moreover, This unscrupulous elder holds immense power within the sect and occupies a high position. The disciples, upon seeing Xiao from afar, do not even dare to approach him and greet. Even some beautiful female disciples turn pale and tremble with fear at his approach. In a small courtyard of the outer mountain, Xiao, who has advanced to the Jidon stage, listened to Lu Denian's report and stroked his goatee in puzzlement. Denian, how has my image become so dreadful? He inquired. Now, those disciples see me as if I were a ferocious beast, hiding far away. And some female disciples have even been scared to tears. Am I truly that terrifying? Lu Denian, dressed in a bagua robe, swallowed hard, looking at his bewildered master. Feeling distressed, the enforcement team was on the verge of backlash due to the suppression of public opinion. Initially, everything was fine, but to carry out his master's orders, they secretly dealt with Xiao and his companions. Somehow, this matter leaked within the sect, and now the enforcement team was nearly paralyzed. However, since his master was nearing the end of his days, it mattered little if his reputation suffered. As long as his master was content, that was sufficient. Timidly, Lu Denian mustered the courage to say, "Master, once the master finds you a partner, please temper your behavior. Otherwise, if public opinion spreads further, it will be difficult for our enforcement team." Xiao, however, appeared to be just such a person. Lu Denian dared not voice his thoughts and simply nodded with a foolish smile. At noon, two female disciples, one plump and the other thin, approached the small courtyard with some trepidation to pay their respects. Xiao smiled upon seeing them. "I remember you both. How is Lin Xiaoyu? Has she broken through to the foundation establishment stage?" The two girls were indeed Lin Yinner's close friends. As they gazed at Xiao's amiable face, their expressions turned somewhat pale. The current elder Su had become a taboo in their hearts, a terrifying old man who could easily lose his temper. Xiao raised an eyebrow. What has happened to Lin Xiaoyu? His brow furrowed, his expression becoming serious. Xuanma sect? This minor demonic sect dares to intercept his fated daughter? How audacious! How did you learn of this? Xiao inquired softly. The slightly plump senior sister, seeing Xiao's concern, felt a rush of excitement. It was our junior sister who sent a message to notify us. Her family is currently under surveillance by the Xuanma sect, and they cannot even leave the city gates. Elder, our junior sister is very distressed. She dislikes the Xuanma sect and that Li Jiyue, but now the city lord has agreed to this marriage. Even if her family is unwilling, they cannot resist. Elder, our junior sister is one of us in the Piao sect. She sent us a message hoping we could find a way to rescue her. We have no master in the outer sect. We could only think of you. The two girls looked earnest, their eyes filled with urgency. With their junior sister in distress, and the Xuanma sect having a modest reputation in the northern region of Donglai, only Elder Su could advocate for her. Did she not mention her identity as a disciple of the Piao sect? Xiao's expression slightly changed. She did. The slightly plump senior sister replied. But the Xuanma sect's people said the sect does not interfere in marriage matters, and even claimed that this would strengthen the ties between the Xuanma sect and the Piao sect. Xiao scoffed internally, his eyes filled with disdain. The Xuanma sect was at best a third-rate sect in the Panlong continent, not worthy of even being compared to the Piao sect. Since Lin Yinner was his fated daughter, he would not stand idly by. Realizing this, Xiao smiled and said, "I understand. Thank you for your efforts." The two girls were overjoyed at his words. After receiving foundation establishment pills and bowing repeatedly, they left respectfully after Xiao instructed them not to divulge the matter. At this moment, Xiao rose and chuckled to himself. "It has been a long time since I left the sect. This trip will be a good opportunity to take a stroll. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and I may encounter my fated daughter, gaining some benefits in the process." 3 days later, the Xuanma sect would come to Jinshi City for the wedding. But there was no rush. Contemplating, he summoned his mid-grade magic weapon, the meteor sword. Stepping onto the flying sword, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Xiao City. On the 3rd floor of the Zilai trading house, in a beautifully fragrant private room, the manager, Dune, gracefully entered, her figure captivating. Wearing a flowing purple gauze dress, her legs were partially visible beneath the fabric, exuding a powerful allure. With a playful wink, She approached Xiao and poured him a cup of tea. How does Su? What brings you here this time? Rest assured, as long as you express your desires, our shop will not disappoint you. Xian sat beside Xiao, her gaze lingering on this seemingly hypocritical elder. Ever since Xiao gifted her a magical pin, she knew he would return. With her charm, this was hardly surprising. Xiao stated plainly, Manager Xian, I am here to procure a batch of high-quality talismans. Talismans, inscribed with spells, release one-time magic upon activation, serving as excellent aids for cultivators in self-defense. However, high-quality talismans are exceedingly rare and typically bestowed by the elders of the sect to young prodigies. Xian raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with interest. What quality do you seek, Elder Su? Do you have talismans of the Yuanying stage? Xiao smiled, yes. I seek talismans of the Yuanying stage, which can unleash the power of a single strike from a Yuanying stage cultivator. While they may not be of much use against Yuanying cultivators, they pose a significant deterrent to those below that level. Of course, they hold little benefit for me at present. What I truly desire are the talismans returned from the Yuanying stage, or even the non-existent Lianshu stage talismans. Yuanying stage? Ziyun's expression shifted, her laughter ringing out. Elder Su, you have come to the right place. In all of Xiao City, only my Zilai trading house possesses talismans of the Yuanying stage. Moreover, we have very few in stock. Both parties understood that the highest available talismans in the market were of the Yuanying stage. Xiao inquired, how many do you have? Ziyun's excitement bubbled within her. We have 9 in total, 5 Thundercalling talismans, 2 Earth-Fire talismans, and 2 Ice-Sword talismans. Su. These talismans are painstakingly crafted by the cultivators of the Huaxing stage, ensuring their impeccable quality. Save them for your juniors, as they may just save their lives in critical moments. Xiao nodded. How much for each talisman? Not expensive, just 20 top-grade spirit stones each. That is not overly costly. In that case, I shall purchase them all. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face lit up with joy. This elder truly was generous, not even haggling over the price. Today would be a profitable day. Before long, Ziyun respectfully returned with 9 talismans. After settling the spirit stones on site, she offered a discount, totaling only 160 top-grade spirit stones. After securing the talismans, Su Zhao's gaze shifted. He retrieved 3 Thundercalling talismans from his storage and, looking at the enchanting fated daughter, stroked his beard and smiled. Manager Xian, since our last parting, I have come to realize that you and I share a profound connection. Aus my Facepon Vaughnes, I have no use for these talismans. I see that you have yet to reach the Yuanying stage. Thus, I shall gift you these 3 Yuanying stage Thundercalling talismans for your protection, fostering goodwill between us. Xiao felt assured that the traders in her shop valued spirit stones and would not refuse such a gift. 3 for me. Ziyun gazed at Xiao in astonishment. This old man was indeed willing to spend generously to pursue her. 3 Thundercalling talismans were worth 60 top-grade spirit stones. A substantial sum eniver. In that moment, she suddenly understood why this inner sect elder had failed his lightning tribulation. With his thoughts consumed by such matters, it was no wonder he had failed. With a chuckle, Ziyun accepted the 3 Thundercalling talismans from Su Zhao's hands. Such a stroke of fortune was something she would never refuse. Su, you are truly too generous. Ziyun carefully tucked away 3. With a graceful rise, she approached Xiao and embraced him. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air. Elder Su, individuals of your caliber are indeed rare. Ziyun sighed, even in your old age. You remain remarkably handsome. I can only imagine how captivating you must have been in your youth, surely enchanting a multitude of female cultivators. Well, I possess a hint of charm. Xiao chuckled lightly. The closer their relationship grew, the more generous gifts would become in the future. If only Elder Su were still young, Ziyun remarked, her delicate features adorned with a playful smile. Now that you have aged and your lifespan wanes, I would have eagerly considered becoming your Tao partner. She had her own calculations in mind. Should she fail to express her gratitude for his generous offerings, it would appear she lacked proper etiquette. As a venerable elder of the Misty Sect, he must have accumulated countless spiritual stones over the millennia, enabling such lavishness. Although a relationship between them was unlikely, it was imperative to keep him firmly anchored within the Zilai commerce's realm of spiritual stones. Furthermore, despite his advanced age, Su Xiao retained a unique allure, a special charisma. Elder Su, you must visit my Zilai commerce again. Ziyun's cheeks flushed with charm, and she chose not to say more. Su Xiao replied, with a splendid individual like Ziyun, I naturally have no desire to go elsewhere. Thus, another stable, mutually beneficial relationship was established. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3, returning 3. Upon activation, it unleashes upon enemies, with power equivalent to a strike from a 9th layer. Chapter 26. A killing at the door the following day, at noon, in Jinshi City, situated in the northern part of Donglai Kingdom. Nearly 1,000 miles from the Piao Sect, Su Xiao leisurely soared downward on his sword, reaching the outskirts of Jinshi City within a couple of hours. The spatial vault held 3 of 9th layer, ensuring his safety. Moreover, his now resonated with the Tao of earth fire, and his combat prowess remained formidable. Jinshi City was vast, bustling with activity and prosperity. Outside a grand estate, 2 disciples of the Xuanma sect, clad in black, obstructed Su Xiao's path. Old man, if you wish to live, keep your distance. The Lin residence is now under the control of our Xuanma sect, and no one is permitted to approach. The 2 wore fierce expressions emanating They were elite disciples of the Xuanma sect, accompanied by 7 or 8 similarly skilled peers and an elder, all ensuring that their young master would marry Miss Lin 2 days hence. Su Xiao regarded these arrogant disciples with surprise. Have a Xuanma sect become this brazen? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyes. You old fool, half a foot in the grave, and yet you refuse to leave. The 2 disciples, filled with arrogance, hurled insults at the elderly Su Xiao, convinced of their dominance in the nearby cities, with even the Donglai Kingdom unable to challenge them. With the backing of the demon sect, the Xuanma sect had become exceedingly audacious in Jinshi City. Still not leaving? You old coot must be asking for a beating. One disciple leaped forward, aiming a kick at Su Xiao's frail form. Su Xiao's expression darkened, and in an instant, a ball of red and yellow flames erupted, hurling towards the disciple. Upon contact, the flames rapidly spread, igniting the Xuanma disciple in a panic as he desperately attempted to extinguish the inferno. But the red and yellow flames clung to him like a parasite, growing ever fiercer. Ah, old man, who are you? Stop this at once. The disciple had transformed into a human torch, flames raging around him as he wailed in terror. The other disciple's face paled in horror as he rushed to assist. But it was futile. Within 10 breaths, his companion was reduced to a pile of ash. Who are you? The remaining disciple looked at Su Xiao in terror, realizing this white-haired elder appeared to be merely at the. Yet, how could his strength be so terrifying? Why didn't you ask earlier? Su Xiao shook his head, his eyes gleaming with cold light. It seems the lack of discipline over the years has given you demon sect members an inflated sense of invincibility. The Piao sect shall intervene now. Upon hearing the words Piao sect, the disciples' eyes widened in shock. Piao sect? He is actually from the Piao sect. The Piao sect had always been indifferent to worldly matters. Could it be that they were willing to oppose the Xuanma sect for the sake of that inconsequential outer sect disciple? But he had no time to ponder further. The blazing had already enveloped him. Overwhelmed with terror and despairing cries, the disciple met the same fate as his companion, reduced to a heap of blackened ash. With a forceful kick, Su Xiao shattered the Lin family gate, entering the inner courtyard where several Xuanma disciples were feasting and drinking. The servants and maidservants stood nearby, their faces pale with fear. How did you get in? Didn't those outside stop you? A few Xuanma disciples, startled by Su Xiao's presence, exchanged glances. How could such an old man enter? Are my 2 junior brothers completely useless? Old man, we're talking to you. Don't you know this Lin residence is under our control? As a few disciples rose, their expressions darkened, approaching Su Xiao menacingly. The leading disciple, possessing late stage, glared ferociously at the elder. Yet, before they could react, Su Xiao swiftly summoned his, transforming it into a shooting star that hurtled toward them. As a disciple of Ji Shui, the esteemed elder of the Piao sect, he had grown accustomed to audacity throughout his life. He found these Xuanma sect members utterly intolerable. This was no longer merely about Lin Yenner. If he was displeased, he would kill. In just a few breaths, He pierced the chests of the Xuanma disciples one by one with astonishing speed and power. Even with their protective artifacts, they could not withstand the might of the Amitabhai. This was the power of the ninth layer of. The Xuanma disciples clutched their burning chests, spitting blood as they collapsed, gazing in horror at the elder before them. Who are you? The flames on their chests spread, in a state of unending dread. They were consumed and reduced to ash. I told you, ask first, although he would still kill regardless. The searing heat and the gruesome fate of the Xuanma disciples sent the nearby servants and maidservants into a frenzy, their hearts quaking in terror. They screamed and fled for their lives. Murder! Murder! At that moment, four figures emerged from the main hall, startled by the commotion. Among them were an elder in a black robe, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and Lin Yin'er, dressed in white. Upon recognizing Su Xiao's face, Lin Yin'er's youthful beauty momentarily froze in shock. Elder Su has come. She stood petrified, suddenly comprehending the entire situation. Her senior sister must have informed Elder Su of her plight. At that moment, her heart surged with excitement, as if she had grasped the last straw of hope. Disregarding the black-robed man beside her, and rushed toward Su Xiao. Elder Su! Tears streamed down her face. In the Piao sect, she had no family, but now, Elder Su was her kin. Elder Su had come to rescue her. Haha, Lin Xiaoyu, I am well aware of your situation. Yes. Lin Yin'er tightly grasped his hand. She was finally saved. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman exchanged glances, their eyes bright with admiration. Elder Su was undoubtedly a revered elder of the Piao sect. The Piao sect had come to rescue Yin'er. The elder in the black robe gazed at the ashes of the Xuanma sect disciples scattered on the ground, his cold and ruthless visage darkening immediately. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of the Yuanying stage erupted, enveloping Su Xiao in an instant. Chapter 27. Elder Ying's Demise. You truly possess great audacity. Dare you to slay my Xuanma sect disciples? Have you not considered the consequences of such actions? Even if you're a Yuanying cultivator, you shall never escape the pursuit of my Xuanma sect. The elder's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, glared fiercely at Su Xiao, as his immense aura of the sixth layer of Yuanying surged forth, casting a terrifying shadow over the entire Lin residence. Nearby, the mortal servants, caught in this overwhelming pressure, fainted on the spot, sustaining grave injuries. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman beside him were frightened and stumbled back, their faces pale with fear, their eyes filled with astonishment as they realized the might of this formidable Yuanying elder. Eldering, please, temper your anger. There must be some misunderstanding. The middle-aged man shouted hastily, his heart racing with dread. The Yuanying sixth-layer elder Ying was a senior figure within the Xuanma sect, an entity of immense power, and he feared that this elder Su from the Piao sect might not be a match for him, despite his higher rank. Misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Elder Ying's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he declared, 8 of my disciples have perished. This old Taoist has committed a capital offense. The Piao sect, a decaying sect known for its empty reputation. I shall see if it possesses any genuine merit. His fury and disdain mingled as he looked upon Su Xiao, who appeared to be merely a cultivator of the Jidan stage, and his desire to kill surged. The elder's hands moved dramatically, and a surge of dark energy emanated from him. This dark aura coiled above his head, transforming into a massive, ghostly visage that lunged towards Su Xiao. Kill those who dare slay my Xuanma sect disciples. The black specter, imbued with a terrifying force, seemed poised to engulf Su Xiao entirely. The latter's aged face reflected a hint of disdain, observing that the practitioners of the demonic sect appeared to be nothing more than foolish individuals consumed by their own power. With a slight lift of his frail hands, flames of red and yellow erupted from the void. 2 fireballs, each the size of a fist, appeared, unleashing an overwhelming wave of heat that threatened to melt the very air itself. The flames transformed into 2 fiery phoenixes, surging forward and crashing into the ghostly visage with a resounding thud. The sound of sizzling flames echoed, and within moments, Su Xiao's flames incinerated the ghostly attack completely, leaving no trace behind. Elder Ying's expression shifted dramatically, his sinister eyes betraying a flicker of shock. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman behind him were equally astonished. Recognizing that while Elder Su might not have reached the Yuanying stage, his mastery of fire magic was indeed formidable. Could this be the true foundation of the Piamiao sect? Just as they began to comprehend the situation, Su Xiao flicked his finger, sending a flaming meteor soaring into the sky. The fire meteor then dived down, aiming directly at Elder Ying's chest. Elder of the Piamiao sect, do not underestimate my Xuanma sect. Elder Ying's expression darkened in fury as a sturdy iron shield flew from his chest. The shield, enveloped in golden light, transformed into a wall of radiant defense as it materialized before him. This was his prized superior-grade artifact, the Golden Light Shield, renowned for its remarkable defensive capabilities under his Yuanying 6th layer strength. No sword could shatter its protection. With a resounding bang, the Nanmingli fire sword collided with the Golden Light Shield, unleashing a shockwave that pushed Lin Yin'er and the middle-aged man back, nearly causing them to lose their footing. The battle between Yuanying cultivators was indeed terrifying. Cracks erupted across the Golden Light Shield as the fiery sword pressed against it. The flames enveloping the shield dimmed its luminosity. This scene left Elder Ying utterly astonished, as he found it inconceivable. With a tremendous force, the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword, a powerful artifact, shattered the protective wall in an instant. This was merely the power contained within Su Zhao's Jidan 1st layer strength. Should he reach the Yuanying stage, the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword and the Earth Fire would become even more formidable. Impossible. Elder Ying's sinister eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword struck the Golden Light Shield itself, shattering it into countless pieces. The momentum did not wane. With a swift whoosh, the sword pierced through Elder Ying's frail chest at an astonishing speed. The Elder Sword technique was executed so rapidly that he had no chance to employ any other spells, and he was impaled, flames scorching his body. You! Elder Ying clutched his chest, fear washing over his aged face. He had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary Jidan Elder could unleash such a formidable attack. His seemingly indestructible Golden Light Shield had failed to withstand even a single strike. The red and yellow flames raged upon his chest, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume him whole. Yet he was gravely injured, his spiritual energy dissipating, rendering him incapable of suppressing the ferocious flames any longer. You are seeking your own demise. Old thief, my Xuanma sect will not spare you. In an instant, the flames enveloped Elder Ying, and amidst his overwhelming terror and despair, he was reduced to a charred pile of ash, dead beyond recovery. May I inquire who is the head of the Lin family? Su Xiao, having just vanquished the disciples of the Xuanma sect, now appeared as an ordinary elderly man, seemingly harmless. The finely dressed, middle-aged man, recovering from his shock, approached with trembling legs. He stood before Su Xiao, still somewhat fearful, and clasped his fists in greeting. I pay my respects to Elder Su. I am Lin Dadong, father of Lin Yin'er. The beautiful woman beside him, clad in elegant attire and exuding a mature charm, also approached with trepidation. The two were profoundly astonished. This Elder Su was, in fact, an intersect elder. Yanya, you have already acquainted yourself with the elders of the Piamiao sect. Lin Yin'er gazed at Su Xiao, her bright and beautiful eyes filled with admiration and reverence, acknowledging the immense power of Elder Su. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes rushed in, panic etched across his face. Upon witnessing the charred remains of the Xuanma sect disciples and the burnt Elder Ying, he exclaimed, "What has happened to Elder Ying and the others?" He was Jin Hao, the lord of Jinshi City, responsible for overseeing the marriage arrangement. Now, with the Xuanma sect's lead Junyani yet to arrive for the union, all of their members had perished. He was on the verge of fainting from sheer shock. Moments later, Lin Yin'er introduced Su Xiao in detail to the three individuals. Lin Dadong and Jin Hao's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. An esteemed inner-sect elder of the Piamiao sect, a senior disciple of the sect's master, a disciple of the esteemed elder of the Piamiao sect. Lin Dadong and his wife were overwhelmed with astonishment, while Jin Hao was engulfed in both shock and dread. The Xuanma Sect's Li Junyi had set his sights on Lin Yen'er, as Jin Hao had arranged the match. Now, this highly esteemed elder from the Piamiao sect had come for her, having already slain Elder Ying and his entourage. How can he explain to Li Jui, the young master? After 2 days, a few individuals stood in the courtyard. Su Xiao glanced at Lin Yen'er beside him and kindly remarked, "Young brother Lin, you're younger and I share a fateful bond. I find her to be clever and astute, and I am inclined to nurture her potential." Lin Dadong and his wife were filled with excitement. Having such a senior from the Piamiao sect take notice of Yen'er foretold a bright future for her within the sect. Indeed, Lin Dadong exclaimed, "We shall heed Elder Su's guidance. Elder, we will rely on you for Yen'er's future." However, Jin Hao wore a bitter expression. Anxiously bowing to Su Xiao, "Elder Su, the Xuanma sect has issued an edict demanding that the Lin family's daughter be wed. Lin Xinbei, you initially consented, and now to go back on your word would surely provoke the Xuanma sect." Lin Dadong frowned, gazing at Jin Hao. He had indeed agreed, but that was out of fear of the Xuanma sect's tyranny. He did not wish for his daughter to marry someone like Li Jui, a true scoundrel and libertine. The consequences of Yen'er joining the Xuanma sect were too dire to contemplate. Su Xiao turned to Jin Hao, his elder eyes bearing a hint of sternness, saying, "Lord Jin, you have unilaterally arranged a marriage for a disciple of the Piamiao sect. That I do not hold you accountable is a show of my magnanimity." Jin Hao's complexion turned ashen once more. With only a first-level Yuani in cultivation, he knew that Elder Ying and his companions had perished in Jinshi City. To seek an annulment from the Xuanma sect would surely risk his life. "Elder Su," Jin Hao suddenly knelt before Su Xiao, his face a mask of desperation. "Elder, you have killed Elder Ying and the others. How can I face the Xuanma sect? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Elder, I never wished to play the matchmaker. However, the Lin family's daughter is so beautiful that Li Jui has been threatening and enticing me ever since he laid eyes on her. Please, Elder, intervene on behalf of Jinshi City. Annul the marriage with the Xuanma sect in the name of the Piamiao sect." The other party, capable of slaying Elder Ying, surely possessed formidable strength. As a high-ranking intersect elder of the Piamiao sect, Su Xiao was someone Jin Hao dared not offend. Su Xiao regarded this rotund man with a slight disdain. Such a person could hold the title of Lord of Jinshi City? Truly, unspoken rules exist everywhere. Lin Dadong and his wife also furrowed their brows. If the annulment did not proceed smoothly, the Xuanma sect members would come seeking justice for Elder Ying's death, and Jinshi City would face dire consequences. As Su Xiao pondered, a voice from the system suddenly emerged. "Detected enemy of fortune, Li Jui, identity, young master of the Xuanma sect. Task issued. Eliminate the enemy of fortune, Li Jui. Task reward. The next gift will guarantee 1,000-fold critical strike." A task? Su Xiao's elder eyes glinted with intrigue. This system of 10,000 times return even included a task to eliminate an enemy of fortune. What a splendid opportunity. Li Jui of the Xuanma sect? Excellent. I shall swiftly deal with him. Clearing his throat, Su Xiao spoke with authority. "Since Lord Jin has made such a statement, I shall assist you to the end and handle the matter concerning Li Jui." He inquired, "What is the current situation with the Xuanma sect?" Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong felt a wave of relief wash over them. Truly, the Piamiao sect was a prestigious and principled faction, demonstrating both depth and responsibility. Lin Yen'er felt overwhelmed with gratitude. "Elder Su, this is truly wonderful. I can never repay your kindness." Jin Hao quickly elaborated, "Elder Su, in 2 days, the young master of the Xuanma sect, Li Jui, will arrive with his entourage to claim the bride. At that time, it will suffice for Elder Su to appear and annul the marriage in the name of the Piamiao sect. With your standing in the Piamiao sect, Li Jui will surely think twice before opposing you." Jin Hao's heart raced with excitement. With an intersect elder from the Piamiao sect speaking on behalf of Jinshi City, the Xuanma sect would not dare to ignore it. Su Xiao nodded slightly. Then he said, "In these 2 days." Jin Hao hastily interjected, "In these 2 days, we invite Elder Su to stay at my lord's residence. We shall host you with the utmost respect." "Very well. Let us await Li Jui's arrival." The 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Jin Hao extended every courtesy at the lord's residence. with an abundance of exquisite food and wine. The Piao sect, aloof and transcendent, meant that Su Zhao's status was such that even the emperor of Donglai would be required to pay his respects. On the morning of the third day, 2 miles outside Jinshi City, a large procession arrived, gliding through the air on swords. Upon landing, they summoned beautifully adorned puppet carriages from their storage bags. The carriages were draped in dragon and phoenix red silk, with disciples of the Xuanma sect dressed in crimson following closely behind. At the forefront sat a young man clad in a resplendent red cloak, embodying a delicate yet imposing aura. This young man, adorned with a red flower on his chest and dressed as a bridegroom, was none other than Li Jui. Clearing his throat, Li Jui laughed heartily. Elder Sanin, young master. The 3 leading elders shouted in unison. 5 flags at the forefront, disciples and attendants. Present, young master. Surrounding them, dozens of elite disciples bowed in unison. Li Jui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Today, I, the young master, am marrying. Everyone, prepare yourselves." "Yes, young master." The crowd responded with fervent enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The young masteress' wedding would surely bring them substantial rewards. At the gates of Jinshi City, Jin Hao, along with city officials and the Lin family, awaited the arrival of the procession. Before long, they sensed an overwhelming aura of yuanying pressure descending upon them as the Xuanma sect's bridal entourage approached. The air crackled with spiritual energy, reverberating with the roar of power. As the Xuanma sect's procession arrived, the yuanying cultivators unleashed their formidable presence, enveloping all those gathered in a shroud of intimidation. This display of strength was meant to ensure that the young master secured his bride. Jin Hao and Lin Dadong swallowed hard, their faces paling. The Xuanma sect's bridal entourage was astonishingly powerful, with several cultivators at the 9th level of yuanying among them. The officials of Jinshi City broke into a sweat, their eyes filled with fear. The casual deployment of the Xuanma sect as bridal party far surpassed anything Jinshi City could muster. Truly, they were a formidable sect. The people of Jinshi City were utterly awestruck by the approaching members of the Xuanma sect, with only Elder Su representing the Piao sect. This marriage would not be easy to annul. "We welcome the young master of the Xuanma sect." "Ha! It's in a few days, and the young master looks even more radiant. Please come in." As the bridal party drew near, Lord Jin Hao forced a smile, stepping forward to greet them. Though his face bore a smile, his heart was heavy with anxiety. The overwhelming yuanying pressure left him gasping for breath, rendering him incapable of even mentioning the annulment, let alone discussing the deaths of Elder Ing and the others at the hands of Elder Su. Li Jui snickered, casually waving a hand at Jin Hao. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yonger, standing beside Lin Dadong and his wife, his eyes widened with excitement. There she was, clad in a simple, flowing white gown, her figure graceful and enchanting. Her delicate form resembled a willow swaying in the breeze, standing tall and poised. Her fair and beautiful visage radiated youthful charm, akin to a lotus in full bloom, utterly captivating. Her smooth, luminous skin glowed with vitality, and her elegant neck added to her allure. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, enhancing her youthful grace. After marveling at her beauty, Li Jui stepped forward and leapt from the carriage. "Didn't I tell you? I, the young master, have come to claim my bride, and this is how you arrange for the Lin family's daughter? Where is her bridal attire?" With a thunderous presence, Li Jui unleashed his yuanying energy, causing the surrounding disciples of the Xuanma sect to respond in unison, amplifying their own formidable auras to exert pressure on all nearby. In Jinshi City, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they sensed the overwhelming pressure of the yuanying realm, akin to a raging flood, causing everyone to retreat in haste. Even Lin Yinner turned pale, tightly clutching her mother's arm. "Young master, please calm down." Jin Hao hurried to Li Jui's side, his face filled with bitterness. His plump body trembled slightly, appearing hesitant to speak. Surrounded by members of the Xuanma sect, he dared not mention the matter of the annulment of the engagement. "Elder Su, please come forth." Jin Hao called out. "It seems you no longer wish to remain in Jinshi City." Li Jui bellowed, his feminine eyes ablaze with fury. If not for Lin Yinner's beauty standing before him, He would have been disinclined to engage Jin Hao further and would have resorted to violence immediately. Did you not hear the young master? Hurry up. The three elders and the five-flag vanguard glared menacingly at Jin Hao, their expressions foreboding, as if any reluctance on his part would trigger an explosive response. This prospect terrified Jin Hao, who felt utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Lin Dadong and the other Jinshi city personnel were equally anxious, concerned about whether Elder Su could successfully annul the marriage, given the Xuanma sect as preparedness. At that moment of dilemma for Jin Hao, an aged laughter emerged from a nearby carriage. Following that, an elderly man dressed in gray, with white hair and beard, slowly descended from the carriage. Li Juya, Lin Yanea. I, Su Xiao, shall take her away. This marriage shall be nullified. As Su Xiao approached the crowd, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong breathed a sigh of relief. With this esteemed inter-sect elder from the Piao sect vouching for them, they felt emboldened to oppose the Xuanma sect. What? Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, Li Jui's expression changed drastically, his narrow, shadowy eyes filled with astonishment and rage. Who are you, old man? What gives you the right to speak here? Li Jui shoved Jin Hao aside and confronted the elder with palpable anger. The throng of Xuanma sect disciples followed suit, their imposing presence and fierce aura causing the crowd of Jinshi City to turn pale once more. Ha! I am Su Xiao, an inter-sect elder of the Piao sect. Lin Yin'er is one of my disciples, and we do not consent to this marriage, Su Xiao declared coldly, his ancient eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and disdain. The revelation that he was an inter-sect elder of the Piao sect struck like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through the hearts of every member of the Xuanma sect. The Piao sect has sent someone. Li Jui and his companions were left in a state of disbelief. How could a mere outer sect disciple warrant the attention of an inter-sect elder? Initially stunned, they soon exchanged glances, realizing that the white-haired elder seemed to possess only the cultivation of the Jidan stage. They glared at one another, incredulous that such a feeble figure would dare claim the title of an inter-sect elder of the Piao sect. Jinshi City dares to disregard the orders of the Xuanma sect and to send someone impersonating a Piao sect elder to annul a marriage? They seek death. A brutish man, seeing Su Xiao standing in their way, charged forward, intent on attacking. He was a fire flag vanguard at the third level of Yuanying. Jinshi City was clearly unwilling to yield, and he aimed to make an example of the old man. The rough man wielded a magical long knife, aiming it directly at Su Xiao's forehead. The surge of Yuanying's spiritual energy emanated from him, and the blade glimmered ominously, its power formidable. In an instant, a crimson divine sword shot forth. The clang of metal echoed as the long knife collided with the divine sword, shattering upon impact. The fire flag vanguard as protective artifacts were destroyed in an instant, and his head was obliterated. Flames of red and yellow erupted from the remnants of the broken knife and the vanguard's lifeless form, turning it into a charred husk. A sight too ghastly to behold. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that neither side had time to react. As the charred body of the fire flag vanguard fell with a thud, the onlookers stared at Su Xiao in disbelief, gasping in shock. You! Li Jui regarded the elderly man with incredulity. He was certain that the elder had only displayed the spiritual energy of the early Jidan stage. Yet he had effortlessly slain a Yuanying cultivator. And moreover, he had the audacity to kill a member of the Xuanma sect. Disbelief morphed into pure fury as Li Jui's eyes reddened, filled with murderous intent directed at the elder. The Fire Flag Vanguard, a third-level Yuanying cultivator, had been so easily slain, along with his protective artifacts. It was utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, Jin Hao and the other inhabitants of Jinshi City were struck with terror, their faces pallid and expressions filled with dread. Why had Elder Su suddenly resorted to violence? Wasn't he had agreed that they would only annul the marriage? Lin Dadong and his wife shielded Lin Yin'er behind them, equally astonished. The seemingly amiable Elder Su had transformed into a figure of terror upon encountering members of the Xuanma sect. With the situation now irretrievable, they braced for the endless retaliation from the Xuanma sect. At this moment, Lin Dadong even contemplated fleeing. Should negotiations collapse, he was prepared to whisk his wife and daughter away, adopting a hidden identity. If war erupted between the Piao sect and the Xuanma sect due to Lin Yin'er. His family, known merely for selling spiritual tea, would undoubtedly face annihilation. Do you understand that a strike at an inner sect elder of the Piao sect will lead to the ruin of your Xuanma sect? Su Xiao's voice, though aged, carried an undeniable authority. The profound heritage of the ancient sect was vividly displayed at that moment, exuding an aura of invincibility. Are you truly an inner sect elder of the Piao sect? Li Jui's complexion paled slightly. He had initially doubted this claim. However, after witnessing the divine sword wielded by the elder, his conviction wavered. That sword, imbued with flame, was undoubtedly a supreme quality artifact of immense destructive power. There was no other explanation for how a mere Jidon elder could slay the Fire Flag Vanguard. Suddenly, a realization struck Li Jui, causing his expression to shift as he demanded, "What of eldering? What have you done to him?" A foreboding sense of dread surged within him. Yet he dared not act too brazenly in front of Su Xiao, for the reputation of the Piao sect was well-deserved. Su Xiao nonchalantly replied, "That old fool disrespected me, and he has met his end." What? The countenance of the Xuanma sect members shifted once more. Elder Ying and his companions had also perished at the hands of this elder. Despicable. Old man, you have gone too far. Li Jui's face flushed with rage. Yet his remaining rationality cautioned him against antagonizing the Piao sect. Su Xiao was an inner sect elder. To harm him would incur the wrath of the Piao sect that the Xuanma sect could not withstand. At this juncture, Li Jui had completely dismissed the notion of marrying Lin Yin'er as a concubine. Such trivial matters paled in comparison to the threat posed by the Piao sect. He could not fathom why an inner sect elder of the Piao sect would come all this way to rescue a mere outer sect disciple. Gone too far? Su Xiao's sculpt. What if I have? What can a mere brat like you do about it? If you have the courage, strike me. I dare you to try. His derision was palpable. You pampered wastrel. What else can you do besides chasing after women? You are nothing but a stinking pile of refuse. The mockery ignited Li Jui's fury. You old man, how dare you? Li Jui was on the verge of exploding with rage. This elder had clearly come to provoke the Xuanma sect. Old man, you shall pay for your transgressions. You have slain so many of my sect members. Even if the Piao sect seeks vengeance, it is still my Xuanma sect that holds the justification. Li Jui swiftly drew forth a superior quality sword, poised to engage in a deadly confrontation with Su Xiao. Young master, you must remain calm, interjected the elder of the three Yin, obstructing Li Jui. The three elders, though simmering with rage, were guided more by reason than emotion. To slay this old man would irrevocably cement their enmity with the Piao zone. Even if they were justified, Xuanma zone would find itself in a precarious position, for the two sects were not of the same caliber. Su Xiao continued his derision, "And you three decrepit old fools, do you not reflect upon your own advanced age, yet you indulge this reckless youth? At your age, one might presume you have descended to the level of swine." The impact of Su Xiao's words reverberated like thunder, leaving not only the members of Xuanma zone, but also the onlookers from Jinshi City in a state of bewilderment. Having already restrained themselves despite the massacre of numerous disciples, Xuanma zone had hoped to leverage the influence of Piao zone to smoothly withdraw from the situation. It was clear that the opposition had no intention of retreating, and even the three elders were now hurling curses. Jin Haolin and the others were left in utter confusion. Even Lin Yin'er, who stood behind, appeared dazed, unable to comprehend Su elder's actions. "Old man, what are you saying? I see you are truly courting death." "Alas, in consideration of Piao zone, I initially intended to spare your life, but today, even if the King of Heaven himself intervenes, you shall meet your end." The three elders clad in black robes contorted their faces in fury. They were the apex of Xuanma zone's hierarchy, yet here they were, berated by an elder of the Jidon stage. Perhaps he was merely an outer sect member of Piao zone, wielding borrowed authority. Li Jui, already seething with anger, drew his sword and summoned the disciples of Xuanma zone. "Disciples of Xuanma zone, heed my command." At his call, the eyes of the disciples glinted with ferocity. Subsequently, they brandished their magical artifacts and surged towards Su Xiao like a tidal wave, determined that this old man would undoubtedly perish today. The onlookers from Jinshi City turned pale with fear, hastily retreating to evade the onslaught of Xuan Mazong. Their cultivation levels were still too weak to withstand Su Elder's might. Jin Haolin and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. Su Elder was astonishingly audacious. One might mistake the situation for a deep-seated vendetta between the two sections. Su Elder, prepare to die. With Li Jui leading the charge alongside the three Yin Elders, a cadre of elite demon cultivators followed closely behind. This formation could easily spell disaster for even a cultivator at the god transformation stage, let alone this old man Su. Yet, Su Xiao remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly. He discerned that among the demon cultivators, the strongest were the three Yin Elders, each at the 9th level of the Yuanying stage. Even wielding the Nanming Lihua sword would prove somewhat troublesome. However, he had a plan. The god transformation 9th layer Xiao Thunder Talisman would soon reveal its potency. As he gazed at the assembly of demon cultivators before him, Su Xiao activated the Xiao Thunder Talisman, summoned through the system. The moment the talisman was ignited, a deafening roar of wind and thunder erupted from the violet talisman. The heavens darkened as ominous clouds gathered, and a tremendous pressure descended, enveloping Li Jui and his cadre of demon cultivators. Li Jui, the three Yin Elders, and the four-flag vanguard halted their advance. Gazing in horror at the looming sphere of energy overhead, their expressions transforming with shock. God transformation thunder. Curse it! How could the god transformation thunder manifest so suddenly? Is it linked to that old man's talisman? The eldest among the three Yin Elders grasped the situation, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Could that talisman truly belong to the god transformation stage? Retreat. Withdraw. The three Yin Elders, feeling the overwhelming force from above, cried out in haste, unwilling to confront it directly. It was too late. The god transformation thunder had already locked onto its targets. In an instant, a colossal bolt of thunder descended, aimed squarely at Li Jui and the three Yin Elders. As the lightning flickered, an immense aura of power enveloped the surroundings, leaving the spectators from Jinshi City trembling in terror. God transformation. There is indeed a god transformation cultivator among us. The violet lightning, thick as a tree trunk, struck Li Jui and the three Yin Elders without mercy, instantly consuming them in a blinding flash of power. The residual thunderous force surged forth, propelling the disciples of Xuan Mazong away, none left unscathed. No, in the midst of the thunder, the three Yin Elders strained with their utmost cultivation to withstand the onslaught. Yet Li Jui, still of insufficient strength, could not endure the fury of the storm. In a final moment of anguish and despair, Li Jui cast a glance at the white-haired old man before being obliterated into nothingness. Even in his last moments, he could not comprehend how Xuan Mazong had incurred the wrath of Su Xiao, as if a profound vendetta lay between them. With his demise, the power of the god transformation 9th layer Xiao Thunder Talisman remained unabated, continuing to wreak havoc. The three Yin Elders succumbed to their fate, disintegrating into ash under the relentless assault of the violet divine thunder. Su Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. This system-generated Xiao Thunder Talisman was undoubtedly far superior to those crafted by cultivators of the Void Refinement stage. The product of the system was assuredly of the highest quality. As the thunder subsided, the remains of Li Jui and the three Yin Elders were utterly annihilated, their bodies reduced to dust. The elite disciples of the four-flag vanguard were cast aside, their bodies charred but still clinging to life. It is over for Xuan Mazong. They gazed at the composed figure of the gray-clad elder, their hearts filled with despair and astonishment. The power of his talisman was terrifying, far beyond a mere god transformation talisman. They speculated it could be a talisman of the Void Refinement stage, of which they had never heard. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. The Nanming Lihua sword, wielding the might of earth fire, fell upon the demon cultivators, leaving none alive. Within mere moments, the entire wedding procession, numbering in the dozens, was decimated, with not a single soul surviving. Even Li Jui was reduced to mere ashes. As the ground fire blazed, the entire wedding entourage was incinerated to blackened remnants. Su Xiao approached, retrieving a storage bag from the ground. It was Li Jui's storage bag, crafted from special scales and among the finest of its kind. miraculously preserved amidst the chaos of thunder. A cursory glance filled Xiao with delight. It contained over 400 superior spirit stones, 3 superior magical artifacts, and more than 30 transformation pills for Yuanian cultivators. This young man was rather affluent. Without further hesitation, he cast it into his spatial vault. The young master of Shuama Zone, Li Jui, and the 3 Yin elders, along with so many elite disciples, all dead? They could hardly believe their eyes. The seemingly gentle Su elder was, in fact, terrifyingly formidable, though his cultivation level was not particularly high. The artifacts he wielded included even the God Transformation Thunder Talisman. Was this the profound heritage of the ancient sect, Piao Zone? Lin Xiaoyu. Su Xiao smiled at the petrified Lin Yin'er. As she pale-faced emerged from the crowd and knelt before him, she was utterly awestruck by Su Xiao's prowess. Suauda, you truly are worthy of being the elder brother of the sect master. Aprestinus iner sect elder. Even in the face of a thunder tribulation failure, you still possess the strength to annihilate the heavens and earth. So formidable. Her heart raced with excitement and exhilaration. With Su Elder's protection, no one from Shuama Zone would dare to trouble her again. Lin Xiaoyu and I share a bond. In the future within the sect, you may become a registered disciple of Lu Denian, and I shall provide resources for your cultivation. Lin Yin'er was taken aback upon hearing the words. A registered disciple of the law-enforcing elder, that is none other than the disciple of the esteemed Dugu Zoman. Elder Su, you are truly too kind to her. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face once more, for she understood that her status with Elder Lu was merely nominal. Elder Su had regarded her as his successor, disciple. Thank you for your profound kindness, Elder. Lin Yin'er knelt and bowed 3 times to Su Xiao, her fair forehead reddening from the force of her sincerity. With a hearty laugh, Su Xiao waved his hand and said, "It has been said that we are destined to meet. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of defeating the enemy of fate and receiving a chance for a 1,000-fold return." Su Xiao's aged eyes sparkled with interest. He retrieved a thunder-attracting talisman of the Yuan Ying stage, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 high-grade spirit stones from his spatial storage. Take these. This is a gift for you as you become a disciple of Elder Lu. I am covering for him, Su Xiao said with a smile. Keep the thunder-attracting talisman safe. It may save your life in the future. Lin Yin'er gazed at his kind face, unable to hold back her tears. Trembling, she accepted the items and bowed to Su Xiao 3 more times. Elder Su, whatever you ask of me in the future, I shall comply. I will serve only Elder Su from now on. The onlookers, including Lin Dedong and Jin Hao, were left in astonishment. Elder Su truly favored Lin Yin'er and intended to nurture her. The Lin family was indeed fortunate. Lin Dedong and his wife were overwhelmed with excitement, their faces flushed. To have such a powerful and esteemed inner sect elder of the Piao sect take notice of Yin'er was a tremendous blessing. Yin'er would surely soar to great heights in the future. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting Lin Yin'er the thunder-attracting talisman, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a 9 heavens divine thunder talisman of the refining void stage. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills, receiving 10 Yuan Jin pills in return. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones, receiving 100 high-grade spirit stones in return. The system's voice chimed in, and Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The 9 heavens divine thunder talisman was indeed an unprecedented treasure, granting him a devastating strike akin to that of a refining void cultivator. Jin Hao approached with a look of trepidation and said repeatedly before Su Xiao, "Elder Su, I fear there may be trouble for Jin Shi City." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Jin Hao implied that with so many elite members of the Xian Mo sect lost, including the sect leader's son, Li Jiuyi, if the Xian Mo sect learned of this, they would surely not spare Jin Shi City. The moment Elder Su left, calamity would befall them. Seeing the shocked and fearful expressions of the Jin Shi City personnel, Su Xiao reassured them, "Fear not. Should the Xian Mo sect come knocking, inform them that it was all the doing of my Piao sect, and they can come to find me, Su Xiao. My sect shall bear all consequences." He was undaunted. The Xianmo sect was hardly worthy to be compared to the Piao Miao sect. If they dared to come, it would be akin to seeking death. Relieved, Jin Hao and the others expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Elder Su. Linda Dong and his wife stepped forward, respectfully thanking Su Xiao. The elder replied, Young friend Lin, Yinner greatly pleases me. I intend to nurture her. Rest assured, with me here in the Piao Miao sect, no one shall bully Yinner. The couple's faces brightened with joy, and they bowed deeply. With such a venerable elder from the Piao Miao sect looking after Yinner, it was indeed a rare opportunity. Lin Yinner gazed at Su Xiao, who stood with his sword, her pure and lovely face flushed red. Was Elder Su asking her to fly with him on the sword? What an extraordinary honor. With a light leap, Lin Yinner landed behind Su Xiao. However, as it was her first time being airborne, she felt unsteady and instinctively clung to his back. Elder Su, I apologize. I have never flown on a sword before. Her face grew even redder, yet she dared not let go. With a gentle smile, Su Xiao kindly said, Yinner, just hold on tight. Once you reach the Jidan stage, you will be able to fly on your own. Lin Yan'an nodded lightly. In the northern territory of Jinshi City, amidst a mountain range, dozens of dark buildings were densely clustered, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. Within a spacious chamber, a middle-aged man in black robes suddenly opened his eyes, filled with alarm. Not good. The soul lantern is malfunctioning. His figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the soul lantern chamber. Upon entering, he saw the bright blue soul lanterns extinguishing one by one. The soul lantern of the 3 Elder has gone out. The soul lantern of the 5 Flags Vanguard has gone out. Finally, when he saw the soul lantern of Li Jiuyi extinguish, his fierce eyes widened, brimming with boundless murderous intent. No, Jiuyi, my son, who has killed you? His eyes turned bloodshot, his face a mask of fury. So many elite members of the Xianmo sect had gone to Jinshi City for a wedding, yet they were utterly annihilated. He swore vengeance. In the northern border of Donglai country, Su Xiao soared through the clouds with Lin Yinner flying through the air. Though the speed was moderate, it was Lin Yinner's first experience at such heights. Gazing down at the mountains and rivers below, she felt a thrill of fear and clung tightly to Su Xiao. Su Xiao maintained a steady pace, flying neither too fast nor too slow, mindful of Lin Yinner. Indeed, this outing has yielded substantial rewards, Su Xiao thought to himself. Besides the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman, he had also acquired high-grade spirit stones. With 550 high-grade spirit stones now in his spatial storage, he need not worry about future expenses. He had also retrieved over 30 transformation pills from Li Jiuye's storage bag. Such pills, worth 10 high-grade spirit stones each, were rarely affordable for cultivators of the Yuan Ing stage. Generally, one might occasionally acquire a single pill to hasten their cultivation, but few possessed the financial means to use them continuously. Detected enemy of fate, Li Qianba, identity, sect leader of the Xianmo sect, task issued. Eliminate the enemy of fate, Li Tianba. Task reward, guaranteed 10,000-fold critical hit in the next gift. Another task, Su Zhao's aged form halted momentarily, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. A 10,000-fold critical hit was an excellent quest. He had heard of the Xianmo sect's leader, rumored to be a transforming god cultivator, most likely the father of Li Jiuyi. With a contemplative glint in his eyes, Su Xiao adjusted the sword's direction, heading straight for the mountain range of the Xianmo sect. Lin Yinner looked on in confusion. Oh, all right, she nodded. Whatever the elder said was final. She dare not question further. Su Xiao said, We are now heading to the Xianmo sect. Elder, I have yet to accomplish something, and it is opportune for me to do so now. The Xianmo sect. Lin Yinner's eyes widened in astonishment. Elder Su had just slain Li Jiuyi and his companions. Now heading to the Xianmo sect was far too dangerous. Within the Xianmo sect, an enraged Li Tianba summoned all remaining elders and disciples to gather in the sect square. Below, a sea of black gathered, numbering in the hundreds. These were disciples of the Xianmo sect, among whom were many Jidan cultivators and a fair share of Yuan Ing cultivators. This was the Xianmo sect's strongest force. Disciples of the Xianmo sect. Li Tianba's voice thundered with fury. Your young master, Li Jiuyi, was slain in Jinshi City, along with the 3 elder and the 5 flags vanguard. This time, we shall obliterate Jinshi City and find the assassins for revenge. On the high platform, Li Tianba's agitated voice resonated with extreme rage. Revenge! 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 How dare Jinshi City lay hands on the young master of the Xian Mo sect? They were truly courting death. With their forces diminished, today would mark the demise of Jinshi City. Though Jinshi City had suffered losses, the sect's vitality was severely wounded, but with the sect leader personally leading the charge, those scoundrels were destined to die. Let us depart to Jinshi City to demand justice. Those who offend the Xian Mo sect shall be executed without mercy. With a resounding battle cry, Li Tianba unleashed his formidable aura as a transforming god cultivator. In an instant, the elders and disciples below were shaken, their spirits ignited. One by one, they readied their swords, eager to follow him to avenge Li Jiuyi and the 3 elder. Chapter 33. The catastrophe of Xuanma sect. Hundreds of individuals soared through the sky on their swords, invoking the Xuanma Ju. A thick, ominous black mist billowed into the heavens, creating a breathtaking and awe-inspiring spectacle. The nearby cultivators and mortals were struck with a profound sense of dread. The Xuanma sect had unleashed such a formidable display. Something monumental must have transpired. In the celestial expanse, Li Tianba stood above the crowd, his black robes swirling dramatically, radiating an overwhelming aura. The chilling and sinister demonic energies surged around him, while a throng of dark-clad cultivators rallied beneath, their presence akin to a swarm of locusts. It was as if a divine fiend had descended, towering over the earth, commanding the very fabric of existence, and casting disdainful glances upon the world. Jinshi City. Kill! 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 The roars echoed through the cosmos, fueled by an intense fury and hatred that showed no signs of abating. This scene sent tremors of fear through the hearts of those surrounding the Xuanma sect. Just what had Jinshi City done to provoke such wrath? It seemed inevitable that the city would face utter annihilation. Flee! The onlookers understood that the Xuanma sect was in a furious state. Anyone lacking the wisdom to avoid confrontation would find themselves meeting a grim fate. As Li Tianba prepared to accelerate toward Jinshi City, a frail figure suddenly appeared before the gathered members of the Xuanma sect. The elderly man stood upon a flying sword, garbed in gray, his white hair and beard glimmering in the sunlight, exuding an otherworldly aura that rendered him almost ethereal. Who dares block the path of the Xuanma sect? Step aside at once, or face a fate most grave. Li Tianba waved a hand, signaling his disciples to halt. The old man's mere presence and commanding aura indicated that he was no ordinary individual. If it had been otherwise, Li Tianba would not have wasted words, but would have already acted to eliminate him. Su Xiao Juka Lai Di, observing the stern, middle-aged man in black robes who bore resemblance to Li Jue, he spoke in an aged tone. Are you Li Tianba, the Xuanma sect? The father of Li Jue? Li Tianba was taken aback. The old man knew of his son, Li Jue. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, his eyes glinted with menace as he coldly replied, Indeed, I am Li Tianba. Old man, do you know what has become of my son, Li Jue? Speak swiftly. Who has slain him? The Xuanma sect shall rise in vengeance for my poor son. Su Xiao not det in Wali. He then retrieved an unassuming black talisman from his spatial pouch. This was the Jiuqian Shenlei talisman, a potent weapon necessary for accomplishing the daunting task set forth by the system. I am Su Xiao, an elder of the Piaomiao sect, he said, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Your son, Li Jue, has grievously transgressed by attempting to abduct a disciple of my Piaomiao sect as a concubine. This is a direct violation of our sect's principles. I have executed those who have harmed my disciples, and your son was among them. The thunderous impact of Su Xiao's words reverberated like celestial thunder in the ears of every member of the Xuanma sect. The crowd, engulfed in swirling black mist, gazed in disbelief at the elder on the flying sword, their eyes wide with shock. The Piaomiao sect. This elder is an inner-sect elder of the Piaomiao sect. He has slain the young master and Elder Sanin. The countenance of the Xuanma cultivators shifted dramatically with astonishment. How dare the Piaomiao sect act so boldly? Li Tianba glared at Xiao, his fury reaching its zenith. It was as if a volcano had erupted, with rage pouring forth. Yet, he remarkably restrained his anger. If this matter involved the ancient and enigmatic Piao sect, it had grown complex. For millennia, the righteous and demonic paths had coexisted peacefully on the Panlong continent, relying on mutual restraint. Who could have anticipated that a mere outer disciple of the Piao sect would garner such attention, even drawing an inner sect elder to take action? Xiao, you old rogue. Your Piao sect indiscriminately slaughters my Xuanma sect members, including my son. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Li Tianba sensed that his opponent was merely at the core formation stage. Though puzzled, he continued to belittle Xiao, declaring, "If the righteous and demonic factions go to war, your Piao sect will bear the full brunt of the responsibility. Old rogue, today I shall slay you. The Piao sect will not dare to intervene. The blame lies entirely with you." With those words, he summoned his divine power, preparing to strike down this elder in vengeance for his son. The seething rage had caused him to overlook the fact that his opponent had already slain numerous formidable members of the Xuanma sect, despite being at the core formation level. Xiao stood upon his flying sword, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. He sensed the murderous intent emanating from Li Tianba. Yet, attempting to strike a stone with an egg was folly. Under the might of a 9th-level refining void strike, not only would Li Tianba, a mere core formation cultivator, perish, but the entire Xuanma sect would be reduced to ashes. As for the consequences, he cared not. As an elder of the Piao sect, what could these rabble from the demonic path do to him? Xuanma sect, you dare to forcibly seize my Piao sect as disciples? Today I, Xiao, shall eradicate you on behalf of the Piao sect. With that proclamation, he infused the black talisman with energy. The once bright sky, illuminated by sunlight, was instantly shrouded in ominous clouds, concealing any trace of light. The resounding thunder rumbled throughout the heavens, as arcs of electricity danced ominously within the clouds. Poised to strike at any moment, Li Tianba and the members of the Xuanma sect were incensed by Xiao's arrogant declarations. Yet, as they sensed the atmospheric changes, their faces turned pale, fear glistening in their eyes. This was the oppressive aura of a refining void grandmaster. The Piao sect dared to send such a cultivator into battle? Impossible. It could not be. The righteous sects had not intervened in millennia. Master, this is dire. We must retreat at once. A refining void cultivator from the Piao sect. We stand no chance. The remaining elders of the sect, terrified by the brewing storm, urged Li Tianba to flee, emphasizing the urgency of escape. This was beyond what the Xuanma sect could withstand. Old rogue, you Piao sect have crossed the line. Li Tianba's expression darkened. He felt the devastating lightning of the refining void locking onto him. There was no escape. Quickly, stand down. We can still negotiate. Fear and shock enveloped him. Li Tianba was forced to concede. The overwhelming pressure of the refining void was unlike that of an average cultivator. It could very well be a formidable master at the later stages of refining void. Negotiate? Xiao scoffed. I did not come here to negotiate. I came to take your life. You insignificant demonic sect, allowing your disciples to abduct my Piao sect members. This is tantamount to seeking death. With those words, the storm of thunder reached its zenith. A colossal purple lightning bolt, resembling a dragon, descended from the heavens. This bolt of lightning was tenfold greater than the previous strikes. Like a divine light from the heavens, it enveloped all members of the Xuanma sect below, crashing down with unrelenting force. Chapter 34. The catastrophe of the Xuanma sect. The moment the massive purple lightning appeared, it obliterated the entire Xuanma sect stronghold. Countless structures, entwined in dark malevolence, were annihilated in the cataclysmic radiance of the thunder, reduced to dust in a single explosive moment. Not a single beam of wood or stone remained. Everything was swept away. Within the purplish-white lightning, the members of the Xuanma sect could not withstand even a single breath. Their bodies disintegrated, limbs first, then organs, until not a trace remained. The most powerful among them, Li Tianba, in a state of boundless terror and despair, managed to endure for 3 breaths, supported by his cultivation and magical artifacts. But that was all, only 3 breaths. As time passed, the magical artifact was shattered by the thunder, and the physical body was completely disintegrated by the lightning. Ultimately, it resembled a minuscule black dot, vanishing amidst the colossal thunderstorm. He could not fathom how Xiao, an elder of the Piao Miao sect, could wield such formidable Jiutian thunder. This power of thunder was beyond the capabilities of a practitioner in the void refinement stage. It was the very force of heaven and earth. Yet, he had no opportunity to ponder further. His corporeal form dissipated, and his soul was extinguished. Li Tianba, in comparison to this Jiutian thunder, was akin to a mere ant, utterly defenseless. Even his magical artifact and all items within his storage bag could not withstand such a tremendous strike and were reduced to nothingness. After obliterating all disciples of the Xian sect, the thunder continued to unleash its formidable might. The sect's inner sanctum was utterly devastated, and even the flora and fauna within these mountains were completely annihilated, reduced to mere dust by the thunder. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended, erasing all traces of the Xian sect in mere breaths. From this day forth, there would no longer exist a sect known as Xian in the world. It was as if it had never appeared, leaving not a single trace. After 10 breaths, the Jiutian divine thunder dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky parted, and brilliant sunlight once again illuminated the earth below. However, the previous grounds of the Xian sect had transformed into a charred wasteland, devoid of life. Was this power not absurdly overwhelming? The astonishment in Xiao's elder eyes had not faded since the beginning. It was simply too formidable. This Jiutian divine thunder talisman was terrifyingly powerful. Could this truly be the might of a practitioner in the 9th level of void refinement? It seemed that even his master, Ji Shui, in this thunderous assault, would likely suffer severe injuries. The system was exceedingly perverse. Xiao coughed lightly twice and discreetly departed on his sword. Such a tremendous commotion would surely be sensed by cultivators within dozens of miles nearby. Surrounding the Xian sect, the nearby practitioners had witnessed the entire thunderous onslaught. Their faces were pale, their expressions filled with terror. Had the Xian sect angered the heavenly wrath, incurring punishment by thunder? It was utterly terrifying, such a powerful Jiutian thunder. They had never heard of nor seen before. Several golden core stage cultivators hastily took to the skies on their swords to investigate. Upon witnessing the lifeless, charred earth that once was the Xian sect, they were left dumbfounded. The Xian sect was no more. On a small hillside, several miles away, Lin Yin stood in a white dress, equally stunned. She had just seen a swarm of dark-clad practitioners from the Xian sect in the sky. Initially, she thought Elder Su would encounter some trouble while attending to his affairs. However, what transpired next exceeded her comprehension entirely. Heavenly thunder descended. It was a colossal thunder, 10 times more powerful than the thunder technique previously wielded by Elder Su. With a single strike, it obliterated the entire sect's disciples. Now, there was not a single practitioner left in the sky. Could it be that Elder Su was responsible for this? Lin Yin's heart was filled with boundless worry and guilt. Had Elder Su annihilated an entire sect because of her? She could scarcely imagine it. Her understanding was utterly insufficient to grasp such a matter. Elder Su was perhaps too kind to her, so kind that it made her feel somewhat guilty. From this day forth, there would no longer be a place called Xian sect on the Panlong continent. The wind was gentle, and the clouds were light. Xiao wore a benevolent smile, appearing as a kind and friendly sage. Lin Yin expressed her gratitude, vowing to always regard Elder Su with the utmost respect. Xiao replied, "There is no need for such formalities. We are fated to meet, and this is what I ought to do." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating the fated enemy, Li Tianba. The next reward will certainly be a 10,000-fold critical strike." Satisfied, Xiao nodded and leisurely directed his flying sword towards the Piao Miao sect. In the nearby Jinshi city, within the Lord's mansion, Jin Hao was entertaining the Lin couple as esteemed guests, lavishly hosting them. Although the Lin family was merely a merchant dealing in spiritual tea. Lin Yin had caught the attention of an elder from the Piao Miao sect. In the future, Lin Yin would undoubtedly have boundless prospects in the Piao Miao sect, with the Yuaning realm within her grasp. Such a family with strength and background was not to be underestimated by Jin Hao. Brother Lin, please do not be upset. I only agreed to that Li Jui's matchmaking because I was threatened by the Xianmo sect. Jin Hao implored. In the future, in Jinshi City, do not worry about your spiritual tea business. Even for spiritual pills, my Lord's mansion will wholeheartedly support the Lin family. All taxes will be waived. I will personally introduce you to the channels for spiritual pills. This drink I will take as a self-punishment. In the splendid hall, Jin Hao repeatedly apologized, fearing that the Lin couple would be displeased. The two wore smiles, having no intention of causing trouble for Jin Hao. They were filled with joy, as Yin Er's connection with Elder Su from the Piao Miao sect would benefit their family even now, despite her being at the foundation establishment stage. It seemed their family had a bright future ahead. Janerish truly fortunati. At that moment, several guards from Jinshi City rushed into the hall in a panic. Upon seeing Jin Hao, they exclaimed in alarm, "Lord, it's bad. We've received word that the Xianmo sect has been exterminated. All disciples have been reduced to ashes. Even the sect leader, Li Tianba, has perished. The Xianmo sect is no more. Not even a single intact piece of wood remains." Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dadong were left in shock, frozen in place. The Xianmo sect was eradicated? Their first thoughts turned to Su Xiao and the Piao Miao sect. Jin Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at Lin Dadong, who was pale with fear, and cried out, "Brother, this marriage has nothing to do with me. You must speak well of me in front of Elder Su. We are both from Jinshi City, having known each other for many years. My life depends on you, brother." Chapter 35, 10,000-fold Critical Strike. Returning to the 9-turn Qi Yuan pills subsequently, he summoned Lu Danian to continue registering Lin Yin as a named disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Danian's expression was quite remarkable. Master is up to his antics again, he thought, yet he dared not voice a word of dissent, nodding in agreement. Now that even the head of the Dugu sect had been conquered by his master, he turned a blind eye to such matters. As a mere disciple, how could he defy his master? He could only comply. In the outer mountain female disciple's lodging area, when the plump and thin senior sisters saw Lin Yin return safely, they were overjoyed. She recounted the general events that had transpired. But when it came to the annihilation of the Xianmo sect, she was cautious and refrained from mentioning it. This matter was far too terrifying, and she felt anxious. The plump senior sister exclaimed, "Junior sister, with Elder Su protecting you in the Piao Miao sect, you can soar to great heights. Do you know that Jin Liuxiang is serving Elder Su, and now she is a named disciple of Elder Lu. Elder Lu, my outer sect's law enforcement elder, a disciple of the Dugu sect's head. Junior sister, do not be timid. Serve Elder Su well. Who knows? You might also become Elder Lu's disciple in the future." Lin Yin's eyes flickered at these words, and she merely nodded. Elder Su had already told her to become Elder Lu's named disciple. The plump senior sister continued to advise, "Junior sister, you must not be shy. Although Elder Su is old, I heard he was incredibly handsome in his youth. Even now, Elder Su looks far more attractive than those young disciples. Junior sister, Elder Su still has Jin Liuxiang serving him, so you must seize the opportunity to serve Elder Su." The thin senior sister nodded repeatedly, excitedly adding, "That's right. Junior sister, you are so beautiful. Elder Su will surely like you. We need not fear that green TBTCH, Jin Liuxiang." The two sisters, one after the other, nearly overwhelmed Lin Yin with their fervent enthusiasm. What is this situation? The two individuals, upon seeing Lin Yin's navet, sighed deeply. "Junior sister, it appears you have yet to serve Elder Su, and if this continues, you will inevitably be overshadowed by Jin Liuxiang." They had both benefited from Su Xiao, and they now fervently wished for Lin Yin to ascend, so they could partake in the remnants of her fortune. After expressing her dismay, the plump senior sister quickly whispered the rumors regarding Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang into Lin Yin's ear. "Sister, this cannot be true. Elder Su is such a kind-hearted person. He would never engage in such actions. Lin Yinner's initial reaction was one of disbelief. She could not fathom that Elder Su's assistance was for such ulterior motives. It was inconceivable. The two senior sisters sighed once more, recognizing that their junior sister was still too young. If it weren't for her beauty, why would Elder Su bestow resources upon her and rescue her from the clutches of the Misty Sect? They advised, junior sister, Elder Su holds a venerable status within our sect. These matters cannot be overtly acknowledged. Jean Liuxiang must have understood Elder Su well, which is why she advanced to the 5th level of Foundation establishment so swiftly. Consider this carefully, junior sister. Why would Elder Su assist you, if not for your beauty? Now that he has done so much for you, if you remain indifferent, it may become difficult for you to navigate the realm of Misty Sect in the future. They chose not to elaborate further, as such matters were best left for Lin Yinner to ponder on her own. Lin Yinner fell into silence. Is Elder Su truly that kind of person? She still found it hard to believe. However, upon reflection, she realized that as a mere outer sect disciple, there seemed to be nothing noteworthy about her that would draw Elder Su's attention, nor would he have bestowed so many gifts upon her. She was conflicted. Just then, a sound emerged from outside. After becoming a disciple, you are now recognized as a named disciple of Elder Lu. The two senior sisters were initially startled, but soon rejoiced, quickly pulling Lin Yinner outside. As night fell, Jean Liuxiang entered the room and performed a respectful bow before Su Xiao. Su Xiao observed her with a slight movement in his aged eyes, stroking his goatee. Due to the relationship with the headmaster Dugu, she had not visited for 2 months. Su Xiao retrieved 10 Foundation Establishment pills, 10 high-grade spirit stones, and a Yuan-Ing Earth Fire Talisman from his spatial storage. He handed them to her, saying, Liuxiang, this Earth Fire Talisman is meant for those in the Yuan-Ing realm. Keep it on you for self-protection. Jean Liuxiang was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Su Xiao. After placing them in her storage bag, she spoke somewhat pitifully. Elder Su, your disciple misses you but fears Headmaster Dugu. The latter chuckled and replied, Liuxiang, it's all settled. The headmaster has agreed that she will no longer interfere in my affairs. When your resources are depleted, just come to me for more. Hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with excitement, providing her with a sense of security. Subsequently, she stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao, a fragrant breeze enveloping the air. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment pills, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning Heaven and Earth Divine pills, and 9 Transformations Qi Yuan pills. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 high-grade Spirit Stones, returning 200 high-grade Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Yuan-Ing Earth Fire Talisman, returning 2 9-fold Red Flame Talismans. Chapter 36. The 4 Great Sect of the Righteous Path. 9 Transformations Qi Yuan Pill. A divine pill born from the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it can reverse one's fate, transforming one into a Tao body, achieving peak cultivation speed and fortune. Once again, it is a divine pill from heaven and earth. How remarkable! Su Xiao examined his spatial storage. The 9 Transformations Qi Yuan Pill, the size of a fist, shimmered with brilliance, enveloped by the essence of the 9 heavens, radiating celestial light. He understood the system's description. Consuming this pill could alter one's constitution and fortune, leading to a complete metamorphosis. This was precisely what he needed. Over the past millennium, he had fought tooth and nail to reach the 9th stage of Yuan-Ing, yet his mediocre talent prevented him from attaining the stage of transformation. With this 9 Transformations Qi Yuan pill to change his constitution and fortune, combined with the earth fire, achieving transformation and refinement would be within his grasp. The following morning, the two donned their garments. Su Xiao, noticing Jean Liuxiang's flushed complexion and discomfort, stated, Liuxiang, I have found you a junior sister named Lin Yinner. She is currently at the 1st stage of Foundation establishment and is fated to be connected to me. You shall be her senior sister. Do not bully her, but rather protect her. Jean Liuxiang furrowed her delicate brows, pouted slightly, and replied with a meaningful smile, I understand, Lin Yinner. Rest assured, Elder. Since she is someone you value, I will certainly take good care of her. Though she felt somewhat disheartened, she would heed Elder Su's words. Su Xiao smiled and said, Yinner is merely my ordinary junior. Liuxiang, I primarily value her talent." Upon hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted, and she chuckled. "Liuxiang understands. You need not worry, elder." After a moment of intimacy, she expressed her gratitude and took her leave. Su Xiao sat before the mat, retrieving the 9 transformations Qi Yuan pill. Like the 3,000 Dao pills, this divine pill transformed into a streak of light and entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body and soul being purified repeatedly by the pill's effects. The dark impurities within him surged forth through his skin, ultimately enveloping him in a layer of viscous black liquid. After this cleansing, while Su Xiao's appearance still bore signs of age, his outer form shimmered with a lustrous glow, appearing slightly more youthful and spirited. It felt as if a unique aura of the Tao surrounded him, and he sensed a rebirth, as both his body and consciousness were transformed beyond recognition. This was an elevation of his Taoist talent. Powerful, truly worthy of the 10,000-fold return of the 9 transformations Qi Yuan pill. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction and promptly consumed a Yunjin pill, beginning his cultivation with the high-grade spirit stones. He had 135 Yunjin pills remaining, and his high-grade spirit stones had increased to 740. With ample resources and the enhancement from the 9 transformations Qi Yuan pill, his cultivation speed soared like a rocket, far surpassing that of ordinary prodigies. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1,008 years. Realm: First Age of Foundation Establishment. Special Constitution: Earth Fire. Tao Body. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. Days later, the entire Panlong continent trembled. The news of the extermination of the Xuanma sect, located in the northern region of Donglai Kingdom, spread like wildfire. Although the Xuanma sect was merely a third-rate sect on the Panlong continent, it was still a recognized faction with transformation-level cultivators stationed there. Such a horrifying act of extermination had not occurred in thousands of years. Who would have thought it would happen now? In an instant, both righteous and demonic sects were engulfed in fear and trepidation, anxious about the future of the Panlong continent. The hard-won truce was at risk of being torn apart. In one of the 4 great righteous sects, Dao Tianmin, the sect leader spoke gravely. "Brother, the extermination of the Xuanma sect seems to be an extraordinary matter. I fear that if not handled properly, the entire continent may descend into chaos." A venerable elder with white hair furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, do you know who is responsible for this?" According to reports from Donglai Kingdom, it appears to be an elder from the Piaomiao sect. The Xuanma sect attempted to seize an outer sect disciple from Piaomiao, which angered that elder. What? All for an outer sect disciple? They annihilated a whole sect? Who is this elder? How reckless! I heard it is that inner sect elder named Su Xiao. Su Xiao? Could it be that disciple of Ji Shui? I heard he was nearing death. Is he senile? Sai, brother sect leader. It is likely because he is on the brink of death that he is so unrestrained. Such individuals are the most dangerous. With death looming, he would care little for our lives. We must hold the Piaomiao sect accountable and demand an explanation. Otherwise, we cannot quell the anger of the demonic sect. That foolish old man, Su Xiao, actually dared to do such a thing. Immediately send a message to the Piaomiao sect to confirm this matter. If Su Xiao is indeed responsible, the Piaomiao sect must bring that old fool forth to face consequences. Understood, brother sect leader. At the 4 great righteous sects, at the Wanfo temple. Abbot, this is not good. The Xuanma sect has been annihilated in a single day. In the grand hall, surrounded by golden light and the sound of Buddhist chants, an elderly monk in a kasaya suddenly opened his eyes. Abbot, the Xuanma sect has been destroyed by the Piaomiao sect. It was that inner sect elder, Su Xiao, who did it. Indeed, he is the grand disciple of Ji Shui. Why did he annihilate the Xuanma sect? It is said that the Xuanma sect abducted an outer sect disciple from the Piaomiao sect, inciting the wrath of Su Xiao. An outer sect disciple? The old monk's eyebrows twitched slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. The cycle of cause and effect. The destiny of heaven and earth is indeed intricate. It seems that the Panlong continent shall once again witness a storm of bloodshed for the Piaomiao sect, and they must handle this matter with care. Su Xiao, the old monk, knows a thing or two. Having failed in the transition to the Huashan stage, and with his lifespan nearing its end, he truly has nothing to fear. I hope our Buddhist sect can avert this calamity. Yes, Abbot. Chapter 37. The sect leader of Hahuan, Yulinglong among the four great righteous sects, the Hahuan sect. In a beautifully adorned chamber filled with an enchanting fragrance, a woman clad in light gauze sits gracefully. The woman, tall and alluring, possesses a figure beneath the sheer fabric that is as perfect as white jade, boasting proportions that could make one's blood surge. Her long, lustrous black hair cascades down like a waterfall, and her fair, serpentine waist is smooth and flat, akin to the most tender and enchanting willow. Her exquisitely beautiful face captivates the heart, radiant like a queen among roses. The slender legs visible beneath her skirt are long and symmetrical, with skin as delicate as spring snow. Her petite and lovely feet are exquisite and charming, like warm and inviting mutton fat jade. She emanates an alluring fragrance that would ensnare any man fortunate enough to catch a whiff. This is the leader of the Hahuan sect, Yulinglong. A woman in a yellow dress enters the room. Master, I have investigated the annihilation of the Xuanma sect. Yulinglong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Was it the Piaomiao sect's doing? Yes. It is said that an inter-sect elder named Xiao from the Piaomiao sect was angered when the Xuanma sect abducted one of their outer sect disciples. So is that handsome fellow? She chuckled softly. Xiao is Ji Shui's grand disciple and the elder brother of Duguling. I heard he was taken on as a casual disciple when Ji Shui accepted Duguling, possessing only average talent, merely serving as a complement to Dugu's sister. I never expected that after failing a thunder tribulation and nearing the end of his lifespan, he would cause such a stir. Xiao, how does he look now? Being so handsome back then? The woman in yellow blinked and said, Master, the demonic sects are particularly agitated now, especially the master of the Xuanma sect, the Petion Mo sect. If this matter is not handled properly, it may lead to a confrontation between the righteous and demonic paths. Yulinglong stood up, adjusting her delicate gauze. Do not worry. I will personally inquire with Duguling shortly. That little girl is truly fortunate. How enviable. The woman in yellow said softly, Master, do you think a conflict will arise between the righteous and demonic paths? It is merely a trifle. Yulinglong replied with a smile. Even if a conflict arises, what of it? I would rather see the flames of war reignite on the Panlong continent, allowing us to witness the emergence of several extraordinary talents for the disciples of the Hahuan sect to cultivate. At Piaomiao Mountain, in a small courtyard. In just a few days, I have reached the second level of the Jidan stage. Xiao sat on a mat, his old eyes slightly widening, a glimmer of brightness within. Since obtaining the Jiuzhuan Qianyuan Dan a few days ago, his cultivation speed has become astonishingly rapid. In merely a few days, he has broken through to the first level of the Jidan stage. If outsiders were to know, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For ordinary cultivators, reaching the Jidan stage is fraught with difficulty, with some taking hundreds of years to progress, even within a lifespan of 500 years. Many have yet to reach the seventh level of the Jidan stage. In these past few days, he also took the opportunity to visit the Zilai Trading Company, replenishing his stock. He stocked up on 200 Foundation Establishment pills, 20 low-grade magical artifacts, and 4 medium-grade magical artifacts, 3 high-grade magical artifacts, and 2 supreme-grade magical artifacts. He also acquired 4 Yuaning talismans and 4 Huashan talismans, as well as 3 rare medium-grade beauty pills, spending 300 high-grade spirit stones. Even medium-grade items are exceedingly expensive. After gifting a medium-grade beauty pill, the alluring Zi Yun offered him a taste of sweetness. Xiao was quite pleased, even receiving back a high-grade beauty pill. Such items are incredibly beneficial when gifted to those with good fortune, making them ideal for preparing for obtaining heavenly divine pills. After reaching the second level of the Jidan stage, Xiao lounged in the courtyard, sipping tea and enjoying his retirement. At that moment, a streak of light approached from afar. Upon landing, it revealed his noble and enchanting junior sister, Duguling, clad in a green dress. Her flawless, exquisite face bore a hint of seriousness. She walked towards Xiao and abruptly pulled him up. Elder brother, did you really annihilate the Xuanma sect? Duguling appeared somewhat upset, her pretty brows slightly furrowing as she looked at Xiao. How could a man nearing his end of life, having fallen back to the Foundation Establishment stage, possibly commit such an act? and all for an outer sect female disciple. That is what angers me the most. Seeing her displeasure, Xiao smiled faintly. In an instant, he retrieved a fire-red hairpin emanating a soft, red glow. The hairpin seemed to contain boundless power, and as it was drawn, a phoenix's song echoed. This was Xiao's supreme-grade magical artifact, the Jiutian Shen Feng Chai. He had long devised a plan to have his junior sister help him settle this matter. By gifting this item, he could not only bribe her, but also gain a favor in return. 2 birds with 1 stone. As for how he acquired it, he had already concocted a story. Upon seeing the exquisite phoenix hairpin, Dugoling's eyes instantly lit up. A supreme-grade magical artifact. She sensed the extraordinary power contained within the Jiutian Shen Feng Chai. Elder brother, where did you acquire such a treasure? Dugoling's fair face flushed slightly. Such a beautiful supreme-grade hairpin seemed tailor-made for her. Xiao replied leisurely. I discovered it in the treasury of the Xuanma sect after annihilating them. Junior sister, this is their most precious treasure. However, since it is a hairpin meant for women, it would be inappropriate for me to keep it, so I gift it to you. In my life, you are my only beloved. Who else could I possibly give it to? Dugoling swallowed hard and trembled as she accepted the Jiutian Shen Feng Chai from Xiao's hands. With a gentle infusion of spiritual power, a gigantic fire phoenix soared into the sky, flying toward the clouds. The sound of the phoenix's cry resonated, drawing the astonished gazes of countless outer sect disciples. Chapter 38. The sect's opinion explodes again. How powerful. Dugoling felt exhilarated, her hands continuously playing with the fiery red hairpin, a supreme-grade magical artifact. She possessed only 2 herself, one given by her master Ji Shui and another she had acquired through great effort. She never anticipated that today, her elder brother would gift her a supreme-grade magical artifact of her favorite type. Elder brother, you are truly wonderful. Dugoling's anger dissipated in an instant. Under the bombardment of such a sweet surprise, she had almost no defense. Overjoyed, she embraced Xiao, the enchanting fragrance enveloping her. Junior sister, do not be too excited. Xiao, if only my senior brother could live until I break through to the Lianshu stage. Dugoling chuckled, her heart brimming with joy. Having acquired a supreme magical artifact, what difficulty could extinguishing the Xuanma sect pose? Merely a trifling matter. Senior brother, I truly adore her. All right, let us return to the main topic. Xiao said, Junior sister, the Xuanma sect is an affiliated sect of the Patian demon sect. Should they come knocking, I leave it to you to handle. Dugoling smirked. Fear not. With me around, they shall not stir up any trouble. At that moment, she seemed to sense something. Her curiosity piqued. Senior brother, how have you once again broken through to the Jedon stage? Moreover, are you not nearing the end of your days? Without your magical artifacts, how can you annihilate the Xuanma sect? Senior brother, do you harbor some secrets yet to share with me? At this, Dugoling perched herself on a nearby table, awaiting Xiao's confession. The latter responded with a mysterious smile. Junior sister, although I failed my tribulation, I am not an ordinary cultivator. Oh. Dugoling's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue as she replied, I knew my senior brother had something up his sleeve. Previously, you produced a supreme beauty-preserving pill, and now you've destroyed the entire Xuanma sect. The sect master of Xuanma, after all, is a cultivator of the Huashan stage. And yet, they provoked me and fell to a few Huashan talismans, utterly obliterated. Dugoling's eyes flickered with a glimmer of excitement. Huashan talismans? Such items are exceedingly rare. Senior brother, your fortune is remarkable. Xiao chuckled, just a stroke of luck in my old age. Junior sister, I still possess a few Huashan talismans. Should anyone dare to bully this old man, I can certainly drag them down with me. Dugoling responded, Senior brother, with my Piao sect backing you, who would dare to provoke you? I shall be the first to oppose it. Senior brother, just enjoy your retirement in the sect and refrain from causing trouble. Afterward, Dugoling eagerly took her leave. With this magical artifact at her disposal, her strength had advanced further. Xiao watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the supreme magical artifact, Jiutian Shen Feng Chai, and returning the treasure, Shuyu Wujishan. Shuyu Wujishan, formed from the magnetic essence of heaven and earth, Bathed in spiritual energy, it could be refined to various sizes, as sturdy as gold and iron. It bears the weight of the 5 mountains and 3 peaks. Under its pressure, even gods and demons cannot withstand it. The news of the annihilation of the Xuanma sect reverberated throughout the Piao sect, igniting fervent discussions among its members. Elder Xiao, nearing his end, had eradicated an entire demonic sect for a mere outer disciple. This event left the entire Piao sect in a state of shock. Elder Su, who would have thought you could still be this formidable at your age? The Xuanma sect had cultivators of the Huashan stage among them. The enforcement team led by Lu Danian had entirely relaxed, refraining from arrests or confrontations, allowing the disciples to speculate freely. They too were bewildered. Elder Su, how on earth did you accomplish this? In the early morning, on the outer sect square, thousands of disciples could not help but marvel. Elder Su is truly powerful. He eradicated the Xuanma sect in a single day. Who claimed Elder Su only had foundational strength? Step forward and face me. This is catastrophic. The beautiful female disciples in the sect have it rough. Elder Su is so strong. If he were to pursue a hidden agenda, even the sect master Dugaling might not be able to intervene. To save Lin Yin'er from the Xuanma sect, Elder Su undertook such a feat. That is truly remarkable. The disciples were initially astonished by Su Zhao's strength. Subsequently, they began to jest about his unabashed intentions. Now, for the sake of a beautiful female disciple, he could obliterate an entire sect. What would happen when he encounters someone even more stunning? Moreover, he is nearing the end of his life and has nothing to lose. Elder Su is indeed terrifying. However, most of the female disciples were enamored. Elder Su is so valiant. I adore such a man. I envy Junior Sister Lin. Elder Su is so dashing. To annihilate a sect for Junior Sister Lin, he is the man I have always dreamed of. It seems Elder Su truly cares for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. He would even risk his life to obliterate the Xuanma sect for them. Such admiration. If only such a formidable elder would notice me. This last remark came from a nearby, maid disciple. Upon her utterance, all nearby, regardless of gender, turned to her with expressions of incredulity. Dear aunt, perhaps you ought to consider your own appearance. Would Elder Su take a liking to you? The maid disciple instantly became displeased. She dropped her broom, placed her hands on her wide hips, and glared with her large, round eyes. What is wrong with me? Perhaps Elder Su might fancy my type. The nearby female disciples were speechless, while the male disciples felt nauseated. Within, the pure and enchanting Lin Yin'er was deep in meditation. Chapter 39. The demonic path strikes. Jin Liuxiang closed the door and sauntered over to sit beside Lin Yin'er, her alluring eyes sparkling with satisfaction as she said, Junior sister, I have advised you privately for quite some time, yet you refuse to heed my words. In the future, when Elder Su's patience wanes, you shall truly be without guidance. Lin Yin'er glanced at her elder sister's fair neck, realizing that she had indeed visited Elder Su's courtyard. She lowered her head, unable to speak. Over the past few days, she had grown familiar with Jin Liuxiang, as they were both named disciples under Lu Danian, forming a sisterly bond. To support Lin Yin'er in her cultivation and fulfill Elder Su's instructions, Jin Liuxiang had been spending nearly every day with her. Of course, there was another significant reason. Now, the two had become the center of attention among the sect's disciples, making them hesitant to venture to the sect square. Lin Yin'er felt embarrassed. Elder sister, I still have not made up my mind. Lin Yin'er internally struggled to accept the notion that such a kind and approachable elder would treat her so well simply for her beauty. Yet, upon seeing the beautiful and charming elder sister beside her, she hesitated. It wasn't just her elder sister who said so. Everyone else echoed the same sentiment. Jin Liuxiang smiled. Then take your time to consider. Junior sister, individuals like Elder Su, who are both powerful and kind-hearted, are truly rare. Few are willing to willingly provide resources for our cultivation as he does. Only those nearing the end of their lives, like Elder Su, would act in such a manner. This is our opportunity. Without further ado, after Jin Liuxiang took a bath, she began her cultivation. Although Elder Su was old, he was far more handsome than those oily and lecherous senior brothers. Lin Yin'er blushed, remaining silent. In the afternoon, 3 extraordinary presences surged from the west. radiating immense pressure and fury. Upon reaching the Piao Sect's gates, they unleashed their Huashan ninth layer might, enveloping the entire Piao mountain. Gugaling, come out at once. Your Piao Sect has torn the agreement, ruthlessly slaughtering thousands of my demonic disciples. If you do not provide an explanation today, the Patian demon sect will not rest. The three figures hovered in the air, exuding overwhelming power. Clad in black, the central figure was a stern-looking middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with rage, emanating an aura of menace. He was the sect master of the Patian demon sect, Mo Tian. Flanking Mo Tian were two elderly men with graying hair. Their expressions fierce as they glared at the disciples of the Piao sect below, their hands clasped behind their backs, eyes filled with malice. They were inner elders of the Patian demon sect, here to assert their dominance. The disciples of the Piao sect, both within and without, were seized by terror, retreating into the buildings. This is disastrous. The Patian demon sect has come knocking. That reckless elder Su has brought ruin upon us all for the sake of a little darling. Amidst the panic among the disciples, several Huashan presences suddenly surged from the inner mountain. In an instant, for beams of light shot into the sky, halting before the three members of the Patian demon sect. At the forefront stood a noble and graceful woman clad in a blue dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her breathtaking beauty left onlookers in awe. The perfect form beneath her blue garment radiated a luminous aura, and with every gesture, she exuded an air of elegance and poise. A cascade of perfect ebony hair danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, swirling around her enchanting waist like delicate willows. Upon her appearance, the world dimmed in comparison. She is none other than the esteemed leader of the Piao sect, DGLing. Behind her stood an elderly woman and two venerable men, all clad in immaculate white robes, signifying their status as senior inner disciples of the Piao sect. Together, they exuded an unmatched and formidable presence. All at the 9th level of the transformation stage. Mind your tongue, lest you provoke the wrath of the Piao sect. And your pitiful TNM sect will find no sanctuary. Having accepted the favor from her senior brother, Xiao, she declared that this matter must be handled with decorum. You, DGLNG, your Piao sect is insufferably arrogant. Witnessing the audacity of his opponent who had already annihilated a sect, was consumed by fury. The Piao sect's audacity was beyond measure. They had obliterated a faction of the TNM sect, and yet remained unabashedly defiant. How dare you bully us? DGLNG, with a countenance as beautiful as a celestial maiden, let out a cold laugh, disdainfully retorting, a mere third-rate demonic sect dares to kidnap a disciple of the Piao sect and attempt to force her into servitude. We merely acted to rid the world of such a worthless sect. She continued, MOJTN, if you leave now, we shall consider this matter as if it never happened. However, should you choose to engage, today shall mark your demise. MOJTN's face twisted with rage upon hearing her words, his sharp features nearly contorted beyond recognition as he glared at DGLing. His eyes ablaze with fury. He bellowed, launching a sudden assault. Instantly, a dozen magical demonic blades materialized, floating ominously in the air, radiating an aura of terror. Each of these blades was a superior-grade magical artifact, representing the profound heritage of the TNM sect. Merely a trick of no consequence, DGLing scoffed lightly, as a long sword shimmering with blue light erupted from her chest. The moment it appeared, the temperature plummeted, snowflakes began to fall, and it seemed as though even sunlight was on the verge of freezing, transforming the surroundings into an eternal ice cavern. This was the supreme-grade magical artifact, the ZNZHBNGPGN, renowned as the signature weapon of her master, Su. Little woman, today, I shall see if you have indeed inherited the legacy of Su. With a thunderous roar, three superior magical blades surged forth, cloaked in dense black energy. DGLNG. The overwhelming spiritual power surrounding them altered the very fabric of the heavens. With a calm demeanor, DGLing maneuvered the ZNZHBNGPGN, enveloped in thick layers of frost, to intercept the incoming blades. As soon as the magical blades made contact, they were instantly encased in chilling energy, sent spiraling away with ease. Excellent. The disciples of the Piomio sect below erupted in joyous cheers, marveling at their leader's extraordinary prowess. In just one move, it was evident that DGLing's strength far surpassed that of the demonic adversary. She was not only stunningly beautiful, but also immensely powerful. Those foolish demonic sects dared to stir trouble in the Piomio sect. They were courting death. With DGLing present, what was there to fear? Elder X was fortunate to have such a formidable junior sister to protect him. One by one, the disciples of the Piomio sect emerged from their quarters, emboldened, openly gazing upward to witness the battle of transformation. Meanwhile, MOJTN, having been repelled by the three magical blades, wore a grim expression. How formidable! Though his previous actions were merely a probing strike, he could distinctly feel the overwhelming strength of DGLing's supreme-grade artifact. The vastness of the chilling energy was palpable. The leader of the Piomio sect, DGLing, was likely on the cusp of reaching the illusory stage. Chapter 40. The power of the nine heavens divine phoenix, Hairpin X, Xiao reclined in a rocking chair within his courtyard. Observing the distant clash between DGLing and MOJTN, a slight smile gracing his aged visage. A trivial scuffle, he mused. It was evident that both parties were exercising restraint. Despite the bluster of the TNM sect, they dared not engage in earnest confrontation before the Piomio sect. After all, the leaders of both factions were mere figureheads. The true masters were the formidable cultivators of the illusory stage. If the true experts did not intervene, then no matter how loud the threats, it was merely a display to maintain appearances and extract benefits. As he witnessed DGLing and MOJTN in action, he deeply appreciated the immense power of the transformation stage as 9th level Z11 O Thunder Talisman returned by the system. He was certain that merely casting a couple of those would overwhelm MOJTN. Having thoroughly mastered the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin, which had previously returned to him, he now wielded two powerful artifacts, granting him the might of the transformation stage. Refusing to accept a swift conclusion, MOJTN roared at DGLing, unleashing a flurry of demonic blades, causing dark energy to surge through the sky. With a thunderous sound, the magical blades, seemingly responding to his call, combined to form a colossal demonic sword. The black energy encircled the weapon, creating ripples in the space around it. It was indeed a supreme-grade artifact. DGLing, seeing this, let out a cold laugh. She had heard of MOJTN's supreme-grade artifact, the H-Zhu H&D-O, but was surprised to see it was composed of 18 superior magical blades. Ha ha ha, DGLing. Suhender Shishi, Upease Fuli. That old dog must die today. My countless disciples of the TNM sect are restless. I cannot fathom why a venerable elder of the Piomio sect would risk everything for an inconsequential outer disciple, leading to the annihilation of my entire sect. Is that old fool senile? MOJTN yearned to confront Xiao directly. The old man was nearing his end, yet dared to provoke a righteous battle. Such a foolish old man would do the world a favor by departing. The massive black blade, H-Zhu H&D-O, bore down upon DGLing. Unperturbed, she responded with a dismissive snort, unleashing the ZNZHB-NGPGN, which radiated an extreme chill. Instantly, an unending gust of icy wind howled, covering the black blade with a thick layer of ice, slowing its speed significantly. Soon, the outer layer of the ZNZHB-NGPGN thickened into a gigantic ice sword, spiraling through the air toward the H-Zhu H&D-O. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the surroundings, leaving the disciples of the Piomio sect pale with fear. With a thunderous crash, the sword and blade collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged like a cataclysm. The elders from both sides steadied themselves, their faces revealing astonishment. This was the kind of tremor generated by a transformation stage 9th level master wielding a supreme-grade artifact, truly overwhelming. The black and blue artifacts clashed in the air, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a stalemate. MOJTN struggled to maintain the H-ish, Zhu, H, and D. Oh, his expression twisted in agony, his face turning an unhealthy hue. In contrast, DGL Ing remained serene, exuding an ethereal beauty. Still not yielding? She teased lightly, raising her delicate jade finger. Suddenly, a streak of fiery red light burst forth from her flowing hair, transforming into several majestic fire phoenixes that soared into the sky. With a resounding cry, the fire phoenixes charged at MOJTN. In the face of the flaming phoenixes, the protective black energy surrounding him disintegrated like cotton, consumed in an instant. What kind of artifact is this? Another supreme grade. DGLNG. Where did you obtain this extraordinary hairpin? MOJTN's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the terrifying power of her hairpin, which stood out even among supreme-grade artifacts. As the three fire phoenixes approached rapidly, the two elders of the TNM sect sighed in resignation. They joined forces to conjure a black flag artifact for defense. The flag expanded, forming a wall of dark energy that barely withstood the assault of the three fire phoenixes. However, the wall crackled ominously under the intense heat, indicating it would not hold for long. DGLNG. It was your sect, Xiao, who annihilated my TNM Su NM sect first, violating the pact between the righteous and the demonic. The Wuzong of the Demon Path invites the four sects of the Righteous Path to participate in the Tianjiang Mountain Conference a month from now. Please bring Su Xiao with you to provide an explanation to both the righteous and demonic factions. Should this matter be mishandled, the Panlong continent will suffer great calamity. With that, two elders in black robes summoned their flying swords, preparing to withdraw. They were utterly astonished. Dugu Ling, the leader of the Xiao sect, had unexpectedly acquired another supreme magical artifact. Moreover, it was an attack artifact imbued with fire attributes. The demon sect master was no match for her. Montak Yixian, filled with resentment, shouted, "No, Dugu Ling, come and fight me to the death. And that old dog Su Xiao, I will take his life." An elder replied solemnly, "Sect master, let us discuss this next month. Today is enough. The Xiao sect is profoundly rooted, and we must deliberate carefully. If we linger, we will become the laughingstock of the righteous path." MOGTN's expression became uncontrollable, his face reddening in fury. "Su Xiao, in 1 month, I will personally take your life." The sound of MOGTN's furious roar echoed in the direction from which the three had vanished. "Senior brother, you truly know how to stir up trouble. However, I forgive you for the sake of the Jiutian Shinfeng Chai," she thought with delight, the power of this supreme magical artifact exceeding her expectations. The fusion of ice and fire had elevated her strength by at least 30%. "Master, how come you have acquired yet another supreme magical artifact?" The three intersect elders stood in stunned silence. The supreme magical artifacts of the Xiao sect were registered, and this sudden appearance of the Fire Phoenix Divine Hairpin had never been recorded before. Dugu Ling smiled brightly and said, "Elders, this was a gift from my senior brother. Although he is aging rapidly, he still cares for me." "What? How does so?" The three were once again taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief as they exchanged glances. They had certainly heard rumors about Elder Su. How could he have gifted a supreme magical artifact? "Thank you, Elder Su. It seems you only bestow gifts upon beautiful maidens. Even the sect master has succumbed." Detected enemy of fortune. M.O. Jichin. Identity. Sect master of the Podi Int Demon Sect. Task issued. Eliminate the enemy of fortune. M.O. Jichin. Task reward. Next gift will assuredly yield 10,000 times the crit. Not again. Su Xiao sprang up in shock, hastily scanning the sky. Yet, MOGTN had already vanished without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. "Damn it. System, why didn't you issue the task earlier? If I had known, I would have dispatched him just now." Chapter 41. Grand Elder. Zhuge Wufang Dugu Ling is simply too powerful. The sect master is too beautiful. The sect master is too impressive. Below, the disciples of the Xiao sect gazed at their celestial goddess in the sky. Regardless of gender, they were all on the verge of drooling, longing to revere her as a deity. Their leader single-handedly defeated 3, sending those demonic sect villains fleeing in disarray. It was truly magnificent. The outer disciples were starry-eyed, ecstatic at having such a formidable goddess leading the Xiao sect. Fortunately, it was rumored that Elder Su had pursued Dugaling for a millennium, yet the sect master had rejected him. That old lecher. If he had succeeded, our Dugaling would have been ruined. It must be said that Elder Su was once remarkably handsome. The sect master almost fell for him. Thankfully, the Grand Elders were vigilant, preventing Elder Su from succeeding. The Grand Elders were indeed formidable. That old lecher still dared to covet the goddess of all the male disciples of the Xiao sect. Thankfully, he is nearing his end. At this age, the disciples felt an immense sense of relief. Elder Su had merely a year left to live. When he passes, he will undoubtedly die with countless regrets. What a satisfying thought. All the male disciples prepared to celebrate that night, eagerly anticipating Elder Su's demise. Some disciples who had secretly admired Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er even hoped that the demon sect would deal with this old lecher swiftly, hastening his departure. Days later, Dugaling, clad in a light green gown, flew out of the inner hall on her sword, heading towards a perilous area in the back mountain. Upon reaching a cliffside terrace, she activated the stone door and entered gracefully. Master Zhuge, the date for the 9-Sect conference at Tianjiang Mountain next month has been set. Dugaling remarked to an elegant elder in a Taoist robe seated in the cave, sighing as she took a seat on a stone bench. The 5 great demon sects are unprecedentedly united, and they will undoubtedly demand an explanation from our Xiao sect. This may prove challenging. She glanced at the fragrant spiritual tea on the stone table, her exquisite nose twitching as she poured herself a cup and drank it eagerly. Master, this spiritual tea is delightful. It is far better than high-grade spiritual stones. Dugaling's eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly poured herself several more cups. Stop. Don't finish it all. This pot is worth 100 high-grade spiritual stones. The elder, looking pained, rushed over to reclaim the teapot. Ling girl, 1 cup is enough. Do you intend to drink it all? The elder, with hair and beard white as snow, bore a smooth face akin to that of a child, appearing no older than 50. Seeing that only half a pot remained, he quickly stowed it away, unwilling to take it out again. Oomph. Dugaling shot him a glance and retorted, Master, you are so stingy. Look at my senior brother. He gives me supreme magical artifacts without a second thought. He is truly the best. The elder chuckled and adjusted his long beard, saying, Ling girl, what is that rascal Xiao up to lately? At 1,000 years old, he is still indulging in the company of female disciples in the outer sect. I can hardly bear to watch. How can you, Ling girl, still have feelings for such an old lecher? Are you not afraid of being the subject of ridicule? The elder was one of the 3 grand elders of the Xiao sect, Zhuge Wufang. Having lived for so long, he could not fathom why Xiao, in his old age, would engage in such behavior. Indulging in young mistresses? Even I, as a grand elder, could not bring myself to do such a thing. Duguling, slightly puzzled, asked, Master, why do you seem upset? Oh, it's nothing, just some old memories. Zhuge Wufang adjusted his mood and murmured, Let us discuss serious matters. Ling girl, we cannot allow a war between the righteous and demonic factions. The 7,000 years of peace on the Panlong continent have been hard won. It is essential for humanity to revive its former glory, and we cannot let that old lecher's indulgences bring it all to ruin. In my view, if the Mo Dao pursues too aggressively, a supreme magical artifact should be offered to appease their wrath. Trading a supreme artifact for a territory is hardly a loss. Upon hearing this, Dugu Ling nodded in agreement, believing such an action to be reasonable. After all, she would not have to provide the supreme artifact herself. This is the supreme artifact, Liu Guang Qianwan Fan. Accept it, and when the time comes, present it to the Patian Mo Zone, Zhuge Wufang stated. He remarked that while this item is ostentatious and can create countless illusions to confuse the enemy, its effectiveness is negligible against cultivators of the transformation stage and above, rendering it essentially useless to the Mo Zone. Dugu Ling took the lovely feather fan in her hand and blinked. Master, what if we can resolve this without giving the artifact? Thank you, Master. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. Having an additional supreme artifact is certainly better than none. Her mind was already whirling with thoughts on how to intimidate those from the Mo Zone into retreating. Furthermore, she hoped Xiao, that troublesome boy, would behave himself within the sect and cease his frivolities. With only 50 years of life left, could he not simply enjoy a peaceful retirement? At this age, I should not have to worry about him. If he were to pass away quietly, it would be the greatest contribution to our Piao Miao zone and the human race. Chapter 42, Arrival at Tianjiang Mountain. A month swiftly passed. Through continuous resource nourishment, Su Xiao's Dao body reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage in just 1 month. Such a rate of advancement in the Golden Core stage is unprecedented. His mastery of the magical treasures, Wuji Mountain and the Nanming Lihua sword, grew increasingly proficient. The combination of the two made it difficult for ordinary transformation stage cultivators to withstand. During this time, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er consumed a total of 30 Foundation Establishment pills and returned with 50 Yuan Jin pills. He also distributed 1 mid-grade youth preserving pill to each of them, yielding 3 upper-grade youth preserving pills in return. Everything was progressing positively this month. However, there was one matter that displeased Su Xiao. From Lu Dajing, he learned that his esteemed reputation as an elder within the Piao Miao zone had become a mere shadow of its former self. Not only that, but the Outer Sect's law enforcement team had also uncovered a new nickname for him within the sect, the terrifying old lecher. Who could be spreading such rumors about me? Su Xiao sat in his courtyard, sighing deeply. Previously, the law enforcement team had been lax, and now Su Xiao was preparing to adopt a similar stance of indifference. In the early morning, 4 streaks of light flew towards the inner mountain. Landing outside Su Xiao's courtyard were Duge Ling and 3 inner sect elders. He, Ao De Su, your leisurely retirement is truly enviable. When I fail my thunder tribulation, I shall come here to accompany you. One of the portly elders greeted Su Xiao with a laugh. Su Xiao rose to welcome him with a smile. Old Zhu, what are you saying? With your physique, passing the void thunder tribulation should be a piece of cake. If I were to leave, I would still rely on you to assist the sect leader. He acknowledged the other 2 elders, one a stern-looking elder and the other a white-haired matriarch. Elder Su, how is it that you seem to be in higher spirits despite your impending thunder tribulation? Between keeping a mistress and presenting the sect leader with a supreme artifact, are you experiencing a reversal of fortune? The 3 elders were seasoned members of the Piao Miao zone, personally selected by Ji Shui to assist Duge Ling with sect affairs. All were formidable cultivators at the 9th level of the transformation stage and were well acquainted with Su Xiao. Duge Ling, clad in a blue gown, radiated an aura of nobility and beauty, shining brightly against the backdrop of the 3 elders. Brother, let us go. Today is the day of the Tianjiang Mountain Conference. Duge Ling reminded him. Master Zhuge has made it clear that you must behave yourself and not engage in any antics. Otherwise, he will personally come to find you. The 3 elders exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly assessing the so-called terrifying old lecher mentioned by Duge Ling. The matriarch, Elder One, shook her head internally. How could the once dashing young man who turned heads within the sect have aged into such a lecherous figure? It was truly a pity. She had been blind to his character back then. Su Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, junior sister, your brother is not that kind of person. After reminding Su Xiao about the Tianjiang Mountain 9 Sect Conference, Duge Ling and the others summoned their flying swords and leapt into the air. Su Xiao, with a light snort, leisurely retrieved a massive sword, entirely white like jade, from his spatial storage. Once summoned, the sword emitted a cascade of colorful light. Su Xiao stepped onto it, surrounded by a beautiful aura, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding unparalleled charisma. This was the upper-grade flying sword from the Xian Mo Zong's Li Jui, which was impractical in combat, but served to impress with its flying capabilities. Duge Ling and the 3 inner sect elders were left speechless. Their pupils trembled, nearly blinded by the spectacle. Elder Su is truly becoming more extraordinary with age. Brother, shall we exchange swords? I find your flying sword quite intriguing. No need to exchange. This sword is merely a decorative piece and serves no real purpose. Your brother possesses few magical artifacts, so I must make do. Tianjiang Mountain is the heart of the Panlong continent, serving as a central hub for communication among the various human nations. Representatives from each nation gather here to discuss matters of great importance. The 9 Sect Conference is essentially the highest level meeting held at Tianjiang Mountain. When this conference convenes, It typically signifies that human affairs are in peril and requires collective deliberation. After flying for half a day, a towering snow-capped peak loomed ahead, its summit seemingly shrouded in radiant, multicolored light, a breathtaking sight from a distance. As the five arrived at the mountaintop, an open area was already surrounded by 9 long tables. This was the designated meeting place for representatives from various nations to convene with the 4 righteous sects and the 5 demonic sections. Sister Dugu has arrived. It has been some time, and you look even more beautiful than before. It seems that youth-preserving pill has remarkable effects. Upon landing, they were greeted by several women who had arrived earlier. Among them was an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in pink veils who approached Duguling with a smile. This must be the recently renowned inner sect elder of the Piao Miao zone, Su Xiao. How have you aged so much? What a pity. Su Xiao regarded the stunning woman who was eyeing him curiously, his brows slightly furrowing. The woman was Yuling Long, the sect leader of the Hehuan zone. Draped in sheer fabric, her enchanting visage seemed capable of captivating any man's spirit with just a glance. Her long, graceful legs appeared even more radiant than the surrounding snow. Every movement she made exuded the utmost allure of a mature woman. This woman was simply mesmerizing, even atop this icy peak. Detected Fate's daughter, Yuling Long, Fate level. Return multiplier, 50, bond level. 1. The system's voice echoed in Su Zhao's ear. His aged eyes brightened as he focused on the Hehuan zone sect leader. He then stepped forward, clasping his fist with a smile. It has been many years. And sect leader you are even more radiant than before. Su Xiao's heart soared with delight as he unconsciously began to assess her. To his surprise, the sect leader of Hehuan zone turned out to be a rare Fate's daughter. If he could present her with a gift, his fortunes would surely soar. Brother, what are you doing? Duguling, noticing Su Zhao's dazed expression, immediately grew concerned and pulled him back. The 3 elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, shook their heads at Su Zhao's behavior. Elder Su, it seems you truly cannot resist the allure of beauty. Now we understand why this old man keeps a mistress. He really is an old lecher. Even the enchanting women of Hehuan zone, known for their predatory nature, seem to have captured his attention. Chapter 43. The 5 demonic sects. Upon noticing Duguling's change in demeanor, Yulinglong instantly surmised the nature of their unusual relationship. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. Su Xiao is nearing his end, yet Duguling still has the time to care. Although he's also an old handsome man, Dugu Mei Mei is indeed not picky at all, chuckling lightly. Suddenly, Yulinglong's expression changed. She gazed at Su Xiao ahead, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue. Fortune. Through the unique secret technique of the Hehuan sect, she observed the boundless fortune emanating from Su Xiao. Such an immense amount of fortune inexplicably manifested in the body of an elderly man who had failed the tribulation and was on the brink of death. She was utterly bewildered. Yulinglong had never encountered a man possessing such colossal fortune. By all accounts, this should be impossible. She swallowed hard, filled with excitement. The Hehuan sect's technique is special. It absorbs fortune, greatly accelerating the cultivation speed. The fortune surrounding that old man was astonishingly vast. If she could harness his fortune, the success of her alchemical endeavors would be guaranteed. Dugu Mei Mei, your senior brother may be aged, yet his charm remains undiminished. Yulinglong gracefully stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Su Xiao's. A captivating fragrance enveloped the air. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This woman is simply a siren of unprecedented allure, truly deserving of being the head of the Hehuan sect. Heju, please restrain yourself. My lifespan is already quite limited. Su Xiao found it difficult, shaking his head. Yulinglong retorted, what does it matter if your lifespan is limited? Dugu Mei Mei likes you, and I too am captivated. Elder Su, do visit the Hehuan sect sometime, and we shall extend our warmest hospitality. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. The rumors about him were indeed not unfounded. For the sake of his fortune, she was entirely willing to cultivate goodwill. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. The more she looked, the more attractive he appeared. Yulinglong, do you not consider the occasion? If you wish to flirt, choose someone else. Your senior brother cannot withstand your antics. Duguling felt a surge of anger. Did she entirely disregard her status as his junior sister? Yet, she was also perplexed. How could Yuling Long not be deterred by her senior brother's age? Ha ha, Dugamei, you appear quite petty. You are so strict. Are you not pitying our old handsome man? Yuling Long's smooth little maneuvers left Zhu Lu and Wan. The three bystanders utterly dumbfounded. Their expressions were peculiar, their minds in shock. They had initially thought it was Su Elder who had taken a fancy to someone, but unexpectedly, Yuling Long took the initiative. They silently scrutinized Su Xiao, who looked to be a decade older than them. Unable to comprehend how such a decrepit man could attract the attention of the Hahuan sect's leader. This was utterly unfathomable. Dugaling coldly remarked beside Su Xiao, "Brother, if you wish to hasten your demise, go indulge in mischief with that woman. Do not blame your junior sister for not warning you." With that, she shot a fierce glare at Yuling Long and seated herself at the table. Although she was angry, she felt a flicker of pride. Her brother's charm had not waned over the years, and he remained the object of her past affections. He could still enchant even the most reckless of women. Soon, the head of Dao Tian Min, Dao Yizhen Run, accompanied by three elders, arrived. After exchanging greetings, the elderly man with the head of white hair scrutinized Su Xiao intently. So this is the one who eliminated an entire sect for his little lover? Did he not fail the tribulation? How has he achieved the golden core stage now? He had seen all these individuals before. Dao Yizhenren was also quite a lecherous fellow. In the distance, three bald old men approached, enveloped in a golden light. The monks from one Fo temple had arrived. Reciting Buddhist chants, the three sat solemnly at the table, eyes closed in meditation, exuding the aura of enlightened masters. Overall, only the monks from one Fo temple seemed somewhat normal in Su Zhao's eyes. Then came the five demonic sections: Botian and Mo sect, Shushui and Mo sect, Tianshi sect, and Wandu sect. An oppressive atmosphere of malevolence, bloodlust, corpse energy, and miasma enveloped the area. The arrival of these four demonic sects cast an eerie shadow over the once serene Tianjiang mountain. Even the nearby pure white snow began to erode, becoming riddled with wounds. Were the people from the GDMO sect. That brat Xiao Mu He. I saw they departed early, yet they still have not arrived. What is going on? The head of Patian Mo sect, Mo Tian, was already furious upon seeing the people from the Miaoxia sect. Now, with GDMO sect deliberately arriving late, his anger flared even higher. It was not that the demonic sect were not united, but rather that the new head of GDMO sect was far too arrogant. Even they, the other demonic sects, found it somewhat intolerable. The righteous side merely smiled in silence, patiently awaiting the others. Before long, a fragrant shower of beautiful petals floated down from the sky. A melodious tune echoed in the air. From the distant horizon, a resplendent gilded palanquin was gracefully carried by 8 enchanting maidens, slowly approaching. The new head of GDMO sect, Xiao Mu He, had arrived. 3 elderly men in black robes paved the way, shouting towards the mountain summit. The gilded palanquin descended gracefully to the ground, with a striking young man in a stylish white robe gently assisting 2 maidens as he stepped down. I, Xiao Mu He, the head of GDMO sect, greet all esteemed elders. A chilling aura radiated from the handsome young man, an extreme coldness of the 9th level of transformation. Su Xiao and the others gazed at this new head of GDMO sect, as if he were a fool. The remaining 4 demonic sects wore grim expressions. This brat was simply embarrassing them all. Damn it, the maidens of the righteous sects are all exquisite. Master, please help me. I want them all. Chapter 44. Super experienced baby Xiao Mu, he felt as if his heart would explode. Thump, thump, thump pounding wildly. He exerted all his strength to maintain composure, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his 2 potential wives. This figure, this face. Xiao Mu he glanced at Yuling Long, then at Dugu Ling. His eyes gleamed with unabashed fervor, brimming with excitement. This was simply the perfect companion tailored for him. Fool! Stay calm. Do not lose your composure at the sight of women. You are now the head of GDMO sect. Yes, yes. Master, I understand. A flicker of fear passed through Xiao Mu He's eyes as he hurriedly led the 8 maidens and 3 elders to the GDMO sect's position. A devilish smile gracing his lips. They are mine, all mine. He had a formidable master backing him, the destined one of Panlong continent. Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling exchanged glances, both filled with disdain for this never-before-seen young leader. Su Xiao wore a strange expression. It had been a long time since he encountered such a blatant fool. Detected the child of fortune. Xiao Mu He, fortune source, contains the soul of a core formation stage cultivator within. Mission issued. Eliminate the child of fortune. Xiao Mu He. Mission reward. 10,000 times return system item library upgrade. Item quality limit enhancement. Another mission. Hearing the system's voice, Su Xiao was secretly astonished. This time it was not merely a simple gift of critical hits, but a direct upgrade to the item library. He had a feeling that the items returned by the system had an upper limit. Pill-type items maxed out at the heavenly divine pill. Artifact-type items maxed out at magical treasures. If it were to level up again, wouldn't the returned items be utterly extraordinary? Delightful. This brat Xiao Mu, he had always rubbed him the wrong way. Now the system had issued a mission against this special child of fortune, making him a super experienced baby. The core formation stage is the realm following the void refinement stage, a rather mysterious stage that Su Xiao did not fully comprehend. However, one thing was certain. Reaching the core formation stage meant standing at the pinnacle of Panlong continent. Nevertheless, he was not worried. The opponent was merely a core formation stage soul, and his strength would undoubtedly be lacking. In the event of a confrontation, it is likely that even a fully realized Li NX stage cultivator would be no match for the formidable prowess of the current adversary. However, there is no need for concern, for with the system in place, I shall gradually deal with this arrogant individual. Shimmy, when did the new head of JDMZ assume office? I have not heard of this news. Determined to end the life of this arrogant man, Su Xiao began to inquire further. Dugu Lingfeng's eyes flickered as she disdainfully glanced at Xiao Mu, softly commenting, "This is a recent development." Xiao Mu distinguished himself during the set competition of JDMZ, defeating even the Hu SHN stage cultivators with his UN Ying stage cultivation, astonishing the entire sect. He was subsequently favored by the Grand Elders and taken as a direct disciple. Over the following decades, Xiao Mu, with his exceptional talent, advanced to the 9th level of Hu SHN and smoothly ascended to the position of sect leader. Currently, at just over 400 years old, his promotion to Li NX is all but assured. Moreover, due to Xiao Mu's meteoric rise, JDMZ has subtly positioned itself at the forefront of the 5 great demonic sections. Su Xiao nodded slowly, recognizing the quintessential protagonist archetype. With a combined divine soul residing within, it is no wonder that his cultivation progresses at such an extraordinary pace, and his strength is formidable. Duguling, having concluded her thoughts, wished not to mention the lascivious Xiao Mu any further. Despite his youth, strength, and high aptitude, his lecherous gaze left her feeling repulsed, to the extent that she did not wish to spare him even a glance. Cher de similar sentiment. Initially, Xiao Mu's abundant fortune and his status as a rising young genius were precisely the kind of man that her Hu Nzing favored. Yet, his lascivious demeanor and frivolous gaze rendered her nauseated, leading her to feel that a man could indeed be repulsive to such an extent. Having witnessed Su Xiao's boundless and majestic aura, Xiao Mu appeared utterly insignificant in comparison. The elder gentleman seemed more fitting for her. Yling felt the inexhaustible fortune surrounding Su Xiao, complemented by his unique and captivating demeanor, which stirred her affections. As Xiao Mu flaunted his prowess, the crowd regarded him with indifference, treating him as nothing more than a source of amusement. The meeting commenced, with PTNM Zhang's MJTN directly accusing Su Xiao with vehement insults. Labels such as old dog, murderous fiend, patron of female disciples, and lecherous old man were hurled at him. His misdeeds were recounted in greater detail than even the disciples of Pai Omi Oziying. A series of dark revelations emerged, even mentioning the names of J.N. Li Xiying and L.N.Y.N.R. MGTN, in a fit of rage directed at Duguling, declared that Su Xiao's repulsive actions were far from over, labeling him a disgrace to humanity. If no resolution was reached today, The lives lost from Su and Mziying would not be forgotten, nor would PT and Mziying remain silent. After MJTN took his seat, the righteous sects furrowed their brows. Had Su Xiao acted in his usual manner, they would have contested the allegations vehemently. However, the entire Panlong continent was already abuzz with tales of Su Xiao's actions. MJTN's claims held merit, as it was indeed true that Su Xiao had annihilated the entire Su in Mziying for the sake of an outer sect female disciple. Why had he begun such reckless behavior in his twilight years? 3 eminent monks from the Buddhist sect began to earnestly counsel, tracing back the struggles of humanity over thousands of years, emphasizing the necessity of unity. Enough of your prattle, retorted Duguling. If PT and Mziying does not get to vent their grievances today, none of the 5 demonic sects will acquiesce. Duguling recognized that PT and Mziying was truly not inclined to resolve matters amicably and realized that the Li Guing Chi In who NSHN could no longer be safeguarded. Therefore, she coldly stated, "My senior brother has failed his tribulation and has little time left. MJTN, having said so much, just tell me what you wish to do. If you seek my senior brother's life, you shall have to tread over my corpse first." Upon hearing this, several from PT and Mziying snorted disdainfully. MJTN replied slowly, "Duguling, I am aware of your deep affection for Su Xiao, but I assure you, I will not make it difficult for you. Here is my proposal. Since that old man is so capable and enjoys exterminating sects, I challenge him to a duel. If he can endure for a single incense stick's worth of time in my hands, this matter shall be settled. What do you say?" To directly demand Su Xiao's life would mean severing ties with the righteous sects, a risk too perilous to undertake. It was far better to engage in a grand duel, allowing Su Xiao to voluntarily concede, and thus provide a more favorable resolution. While anger was palpable, securing benefit from Pai Omi Ozing remained the priority. Chapter 45. The arrogant Xiao Mu, undoubtedly deserving when MJTN's challenge was made. The atmosphere shifted as all present grasped the implications. The 3 venerable monks of WNFS sighed in relief, knowing that no grave danger loomed. The Dao Tian men and HUNZing exchanged disdainful glances at PT and Mziying, too weary to engage further. Duguling huffed, having anticipated the ulterior motives at play. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this adversary of fortune had conveniently delivered himself right into his grasp. With 4 remaining talismans corresponding to the 9th level of Hu SHN and 2 magical artifacts at his disposal, MJTN was essentially courting death. Duguling chuckled lightly, narrowing her eyes as she addressed MJTN. "My senior brother has merely attained the Jidon stage following a failed tribulation. Are you not afraid of ridicule, challenging him, a mere Jidon cultivator, to a duel? I propose that I stand in for my brother in this contest. If you can withstand a single incense stick in my presence, then you may claim my brother's life as compensation. What do you say?" Su Xiao nearly lost his balance at Duguling's words, feeling truly appreciated by his shimmy. No. This is a matter between PT and Mziying and the old dog Su, and it must be resolved by me personally." MJTN was not foolish. He sought only benefits, not an actual death match. With Su Xiao nearing his end, his life held little value. Duguling anticipated such a response, ready to compromise and utilize the Li Guing Chi In who NSHN as leverage against the demonic sect. As the assembly began to believe that this 9-sect conference would conclude successfully, preserving the peace of humanity, a voice of righteous indignation unexpectedly interrupted. "I object." Xiao Mu rose, brandishing a folding fan in the frigid air, fanning himself while smiling. "MJTN, your actions are indeed excessive. Su Xiao of Pai Omi Ozing has failed his tribulation and is nearing the end of his days. How could you, a heartless individual, dare to lay a hand on this lonely, defenseless elder?" He then turned to Duguling, flashing a wicked smile. "Do not worry, Dugu Zhongmin. With me, Xiao Mu, by his side, no one shall harm your solitary senior brother." Originally planning to adhere to the demonic sect's scheme, upon seeing Duguling, he decided to alter his course. This presented a splendid opportunity to form a bond with her. Only a remarkable woman like Duguling, deserved to be his destined partner. Laughter erupted as Xiao Mu deviated from the expected script, leaving the other four demonic sects dumbfounded, while MJTN stared at him incredulously. This insufferable brat was certainly up to something. The righteous sects gazed at Xiao Mu in astonishment. How peculiar was this new leader of JDMZing? Given their centuries of experience, they quickly discerned his intentions. He was infatuated with Duguling Xiao Mu. What are you doing? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, summon your sect's elder. Do not tarnish the reputation of our demonic sect. MJTN gritted his teeth in frustration, while the elders of Pi, Omi, Ozing were prepared to intervene, only to be interrupted by this audacious youth. How dare he defend the righteous? The members of JDMZing were not blind. How could they elect such a lecherous individual as their leader? MGTN. Do not disrespect the leader of JDMZing. The three black-robed elders of JDMZing swiftly positioned themselves in front of Xiao Mu. They're formidable who sh in presence radiating power. These are the three most potent inner sect elders, ever vigilant in ensuring the safety of their exceptional prodigy. Xiao Mu waved his fan, signaling for the three elders to stand down. Afterward, he stepped forward slowly and said to Mo Jitian with a calm smile, "There is no need for you to be angry, Mo Zhongmen. Su Zhao's life is of little value. If you could show some leniency towards our GD Mazong and cease your difficulties with Duga Zhongmen, we shall compensate you with 2,000 superior spirit stones as an apology from our sect to your Pation Mo Zone." Boom! This declaration from Xiao Mu struck the gathering like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. The GD Mazong would assist the Piamiao Zone financially. Furthermore, 2,000 superior spirit stones. Has Xiao Mu lost his sanity in pursuit of a woman? The three elders from the Piamiao Zone were dumbfounded. Their master possessed such immense charm that it bewitched even that young man. Duguling cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Mu, remaining silent. Although she wished to refuse his assistance, who would dare to turn down spirit stones and magical artifacts? Even though the offer was somewhat distasteful and filled her with aversion, it was still a significant sum. 2,000 superior spirit stones? Xiao Mu, are you serious? Mo Jitian was equally taken aback. Such a substantial figure was beyond his ability to refuse. He even swallowed hard, realizing that their Pation Mo Zong had a psychological threshold of merely 1,000 superior spirit stones, and here came an offer of double that. That despicable little brat must possess quite a fortune. Naturally, he took it seriously. Xiao Mu reveled in the adoration and shock radiating from those around him, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. This was a requisite for becoming a formidable figure. He relished being so flamboyant and captivating. He then turned his gaze toward the stunning figure of Dugu Ling, his eyes ablaze with fervor, declaring, "I share a bond with Dugu Zhongmen. 2,000 spirit stones are a trivial matter. Dugu Zhongmen, let us not allow such minor issues to disrupt our harmony. Ha. Dugu Ling was too repulsed to even look at him. He was simply too lewd. Even someone as money-minded as she felt the urge to pummel him and then reject his offer. Well, since the GD Mazong is stepping in to mediate, our Pation Mo Zone shall naturally extend a courtesy. Mo Jitian was in high spirits, having secured double the amount. Su Laogo, you're nearing death, so refrain from wandering about. Just focus on nurturing your little concubine, and do not cause further trouble. Peacefully passing away would be your greatest contribution to our human race." Ha. Upon finishing, he sat down in delight. Meanwhile, both the righteous and demonic factions were still perplexed. To impress a woman, Xiao Mu had actually produced 2,000 spirit stones, truly deserving of the title of king of showing off. However, while they were amused, the matter seemed to have reached a resolution. The tension in the hearts of those from Wanfo Temple and Daoshimen finally eased. At least, the righteous and demonic conflict had been averted. Just as the elder monk from Wanfo Temple prepared to deliver an uplifting closing speech, Su Xiao coldly chuckled and stood up. "Esteemed guests, the spirit stones from GD Mazong are not accepted by our Piamiao Zone." His aged voice reverberated throughout the venue, once again leaving the 9 sects in shock. Beside him, Dugu Ling and the 3 elders stared at Su Xiao in disbelief. Su Elder is still refusing. Their master had said nothing, Given the current situation, they could acquire a top-tier magical artifact for free. The righteous faction's relief quickly morphed into anxiety. What was Xiao thinking? Was he intent on causing unrest? You, an elderly man nearing death, have caused such a great uproar, and now someone is stepping in to help you. Yet you refuse? Chapter 46. The Elder. Fearless, all eyes were drawn to Xiao, the ethereal old man. The members of Patianimo Zone swallowed nervously, concerned that this elder might create further chaos. This was an incredible opportunity for them. Dugaling furrowed her delicate brows slightly and whispered, Xiao, perhaps it would be best if you remain silent. If you continue, we may lose the Liuguang Qianhuan fan. Xiao smiled gently. No need to worry, Shimmy. Just watch and leave these matters to me. I shall not burden you. What a jest. Mo Tian was tasked with a mission of immense significance. Such an excellent opportunity to deal with the opponent could not be squandered, especially not with Xiao Mu trying to show off in front of him. That little show-off was laughable. Facing the astonished and worried gazes of the crowd, Xiao unleashed his ire upon Mo Tian. Mo Tian, I have tolerated you for far too long. You foul fool, does calling me old dog please you? You wish to challenge me? Very well. I shall grant you that. But this is not a mere skirmish. It shall be a battle to the death. He then turned to the distant Xiao Mu, scoffing. Xiao Mu, how old are you? You wish to involve yourself in affairs meant for us elders? I suggest you mature a bit more before attempting to engage with us. 2,000 spirit stones are but a drop in the bucket for our Piao Miao zone. No need for your GD Ma zone to provide them. If Mo Tian seeks a duel, I am equally willing. Gasp. Everyone present, regardless of their faction, was left speechless by Xiao's words. Even the enlightened monks from Wanfo Temple scrutinized the old man with increasing curiosity. Su Shizhu, has old age led you to madness? The Dao Tianmen's Dao Yizhenren was furiously calculating, attempting to decipher Su Zhao's intentions. He simply could not believe that the elder would willingly march toward his demise. Yet no calculations seemed to provide clarity, as if Su Zhao's fate was shrouded in obscurity. Yu Linglong gazed at the spotlighted Xiao, her eyes shimmering. He is handsome. The more she looked, the more handsome Su Elder appeared. She had always known that someone with such fortuitous fate as Xiao could not remain hidden in the shadows. Having eliminated the Xuanma zone, he must undoubtedly possess formidable resources. The members of Shirlu Mo zone, Tian Shi zone, and Wandu zone wore expressions of concern. The root cause of this incident was this old man. Should he inadvertently perish at the hands of Mo Tian, the Piao Miao zone might find themselves embroiled in conflict. The most astonished were the members of GD Ma zone, Patian Mo zone, and Piao Miao zone. Dougal Ling and the three elders stood frozen, bewildered by Su Zhao's intentions. If a true battle were to occur, Su Elder would undoubtedly be swiftly defeated. Why was this old man not adhering to the script? A battle to the death? Has the old man completely lost his senses? The one most enraged was not Mo Tian, but rather Xiao Mu, who had just mediated. He glared at the spirited Xiao, unable to contain his mounting fury, his face reddening with rage. You old fool, do you not understand the favor I extended to you? If this matter were to end here, I would have been the center of attention, marking the commencement of my reign as the new leader. Yet now, all eyes were drawn to that old man, and he, the leader of GD Ma zone, had suddenly transformed from protagonist to mere bystander, from hero to jester. He could not accept it. In an instant, Su Zhao's status shifted from that of a pitiful elderly recluse to his arch-nemesis. Dare to steal my spotlight, Xiao Mu thought. You are courting death. Fool, stay calm. Just as Xiao Mu's fury reached its peak, a voice echoed within his consciousness. Disciple, I, Xiao Mu, must control my anger. That old man is far too arrogant. Do you not know how many spirit stones you possess? Speak no further. Simply watch as they contend. Initially, I sought to chastise you for your foolishness. Just stay put. Reluctantly, Xiao Mu acquiesced, as you wish, master. However, he continued to glare at Su Xiao with resentment. The exhilarating sensation of being in the spotlight had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frustration. Transforming from protagonist to bystander was more unbearable for a show-off than death itself. Su Laogo, I shall observe how you meet your demise. How dare you disregard my generosity? Seeking death, as he basked in admiration and reverence. Xiao found himself repulsed at the sight of Su Xiao stealing the limelight, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. He was unwilling to part with the 2,000 superior spirit stones from the GD Ma zone. Now he seems to have grasped the intentions of the Pi Omio zone. Could it be that they intentionally pushed Su Xiao out to meet his demise, thus avoiding the need to compensate the PTI in M zone? It is quite possible. Rumor has it that this old man has less than a year to live. Whether he dies sooner or later is inconsequential to the Pi Omio zone. How infuriating. Even the JDM zone has come to your aid, yet you still engage in such antics. Truly a group of fools. What are you even considering? Su Xiao declared with fierce determination, "Today is either your death or mine. All present shall bear witness. Should you kill me, the Pi Omio zone shall not pursue any accountability." The expressions of the PTI in M zone members darkened. It was confirmed. The old man had indeed come to die. The Pi Omio zone is incredibly ruthless. MJTN glanced at DGL Ing, who swallowed hard and chose to remain silent. Su Xiao had already hinted at her before. Although she did not understand where her senior brother's confidence stemmed from, she chose to trust him. Su Xiao, would you reconsider? Revealing his dilemma. Killing Su Xiao would yield no benefits, and it would also provoke such a formidable enemy as the Pi Omio zone. He did not wish for that. MJTN, are you afraid I will kill you? Su Xiao scoffed. You foolish coward, your words are fierce. Yet you falter when it comes to action. Is the PTI in M zone filled with such weaklings? He cursed without reservation. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, feeling a sense of dread for the PTI in M zone. Those who are bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. It was said that Su Xiao had less than a year to live. He was living as if he were untethered. MJTN had truly kicked a metal plate. Just as MJTN hesitated and the crowd watched with bated breath, Xiao-MH's domineering nature erupted, compelling him to step forward once more. Master M, since Su Xiao has accepted your challenge, I propose you engage him in combat. Whoever survives shall receive these 2,000 spirit stones from my JDM zone. With that, he produced a storage bag from his robes and tossed it into the midst of the crowd. He cast a sinister smile at Su Xiao, reveling in the attention he had regained. Su old dog, may you perish. This genius shall be the most dazzling figure in the PNL Ing-DL. Chapter 47. The strength of Su Laotu as Xiao-MH's storage bag landed. Everyone turned their gazes toward him. 2,000 spirit stones, just like that. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Was this new leader of the JDM zone not seeking the old man's life? Fanning the flames. Was this not enough to escalate the situation? Excellent. Master Xiao is truly a prodigy rarely seen in our M zone. His generosity is astonishing. On the PTI and M zone side, MJTN's eyes gleamed at the sight of the storage bag. Originally, killing Su Xiao held no appeal, and he was reluctant to act. Now, however, Xiao-MH had been publicly humiliated by Su Laotu, and now he was paying 2,000 top-grade spirit stones for Su Xiao's life. For the sake of pride, MJTN would gladly refer to Xiao-MH as the Pride King. Su Xiao, who said the PTI in M zone is cowardly. We have stood for over 10,000 years, having slain countless ignorant cultivators like you. You seek a life and death battle? So be it. If you possess the capability to kill me, the PTI and M zone shall not pursue any accountability against your Pi Omio zone. MJTN's expression was filled with fervor, his hands clasped behind his back, regaining his previous defiant demeanor. Good. This is the spirit the M zone should embody. Su Xiao's aged eyes sparkled with determination. Then let all present serve as witnesses. My battle with MJTN shall be a fight to the death. Regardless of who lives or dies, this matter shall be conclusively settled. His heart raced with excitement. The Pride King had even offered him spirit stones, a generous gift of 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Was this an unexpected reward for completing his task? Use it. The 9th tier transformation talisman, Strike with all your might and crush this insolent MJTN. The surrounding disciples of the 9 sects were momentarily dazed. How had the situation escalated to this point? Yet, despite their astonishment, both the righteous and demonic cultivators nodded in unison, agreeing to witness the duel. After all, once this old rascal Xiao perished, the matter would be entirely resolved. An old man nearing the end of his lifespan was akin to a ticking time bomb, causing them great concern. Ling rested her fair and slender arm on her chin, gazing at Xiao with affection. She was intrigued by what extraordinary qualities this man of immense fortune possessed. Elders, if my senior brother is unable to prevail, intervene immediately and exchange the Li Gu Ing Chi In Hu NSHN for his life. Ling said with a furrowed brow, making arrangements in secret. My senior brother has consumed a longevity pill and has 50 more years to live. He must not perish outside the sect. She felt a deep sense of guilt, determined to provide her senior brother with a complete twilight. Yes, master, rest assured. The 3 elders nodded solemnly. Even without instruction, they would intervene. After all, although Su Laodu's reputation had waned recently, he had shared a profound bond with them, and they would not allow him to be killed. The abbot of the WNFS, Li Chn, raised an eyebrow, radiating boundless Buddhist light. Honored cultivators, following this duel, the grievances with the Su NM zone shall be thoroughly resolved. Should anyone incite further trouble, we at the WNFS will have no choice but to unleash our wrath. Several old monks, somewhat disturbed by the peculiarities of the scene, decided to abandon pretense and declare their resolve. Please, esteemed cultivators. Upon Li Chn's words, MJTN and Xiao stepped on a flying swords, soaring above to the peak of a distant snow-capped mountain. The representatives from various nations, witnessing the tension between the two, were instantly struck with disbelief. Why was a duel suddenly taking place? Had the 9 sect conference reached an impasse? They were all among the most formidable cultivators from their respective nations, with numerous 9th-tier transformation practitioners in their ranks. Observing the powerful aura and killing intent emanating from the two, they realized the gravity of the situation. This was a fight to the death. MJTN, the leader of the PTI in M Zone and a 9th-tier transformation powerhouse. Xiao, the elder of the Pi Omi O Zone, had recently gained notoriety. But wait, was he not merely at the Jidon stage? Their expressions were a mix of astonishment. How could a dying Jidon elder challenge MJTN? What a turn of events. It became clear that this was a sacrifice to atone for past grievances. All eyes were fixed on this lopsided duel. Most silently speculated that MJTN would easily dispatch Xiao in a few moves. Seated, Xiao MH contemplated how he would flamboyantly present spirit stones to MJTN after the battle. 2,000 spirit stones would propel his name across the PNL IngDL. The thought thrilled him. As for DGLing, should her senior brother perish, she would likely mourn for a time. No matter, he would reach the Li NX stage in due course. And then he would slowly win her heart. His gaze began to drift toward Ling. A person destined for greatness like him would surely have the beauties of the H who N zone flocking to him. Ha ha ha. Su old dog. Prepare to receive my black Sha chasing soul blade. If you can withstand even one strike, I shall acknowledge your prowess. 18 top-grade magic blades, exuding thick black mist. Following this, under MJTN's control, all the magic blades surged towards Xiao. In midair, they merged to form the supreme magic blade, the black Sha chasing soul blade. The colossal black blade, enveloped in boundless resentment, obliterated the surrounding snow and mountains. Its speed and power were even more formidable than when the Pi Omi O-Zone faced off against DGLing. He aimed to annihilate Xiao in a single blow, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. This old man, capable of obliterating the Su in M Zone, was certainly no ordinary Jidon practitioner. MJTN would not grant him the slightest chance of a comeback. Ha ha, Su old dog, go quietly. There shall be no pain. Tuanis yi distai en logit and maniacoli. Meanwhile, DGL Ing and her companions had readied themselves to rescue him. circulating their spiritual power within. The atmosphere crackled with tension. At this critical juncture, Xiao made his move. With a single gesture, a colossal iron mountain materialized before him, rapidly expanding to a formidable height of 30 zhang and a width of 20 zhang. Its emergence was akin to a divine object descending from the heavens, exuding an irresistible force. This was Su Zhao's precious artifact, the Su Yuwu Ji Mountain. The approaching He Sha Jue Han Dao, though 3 zhang in length, appeared as diminutive and feeble as an infant in comparison to this iron mountain. A thunderous clash resounded as the He Sha Jue Han Dao collided directly with the immense iron mountain, which stood resolute like the most impregnable fortress. Astonishingly, it did not budge even slightly. Not even a speck of iron was sheared off. What was happening? What was this object? Mog Tian was astounded. The representatives of the 9 sects were equally shocked. Even the distant representatives of various nations at Tianjiang Mountain were left in disbelief. How could Su Xiao, at the Jidan stage, effortlessly withstand such a cataclysmic strike from Mog Tian? Crack! The tip of the He Sha Jue Han Dao began to fissure upon contact with the Su Yuwu Mountain. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the entire He Sha Jue Han Dao was utterly shattered by the indomitable divine stone of the Su Yuwu Mountain, disintegrating into fragments of scrap metal. This unbelievable scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Su Lao Tu, I curse your ancestors. Mog Tian's heart bled with anguish. What a loss. The He Sha Jue Han Dao, an exquisite artifact, could not be replaced even with 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Su Xiao swiftly retracted the Su Yuwu Mountain. Subsequently, 2 Hua Shan Jiuchong talismans vanished from his grasp. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds enveloped the sky. Countless arcs of lightning crackled above, and a colossal purple divine thunderbolt locked onto Mog Tian. Concurrently, boundless red and yellow flames ignited around Mog Tian, their extreme heat seemingly capable of incinerating the very air. These were the Hua Shan Jiuchong talismans, the Zhixiao Lei Fu and the Qi Yin Hua Fu. Chapter 48, The Pinnacle Battle of Hua Shan. Those were Hua Shan talismans. Moreover, they were of the Hua Shan Jiuchong variety. Observing the ominous clouds, purple lightning, and fiery flames, the assembly of the 9 sects erupted into chaos. So, it was. Their lingering doubts were finally dispelled. Su Xiao, the old man, harbored such formidable Hua Shan talismans. No wonder he had been so audacious. Sensing the overwhelming power, it was evident these were top-tier talismans of the Hua Shan Jiuchong level. The 3 elders, Du Gu Ling and Zhu Lu Wan, felt their spiritual energy wane. Su Elder, you still have Hua Shan talismans left. Du Gu Ling had previously informed them that Su Xiao had encountered a senior cultivator's cave in the 10,000 Great Mountains and acquired some high-end talismans. The ease with which he had annihilated the Xian Mo sect was due to these Hua Shan talismans. Montag Ji Xian was domet. For the power of the 2 Hua Shan talismans Su Elder unleashed was astonishing. The elders gazed at the raging flames and rolling thunder with a hint of trepidation in their eyes. The might contained within Su Elder's talismans far surpassed ordinary Hua Shan talismans. Xiao Muhie's handsome face turned an ashen hue, witnessing Su Zhao's display of talismans. His eyes were a tumult of concern, shock, and resentment. Su Lao Go, you still possess Hua Shan talismans. Damn it, Mog Tian, if you dare to lose, I shall not spare you. Feeling the overwhelming might of Su Xiao's talismans, Xiao Muhie's heart plummeted. He had never encountered such formidable Hua Shan talismans. It seemed even he, a genius, would struggle to contend with their formidable power. The expressions of the crowd at Tianjiang Mountain transformed once more, as they finally comprehended how the about-to-perish Su Xiao had obliterated the Xian Mo sect. All this while, he had concealed Hua Shan talismans. Thunder rumbled. The omnipresent red and yellow flames, under Su Zhao's masterful control of the earth fire path, morphed into countless fire dragons surging towards Mog Tian. The latter's resolute visage turned a sickly shade. He had anticipated Su Lao Go possessed something substantial, but never had he imagined such potent Hua Shun talismans. Su Lao Go, you are cheating. Mog Tian unleashed all his defensive artifacts from his storage bag. A large black umbrella unfurled, hovering in the air to shield him from the impending thunderstorm. A gilded robe adorned his body, radiating a warm white glow, repelling the approaching fire dragons. Additionally, a black shield floated around him, manifesting a dark barrier to ensure his safety. These were all his top-tier artifacts. Though alarmed, Mog Tian had his own strategy. If he could weather the assault of these two talismans, once they were expended, Su Xiao would revert to being an ordinary Jidan elder. Defeating him would be a mere formality. The Heisha Zhui Hun Dao. He would certainly demand reparations from the Piao Miao sect. He needed a replacement. In the contest of cultivators, victory hinges not only on cultivation levels, but also on the potency of artifacts. The mightier the artifact, the greater the chance of victory. He was unperturbed by ordinary Hua Shun talismans. 3 top-tier artifacts could effortlessly withstand them. However, Su Lao Go's 2 talismans were extraordinarily powerful. He would have to dedicate all his effort to defense. As for the Iron Mountain that had shattered his exquisite weapon, he had mentally categorized it as a mere defensive talisman, believing it to be a one-time use. Once your talismans are spent, I shall crush you piece by piece. You old dog. With the defensive formations in place, the sky erupted with the descent of the purple divine thunder. The thunderbolt, several times thicker than a barrel, had long since locked onto Mog Tian and, upon its emergence, crashed down upon the black umbrella. Thunder rumbled. The black umbrella spun wildly, conjuring waves of light shields for defense. Yet, as soon as the shields appeared, they were obliterated by the purple divine thunder. It shattered a dozen shields in succession. The thunder's might undiminished, drawing ever closer to the black umbrella, threatening to breach its defenses. Below, the myriad fire dragons, controlled by Su Xiao, surged towards the illusionary light wall of the black shield from all directions. The sizzling sounds echoed continuously. The black smoke from the incinerated light shields billowed upward. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the light wall could no longer withstand the scorching assault of the red flame dragons, disintegrating into a multitude of fragments. No, my black shield, Su Lao Go, you shall not die a good death. Mog Tian was consumed by regret and fear. He regretted accepting Su Xiao's challenge. This old man was too cunning. The fire dragons breached the first layer of defense, rushing toward Mog Tian's corporeal form, continuing to burn against his gilded robe. Like maggots on a corpse, they were inextinguishable and increasingly difficult to fend off. Mog Tian had no choice but to expend all his spiritual energy to maintain the gilded robe, temporarily isolating the multitude of fire dragons. Su Xiao stood poised in the air, his feet upon a jade-white giant sword radiating a spectrum of colors, embodying an ethereal, celestial presence. Handsome, dashing, moreover, having comprehended the earth-fire path, he wielded the Qi Yin Hua Fu with unparalleled finesse, coupled with the purple divine thunder in the sky. He felt that he might just be able to claim Mog Tian's life with these 2 talismans. Thunder roared. The purple divine thunder pierced through another layer of light shields, and the black umbrella could no longer withstand the onslaught of the super thunder, shattering with a resounding crack. The thunder cascaded down, striking Mog Tian instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The sky swirled with dark clouds and thunder, pouring forth energy to its utmost limit. After a full 10 breaths, the purple divine thunder gradually dissipated, revealing a charred figure within. The power of the Qi Yin Hua Fu had simultaneously exhausted itself, incinerating both Mog Tian's black shield and gilded robe. Ha ha ha. Su Lao Du, your talismans are spent, right? I'm still alive. Next up, it shall be your demise. Mog Tian, wielding 3 superior magical artifacts and over a dozen intermediate and inferior ones, ultimately withstood the ferocious onslaught of thunderous flames. Though he was left with merely 10% of his spiritual energy, subduing an elder in the Jidan stage was well within his capabilities. I shall slay you. The Piao Miao zone must compensate for all my losses. Di Yulech. Channeling all his remaining spiritual energy, Xiao unleashed his divine powers, manifesting demonic shadows that enveloped him. These shadows, brandishing long blades, surged forth towards Xiao with unwavering intent. This was his final strike. Even a cultivator at the transformation stage would find it hard to withstand. What more a mere Jidon elder? You old dog. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Xiao's heart raced with fear as he recalled narrowly escaping Su Zhao's counterattack moments ago. The old man should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Su, witnessing this, smiled faintly and leisurely produced a talisman from his spatial pouch. I thought you would depart quietly. Who told you I was out of talismans? The red flame talisman in his hand dissipated instantly. With a roar, countless red and yellow flames erupted around Xiao's shadow. Boom! Under Su Zhao's control, the flames transformed into a myriad of fire dragons, rushing towards Xiao with ferocity. What the hell? Xiao, trapped within the demonic shadow, was struck dumb with fear. His once resolute face drained of color, turning ashen. Chapter 49. The terrifying elder. That elder still has fire talismans? At the conference of the 9 sects, representatives from Tianjiang Mountain stood rigid, their eyes fixed on the engulfed Xiao, shock and disbelief etched on their faces. Such powerful transformation stage talismans were surely not easily crafted, even by a refining void cultivator. Su's old man still has more to spare. Disaster struck. Xiao was doomed. The multitude of fire dragons reduced his demonic shadow to nothingness, then began to cling to him, igniting his flesh in a frenzy. Su, old dog, stop it. This is cheating. He screamed in agony as the flames consumed him, his spiritual energy depleted, leaving him powerless to resist Su Xiao. This transformation stage talisman had become his death warrant. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard, chuckling, Xiao, I bid you farewell in peace. Those who are filthy shall not live long. Remember to be more cautious in your next life. With a single gesture, the roaring flames blazed higher, and without the protection of his artifacts, Xiao was swiftly reduced to a charred husk. In his final moments, rage and regret filled his heart. He could not believe he perished before an almost senile elder. What a loss. I won't accept this. His spirit was obliterated. As the power of the red flame talisman waned, a charred body fell with a thud into the snow. Su Xiao, riding on his jade-white flying sword, approached to claim the relatively intact storage pouch from the corpse. With so many witnesses present, he could not touch the body, for he still had to return it to the 2 elders of the Pation Mo zone. Killing their sect leader and stealing his storage pouch was not something Su Xiao would do, especially not in front of so many people. The representatives at the 9 sect conference were left dumbfounded, shocked by the surreal scene. Xiao had perished just like that. He didn't even withstand 2 attacks. The representatives from various countries at Tianjiang Mountain gazed at Su Xiao in awe. How could this old man possess so many top-tier transformation stage talismans? Dugu Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection as she looked at Su Xiao. Senior brother, you are simply magnificent. Even though you triumphed with talismans, you still defeated Xiao. Seizing the moment while everyone was stunned, she quickly summoned the storage pouch containing 2,000 superior spirit stones. This was her senior brother's prize for victory, 2,000 superior spirit stones. She had to secure it quickly to prevent the despicable Xiao Mu He from reneging on their agreement. Elders Zhu, Lu, and when were completely awestruck by Su Zhao's overwhelming strength, their eyes wide with astonishment. The luck of Elder Su was remarkable. He casually stumbled upon such divine artifacts. Su Xiao landed gracefully, tossing the charred storage pouch to the 2 petrified elders of the Pation Mo zone. This is Xiao's storage pouch. Elders, you must honor your bet. Since I have emerged victorious, the Pation Mo zone should refrain from causing trouble henceforth. Gazing at the stunned crowd, he continued with a smile. I was fortunate enough to slay Xiao. As you all witnessed, please ensure that the Pation Mo zone does not trouble my Piao Miao zone. Upon seeing the blackened storage pouch, the elders' faces turned pale. They swallowed hard, glancing around at the astonished crowd, speechless. Clenching their teeth, they exchanged glances, yet said nothing and made no move. They didn't even have time to save Mo Tian. The battle concluded far too swiftly. They never imagined their leader would fall so quickly to Xiao. The Patian Mo zone was in grave peril. Their eyes filled with terror as they turned to Xiao, unable to utter a word. Though Mo Tian's strength was not the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. This old man, Su, was terrifying beyond measure. Yuling Long was astonished, her cheeks flushed. Her admiration for Su Xiao transformed into profound joy, her gaze shimmering with excitement as she observed him. Meanwhile, the arrogant Xiao Mu, he sat paralyzed, bewildered by the turn of events. Mo Tian had perished. Su Old Dog had defeated the leader of the Patian Mo zone at the transformation stage. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless, an overwhelming rage and resentment consuming his thoughts. Looking at his own storage pouch filled with 2,000 superior spirit stones, now clutched in Dugaling's hands, he cried out, "No, Su Old Dog, I am a main character." Su Xiao, noticing the lingering astonishment on everyone's faces, waved his hand with a smile. "Everyone, I merely stumbled upon a few transformation stage talismans and, by a stroke of luck, overcame Mo Tian. There is no need for surprise. I have nearly exhausted all the talismans. In the future, I will rely on your testimonies to ensure that Mo Tian's demise does not bring trouble to the Piao Miao zone." His words echoed in everyone's ears, gradually pulling them from their shock. Expressions of confusion spread across their faces. Nearly exhausted? Did that imply there were still some left? The leaders and elders from Dao Tianmen, Wan Foc, Tian Shizong, Shi Shui Mo zone, and Wan Du zone exchanged peculiar looks. The transformation stage talismans in Su's hands were beyond their reach. For an almost senile elder, with a lifespan of less than a year, to wield such devastating weapons was indeed a cause for alarm. "Ah, Elder Su, you are too modest. My Dao Tian zone has been on good terms with your Piao Miao zone for tens of thousands of years. Our sects are like branches of the same tree. Witnesses to this small matter. I hope Elder Su will continue to look out for us in the future. I Dao Yi thank you." The leader of Dao Tianmen, Dao Yi Zhenren, approached Su Xiao with enthusiasm, treating him as if he were a long-lost brother. "Amiba, Su Benefactor, you are too humble. My Wan Foc has always maintained a good relationship with the Piao Miao zone. With us around, the Patian Mo zone would never dare to cause trouble for the Piao Miao zone." Liao Chun, accompanied by two high monks, approached Su Xiao with great respect. "Ao Su, the righteous and demonic paths have had an agreement for 7,000 years, as both belong to the human race and should unite in harmony, not engage in conflict. If the Patian Mo zone dares to trouble the Piao Miao zone, my Shi Shui Mo zone will be the first to object. My Wan Du zone will as well. Elder Su, Zheng Mo, Tong, Chi Lianji, Elder Su need not worry at all. We shall not allow the Patian Mo zone to disrupt the unity of the human race." One by one, the various sect leaders and elders approached Su Xiao with fervent camaraderie, disregarding the differences in cultivation level and age. The opponent likely still possessed several of those powerful transformation talismans, and being an elderly man on the brink of death, he was akin to the most terrifying bomb on the Panlong continent. It was imperative not to become adversaries with him. The other party was now free of all inhibitions and fears. Su Xiao had truly become a formidable elder. Xiao Mu slumped in his seat, watching Su Xiao surrounded by a throng of admirers, his face contorted with rage. Su Xiao, an old man on the verge of death. How could he possibly steal his thunder? No, this cannot be true. His distorted visage brimmed with resentment and unwillingness, unable to accept the reality of his utter insignificance. Chapter 50. The Furious Xiao Mu Fool. Calm down. If an aging man can provoke you to this extent, how will you ever reign supreme in the future? Why on earth did I choose you, this foolish waste? The furious voice from the depths of his soul surged again, filled with regret and helplessness. Had he not been in urgent need of a place to cultivate his mind, he would never have taken this useless disciple. Truly, it was an act of supreme folly. "Master, I understand my mistake," Xiao Mu said, glancing at Su Xiao, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd. his face turning a color akin to that of liver. The turmoil and anguish within him surged like a stormy sea. Ever since he met his master, he had never experienced such a scene of disregard. In the GDMO zone, he had always been the center of attention, a super genius. Su Laogo, stealing my limelight. We are irreconcilable. For someone like him, not being in the spotlight was already a painful ordeal, but to have it snatched away by another, especially an old man nearing death, was unbearable. He felt as if he might bleed from rage. All right, bear with it. With me here, you will inevitably become the ruler of the Prolong continent. The voice from the depths of his consciousness reassured him. That old man must still possess those top-tier transformation talismans. So do not provoke him. Remember, you must endure for now. Reach the realm of Lien Su first. Xiao Mu's mindset was on the verge of explosion. Suppressing his discomfort and fury, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, master, I understand." Though he knew Su Lao Ti you had little time left, his dissatisfaction remained. He truly wished to act immediately and force that old man down to the ground. Meanwhile, Dugu Ling, clad in a flowing azure gown, gracefully approached Su Xiao. "Senior brother, here are the spirit stones you won. Be sure to keep them safe." In front of the crowd, Dugu Ling took Su Xiao's hand and placed the storage pouch into it. Her stunning visage shone radiantly in the sunlight. Her phoenix-like eyes filled with affection and admiration as she gazed at Su Xiao. Not only did her senior brother love her, but he was also so formidable. He was truly the man she had admired since childhood. Dugu Ling unabashedly displayed her emotions in front of so many, causing those present from various sects to gaze in astonishment. Rumors had it that Dugu Ling and Su Xiao were once a loving couple, but the elder Ji Shui of the Piao sect had cruelly torn them apart. Subsequently, Dugu Ling cultivated the Piao Changxingju with her pure Yin body, and the two were separated for a millennium. Now that Su Lao Ti was nearing the end of his life, there seemed to be no future for them. The crowd felt a wave of sympathy. What did it matter how powerful the talismans were? Without top-tier talent, one would eventually fade into obscurity. Yet, before their departure, they must pay homage to this terrifying bomb, ensuring he did not lose his sanity and recklessly unleash his talismans. Xiao Mu hid behind the crowd, watching as Dugu Ling clung tightly to Su Xiao's hand, unwilling to let go, her longing gaze leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be? The old dog. How dare he seduce my Dugu Ling? This is intolerable. Xiao Mu trembled with rage, as if he had encountered his greatest enemy in life. Casting a venomous glare at Su Xiao. I can't believe this. Consumed by furious despair, Xiao Mu violently tore apart the artifact fan in his hand. That old man, nearing death, truly believed he could act with impunity. Xiao Mu's defenses shattered completely. Su Xiao accepted the pouch of spirit stones, smiling. "Senior brother, thank you." The three elders, Zhu, Lu, and One, dared not utter a word. Elder Su truly had intentions for the sect leader. They must keep a close watch on the two, ensuring the leader did not lose his pure Yin body at the critical moment. Even in his advanced age, Su Lao Ti remained a handsome man. Yet what on earth was the leader thinking? How bizarre. The surrounding sect leaders and elders stood dumbfounded, quietly making plans in their hearts. As Xiao Mu witnessed their affectionate exchange, he thought, "No, Dugu Ling is mine. Mine." Yet he could only seethe in impotent rage. Unable to bear the sight of Su Xiao's audacity, he chose to close his eyes, refusing to witness this agonizing scene. Su Laogo is nearing death. Su Laogo is leaving this world soon. He cannot compare to me, a genius. There is no comparison. Constantly repeating these thoughts, Xiao Mu finally managed to calm himself. Stabilizing his stance, Su Xiao released Dugu Ling's hand and tossed the pouch into his spatial storage, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed a considerable resource. Xiao Mu's title as the king of bullies was well-deserved. With a light chuckle, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Mu in the crowd, smiling. "Sect leader Xiao, I thank you for the high-grade spirit stones. Do come visit me at the Piao sect sometime. I shall personally welcome you." The onlookers felt a wave of envy. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was a tremendous gain for the Piao sect. They began to feel sympathy for Xiao Mu, who had initially intended to put on a show and use this opportunity to eliminate Su Lao Ti. Little did he expect the tables to turn, and Su Lao Tu to counterattack. Xiao Mu swallowed hard as he beheld Su Zhao's loathsome face, forcing himself to suppress his hatred and smiling through gritted teeth. It's no trouble at all. These are merely what Elder Su deserves. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. Xiao Mu truly wished to confront this old man and put an end to him. Su Xiao paid no further attention to him. As the child of destiny, he still harbored the soul of a formidable being within him, and he was already plotting how to deal with Xiao Mu in the future. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, defeating the fated enemy Mo Jitian. Reward received. Next time, guaranteed to trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Chapter 51. Yu Linglong's message: the system rewards have been credited. Su Xiao smiled faintly. His use of 3 transformation talismans to eliminate Mo Jitian had not been in vain. Elder Su was truly remarkable. It had been ages since he had encountered a man as valiant as Elder Su. Yu Linglong moved closer, leaning against Su Xiao. Elder Yu, please maintain your decorum. Su Xiao's elder face twitched. Elder, I merely admire you. Yu Linglong replied softly, gently extracting a fragrant message talisman from her bosom and placing it into Su Zhao's embrace. Elder, do reach out to me when you have the time. With a playful pat on his shoulder and a charming smile, Yu Linglong departed, leaving a trail of fragrant air behind her. Du Guling furrowed her brows, her expression displeased. That insufferable woman. There were too many people around. She could not afford to lose her temper. Moreover, she is not currently the Dao companion of Xiao, nor does she possess any legitimate reason to involve herself in his affairs. Furthermore, she has already received favors from Xiao. The surrounding sects of both righteous and demonic paths were left utterly bewildered upon witnessing Xiao's interactions. The head of Hehuanzong, Yu Linglong, known for her discerning taste in men, unexpectedly took the initiative to show kindness to the old man, Su. How could this be possible? The sect leaders and elders were at a loss, unable to fathom how an aging man nearing his end could capture the attention, let alone affection, of Yu Linglong. It was one thing for Du Guling, who had known Su since childhood, but Yu Linglong was not familiar with him at all. They could only conclude that the women of Hehuanzong must have remarkably low standards. Xiao Mu was once again overwhelmed with indignation upon seeing Yu Linglong's amiability towards Su. Suppressing the endless resentment and fury within, he forced himself to rationalize the situation. It was merely that Su had recently gained notoriety, and Yu Linglong sought to make his acquaintance. Indeed, how could he possibly win the affections of my beloved Yu? Such a notion was utterly implausible. With this strong self-affirmation, Xiao Mu's composure gradually returned. He decided to postpone his pursuit of Du Guling until he reached the realm of Lien Su and returned as a king. As for Yu, he could directly pursue her. Hehuanzong's beauties favored young men, and he was precisely the type they desired. After the meeting adjourned, he planned to seek Yu to cultivate their relationship, ideally culminating in a romantic encounter that very night. He held unwavering confidence in his appearance and abilities. Today, as Assembly of the 9 Sects concluded successfully, although the members of Patian Mo Zong had departed. Liao Chun from Wan FOC still delivered a closing speech emphasizing unity and camaraderie. Afterwards, the attendees respectfully bid farewell to the day's focal point, Su. The old man, was not to be trifled with before his demise. In the air, Du Guling expressed her confusion, asking Xiao, "How many of those transformation talismans do you still possess?" The talismans from that elder's cave were astonishing, perhaps even beyond what our master could forge. She was astonished. Which esteemed elder's cave did you plunder? The nearby elders, Zhu, Lu, and Wan, were equally puzzled. The power of the talismans Su had acquired was truly terrifying. If he still had several more, they would hardly be able to sleep soundly at Piao Miao Zone. Unlike others, they were privy to the fact that Su had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. If Patian Mo Zong sought trouble, they wouldn't even need to disturb Zhuge Sherbua. They could leave everything to their Xiao. The 3 elders sighed inwardly. Su, with these divine talismans, who would dare confront you? It was likely that within a year, none of the 9 major sects would dare to offend him, patiently waiting for Su to pass away. However, if a year later they discovered Su remained alive, they could only imagine their expressions. Ling continued, so Xiao. Was that Iron Mountain from earlier also a defensive talisman? It appeared somewhat different to me. The Iron Mountain had only manifested momentarily, shattering the black blade of the Mogt before vanishing from sight. She had not sensed any transformation aura from it. It seemed merely an ordinary Iron Mountain, relying solely on its hardness to withstand an exquisite artifact. Su's aged eyes flickered as he casually replied, "Indeed, it is also a talisman, found within that elder's cave. It is best not to discuss treasures at this moment, as it would be difficult to explain why such a treasure wasn't utilized during the Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, a Jiedon cultivator cannot possibly refine a treasure. One must reach the Huashan realm to even approach such advanced items." At that moment, Su sensed movement within his spatial storage. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the exquisite communication talisman gifted to him by Yuling Long, imbued with a faint fragrance. "Su Zhonglao, after our meeting today, I have developed a profound admiration for you and wish to share some words privately. At Tianjiang Mountain, in the 10-mile maple grove, I await your arrival at the pavilion." The alluring voice lingered in Su's ears, captivating him to his core, leaving him with a tingling sensation. This woman was truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, Su had no intention of declining. Meeting Yuling Long provided an opportunity to return her gift. As a woman of great fortune, her initial offering would surely yield immense returns. "Xiao, that vixen from He Huanzong has sent you a message, hasn't she?" Ling pouted, her exquisite face tinged with irritation. Su reassured her with a smile. "Not at all, Shimmy. An old friend of mine happens to be nearby and invited me for a drink upon hearing of our gathering at Piao. The three elders exchanged awkward glances, remaining silent. Su Zhonglao seemed to have convinced himself with that flimsy excuse. The moment the talisman was revealed, they could detect the intoxicating scent within. Wasn't tea that Yulinglong's fragrance? Ling could hardly be bothered to expose Su's poor lie, merely murmuring, "Xiao. After a millennium of diligent cultivation, your understanding of He Huanzong may still be lacking. Their techniques can siphon the spiritual energy and fortune of men. Fortune is an enigmatic concept, but let us set that aside. The mere act of draining spiritual energy has caused countless cultivators to falter. I must earnestly warn you, Yuling Long has reached the pinnacle of the Huashan realm purely through her innate talent. Growing too close to her may lead to an untimely demise." Su was taken aback by her words, particularly by the term fortune. After ingesting the Jiao Zhuan Qian Yuan Dan, his fortune and talent had reached their zenith. Regarding spiritual energy, he believed his Jiedon status would not attract Yuling Long. As for his looks, though handsome, he was aging. Could it be that his exceptional fortune was what drew her attention? It was highly plausible. Su chuckled, "Do not worry, Shimmy. I am well aware of the dangers posed by such alluring women and have no intention of becoming entangled with her. We are merely old friends catching up." He intended to return a favor, nothing more. With that, Su mounted his shimmering, rainbow-hued flying sword and bid farewell to the four before soaring toward the southern region of Tianjiang Mountain. In the southern part of Tianjiang Mountain, 10 miles away, lay a picturesque grove of maple trees, still within the bounds of Tianjiang Mountain. This area was a frequent gathering place for representatives from various nations, featuring splendid structures and exquisite scenery. In a pavilion amidst the swirling red leaves, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in light red gauze sat at a stone table, sipping on a fragrant spiritual wine. Her flawless figure boasted exaggerated curves, and her skin, smooth and fair beneath the gauze, exuded an enchanting aroma that emanated her boundless allure. She was none other than Yuling Long, the head of He Huanzong, who awaited Su's arrival. Could it be true that the old man had only 1 year left to live? Yuling Long regarded Su with a glimmer of intrigue, doubting this rumor. If one were nearing death, their fortune could not possibly radiate with such vigor and grandeur as Su's. Surely, the old man harbored some secrets. How sly he was, she thought with a chuckle. At that moment, a streak of colorful light appeared on the horizon. The jade-white sword descended, and Su, with a charming flourish of his beard, dismounted from his flying sword. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Yu Zhonglao." Upon entering the pavilion, the surrounding fragrance uplifted his spirits. Gazing upon the mesmerizing head of He Huanzong, Su smiled gently as he took a seat opposite her. Yu Zhonglao, may I inquire what you wish to discuss privately? Yu Linglong playfully scolded. Su Zhonglao, you feign ignorance. Though Su was aged, he remained the most handsome and valiant man she had ever encountered. Her admiration for him was genuine. She longed for Su, hence her invitation for their meeting. The vast fortune emanating from Su captivated her, causing her to gasp in astonishment. As she drew near, immersed in the boundless and magnificent aura, she felt that the cultivation bottlenecks she faced were loosening significantly, even before absorbing it. The astonishing effects overwhelmed Yu Linglong, nearly driving her to madness. Elder Yu Linglong could not help but collapse into Su Zhao's embrace. In an instant, a delicate fragrance enveloped the air. Sensing the immense and powerful aura emanating from him, she immediately activated the unique technique of the He sect, beginning to gradually absorb the fortune from his being. Fortune was siphoned by Yu Linglong. 1 point. Return to the host. 50 points. Fortune was siphoned by Yu Linglong. 1 point. Return to the host. 50 points. Fortune was siphoned by Yu Linglong. 1 point. Su Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Yu Linglong had commenced the absorption of fortune. It was evident that she was captivated by his aura. However, the system astonishingly returned all of it to him at a rate of 50 times. Such a remarkable system. This could be considered a return. And as for Yu Linglong, seeing no resistance from him, she simply closed her eyes to absorb the fortune. There was an abundance. It was utterly inexhaustible. Her heart raced. No matter how much she absorbed, the fortune from him appeared truly limitless, showing no signs of diminishing. In fact, she felt his aura growing even more substantial and profound. When she could absorb no more, she turned to Su Xiao. The old man was truly a superlative reservoir of fortune. The techniques of the He sect inherently required fortune to cultivate, and the more fortune absorbed, the faster the cultivation progressed. However, typically, men's fortunes were scarce, insufficient for their training. Thus, the women of the He sect eagerly sought out young talents. Yet this elderly man possessed an alarming quantity of fortune, so much that she was unable to absorb it all. Seeing her pause, Su Xiao smiled and said, "Elder Yu, why have you stopped? I am nearing the end of my days, and the fortune I possess holds little value. Since you do not mind an old man like me, I have nothing of significance to offer, so I shall bestow this entire fortune upon you." Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was aware of her siphoning fortune. "Su Lao, I am terribly sorry. I simply could not help myself," she exclaimed, startled, for he was a fearsome old man wielding a great weapon. "Su Xiao Juke, I have already said I am giving it all to you, Elder Yu. Do not be modest. This fortune is of no use to me. The more you absorb, the more will be returned to me." Gazing into Su Zhao's sincere eyes, Yu Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The old man was truly kind-hearted. He recognized that women of the He sect delighted in absorbing fortune, and instead of being angry, he willingly offered it all to her. How could such a wonderful man exist in this world? Then, somewhat bashfully, Yu Linglong replied, "Elder, it is not that I do not wish to absorb more. Rather, my fortune is already at capacity. I cannot absorb any further until I refine it." "Oh, such a thing exists?" Su Xiao blinked his aged eyes, stroking his beard, and shook his head slightly. "Is it already full? That won't do at all." In the distance, a handsome young man clad in white soared through the sky, wielding a crystal sword. The exquisitely carved crystal sword emitted a celestial light as he flew, appearing as a divine being descending from the heavens. This was none other than the newly emerged prince, Xiao, who had followed Yu Linglong. He instructed his 8 maidens and 3 elders to wait nearby while he pursued the enchanting fragrance that captivated him. His slender eyes sparkled with an intense glow, filled with anticipation. He seemed imbued with immense confidence that upon meeting her, he would swiftly win her over. A prodigy, such as he was precisely the object of admiration for the He sect. "Ha ha ha, you wife, I am coming." His eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought of her. As a genius, he had cultivated a secret art that heightened his sense of smell. Even from 10 miles away, he could detect the intoxicating fragrance radiating from Yu Linglong. It was divine, truly deserving of being called his Yu wife. with the crystal sword shining brightly beneath him. Xiao eagerly chased after the alluring scent. He was already contemplating which approach would be most natural when he finally encountered Yulinglong. Upon entering the maple forest of Tianjiang Mountain, Xiao landed and sheathed his flying sword. The air was thick with the enchanting aroma, driving him into a frenzy. He sprinted towards the source of the fragrance. Just as he joyfully approached a beautifully crafted pavilion, he suddenly froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief as a surge of rage and resentment erupted within him. What had he just witnessed? No, this couldn't be real. The excruciating pain tore at Xiao soul, his pupils shaking. "Su, old dog, how dare you? You even have the audacity to seduce my wife." Inside the pavilion, Su Xiao held the woman he cherished dearly. The two were intimately entwined, their clothes disheveled. He could hardly bear to look. "My wife, you must have been forced by this Su, old dog." "Yes, forced." With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao. The supreme artifact bestowed upon him by his master, the ice crystal soul of the polar demon sect, was clenched tightly in his hand. The extraordinary artifact, the heavenly demon soul banner, soared from his storage bag, floating ominously in the air. Countless shadowy figures and malevolent spirits swirled around the banner, each one a fearsome apparition, roaring at the two within the pavilion. He could no longer contain himself. He was determined to eradicate this lecherous old man. The two within the pavilion sensed the distant surge of spiritual energy. Someone was approaching. Yulinglong's delicate features shifted with alarm. She released Su Xiao and hastily donned a veil draped around her. Su Xiao rose, equally astonished, glancing toward the source of the energy disturbance. In the far sky, a massive banner billowed in the wind, seeming to unleash countless vengeful spirits. The sheer might was staggering. A transcendent cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation realm. "Su Zhonglao, be cautious," Yulinglong warned, her expression grave. She had previously instructed the people of Tianjiang Mountain to avoid this place today. How had a transformation realm cultivator entered the maple forest? Su Xiao nodded slightly, and the two promptly moved toward the disturbance. "Fool, calm down." A voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness. In a fit of rage, Xiao's eyes burned crimson, his reason eclipsed by the thought of Su Xiao and Yulinglong's betrayal. He only wished to confront Su Xiao without delay. He could not wait for that old man to perish. Not a single day or hour longer. Why should Su old dog be able to charm his two beloved wives? This was impossible. Su Xiao and Yulinglong are coming. We must leave quickly. That Su Xiao is peculiar, likely still possesses some transformation talismans. At your current level, you cannot withstand those talismans. A hint of gravity crossed the mind of the combined cultivator. This invincible fool, once you reach the void refinement stage, beautiful women will be plentiful and easy to catch. The anguished Xiao could scarcely endure the presence of this old lecher any longer. It was one thing to tolerate Duguling, but now even Yulinglong was entangled with Su Xiao. The mere thought of his beloved wife's graceful form ignited a fire in his eyes, clouding his judgment. Foolish. That old man would surely perish within a year. You must endure. Leave. If you do not depart now, I will no longer acknowledge you as my disciple. Perhaps the words of the combined Grandmaster struck a chord within Xiao. His body trembled slightly, and a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes, restoring a measure of his composure. Without his master, Xiao was nothing. Do not speak of Yulinglong and Duguling, for even everything he possesses now will turn to dust. Master, I am filled with rage, and that leader of the Misty Sect. But what you must do now is endure. Let's go. As Su Xiao's Yulinglong's aura drew ever closer, Xiao shouted, suppressing the endless wrath within his heart. He stowed away his magical artifacts, stepping onto his flying sword, transforming into a streak of brilliant light and soaring away. Endure. You will bear today. Su old dog. Once you perish, I shall return to claim my two wives. Indeed, a frail old man on the brink of death is not worth the risk of confrontation. Let this old man spend his final year in peace. This Panlong continent. My wives. Su old dog. Too bad you'll be dead by then. Unable to witness this genius and his wives enter the bridal chamber. Ha ha. In that final moment, Xiao understood. The master was right. A dying old man was not worth his attention. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong arrived at the scene, but Xiao Mu had already fled, leaving only a gradually fading light in the sky. Why did that shout just now sound so much like Xiao Mu the brat? Su Xiao stroked his goatee, feeling a hint of confusion. What was that brat doing here? Spying on him and Yu Linglong? How perverse. Shaking his head, Su Xiao dismissed the thought. He would die by that brat's hand sooner or later, so let him spy. Elder Su, the chill in the air has yet to dissipate. It seems to be the work of the GD Mazong. Yu Linglong's exquisite face bore a hint of solemnity. The GD Mazong, it must be Xiao Mu. Upon this realization, disdain flickered in her eyes. How disgusting for that vile man to spy here. Just thinking of his lewd visage made her feel nauseated. All right, Master Yu, let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. This beautiful sect leader does not disdain this old man. I have something for you, not precious, but just a token of my esteem. Chapter 54. Return 3,000 Dao pills. Oh, you wish to give me something? A glimmer passed over Yu Linglong's face as she observed Su Xiao chuckling behind his hand. This old man failed his tribulation. Aside from those talismans, he likely has nothing of value left. Yet he wishes to give her something. How amusing. Su Xiao retrieved a top-grade youth-preserving pill from his spatial storage. Its pristine white surface radiating a gentle glow. Though it is of top quality, it was a premium gift from the system, unlike the subpar products found in the marketplace. Master Yu, this is a top-grade youth-preserving pill. I had one stored away. You are so enchanting. If you consume this pill, your beauty will endure for ages. Su Xiao Smike and Li. Yu Linglong, however, looked astonished at the youth-preserving pill in Su Xiao's hand. A top-grade youth-preserving pill. She had already profited immensely from her accumulated fortune. Yet now, he was offering her a top-grade youth-preserving pill. Such pills are rare in the market. Mostly only mid-grade ones exist. She had only ever consumed a mid-grade youth-preserving pill before. While cultivators do not age easily and have methods to preserve their youth, possessing a youth-preserving pill makes it significantly easier to maintain a youthful appearance. Thank you, Elder Su. You are truly too kind to me. After receiving the pill, Yu Linglong was overjoyed and placed it into her storage bag, the fragrance wafting through the air. The two shared tender moments, yet Yu Linglong remained somewhat apprehensive. After donning her sheer red veil, Su Xiao merely smiled. After all, he was aging, while she was a stunning beauty. It was only natural for her to have concerns. Sigh, it seems I need to reach the transformation god stage soon. Only then can I regain my youthful appearance. Yu Linglong linked her arm with Su Xiao's, her exquisite features glowing with warmth as she said, Elder, once I have refined my fortune, may I come to find you again? Su Xiao replied, Of course, Master Yu. I have said that all this fortune will be yours. You may come to claim it at any time. Ha! Elder, you are truly too good to me. And that vast fortune I have amassed. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting Yu Linglong the top-grade youth-preserving pill. This first gift has triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning 3,000 Dao pills. 3,000 Dao pills. Randomly comprehend a form of Dao power. You possess one critical hit opportunity. The next ordinary gift may trigger it. Looking at the fist-sized divine pill in his spatial storage, Su Xiao's face lit up with joy and satisfaction. More 3,000 Dao pills. He would never deem them excessive. The power of Dao is crucial in the transformation god and void refinement realms. Comprehending an additional form of Dao power means an increase in strength. Excellent. Summoning his jade-white long sword, Su Xiao, in high spirits, soared towards the Miao sect. In a spacious chamber of the GD Mazong, every time images of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong's intimacy surfaced in his mind, he was driven to madness, furiously smashing the furnishings within the room. Su, old dog, I shall never share this world with you. His eyes were bloodshot, as if about to spew flames. After venting his rage, he recalled his master's words and restrained his fury, calming himself. 1 year. This genius shall endure for 1 more year. After this, it shall be the era of this genius. Imagining himself as the destined one, ruling over the world in the future, a fierce fire ignited within Xiao Mu's heart. This genius is the true protagonist of the Panlong continent. Yu Linglong's stunning beauty repeatedly appeared in Xiao Mu's mind. His face flushed. She was simply too beautiful. Enter. The door opened, and a woman clad in black approached and knelt. He was the most beautiful among his 8 maidservants. Yet, as Xiao Mu looked at her now, disappointment filled his eyes. Compared to the likes of Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling, a Yi's beauty was utterly diminished. How infuriating! I must make do for now. He instructed all disciples and servants that in this year, before Su Zhao's demise, they must not offend the people of the Piaomiao sect. If they err, they shall accept the consequences. They must not engage in any disputes with the disciples of the Piaomiao sect. The example of the Xianma Zong serves as a warning. Those who provoked Su Xiao met their doom, obliterated by the talismans of the 9th level of Transformation God. Such a perilous old man, not to be trifled with. Similar events had unfolded at the Wanfo Temple, the Tian Shizong, the Wandu sect, and the bloodthirsty demon sect. Even several major sects overseeing hundreds of second- and third-rate sections. Almost the entirety of the Panlong continent has come to a consensus. The current Piaomiao sect must not be provoked, especially that inner sect elder Su Xiao. Before he perishes, they must not incite his wrath. In the back mountain of the Tian Mazong, 2 assistant elders reported Su Zhao's affairs to the Supreme Elder. That fool Mo Tian has died. Good, now my son can take his place. Such a fool is unworthy to lead the Tian Mazong forward. Prepare yourselves, tomorrow. Let my son Yuan Hao assume the position of sect leader. The 2 elders nodded, then inquired, Supreme Elder, what the grudge with the demon leader? That Su Xiao is on the brink of death. What grudge could there be to pursue? You 2 inform the disciples that for this year, they must avoid causing trouble. Let us wait until Su Xiao has passed. Chapter 55, a year later. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Tao of human fire. Human fire? Su Xiao's old eyes sparkled with delight. He had previously comprehended the Tao of earth fire, and now he had grasped the Tao of human fire. Human fire, also known as the fire of karma, is born from within oneself, appearing crimson in hue, and is one of the most extraordinary types among the 3 fires of heaven. Earth and man, wrath, desire, heart fire, calamity fire, and others fall within the category of human fire. Feeling the profound intricacies of the human fire he just comprehended, Su Zhao's eyes widened, realizing the terrifying strength of this power. With the Tao of human fire, one can ignite the myriad emotions of their enemies at will. Anger, hatred, desire, and inner demons. If the other party is not a person of pure heart and desires, a mere thought ignites the flames of karma. Now, having comprehended both the earthly and human flames, his mastery over the fire element intensifies with each passing moment. As his cultivation advances, so too will the potency of these 2 forms of Taoist power. After a brief contemplation, Su Zhao's aged eyes sparkled with realization. If he could further grasp the heavenly fire, would that not equate to attaining the true essence of the 3 flames? The mere thought of such a possibility filled his heart with exhilaration. How formidable! The 3 flames represent a genuine celestial technique, a true manifestation of divine power. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao seated himself on the mat within the room, commencing his practice of the Piao, Miao Chong Sheng Ju. Having vanquished Mo Tian, he had undoubtedly offended the demonic sections. Thus, rapidly enhancing his cultivation was indeed the true path to self-preservation. Moreover, the tyrant of the GDMO zone was still awaiting his reckoning. Reaching the Yuan Ing stage sooner would allow for meticulous planning. Name: Su Xiao, age 1008 years. Realm: 4th stage of Jin, special physique. Dihua, Runhua, Dao. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. All disciples, whether outer or inner sect, fervently discussed the illustrious figure of the past 2 days within the Panlong continent. Our elder Su, can you believe it? That old lecher managed to single-handedly defeat the leader of the Patian Mo zone. Is this for real? Elder Su is simply too formidable. Mo Tian was a 9th stage of Huashan expert, not to mention one of the 9 sect leaders. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This old lecher cannot possess such strength. I refuse to believe it. In the outer mountain sect plaza, even those inner disciples who are rarely seen rushed over to exchange thoughts, eager to uncover more about Elder Su. They were equally puzzled as to how an elder who had failed his tribulation could possibly slay someone capable of contending with a sect leader. This is utterly absurd. Silence. Let me speak. Insider information. The old lecher unearthed a senior's cave dwelling and procured several superior talismans of the ninth stage of Hua Shun from within. It was these talismans that allowed him to obliterate Mog Tian 1 by 1 on the Tianjiang mountain. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. To defeat someone using talismans of the ninth stage of Hua Shun, this is outrageous. At that moment, many male disciples, infatuated with Jin Lu Xiang and Lin Yin Er, lamented in their hearts, cursing Mog Tian for his incompetence. Why did he not eliminate this old lecher? Alas, our beautiful female disciples of the Piao Miao sect are doomed. Even the esteemed leader Dugu may struggle to reign in this old lecher now. But wait, after vanquishing Mog Tian, it is rumored that the old lecher even forced the leader of Yihuanzhong, Yuling Long, into a compromising situation. The demonic sect has spread word that our elder Su is a lecherous fiend, employing the ninth stage of Hua Shun talismans to coerce Yuling Long into serving him. How embarrassing. This old lecher is indeed remarkable. He spares no one, even the enchanting women of Yihuanzhong. A true lecherous fiend, indeed. A multitude of male disciples wallowed in endless despair and fury, while the female disciples trembled in fear, their faces pale regardless of their beauty, all dreading an encounter with this old lecher. Fear not, junior brothers and sisters. Let us endure for another year. This old man's lifespan is waning. In a year at most, our Piao Miao sect shall return to its former glory. Let this old lecher descend into the abyss. Upon hearing this news, the inner and outer disciples applauded, their faces alight with exuberance. Indeed, let us endure for another year, for our Piao Miao sect, and even the entire cultivation world, shall regain its tranquility. Thankfully, the old lecher has little time left. Time swiftly passed, and a year vanished in an instant. During this year, the cultivation world of Panlong continent experienced unparalleled peace. The righteous and demonic sects have never been as united and supportive as they were this year. No bloodshed occurred, and disciples from various sects grew as close as brothers, with not even a simple brawl breaking out. Through his solitary efforts, Xiao completely transformed the previously vile cultivation atmosphere of Panlong continent. The plaza of the outer sect of the Piao Miao sect was abuzz with excitement. Today marked the day of the sect's grand competition, where numerous outer disciples vied for the coveted spots as inner disciples. All participants were elite disciples under the age of 50 in the foundation establishment stage. The final 10 victors would successfully enter the inner sect and study under the inner elders, learning their profound techniques. 10 arenas were set up. In one arena, clad in the outer sect's garb, the youthful and captivating Lin Yin Er brandished a mid-grade magical weapon, the meteor sword, against her opponent. This was a gift from Xiao several months prior. Now, both she and Jin Lu Xiang had reached the 9th stage of foundation establishment, thanks to the nourishing effects of foundation establishment pills and high-grade spirit stones. Facing Lin Yin Er was a male disciple wielding a low-grade magical weapon. With a flick of her delicate brows, she summoned the meteor sword and unleashed her mastery of object manipulation. Following that, a hairpin flew from her lustrous black hair, releasing several fireballs infused with spiritual energy, which hurtled toward the male disciple with explosive force. I concede, the male disciple was rendered speechless. His opponent's cultivation was superior, and her array of magical artifacts left him utterly defenseless. Lin Yin Er's beautiful face broke into a smile as she stowed her weapon and leaped down from the arena. The charming Jin Lu Xiang had already secured victory in a round and awaited Lin Yin Er below. Sister, well done. Win one more round, and we shall enter the inner sect. Jin Lu Xiang's face radiated joy as she grasped Lin Yin Er's delicate hand. Sister, this is all thanks to Elder Su. Without him, we would never have reached this point. Mentioning Elder Su, the two girls' expressions dimmed slightly. They had not seen Elder Su in the past 3 months. The small courtyard was deserted, as though he had vanished entirely, severing all contact. The elder may have passed away. The mere thought of this possibility brought forth a wave of sorrow in their hearts, especially for Lin Yan'er, who felt that Elder Su had treated her with unparalleled kindness, even more so than her own parents. Yet, until Elder Su's demise, she had never found the opportunity to repay his kindness, leaving her filled with regret. If given another chance, she would surely dedicate herself to him as gratitude. The surrounding outer disciples, witnessing Lin Yan'er and Jin Luxiang ascend to the decisive round, suddenly grew restless. Those two harlots, their realms and magical artifacts were all attained through the barter of their bodies. What is there to flaunt? Yes. These two harlots are only where they are because they clung to Elder Su's coattails. Without Elder Su, they would be nothing. The majority of the disparaging voices came from female disciples, consumed by envy and resentment, their accusations growing louder. A group of 10 women encircled Lin Yan'er and Jin Luxiang, incessantly pointing and berating them. The nearby male disciples remained silent, having no intention of intervening. These shameless women must have divided the old lecher's inheritance to achieve such progress. Some even secretly scrutinized the two women's beauty and figures, their eyes gleaming with interest. Such beautiful women would be worth it as companions. Who knows, perhaps they could even share in the old lecher's wealth. Lin Yan'er's complexion turned pale, fear gripping her heart. Jin Luxiang stood tall, shielding her behind her. Yet, the sheer number of insults made it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her composure. Gritting her teeth in defiance. Without Elder Su's protection, their lives in the sect had become perilous. Two shameless harlots. Elder Su has been missing for 3 months. I wager he has long since passed. You still wish to cling to Elder Su's coattails? From now on, no one will protect you. Harlots deserve their fate. Surrounded by insults, Lin Yan'er's heart ached with fear. She yearned for Elder Su once more. Jin Luxiang, too, dared not say a word, remaining silent and casting cold glances at the surrounding disciples. Luxiang and Yan'er, if you win one more match, you will be able to enter the inner sect. I have already found a master for you in the inner sect. You will be apprenticed under Elder One. At that moment, a gentle and warm voice floated down from the sky. The two women looked up and, upon seeing the familiar gray robe, felt a lump in their throats and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Su. Chapter 56. Standing up for Xiao, Su Xiao descended slowly on the jade white sword light. He had been in seclusion in his cave for 3 months and had just emerged today, still clad in gray robes. His once pure white hair was now interspersed with strands of black. His complexion appeared less gaunt and aged than before, becoming somewhat tighter and smoother. If Su Xiao had previously resembled a frail old man nearing the end of his days, he now appeared as a dignified elder in his 60s or 70s, standing tall and robust. Furthermore, he had become more handsome, a quintessential charming old man. All of this was due to his breakthrough to the Yuan Ying stage. Achieving the first level of Yuan Ying. Elder, you look younger. Jin Luxiang and Lin Yan'er wiped away their tears as they gazed at the elder before them, who had a hint of black hair. They were immediately overwhelmed with excitement. After 3 months of silent suffering, they did not want Elder Su to pass away. They wished for him to live on. Su Xiao smiled and said, I've recently regained some of my strength. It's just a minor matter. With that, he cast a cold glance at the petrified disciples around him and coughed lightly, saying, How many times must I remind you? We, the disciples of the Piao sect, must unite and protect one another. We must not bully our fellow sect members. What punishment do you deserve for insulting and bullying Jin Luxiang and Lin Yan'er? His solemn and commanding voice, amplified by spiritual power, echoed in the ears of every disciple present. Thud! The disciples who had just bullied Jin Luxiang and Lin Yan'er were struck dumb by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Xiao, and one by one, they knelt on the ground. Su, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We were just joking with the 2 junior sisters. They pleaded, not daring to meet the gaze of the terrifying elder. The female disciples who had just insulted them and the male disciples nearby, who had secretly cursed Su Xiao, all turned pale and knelt down, not daring to look directly at this formidable old man. He was alive. The old man was still alive. Thank goodness. Moreover, they could sense the terrifying Yuan Ying pressure emanating from him. Not only had he not died, but his cultivation had also advanced. It even seemed he had grown younger. With black hair sprouting, all the nearby disciples were left dumbfounded. Soon, hundreds of disciples gathered around the 10 arenas. Upon seeing Xiao's rejuvenated appearance, they were utterly astonished. He was alive. He had grown younger. What was going on with the old man? The elder in charge of the sect competition also hurried over, gazing at Elder Su in astonishment. Elder is still alive? When Lu Danian saw Xiao, who had turned younger with graying hair, his eyes widened in disbelief. He realized that his master had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. But what was this about becoming younger? Wait, the pressure of Yuaning. His uncle had returned to the Yuaning stage. So-su, where have you been for these 3 months? Your disciples have missed you so much. Lu Danian approached Xiao, eager to express his concern and admiration. The reputation of his uncle was formidable. Even in the Jidan stage, he had instilled fear in various sections. Now that he had returned to the Yuaning stage, even the sect leader would find it difficult to manage him. Xiao looked at the trembling outer sect disciples kneeling nearby and shook his head while stroking his goat-like beard. Danian, what is your law enforcement team doing? These outer sect disciples bullied Lu Xiang and Yinner, and you, as their master, did nothing about it? If this continues, what will happen to the reputation of our Piao sect? Will it not descend into chaos? A severe punishment is imperative. Lu Danian nodded vigorously in agreement. He immediately summoned the law enforcement personnel nearby and ordered them, without mercy, those who have offended Elder Su, take them all away. According to sect rules, each will receive 10 lashes and have 1 year's worth of spirit stones deducted. The kneeling disciples gasped in horror, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Elder Su, we were wrong. Please spare us. They cried, filled with regret. They had never anticipated that the old man was still alive. Had they known, they would never have dared to humiliate Jean Lu Xiang and Lin Yinner in public. After all, she was the cherished one of Elder Su. The law enforcement team showed no mercy, dragging each of the outer sect disciples away under Lu Danian's command. Most of them were female disciples, and 10 lashes amounted to 100 strokes. They were now left with a desire to perish. The onlooking disciples turned pale, glancing fearfully at Elder Su. The old man was truly terrifying. He had begun to openly defend his beloved. If the old man did not perish, the Piao sect was doomed. Ha! Elder Su! After a year, you look younger than ever. Congratulations on returning to the Yuan-Ing stage. This is a momentous occasion for our Piao sect. The outer sect elders who were watching the competition approached Xiao enthusiastically, their eyes filled with reverence and respect. With such a formidable elder still alive, not just the Piao sect, but the entire Panlong continent would be wary of provoking him. The 2 women eagerly began tidying up, as serving Elder Su was their greatest joy. Xiao reclined in a rocking chair in the small courtyard, savoring some spirit tea he retrieved from his spatial storage. It had been a year, and he had not anticipated breaking through to the first level of Yuan-Ing so swiftly. After returning to the Inner Sect's cave for 3 months, he successfully advanced to the Yuan-Ing stage. To his delight, his aging appearance had slightly recovered. At least he no longer looked as decrepit. Before entering seclusion, he had gifted Lin Yinner a thunder summoning talisman and a mid-grade magic weapon. The thunder summoning talisman triggered a task reward that yielded a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman of the 9th level of Lian Su. This was likely the strongest talisman that the system could currently return. The mid-grade magic sword had returned a superior-grade magic sword. As for Jean Lu Xiang, she already possessed a mid-grade magic weapon, so he presented her with an ice sword talisman, which returned 2 9th-level Xian ice sword rain talismans. He had also sent several foundation establishment pills and superior-grade spirit stones. Taking into account his expenses during seclusion, he still possessed 2 300 superior-grade spirit stones, 100 yuan gold pills, and 30 transformation pills. By the afternoon, the 2 women had thoroughly cleaned the small courtyard. They approached Xiao, nervously kneeling before him, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration and longing. Xiao smiled and said, Lu Xiang, Yinner, you have worked hard. As he spoke, he produced 20 yuan gold pills and 20 superior-grade spirit stones. Now that you have reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, it is time for you to enter the Jidon stage. Each of you shall receive 10 yuan gold pills and 10 superior grade spirit stones. Make haste to form your Dan, so you can join the inner sect for cultivation. Once you reach the Jidon stage, I shall personally teach you the Piao Miao longevity technique. The two women were filled with joy upon hearing this, kneeling to accept Su Xiao's gifts. Thank you, Elder. Congratulations to the host, successfully gifting 20 yuan gold pills, returning 30 transformation pills. Congratulations to the host, successfully gifting 20 superior grade spirit stones, returning 300 superior grade spirit stones. Chapter 57. The secret realm of the celestial beings of Nanjiang country. After the gifts were exchanged, the two women bowed in gratitude and remained by Su Xiao's side. Jean Luxiang's face flushed as she began to massage his shoulders from behind. Immediately, the fragrance of youthful femininity wafted toward him. Elder, I missed you so much during these 3 months you were away. Yes, Elder, Lin Yinner exclaimed, her cheeks crimson as she fled the small courtyard. A few days later, news of the old man's survival spread throughout the entire Panlong continent. What? That old dog is still alive? And he has broken through to the Yuaning stage? In the main hall of the extreme demon sect, upon hearing the elder's report, Xiao Mu was left utterly dumbfounded. His slender eyes widened in shock, filled with renewed anger and resentment. Impossible. The old man has clearly lived for over 1,000 years. How is it that he has not yet passed away? Indeed, his time must surely be drawing near. Xiao Mu was seething with anger. 3 months prior, he had resigned himself to the belief that Su Laogo was dead, yet unexpectedly, he has resurfaced and ascended to the Yuanying stage? What kind of absurdity is this? At that moment, Elder San reported, Master, please remain calm. Su Xiao has failed the transformation thunder tribulation. He can no longer muster the strength to transcend. He was previously a 9th tier Yuanying cultivator, so it is plausible that he has merely regained his Yuanying stage. Another elder added, Master, Su Xiao is now but a shadow of his former self, a mere old man of the Yuanying stage, with little time left to live. The most pressing matter is the competition for the Tianren secret realm of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. In 1 month, the realm will open for exploration, allowing cultivators below the transformation stage to enter. If our GD Mazong can obtain the Dao Shundan, your breakthrough to the Lianshu stage will be imminent. Upon hearing about the Dao Shundan, Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement, dismissing the old dog from his thoughts. The Dao Shundan, when consumed, allows one to comprehend an additional aspect of the Dao, making it one of the rarest divine pills in the Panlong continent. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The thought of breaking through to the Lianshu stage and the possibility of marrying 2 wives made him tremble with anticipation. His face flushed with joy. Dispatch a team. The 3 elders. We must send forth our strongest Yuanying cultivators. We must secure the Dao Shundan. A fierce glint shone in Xiao Mu's eyes as he selected 4 Yuanying cultivators, instructing each to carry 3 cold refining fire pills. No mistakes are to be tolerated. The 3 elders exchanged worried glances. Master, should the cold refining fire pills be consumed in quick succession, our talented disciples may suffer. No matter. Xiao Mu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. For the future of our sect, what is a small sacrifice? With this genius leader at the helm, our GD Mazong shall reign supreme in no time. Yes, Master. At the same time, the Dao Tian sect, Wan Fo Temple, He Huan sect, and other 4 demonic sects were all taken aback by the news of Su Xiao's survival. What? Su Xiao is still alive? Hasn't a year passed? They concluded that he was likely just holding on. Regardless, junior brother, the Tianren secret realm will open next month, and we must select the finest disciples from our Dao Tian sect to compete for the Dao Shundan. 1 Fo Temple, He Huan sect. Huh. The old fellow is indeed harder to kill than expected. On a jade couch draped in soft silk, the enchanting Yu Ling Long reclined gracefully, her slender arm propped under her head. She was still refining the fortune she had stolen from Su Xiao that day. This fortune was not only abundant, but of remarkable quality. The mere thought of Su Xiao ignited a glimmer in her beautiful eyes. Mayor, next month, as the Tianren secret realm opens, Select 4 ninth-tier Yuaniing disciples. Tell them not to exert themselves excessively. I did not expect much from the dead Dao Shundan. Just bring back some good items. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Yu Linglong's alluring visage. Currently, she had little need for the dead Dao Shundan. The reason being Su Xiao's boundless fortune. With someone as extraordinary as Elder Su around, breaking through to the Lianshu stage was merely a matter of time. There was no need to risk her disciples for the Dao Shundan. They might as well consider it a leisurely excursion. In a secluded cave of the Piao sect, the graceful Dugo Ling sipped spirit tea and said with a smile, Master Zhuge, I have already decided on the candidate for next month's Tianren Secret Realm. I shall send my eldest disciple, Shui Yu, to lead the expedition. She has been capable of transcending the transformation thunder tribulation for years, yet has been suppressing her cultivation for the sake of the Tianren Secret Realm. The elderly Taoist, with hair as white as snow, nodded with a smile. Indeed, Shui Yu possesses extraordinary talent and stands out among the inner disciples. With her leading the way, the chances of obtaining the Dao Shundan are significantly increased. If you succeed in acquiring the Dan and break through the Lianshu realm, our Piao sect will dominate for the next 300 years. When Sister Ji returns from her seclusion, she will be greatly pleased. As if recalling something, Zhuge Wufang's expression shifted slightly, and he said solemnly, that rascal Su Xiao has recently emerged from seclusion, and I have heard he has broken through to the Yuaniing stage. What is the purpose of his struggle? Ling girl, find an opportunity to remind that rascal not to provoke trouble just because his lifespan is nearing its end. He should simply live out the next 50 years peacefully. If he stirs up another incident like last time, I shall personally go after him. The old rascal, at his age, still courting young maidens and daring to flaunt his affections in front of the disciples, is quite audacious indeed. On the day of the Outer Sect Grand Competition Finals, thousands of disciples gathered around 10 arenas. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous. The 10 disciples who emerged victorious today would ascend to the heavens and become disciples of the inner elders. The arenas of Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yen'er were adjacent. This arrangement was orchestrated by Su Xiao, who stood between the two arenas, stroking his beard and smiling as he watched the final bout. With the two women entering the inner sect, it would be easier for him to bestow them with the Yunjin Dan. Elder Su actually showed up. Good heavens. Elder Su is supporting Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yen'er. Who would dare to defeat them? That will be courting death. It's over. Our Piao sect is finished. With Elder Su here, the atmosphere is utterly ruined. Nearby disciples kept their distance from Su Xiao, fearing they might inadvertently offend this fearsome old man. At such a critical juncture in his life, who would dare provoke him? The disciples who had previously endured 10 rounds of punishment were still bedridden. As the two women noticed Elder Su watching them, their confidence surged, and they eagerly prepared to battle with their magical artifacts at the ready. With Elder Su alive, they felt bolstered by his immense support. The opponents of the two women, upon seeing the seemingly harmless elder below, were instantly filled with dread, their faces paling. They, too, were outstanding disciples of the Outer Sect, but provoking Elder Su could lead to dire consequences. Before the match could even commence, their fighting spirit evaporated, and they began contemplating how to gracefully concede before Elder Su. Detected the Luck Girl by Xiao. Luck level 1, return multiplier, 10 times, bond level. On a level 1 luck girl? Su Xiao's old eyes glimmered as he turned his gaze toward the arena beside them. On that arena stood a young girl clad in a light blue robe, sword in hand, awaiting the match to begin. She was graceful and tall, her beauty pure and captivating. Her long black hair was tied behind her back, and her delicate figure was both perfect and slender. Her skin was fair and smooth, her features elegantly charming, reminiscent of a beloved lily. Across from her stood a robust young man, glaring fiercely at by Xiao, intent on defeating her to advance to the inner sect. On the high platform, Lu Denian was prepared to signal the start of the finals. However, before he could raise his hand, he noticed Su Xiao signaling him to wait. His heart jolted, and he quickly paused, awaiting the elder's instruction. Su Xiao approached by Xiao's arena, and the Outer Sect disciples around them stepped back in fright, not daring to obstruct him. By Xiao, come down. Elder Su has a few words to share with you. Su Zhao's expression was warm and benevolent, his old eyes sparkling with kindness. He had discerned prior to his arrival that Bai Xiao was unlikely to win this bout. Her opponent was already exuding the aura of a Jian cultivator, on the brink of a breakthrough. The more luck girls, the better. Since fate had brought them together, he would send her into the inner sect, nurturing goodwill for future provisions. Huh? Me? Elder Su? Are you calling for me? Elder Su, the notorious elder of our sect. Yes, indeed, it is you. Fear not. You are destined to meet me. Come forth. As Su Zhao's words fell, all the surrounding disciples were left in a daze. Even the confident young man on the stage had his expression collapse in an instant. What the hell? The old lecher is publicly selecting a consort. Is there hope for the Piao sect? The benevolent smile of Su Xiaozi morphed into a lecherous and sinister visage in the eyes of the countless disciples surrounding him. Each of them was filled with indignation, yet dared not speak out. The old lecher had once again extended his claws toward the white goddess. She was the last of the three renowned beauties of the outer sect. The previous two had already fallen victim to his advances. Heaven and earth, master and grand elders, please come forth to punish this devil. Bai Xiao, her face etched with fear, descended from the arena and gracefully approached Su Xiaozi. She endeavored to suppress her trepidation, greeting Su Xiaozi with a smile. Disciple Bai Xiao pays respects to Elder Su. She still possesses some semblance of etiquette, not intimidated by my aura. She is indeed a promising seedling. Su Xiaoqi Muset, certified by the system as a woman of fortune, Bai Xiao was exceptional in appearance, talent, and character. Su Xiaozi nodded with a smile. Bai Xiao, do not believe the rumors circulating about me. My lifespan is limited. I merely seek a few talented disciples to inherit my legacy. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er are both in the same situation. You are destined to be with me, and your talent is commendable. If you can enter the inner sect, you will surely soar to great heights. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Su Xiaozi's kind smile, her fear gradually dissipated. Elder Su, it seemed, was not as dreadful as the rumors suggested. Thank you, Elder Su. But I'm only at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. It may be difficult for me to secure victory this time. She was aware of her limitations, realizing that reaching the finals was already pushing her boundaries. Su Xiaozi waved his hand dismissively. No matter, since we are fated to meet, I shall assist you. Once you enter the inner sect, you can become a disciple of Elder Wen. After you win the arena match, I will present your formal apprenticeship to him. Bai Xiao's heart raced, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Entering the inner sect had been her lifelong dream, and to become a disciple of the esteemed Elder One was the pinnacle of her aspirations. Thank you, Elder. Bai Xiao knelt in gratitude, unable to contain her exhilaration. Now she understood why Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er endured the scorn of others to follow Elder Su. It was for the sake of inheriting his legacy. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Su Xiaoqi Inguit? Yes. My master is Elder Mengdan. Oh, it is she? That makes things easier. Go ahead. With me backing you, you will not lose. Yes, I am grateful to the Elder. With that, Bai Xiao, her figure accentuated by a perfect silhouette, confidently ascended the stage. Meanwhile, the youth opposite her was left dumbfounded. The old lecher had been smiling at him all the while. That smile sent chills down his spine. The old lecher was clearly threatening him. Under Su Xiaozi's signal, Lu Danian issued the command to begin the competition. Su Xiaozi was not worried about Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, as he had already signaled their opponents. However, Bai Xiao's opponent was so terrified that his limbs trembled, rendering him incapable of launching an effective attack against her. The old lecher's gaze was too fearsome. Bai Xiao had indeed caught the attention of the old lecher. Ultimately, the young man, fearing Su Xiaozi's wrath, stumbled back and fell off the stage. Bai Xiao was the first to achieve victory and secured her place in the inner sect. The surrounding disciples watched in shock at the lackluster display of mercy. Petrified in their spots, they cast fearful and furious glances at the terrifying old man. By the heavens, the white goddess has also succumbed. Just a few words, and the old lecher has successfully taken the last of the three beauties of the outer sect. He even intimidated the opponent to ensure by Xiao's advancement. No, as long as this terrifying old lecher lives, the destruction of the Piao sect is not far off. Chapter 59. Elder Meng Dan of the Outer Sect. Above, Lu Danian and the other elders of the Outer Sect observed by Xiao's victory with a mix of astonishment and dismay. Elder Su, you are no longer even pretending. The old man who had excavated the cave of his predecessors now had ample confidence. However, they merely grumbled internally while maintaining a facade of calm. Their own lifespans were nearing an end. Having already slain a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the transformation stage, they were hardly a match for him. Soon, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner also emerged victorious, their opponents trembling in fear and conceding defeat without putting up a fight. Haha, well done, Liuxiang Yenner, come here. I wish to introduce you to a junior sister. Su Xiaozi called the two over, whereby Xiao awaited. Elder, Lin Yenner greeted by Xiao with a smile. They were acquainted, but not particularly close. Su Xiaozi continued, once the three of you reach the core formation stage and can fly with swords, you may relocate to the inner sect for cultivation. I have already spoken to Elder One, so do not worry. The eyes of the three women brightened at his words, and they immediately knelt in gratitude. After inquiring about by Xiao's age, Su Xiaozi added, upon joining Elder One's tutelage, Liuxiang, you will be the senior sister. By Xiao, you will be the second sister, and Yenner, you will be the junior sister. You three should get along well, and in the future, do not worry about cultivation resources. I will take care of it all. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner were overjoyed and expressed their thanks. Disciple is grateful to the elder. Bai Xiao was struck by the generosity of this elder, her eyes shining. The resources provided by her outer sect master were limited. Otherwise, with her qualifications, she would have already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. In terms of talent, she believed she was no less capable than senior sister Jean or junior sister Lin. Bai Xiao, here are 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 superior spiritual stones, and a medium-grade mystical tool, the Xin Guang ring, as a courtesy gift. Su Xiaozi presented the items. As you are currently at the 8th level of foundation establishment, there is no rush for the apprenticeship gift. We can discuss that when you are closer to achieving core formation. Bai Xiao was momentarily stunned as she accepted the gifts. Disciple is grateful to the elder. Elation washed over her, and she knelt deeply, bowing thrice in gratitude. This gift was immensely valuable, surpassing anything her outer sect master had ever given her combined. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Our fates are intertwined, and this is only proper. Su Xiaozi smiled. The legacy I leave behind in the future will need you to carry on. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. First gift to Bai Xiao triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning an exceptional enlightenment pill. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 superior spiritual stones, returning 100 superior spiritual stones. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting a medium-grade magical ring, returning a superior-grade magical ring. Exceptional enlightenment pill. Consuming it allows one to briefly enter a state of sudden enlightenment, useful for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. All the disciples nearby watched in disbelief as Su Xiaozi handed out gifts. This included Lu Danian and the other elders and stewards of the outer sect. Elders, are you just going to stand by and watch? Is there no law in the Piao sect? The outer sect disciples were livid, their faces turning green with rage. They wished they could slay the old man on the spot. This was blatant bullying. The sect competition continued, and ultimately 10 outstanding disciples emerged, qualifying for advancement to the inner sect. Once they reached the core formation stage, the sect would arrange for inner sect elders to take them as disciples. At this rate, the reputation of their master uncle would plummet. Su Xiaozi chuckled. A clear conscience fears no shadows, Danian. The master uncle is merely cultivating talent for our Piao sect. What is there to fear? Lu Danian was left bewildered. Danian, quickly reorganize the enforcement team. Anyone who spreads rumors will face the sect's regulations. Handle it properly. Yes, Master Uncle. Lu Danian gazed at Su Xiaozi's upright figure, tears welling in his eyes. Master Uncle truly makes things difficult for him. In a residence within the outer mountain lodging area, By Xiao reported the good news to her master, Meng Dan. What? That old Su accepted you as a successor and gifted you all these items. Meng Dan's face was a mask of shock, her eyes flashing with complex anger. That old man is courting death. Bai Xiao hurriedly explained, Master, Elder Su is a good person. He is not as terrible as everyone says. The beautiful woman fumed, Xiao. You are being foolish. Just wait. I will go confront that old man. Upon finishing her words, the beautiful lady disregarded Bai Xiao, stepping onto her flying sword and soaring swiftly toward the estate's exit. The radiant sword light illuminated the square, and the outer disciples below erupted in excitement, akin to having been injected with adrenaline. It was Elder Meng. Elder Meng must be furious. How fortunate we are to have such an upright elder in our outer sect. Let us hurry to the small courtyard and await the spectacle of Elder Su being reprimanded by Elder Meng. Elder Meng, a formidable figure at the 9th level of Yuanying, holds the esteemed title of the first elder of our outer sect. With her intervening, Elder Su is surely doomed. Exhilarating. Countless disciples followed the luminous trail of Meng Dan's sword, lurking in the nearby mountains surrounding Su Xiao's small courtyard, eager to witness his humiliation. In a secluded chamber, Su Xiao was meditating on a cushion. Su Lao Tu, come out. Xiao is my prodigy. You are not to harm her. A woman clad in a blue Taoist robe stormed in, her fury palpable. Upon seeing her, Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with a gentle yet strikingly beautiful countenance, elegantly arched eyebrows, and a slender waist that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long, proportionate legs added to her captivating allure, exuding the mature charm of a blossoming flower. Dandan, you have come, Su Xiao observed the exquisite woman, a complex emotion passing through his eyes as he sighed softly. Do not call me Dandan. Meng Dan retorted angrily. Just look at how old you have become. Over 1,000 years, and you still behave so inappropriately, harboring thoughts about my Xiao. Why don't you just go die early? With a resounding bang, she closed the door, taking a seat at the table, determined to clarify matters with this old man. Xiao was her disciple, and she would not allow this old rogue to covet her. Su Xiao rose and sat opposite her, pouring a cup of spirit tea, and sighed, Dandan, Bai Xiao possesses remarkable talent. She is a promising disciple. I have gifted her items to assist her entry into the inner sect. What is wrong with that? Meng Dan arched her eyebrow, snorting derisively, old man. Who in the sect does not know your current reputation? Is it merely her beauty that attracts you? I cannot even begin to discuss the matters regarding Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. Let me be clear. Release Xiao. This time, consider the gifts for her entry into the inner sect as forgotten. You are not to seek her out again. Su Xiao shook his head and asked Dandan, do you not keep count of your resources? Do you wish for Xiao to follow in your footsteps, brimming with talent, yet stagnant at the Yuanying stage? Meng Dan was momentarily taken aback by this poignant question. She gazed at the elderly Su Xiao, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. He was correct. When she ascended the mountain to cultivate years ago, it was due to a lack of resources that she remained stuck at the 9th level of Yuanying. But it was this old man who bore the blame. Meng Dan's emotions were a tumultuous blend. 300 years prior, upon entering the inner sect, she could have chosen a resource-rich inner sect elder as her mentor. Yet, in her youthful ignorance, she had been captivated by Su Xiao's unparalleled handsomeness, becoming his named disciple. What had been the outcome? This old man was abysmally poor, providing no assistance in her cultivation and instead causing her harm. He had wasted a century or two of her time. Shameless. I do not care. You are not to harm Xiao any further. Meng Dan's beautiful face displayed a resolute expression. Her tragedy would not befall her disciple. Su Xiao sigh, Dandan. In the past, I felt a sense of guilt towards you. But times have changed. You know, I have inherited a wealth of resources from Senior's Cave. My lifespan is limited. Retaining these resources serves no purpose. So why not make them available to the three of them? Dandan, I shall make amends to you before I depart from this world. His handsome, aged face revealed a touch of remorse. Old man, do you not realize how old you are? Do you believe you still possess the same charm as before? Even in death, you are still preoccupied with such matters. Shameless. Meng Dan glared at him furiously. Detected Fortune's daughter, Meng Dan, fortune level. Return multiplier, 20 bond level, 2-0. Dandan is also a fortune's daughter? Su Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he regarded Meng Dan with increased remorse. For someone so extraordinarily talented, she had not advanced past the Huashan stage in 3 centuries. All of it was his fault. With a flicker of thought, Su Xiao produced an ice-blue pendant, which shimmered with a captivating azure light, indicative of its exceptional quality. This was a supreme-grade magical artifact, the Sihai Xingping pendant. The moment he revealed it, Meng Dan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. Such an impressive magical artifact. It must be at least of supreme quality. Dandan, I owe you this. It is a supreme-grade magical artifact, Sihai Xingping pendant. With this artifact, your chances of successfully overcoming the Thunder Tribulation will be significantly enhanced. He continued, retrieving a high-quality beauty-enhancing pill. Dandan, you remain as beautiful as ever. This is a high-quality beauty-enhancing pill, and I hope you remain stunning forever. These items are of no use to me, so I give them to you, hoping for your forgiveness. Su Xiao's eyes radiated sincerity as he extended the gifts. Meng Dan stut frozen in disbelief. A supreme-grade magical artifact? A high-quality beauty-enhancing pill? She stared incredulously at the old man before her, suddenly catching a glimpse of his youthful visage, still as handsome as ever. Su Laotu, you're giving me all of this? Meng Dan swallowed hard, her fair and delicate hands trembling as she accepted the pendant and the pill. This is worth thousands of high-quality spirit stones, and they are items that cannot be bought even with spirit stones. All for you, Dandan. In the future, I will cover all the cultivation resources for you and by Xiao. Before I depart from this world, I will assist you in breaking through to the Huashan realm. Su Xiao observed her astonished expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He knew Dandan loved him. However, due to the constraints of reality, they could not be together. Su Laotu, why do you do this? Meng Dan's eyes brimmed with tears as she stored the items in her storage bag. Overwhelmed by the sweet gestures, she found herself moved to tears, a manifestation of joy. Elder, you remain as handsome as before. Dandan, after all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever. While I have grown old, Su Xiao lamented. Suddenly, he felt that the wealthy Su Xiao now seemed even more alluring. Do not be like this. Even though you have aged, your appearance has not diminished. At least I still find you handsome. Having received such valuable gifts, Meng Dan found herself lacking the confidence to chastise him further. Dandan, it has been so many years. I truly miss you. Meng Dan's face flushed, resembling a bashful maiden. Her eyes filled with shyness. Deep within her heart, she harbored love for Su Xiao. Congratulations on successfully gifting the supreme-grade magical artifact, Sihai Xingping pendant. First gift to Meng Dan triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the 9-fire Lioli shield. Congratulations on successfully gifting the high-quality beauty-enhancing pill, returning 2 supreme-grade beauty-enhancing pills. The following morning, in a chamber filled with enchanting fragrances, Su Xiao gazed at Meng Dan, who lay softly asleep beside him, shaking his head with a smile. Dandan remains as gentle and shy as she was centuries ago. With an additional 20-fold fortune's daughter by his side, and an old flame at that, life is indeed good. After resting for half an hour, as the sun rose, Meng Dan dressed and smiled lightly, embracing him, the scent of her femininity enveloping him. Her stunning visage was tinged with a soft blush, her voluptuous form radiating the unique charm of mature femininity. Su Xiao nodded. Yes, Dandan, focus on your cultivation. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality. Please visit whenever you can. You're always welcome here. Meng Dan chucklet softly. Rest assured, you owe me so much. You must make it up to me in the future. I will thank you on Xiao's behalf. But you must not harbor any thoughts about her. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Of course, you will keep a watchful eye on me. After a tender moment between the two, Meng Dan slowly exited the small courtyard. She has emerged. At last, she has emerged. The individuals lurking in the mountains outside the gate employed their long-range vision techniques, gazing intently at the coming Meng Dan. Most of them had already left after enduring the night, but upon catching sight of Meng Dan, their jaws dropped in astonishment. My goodness, Elder Meng Ling's eyes glisten with affection. Her beautiful visage radiates a blush that is almost beyond belief. Her steps are evidently unsteady. When the world, with just this one glance, the disciples who had persevered thus far stood frozen in disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. Even the first elder of the outer sect, the dream lover of countless elders and disciples, has fallen for Elder Meng. This cannot be true. This shouldn't be the case. Elder Meng is a formidable being at the 9th level of the Yuan Ing stage. Oh heavens, this cannot be real. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Meng Dan discreetly summoned her flying sword and hastily made her way back to her residence. This furtive scene was once again witnessed by the disciples hidden in the distant woods. My goodness, I cannot share the same sky with that old thief. Some male disciples fainted from sheer rage on the spot. As long as that old thief breathes, the Piao sect will surely be doomed. A few disciples spat blood in their fury, nearly choking on their indignation. The following day, the entire Piao sect erupted in chaos. News of Su Xiao's illicit relationship with female disciples, including their masters, spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among countless inner and outer sect members. Now, every male disciple, regardless of their age or sect affiliation, regarded the old lecher as the ultimate enemy. Even the enforcers of the law began to protest. No, Elder Meng is my goddess. How could you do this, Elder Su? My goodness, what is there left to capture? My dream lover has been taken by that old man. The elder enforcers were in despair, lamenting their plight. Just the thought of Elder Meng made them retch with disgust, unable to accept this grim reality. Lu Danian sat in the law enforcement hall, his honest visage drained of color. Uncle Master, this is too much. At Meng Dan's residence, Xiao rushed into the hall, her face full of panic as she greeted her master. Master, outside, there are all these rumors about you, about Elder Su, and about me. She was almost paralyzed with fear. Now the entire outer mountain is abuzz with this matter, even dragging her into it, labeling both master and disciple as shameless. Meng Dan's stunning face glowed with vitality and delight. She had already consumed a top-grade beauty elixir, and at this moment, she radiated an even more exquisite beauty. Upon hearing Xiao's words, she shook her head and said, "These are merely rumors, Xiao. If you find yourself lacking resources in the future, just approach Elder Su. I have already made arrangements with him. He will cover all your expenses in the inner sect. Do not believe those external rumors." What? Xiao stared at her suddenly more beautiful master, momentarily dazed. She had a feeling that what was being said outside might be true, leaving her utterly stunned. The matter was so significant that countless disciples were discussing it, and it soon reached Dugu Ling's ears. That wretched senior brother. How could he be involved with that Meng Dan in such a manner? Humph. A streak of azure light shot forth from the inner mountain, heading straight for Su Xiao's courtyard. With a powerful kick, Dugu Ling burst through the door once more. "Senior brother, come out. Do you even care about your reputation anymore?" Dugu Ling was furious, her stunning face marred by hints of anger. A little fling was bearable, just a fleeting dalliance. But this old flame made Dugu Ling feel threatened. Her senior brother was only allowed to love her. Su Xiao sprang up from his meditation in shock, advancing with a smile. "It's all just rumors, junior sister, calm down. Let us discuss this rationally." He gestured for her to take a seat and poured her a cup of spiritual tea. Dugu Ling retorted angrily, "I toil daily for the sect, meticulously preparing for next month's Tianren secret realm expedition. Yet you, senior brother, are busy maintaining these flings, and now even Meng Dan has come into the picture. Do you know what the entire sect is saying about you? Where is your dignity?" Su Xiao blinked, disregarding her other grievances, and suddenly inquired, "The Tianren secret realm? Is it opening soon?" "Of course. I've been swamped. I have no time to deal with your nonsense." Dugu Ling seethed. "Do you have any idea how busy I've been? All parties are eager for the treasures of the Tianren secret realm. And if we fail to secure the good stuff, the Piao sect's position as the foremost righteous sect may be at risk. You have disappointed me greatly." Su Xiao recalled the matter of the Tianren secret realm, which opened once every 300 years, allowing cultivators below the Huashan stage to enter. The greatest treasure is said to be the Dao Shundan, rumored to have effects similar to his Sanqian Dao Dan. With his eyes lighting up, He approached her. Junior sister, you should have mentioned it earlier. Rest assured, I will take charge of the Tianren's secret realm affair. Dugu Ling gazed at him, bewildered. Her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with skepticism. You? Senior brother, are you joking? Even if you have regained some cultivation and reached the first level of Yuan-Ing, what good does that do? Anything that carries the aura of the Huashan stage will get you expelled immediately. Your talismans are useless. Dugu Ling regarded the foolish elder before her. Although he had become younger and more handsome after reaching Yuan-Ing, he was still an elderly man with a limited lifespan. Su Xiao's my Mitstioli. There is no need to worry, junior sister. I inherited more than just talismans from that senior expert's cave. Now, who do you plan to send to the expedition? Dugu Ling pondered for a moment before replying. My eldest disciple, Shueyu, will lead the team, accompanied by my second disciple, as well as Elder Zhu's and Elder Lu's disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They are all at the 9th level of Yuan-Ing, each possessing several top-quality magical artifacts. Shueyu even has her family's exceptional magical artifact, so it should be fine. Su Xiao stroked his goatee, nodding. The selection is fine. However, that second disciple of mine is the weakest and lacks proper demeanor. He should stay behind and cultivate in the sect. I will replace him. With me leading the charge, junior sister, you can await the Dao Shundan with ease. He exclaimed with a laugh. Dugu Ling observed her senior brother as confidence, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that he had obtained some other benefits in the senior's cave? Senior brother, this is no joking matter, she frowned. The competition for the Dao Shundan has always been brutal. If we lack strength, we might not even be able to activate our protective talismans and could end up dead. Other sects will certainly risk their lives. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No problem, junior sister. Trust me, I have squandered my entire life, and this time I want to make a final contribution for you and the Piao sect. The better the Piao sect does, the better you will do. His expression was earnest and charismatic. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with hope as she seemed to see the Su Xiao from her village, the one who was capable of anything and possessed extraordinary charm. Senior brother, she embraced Su Xiao, fragrant tears streaming down her cheeks. Senior brother, this is my last desperate effort before death. You truly love me, despite her earlier hesitations. Dugu Ling ultimately agreed to let him replace her second disciple for the expedition to the Tianren secret realm. Once she departed, Su Xiao smiled contentedly. The Tianren secret realm is truly tailored for me. He nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Now that he has reached the Yuan-Ing stage, wielding the powers of both earth fire and human fire, along with 3 magical artifacts, he could confront even Huashan cultivators without talismans, let alone the Yuan-Ing cultivators within the Tianren secret realm. Furthermore, there are plenty of treasures within the realm for him to seize. That arrogant Wang Xiao Mu he will undoubtedly want to spectate. He has not forgotten about the main storyline task from the system. Upon the summoning of the fiery crimson canopy, 9 colossal fire dragons fell under his command. These dragons, embodiments of primal earth fire, harmonized perfectly with his path of earth fire, allowing him to unleash tremendous power. As for the exquisite Wu Dao Dan, it was of no immediate use to him, so he chose to set it aside for the time being. At dawn, Su Xiao departed from the outer mountains, soaring towards Huxiao City. Prior to his expedition into the secret realm, he intended to replenish his spatial inventory at Zi Laishanghang. On the 3rd floor of Zi Laishanghang, in a private room, Ziyun, draped in delicate purple gauze, showcased her strikingly fair and alluring figure, her laughter brightening as she presented Su Xiao with the items he requested. Recognizing her charm, Su Xiao paid 700 high-grade spirit stones after the discount. Much to the delight of the enchanting woman before him, he procured 120 young Jin Dan for 120 high-grade spirit stones, 40 Huaing Dan for 400 high-grade spirit stones, and 4 Yuan-Ing lightning talisman, 3 Yuan-Ing ice sword talismans, and 3 Yuan-Ing earth fire talismans for a total of 200 high-grade spirit stones. As he gathered his belongings, Su Xiao produced 10 Huaing Dan, remarking, I did not expect that Master Z has broken through to the first level of Yuan-Ing. He gifted these 10 Huaing Dan to Master Z for her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face radiated joy. Those 10 Huaing Dan were worth an impressive 100 high-grade spirit stones. Elder Su, you are becoming increasingly youthful and handsome, she exclaimed, her countenance glowing with gratitude. As a gentle breeze swept by, she naturally intertwined her arm with Su Xiao's. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 Hua Ingdan. You have received 10 Lian Shundan in return, echoed a voice in Su Xiao's mind. Surprised, he pondered the rarity of Lian Shundan, a precious elixir sought after by those cultivating to the divine transformation stage, seldom seen in the market. Not long after, Ziyin seemed to recall something and, exhaling softly, inquired, Elder, I heard that our Piao Miao sect will also be venturing into the Tian Rin's secret realm this time? Su Xiao smiled in affirmation. Indeed, you have asked the right person. I shall be leading our Piao Miao sect's expedition into the secret realm. What? You're going too, Elder? Ziyin responded with astonishment. The Tian Rin's secret realm was typically reserved for practitioners at the 9th level of Yuan-Ing, and here was an elder who had only just regained his Yuan-Ing cultivation, not to mention leading the team. Was he not close to the end of his days? Do not be surprised. I still possess considerable strength. Furthermore, the other 3 are all prodigies from our Piao Miao sect. It is merely a trifling matter. Su Xiao reassured her. Ziyin blinked her enchanting eyes, and suddenly tears of emotion welled in her eyes as she began to sob gently. What troubles you, Master Z? Su Xiao inquired, leaning against Su Xiao's shoulder, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with light. She said, Elder, may I request a favor from you? Do not hesitate to speak. For this old man is not one to shy away from lending assistance if it is within my capacity, Su Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Ziyin's heart soared with joy. Though this elder's lifespan was limited, he had recently gained considerable renown on Panlong continent, and many feared him. If he were to lend his hand, Zi Lai Hang would undoubtedly become hers to command. With a pitiful expression, Ziyin continued, Thank you, Elder. This time, our Donglai country will also send 4 individuals to the Tian Rin secret realm, one of whom is the young master of Zi Lai Hang, Shangwan Jinyu. Elder, he is the youngest genius in our Zi Lai Hang, and even in Donglai country, having reached the 9th level of Yuan-Ing at just over 100 years old, and possesses formidable strength along with an exquisite magical artifact. However, that Shangwan Jinyu is quite the lecher, always setting his sights on me. At this point, Ziyun discreetly glanced at Su Xiao's expression, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Su Xiao's gaze shifted, and he comprehended her intentions. Just as he prepared to speak, the system's voice resonated within him. Detected a fated adversary. Shangwan Jinyu, identity, young master of Zi Lai Hang, Donglai country. Task issued. Eliminate Shangwan Jinyu. Task reward. Guaranteed 10-fold critical hit for the next gift. How astute this system is, Su Xiao mused with an inward chuckle. He then turned to Ziyun, placing his hand upon his distinguished beard, and declared resolutely, Rest assured, Master Z, that lecher has dared to covet you. It is an affront. I shall not allow him to leave the Tian Rin's secret realm alive. What? Ziyin was left utterly dumbfounded by his response. She had not requested him to kill anyone. Elder, you are committing to this so completely, she exclaimed, excitement overwhelming her as she embraced him. The air was perfumed with a delicate fragrance, and their forms exuded a sense of intimacy. After a moment, once Ziyin had donned her outer garment, Su Xiao remarked, Master Z, you do not mind this old man, for I have little to repay you. Ziyun gazed up at Su Xiao, whose demeanor radiated confidence and calm, her eyes brimming with delight. In that instant, she perceived the elder's charm growing ever more captivating. He was wealthy and powerful, exuding an aura of dominance. Should Shangwan Jinyu perish within the secret realm, her family would undoubtedly hold sway over Zi Lai Hang. Elder, I cannot thank you enough, she replied, her eyes glimmering with hope. The elder's generosity was astonishing. She had heard he had unearthed a grand cultivation cave. Surely, the treasures he possessed at the time of his demise would be abundant. If he were to assist her in eliminating the formidable adversary that was Shangwan Jinyu, she would gladly serve him without hesitation. Fear not, Master Z, this matter is entrusted to me, Su Xiao reassured her. Thank you, Elder. Ziyunrichit ecstaticati. Days later, the day of departure arrived. A few streams of light descended upon Su Xiao's courtyard. Senior brother, it is time to depart. Xiao, clad in a gray robe, stood tall and imposing. His silver hair was perfectly arranged, presenting an image that was not only handsome, but also exuded the dignity of an elder. Master, you are still alive. How wonderful! Upon his emergence, a petite girl dashed towards him, colliding directly into his embrace. The refreshing scent of youthful innocence wafted through the air. Xiao, be gentle. This old man is no longer as resilient. Xiao Juka, I simply missed you, master. The diminutive girl exclaimed, releasing her hold and grinning brightly. She was petite, nearly 2 heads shorter than Xiao, dressed in a form-fitting white dress that accentuated her charm. Her porcelain-like complexion was adorned with delicate dimples, and her skin glowed with a luminescence that suggested fragility. Her glossy black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her exquisite tiger teeth added to her youthful allure, embodying the essence of blossoming womanhood. This young girl was Xiao, the eldest disciple of Du Guling. In less than a century since her initiation, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Yuan Ying, emerging as a new prodigy in Du Guling's legacy. Detected a fated daughter, Xiao, fate level, return multiplier, 30, bond level. Su Zhao's eyes widened slightly. This eternally youthful girl was also a fated daughter? And at that level? Xiao, your elder is nearing the end of his days, yet you do not come to visit. I have missed you dearly, Su Xiao said, his aged face breaking into a smile as he nodded approvingly at her. A multiplier of 30 was certainly impressive, especially at the 9th level of Yuan Ying, making her a convenient gift recipient. Oh, master, I was in seclusion. It was only recently that my master summoned me, and I rushed to see you as soon as I emerged. Xiao waved her tiny hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed up at him with an innocent grin. Master, I heard there have been some happenings in the sect recently. Is it true? Indeed. Xiao, it has been a long time since I last saw you. Here are 10 Hua Ying Dan. You'll find them useful now. Consider them a gift for our reunion. Su Xiao produced 10 Hua Ying Dan, and before he could finish speaking, the surrounding individuals stared at him in utter disbelief. Du Guling blinked in surprise, while the 3 elders swallowed hard. The younger disciples, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, gazed greedily at the Hua Ying Dan in Su Zhao's hands. Goodness, Elder Su is extravagantly generous. 10 Hua Ying Dan is worth a staggering 100 high-grade spirit stones. Even as disciples of the protectors of the sect, we cannot afford such a luxury. Wait, you're giving me this mini Hua Ying Dan. Xiao's large, sparkling eyes widened in disbelief as she snatched the items from Su Xiao and stuffed them into her storage pouch. She swallowed hard, her large eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Sherbois, do you perhaps have a fondness for me? I am willing, as long as you bestow upon me wonderful gifts. I, too, wish to earn your affection. The impact of Xiao's words resonated like thunder from the heavens, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned, including Su Xiao, who gazed at her in astonishment. Where on earth did this little girl learn such audacity? Xiao, silence. Come here at once. Du Guling's expression darkened, her tone laced with indignation, implying that Sherbois should consider the matter seriously. Su Xiao was rendered utterly speechless. The 3 elders and 2 young disciples awkwardly fidgeted, creating an atmosphere steeped in discomfort. Ahem, Xiao still possesses the innocence of a young girl. Junior sister, esteemed elders, and fellow disciples, please disregard her playful banter. Su Xiao hastily attempted to defuse the situation, suggesting they proceed as the matter at hand. The entrance to the Tianren secret realm was of great significance, necessitating urgent discussion. Indeed, Audosu spit yc. Let us set forth without delay. The 2 elders, Zhu and Lu, promptly chimed in. Let us go, Xixiang, Du Guling remarked coolly, her gaze indicating her waning interest in this so-called elder brother. With an awkward smile, the group summoned their flying swords and soared towards the southern country of Nanzhan. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 Hua Ying Dan. The first gift to Xiao triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, returning a Hongmeng Ichidan. Hongmeng Ichidan, upon consumption, it grants an indestructible essence of Hongmeng true energy, which, when combined with spiritual power, amplifies the efficacy of spells and artifacts exponentially with boundless applications. Chapter 64. The Might of Fire and Man in the expansive outskirts of Nanjian country. A grand and sprawling manor stood proudly within the estate. The buildings were densely clustered, adorned with intricate carvings, and at its center, a massive black stone towered majestically above the ground, rising over 20 zhang, resembling a formidable mountain. Its exterior shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if an enigmatic energy enveloped it. This was the entrance to the Tianren secret realm, the Xuanguang Divine Stone. At this moment, the open area was filled with various factions eager to explore the secret realm: Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, Celestial Corpse Sect, Myriad Poison Sect, Dao Tianmen, Hehuan Sect, and 10 nations, along with numerous second and third-rate sects, amounting to several hundred individuals, all elite figures from the Panlong continent. Ao Su, I did not expect you to appear younger after a year. Your black hair and beard have flourished, and you have regained your Yuan Ing cultivation. Truly, you grow more handsome by the day. You stir the heart. The members of the Piao sect had arrived, with Dugaling attending to social niceties alongside the elders and leaders of other sections. Meanwhile, Su Xiao found himself being drawn in by the fragrant and enchanting Yulinglong, the leader of the Hehuan sect, who affectionately latched onto his arm, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. There were far too many people. Could they not keep things discreet? Having consumed the Hongmeng Ichidan prior to arrival, he now felt a surge of indestructible Hongmeng true energy coursing through him. 1 point of fortune was extracted by Yulinglong, returning 50 points of fortune. 1 point of fortune was extracted by Yulinglong, returning 50 points of fortune. Please, Elder, the Hehuan sect and your Piao sect are both recognized as the 4 great righteous sections. Our leader Dugu is my dear friend. She will not speak ill of you. Yulinglong leaned against Su Xiao, unwilling to release her hold. Behind her stood 2 elderly women with silver hair, seasoned elders of the Hehuan sect, their eyes gleaming with envy as they observed Su Xiao. Such immense fortune, boundless indeed. Their wrinkled faces were filled with awe as they regarded Su Xiao, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, upon observing Yulinglong and Su Xiao together, the 2 elders sighed, lamenting their leader's swift claim over the handsome man. For beautiful disciples from the Hehuan sect were also present, selected to enter the secret realm. Like the elders, they recognized the boundless fortune radiating from Su Xiao, their eyes shimmering with admiration and envy. It was no wonder the leader was unconcerned about the Grand Dao Shendan, knowing Su Xiao's presence assured success. Look, Yulinglong truly has a connection with this old man. They are brazenly flaunting their relationship in broad daylight. What a disgrace. The Hehuan sect's practitioners are truly shameless, not even sparing an old man on the brink of death. How outrageous. Yulinglong must be blind. Why does that detestable Su Xiao receive such treatment? I refuse to accept this. Those around were covertly scrutinizing the scene, baffled as to why a nearly decrepit elder could capture the heart of the Hehuan sect's most beautiful disciple, Yulinglong. It was simply unfathomable. Rumor has it that this Su Xiao not only openly raises female disciples, but now even keeps their masters as well. My goodness, this is utterly hypocritical. His nickname in the Piao sect is the terrifying old lecher, as no beautiful female cultivator can escape his grasp. How could such a scoundrel still be alive? Surrounding male cultivators glared at Su Xiao, their expressions filled with hostility, wishing to tear this terrifying old lecher to shreds. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders cast their gazes in his direction, their expressions grave as they kept their distance, embarrassed to acknowledge their association with him. Dugu Ling shrugged it off, realizing it was beyond her control, and in her heart, she felt unconcerned, for her elder brother loved only her. The rest were mere distractions. Little Wang and Little Li eyed Yulinglong's figure, their faces flushed as they struggled to maintain their composure. The elder had already taken in a string of disciples, and now he was not even sparing the enchanting women from the Hehuan sect. How ruthless. Oh, so Su Sherbois prefers this kind of arrangement. I see now how to cultivate a good relationship. Perhaps he will continue gifting me, the petite and adorable Shueyue thought, her large eyes fixed intently on Yulinglong's every movement. She even began to sway along, nearly losing her balance. It was a bit challenging, but nothing could deter me. Come on, Shui Wei. As she watched Yu Linglong and Su Xiao interact, several admirers of Yu Linglong could no longer contain themselves. They were infuriated at the sight of an elderly man behaving so brazenly with their goddess. You lecher, release my you goddess. I will kill you. A burly male disciple, pushed to his breaking point, disregarded the presence of numerous esteemed cultivators from the Panlong continent and drew his long knife from his storage bag, charging at Su Xiao with a fierce determination, his Yuan-ing 4th level aura surging forth. Stop! What are you doing, Lao Lu? His companions reacted too late. Unable to restrain him, the hulking man charged forward, his eyes ablaze with rage, like a volcano ready to erupt. Su Xiao's gaze sharpened, momentarily stunned. Have the youth of today truly lost all respect for their elders? Without waiting for Yu Linglong to respond, he waved a hand, and a profound aura of the great Tao enveloped the onrushing disciple. The latter staggered, his eyes igniting with fury as brilliant, terrifying crimson flames erupted from within. In an instant, the crimson flames surged forth from his heart, engulfing him entirely, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. This spectacle left everyone present in a state of shock, including the sect leaders and their disciples. Within mere breaths, the burly disciple was reduced to a mere charred husk, falling to the ground as a pile of ashes. Su Xiao chuckled. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Step forward to claim him. I have never witnessed such self-destructive rage in my life. Chapter 65. Su Lao. The public enemy, the nearby cultivators were left dumbfounded, staring at the charred remains on the ground. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and apprehension as they turned their gazes towards Su Xiao. Could this truly have been the doing of Su Lao? It was inconceivable. The opposing figure is an elderly man on the brink of death, whose realm has even declined. How could he possibly possess such formidable powers? The burly man's companions rushed over, encircling the blackened pile on the ground, their faces etched with grief. You have met an untimely demise. They were merely elders from a third-rate sect, drawn to the Tianrin's secret realm by mere chance due to its proximity. Little did they expect that before even entering the secret realm, they would lose an elder. Su Lao Tu, it must be your foul play. May you suffer a terrible fate. The sect leader, holding a handful of ashes, wept inconsolably with the other 2 elders. There were originally 6 brothers. Now, only the 3 of them remained. The heavens are unjust. Su Lao Tu, our Phi Daemon shall not coexist with you. Ahead, Yu Linglong's expression darkened as she clutched Su Xiao's arm, admonishing, Xiao Fantong, you shall not speak to Elder Su in such a manner. The oppressive aura of the 9th level of transformation descended upon them, rendering the 3 men breathless. Should you continue to disrespect Elder Su, the Phi Daemon will cease to exist. She then turned to Su Xiao, her stern demeanor softening into one of tenderness. Elder, I hope you were not frightened just now. It is permissible for me to discipline them. The people of Phi Daemon are far too rude. Su Xiao glanced at the trembling trio and blinked his aged eyes, inquiring, are they your people? Indeed, they are affiliated with my Huanzong. Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as she regarded Su Xiao. Just moments ago, while close to him, she sensed a mysterious aura of profound power emanating from him. This must be the reason behind the invader's wrath. Elder Su, you are remarkable. There is indeed a secret. I find myself quite taken with you. Yu Zhangman, you must be unaware of this Su Lao Tu. He is notorious for being a lecher. This is well known among the people of Misty Sect. You must not fall for his tricks. The lecherous old man covets your form. Xiao Fantong and his companions knelt, banging their heads against the ground, vehemently accusing Su Xiao. It was unbearable for them to witness their exalted and divine leader in such proximity to a lecher. This was more distressing than death itself. To slander my elder Su is to court death. Yu Linglong snorted coldly, raising a hand. Instantly, a cloud of pink mist emerged silently, enveloping Xiao Fantong and his companions. No, Yu Zhangman, he is a lecher. Everyone knows this. The pink mist seeped into their skin, and they let out a final, anguished wail before their skin became engorged and crimson. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, they disintegrated into a mist of blood, creating a ghastly and terrifying scene. Yu Linglong chuckled lightly, proclaiming, "Henceforth, anyone who dares to speak ill of Elder Su shall be at odds with my Huanzong." After saying this, she continued to absorb the boundless fortunes emanating from Su Xiao. "Yu Zhongmin, we are all allies. This is excessive." Su Xiao sighed with a smile. "Excessive? Who asked them to slander Elder Su?" Yu Linglong's exquisitely beautiful face flushed slightly, completely unconcerned with the myriad bewildered expressions surrounding her. For the sake of this lecture, she would annihilate her own affiliated sect. How ruthlessly fierce. I cannot accept this. What is it about this lecture that captivates Yu Zhongmin? I am young and handsome. Why am I not the one? A shameless old lecher. He is old and disrespectful. Every person deserves to eradicate him. I respect the 4 brave warriors who speak their minds. As long as this lecher lives, the future of humanity is bleak. The young cultivators who had followed their elders felt a pang of anguish in their hearts. However, due to the status of the 4 major sects of Huanzong, no one dared to step forward and denounce the old lecher further. The pool of blood on the ground served as a stark warning. "Lecherous old man, may you suffer a miserable fate. Ba, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Su Shizhu is suited to come to my Wanfo temple for cultivation." Liao Chun clasped his hands in prayer, chanting a sutra to guide the souls of the 4 vengeful spirits. Dao Yizhenren stroked his long beard and smiled at the nearby Dugu Ling, saying, "Dugu Zhongmin, Su Laotu has been with you for millennium, and now he has been taken by Yu Linglong. Do you not feel anger?" Dugu Ling's phoenix eyes glimmered as she nonchalantly replied, "What is there to be angry about? My Xixiang only loves me. That Yu Linglong is merely a fleeting distraction." Su Xiao's recent display of the Heartfire technique was witnessed by Dugu Ling. He had effortlessly annihilated a 4th-level Yuan Ying. "My Xixiang is truly formidable. No wonder he is the one I admire. Moreover, the old man does not have many years left. For matters I cannot accomplish, let that vixen handle them. After all, my Xixiang does not love her, and I stand to gain nothing." "Huh?" Dao Yizhenren was taken aback, observing Dugu Ling's starry-eyed expression, silently gulping. Is there anyone normal left in Piamiao sect? Just as Su Xiao and Yu Linglong captured everyone's attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering, a melodious flute tune resounded, accompanied by familiar pedals drifting down. The master of the Jidi Mazong, Xiao Mu, has arrived. The 8 demonesses carried a palanquin, landing in the open space at the center. When Xiao Mu raised his chest and head, eagerly anticipating the attention of the crowd, he suddenly realized that no one was paying him any mind. What is going on? Xiao Mu's initial excitement was doused with cold water. Following the gazes of the crowd, he felt as if struck by lightning, instantly petrified in place. What the hell? They are not even trying to conceal themselves. Up ahead, the old man Su Xiao was being embraced by his jade wife, stealing all the limelight and drawing the attention of everyone present. I can't believe it. It would have been acceptable if they were merely in a secluded grove, but now they are openly displaying their affection. That is his jade wife, the future bride of a super genius. Enraged, Xiao Mu was about to confront the old lecher, unable to contain himself any longer. "Master, you must not. That Su Xiao is nearing the end of his life. The Taishang elder has commanded that we do not engage with him. Once he passes, Yu Linglong will be but a prize for you." The 3 elders hurriedly intervened to counsel him. Indeed, he is merely an old man approaching death. He is not worth it. Alongside Xiao Mu, the newly appointed master of the Patian Mazong, Yu Wenhao, made his entrance. Dressed in black, the young and handsome Yu Wenhao exuded an air of understated confidence. Standing among the crowd, a trace of mockery flickered across his sharply defined features. The old man is nearing death, yet dares to provoke the enchanting woman of Huanzong. Does he not fear being drained of his essence? How arrogant! This is the last of his bravado. He relished witnessing the despair and unwillingness in the faces of such ostentatious individuals as they met their end. As the scene unfolded, Su Xiao's eyes moved slightly. He turned to Yu Linglong, inquiring, "Yu Zhongmin, I have heard that the Patian Mazong has a new master?" Yu Linglong's delicate face bloomed with a flower-like smile, reassuring him, "Of course, but rest assured, Elder Su, As long as I am here, they will not retaliate against you. This charming and fortuitous old gentleman has truly captured my heart. Who is he? What is his name? Yuan Hao. The son of the Taishang elder of the Petian Mazong, yes. That is him. Yu Linglong pointed discreetly towards an inconspicuous figure clad in black within the crowd. Su Xiao peered over. Indeed, the individual was quite unassuming, easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. However, Su Xiao's piercing gaze startled Yuan Hao, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise as he regarded the renowned Su Laotu with a furrowed brow. Su Laotu bestowed upon him a gentle and warm smile before turning away. How can this be? Yuan Hao was astonished. The benevolent gaze from Su Laotu had instilled within him a sense of threat. This gaze harbored animosity. It should not be so. The secret technique he practiced could completely conceal his aura and fortune, rendering even fortune tellers incapable of predicting his fate. How could he be under the supervision of that old man? He never mentioned seeking revenge against that fool Mog Tian. He had never even encountered that old dog. Something was amiss. Yuan Hao, who took pride in his covert schemes, began to feel a flicker of vigilance within. Dare to look at me? I shall ensure you meet your demise in the shadows. As he observed Su Xiao and Yu Linglong, a group of cultivators felt as if they had ingested something foul. They inwardly scorned Su Xiao once more before sitting at the makeshift long table erected before the Xian Guang Shinshi. The Tianren secret realm was guarded by the royal family of the Nanzhan Kingdom, with the elder empress personally overseeing the exploration of the realm. The 9 major sects sat at the forefront, exuding an overwhelming presence. The seated masters and elders were all at the 9th tier of the transformation stage, their formidable aura palpable. After a round of pleasantries from the elder empress, she waved her hand, causing the divine stone to shimmer with brilliance. In an instant, a radiant white beam shot into the sky. As the beam dissipated, a luminous circle, large enough for 2, appeared at the base of the stone. The Tianren secret realm has now opened. I invite all young friends to enter, the elder empress announced before stepping down to await the entrance of the cultivators. Below, the representatives of 50 to 60 factions began their final reminders, reiterating the rules of the Tianren secret realm. Du Guling cast a glance at Su Xiao and said, "Senior brother, you will lead the team once we enter the Tianren secret realm. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and the life-saving talismans have been provided. Should danger arise, activate the talismans, and the aura of the transformation stage will reveal itself, allowing the realm to transport you out. Remember, the realm is only open for 10 days, so plan accordingly." Du Guling looked at Su Xiao, her beautiful phoenix eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. Although her senior brother loved only her, seeing him publicly with Yu Linglong was quite displeasing. "Fear not, junior sister. With your senior brother here, it is but a trivial matter," Su Xiao replied with a smile. Shui Yu lowered her head, pondering something, occasionally stealing glances at her senior uncle. What was this girl secretly thinking? It felt somewhat off. Teams of 4 cultivators entered the luminous circle, vanishing into the divine stone. Most of those entering the realm were the strongest of their respective factions. At the 9th tier of the nascent soul stage, one could only imagine the intensity and brutality of the ensuing competition for the coveted Dao divine pill. As Su Xiao, alongside Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li, approached the luminous circle, an uproar erupted. The Xiao sect was led by that old lecher. Impossible. Wasn't he, that old lecher, on the verge of death? Why was he participating in this exploration of the Tianren secret realm? What was the Xiao sect planning? Were they intending to unleash chaos within the realm? Nonsense. The use of transformation stage talismans is prohibited within the realm. This old man had only just regained his nascent soul cultivation, and even with a few tricks up his sleeve, he would still meet his end against the prodigies of the major sects. The masters and elders were stunned. They never imagined the Xiao sect would send this old dog into the realm. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Muhi's eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed a few nascent soul prodigies from the extreme land demon sect, saying, "You lot, aside from pursuing the Dao divine pill, your most important task is to deal with that old man." At this, Xiao Muhi's expression darkened, and he gestured across his neck. The 4 nascent soul disciples understood immediately, their eyes gleaming with determination. proclaiming, "Rest assured, sect master, we have long harbored disdain for that old dog. Even if we have to consume 3 cold refinement fire pills, we will dismember him completely. We want to even allow him to activate his life-saving talisman." Meanwhile, Yu Wenhao discreetly instructed his 4 disciples, then fell silent, a quiet smile upon his lips. In terms of scheming, no one could rival him. Su Lao go perish. I shall represent the countless female cultivators in ending your reign. Once Su Xiao and his companions entered, Yu Linglong gracefully approached Du Gu Ling and seated herself beside her. She linked her arm with Du Gu Ling's, chuckling, "Do not be upset, junior sister. That old man is simply too exceptional. I cannot help myself." Du Gu Ling snorted in response. "Sister Yu, senior brother is merely indulging in frivolity with you. You shall not win his heart." She scrutinized her counterpart, her lips curling slightly. Senior brother would never fancy such peculiarities. "Sister Yu, my senior brother has loved only me in this lifetime. Even in death, he belongs to me," Du Gu Ling asserted with confidence, her enchanting phoenix eyes laced with contempt. After all, she had been betrothed to her senior brother as childhood sweethearts. Yu Linglong paused in surprise, batting her eyelashes. She chuckled, "Indeed, Elder Su's heart belongs to junior sister Du Gu. I shall surely not obtain it. I only desire Elder Su for myself. Let us each take what we need. We shall remain good sisters." Chapter 67. This prairie is mine to claim the secret realm randomly teleported each group, and Su Xiao's quartet found themselves in a vast expanse of grass adorned with crimson foliage. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, illuminated by an otherworldly light devoid of sun or moon, suffused with an indescribable gray fog. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, exhilarated by the sight of the fiery grass, spun in delight. "Senior Uncle Su, junior sister Shui, fire pattern grass. It's all fire pattern grass," they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. "Our luck is extraordinary." They hastily produced a map compiled by their predecessors, excitedly pointing to it. "Senior Uncle Su, junior sister Shui, we are in the eastern region of the secret realm, the Li Grass Prairie, renowned for its abundance of fire pattern grass. This grass is a crucial ingredient for crafting the transformation pill. One plant can yield at least 2 pills. We have landed in the perfect spot. We might even strike it rich." Su Xiao stroked his beard, chuckling, "Excellent. What are we waiting for? Quickly harvest it all and store it in your spatial bags." "Yes, senior uncle," they replied eagerly, swiftly unsheathing their swords and diligently collecting the nearby fire pattern grass, their faces alight with joy, showing no signs of fatigue. Shui Yu, her porcelain-like face glowing, blinked her beautiful eyes at Su Xiao. Suddenly, she began to move beside him, her petite frame twisting and turning as she awkwardly mimicked the poses of Yu Linglong, which she found somewhat perplexing. "Shui Yu, what are you doing? Why aren't you harvesting the fire pattern grass? Stop your silly antics." Su Xiao turned, his brow furrowing. This was precious material. She should be assisting Xiao Wang and Xiao Li in gathering it. "Oh, all right, senior uncle, I'll go now," Shui Yu pouted, drawing out her sword as she hesitantly began to harvest the fire pattern grass. Her senior uncle seemed disinterested, which puzzled her, but she was determined to uncover the secret behind her uncle's affections. Putting aside her thoughts, she excitedly continued to gather the vibrant red fire pattern grass, envisioning the wealth it could bring. Outside the secret realm, before the Xianguang Shanshi, all disciples of the various sects had entered the realm. The remaining masters and elders did not depart. Soon, officials from the Nanzhan Kingdom brought forth 9 massive spiritual walls, placing them before the crowd. The 9 nascent soul cultivators from the Nanzhan Kingdom sat behind the spiritual walls, channeling their energy, and in an instant, images appeared on the walls. It depicted the disciples from the 9 major sects, including those from the Qiao Miao sect who were busy harvesting fire pattern grass. The perspective was from above, offering a bird's eye view. They had directly teleported to the Li Grass Prairie. What incredible luck! They were already harvesting. This lecherous old dog had far too much good fortune. The higher-ups from various sects, displeased with Su Xiao, privately grumbled among themselves. Their voices were hushed, as the Qiao Miao sect members were still seated in front of them. The disciples from the 5 demon sects and the other 3 major sects were not as fortunate. Some had fallen into rivers, scrambling to find places to change their clothes. Others had landed in rocky chasms, struggling to fly upward on their swords. The most unfortunate were the 4 disciples from the extreme land demon sect, who had landed directly in a den of demon beasts and were being pursued by 3 massive tigers. In the depths of the secret realm, the demonic beasts are all at the pinnacle of the Yuanying 9th level. Having lived in isolation for centuries, their strength far surpassing that of their human counterparts. Without the collaboration of 3 or 4 teams, no one dares to lay a hand on these formidable creatures. Xiao, what the hell? Su, that old dog. What kind of luck is this? Upon witnessing the disciples of the Piao sect joyfully harvesting spirit herbs, while he nearly lost his life to a beast, Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. He berated Su Xiao in his heart, growing increasingly displeased with the old man. Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong sat together, both nodding in satisfaction. The 4 disciples of the Huan sect were not doing poorly either, busy felling spirit trees in the Wanmu forest. Although these trees could not compare to the precious Huan grass, they were still excellent materials for crafting magical items and talismans. Why is Elder Su sitting around drinking tea instead of joining in the harvest? Elder Zhu, Lu, and one lamented painfully. The other party had set up a table and tea set without gathering nearby spirit herbs, acting as if they were lords. Wasn't tea this a waste of such a favorable situation? If others joined in the harvest, it would undoubtedly lead to losses. Dugaling chuckled. No worries. My senior brother is aging. Let him rest a little longer. Yu Linglong covered her mouth with a light laugh. Sister Dugu, I believe Elder Su has grown disdainful of these spirit herbs after discovering the senior's cave dwelling. Haha. At this moment, 2 small teams of 4 flew onto the Lijiao plains, representing 2nd and 3rd-rate demonic sections. As they landed, their eyes widened in astonishment at the dense clusters of Huan grass surrounding them. It's all Huan grass. We've hit the jackpot. Hurry, let us get to work. Can't you see that others are already harvesting over there? If we delay, they finish it all. The 2 teams seemed to know each other, quickly drawing out their magical swords, eager to showcase their prowess. Suddenly, a figure clad in gray robes appeared before them. It was Su Xiao. Su, that old man. How did you get in here? The 8 individuals were momentarily taken aback, while others entered as disciples. How did this lecherous elder from the Piao sect also make an appearance? Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly at their words and coldly inquired, "Which sect do you belong to?" The 2 leaders, both middle-aged men in black, smirked. "We are from the Mo Yin sect and the Shurhan sect, affiliated with the Patian Mo sect." "Old man, step aside and don't hinder our harvest." With an imposing aura of complete Yuanying mastery, they showed no fear. Here in the secret realm, divine talismans were ineffective, and this old lecher was nearing his end, posing no threat. Moreover, unless the hidden rules of the realm were violated, they were not allowed to kill each other before contending for the Grand Tao Divine Pill. They even contemplated teaching this repulsive old man a lesson. "This plane belongs to the Piao sect. You have 3 breaths to leave. If you do not, you shall die." Su Xiao raised his brows slightly and smiled. A mere subsidiary sect of the Patian Mo sect? Since their leader, Mo Tian, has been slain, I have no fear of you pathetic fools. Furthermore, the system had given him a task from the new sect leader, Yu Wenhao. He understood at a glance that this opponent was a schemer. Otherwise, the system would not have deemed him a foe of fate. "What? Old Su, have you lost your mind? There are rules in the secret realm. We cannot engage in conflict before contending for the Grand Tao Divine Pill." The 8 men's expressions shifted in shock, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity of Su Xiao's words. If they could fight, they would have long since dealt with this universally despised old lecher. That was the unspoken rule. "And your 3 breaths are up." Boom! With a swift gesture, Su Xiao summoned 9 massive red and yellow fire dragons that soared into the sky, each as thick as a barrel. They emanated an intense heat, opening their gaping maws as they charged towards the 8 individuals. Flames erupted into the heavens, igniting the very air around them. The demonic disciples stared, wide-eyed, at the approaching fire dragons, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Old lecher, you truly dare to make a move?" Chapter 68. "Brother, I can't manage this." Cursed the middle-aged disciples of the Mo Yin and Shurhan sects, feeling the searing heat of the 9 colossal fire dragons. They were all on high alert, hastily summoning defensive artifacts to shield themselves. Strong, too strong. Even before the fire dragons reached them, they could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from them. This old lecher was certainly not an ordinary Yuaniing cultivator. Boom! One by one, the fire dragons enveloped the 8 demonic disciples, their scorching bodies twisting and coiling, the extreme heat destroying their defensive artifacts. 2 disciples of slightly lower cultivation levels couldn't even endure for 2 breaths before their artifacts were incinerated by the red and yellow fire dragons. Fire dragons engulfed them. What kind of divine ability is this? Old lecher, stop! You're breaking the rules. The fire dragons roared, consuming 2 of the disciples in an instant. The intense heat vaporized their bodies, reducing them to mere ash swept away by the wind. Retreat. Immediately retreat. The 2 middle-aged leaders were utterly terrified, shouting in panic. The old man was disregarding the rules and starting to kill. How could a frail old man at the initial Yuaniing stage wield such powerful fire magic? It was impossible. The might of this attack far exceeded that of an ordinary Yuaniing. However, it was too late to retreat. The remaining 6 disciples found themselves encircled by fire dragons, each one being assaulted by at least one. Their protective artifacts were being battered relentlessly. In the face of such overwhelming power, they could only defend themselves, unable to find a moment to counterattack. This was a complete suppression of strength. In mere moments, 2 more disciples had their defensive artifacts incinerated, their bodies turning to ash. Old lecher, you are blatantly violating the rules of the secret realm. Once we exit, you will not escape our wrath. The 2 leaders watched in horror as their disciples were consumed one by one, their faces pale with despair. It's over. The old man will not spare them. Ha! As an inner elder of the Xiao sect, what can you 2 insignificant demonic sects do to me? Xiao smiled slightly. If you have any capability, summon your sect leader to challenge me, you little pests. The 9 fire dragons were summoned from the 9 fire Lioli shield in his spatial repository. His spatial repository was different from a storage bag. It was connected to his will. With a treasure like the 9 fire Lioli shield, he could unleash its power without physically retrieving it, simply channeling spiritual energy directly. The commotion had already attracted the attention of Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li. They stood frozen in astonishment, watching Su Xiao dispatch the demonic disciples in the distance. Uncle Master actually killed someone. This isn't allowed in the secret realm until the very end. This has been a custom for millennia. Shui Wei's sparkling eyes gazed at Su Xiao's imposing figure, then shifted to the demonic disciples being engulfed by fire dragons. A flicker of surprise and admiration blossomed in her gaze. Uncle Master is so powerful. Even those 9 mighty fire dragons will be a challenge for me to face. Uncle Master is truly incredible. Not only is he strong, but he also disregards the rules of the secret realm. I adore Uncle Master. Old lecher, I will not rest until you are dead. As the disciples were burned one by one, the last 2 middle-aged leaders, filled with unwillingness, took out their life-saving talismans. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving the 9 fire dragons to strike nothing but air. Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you staring at? Hurry and continue harvesting the spirit herbs. Once we finish this batch, we'll move on to the next location, quickly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li gulped, fear evident on their faces. Yes, we'll get to it right away. Shui Wei followed the 2 as they resumed their task, a smile gracing her porcelain-like face as she began to prepare for the next step. Outside the secret realm, 2 middle-aged disciples, their bodies ablaze, suddenly appeared before the Shuangwang divine stone. Rolling on the ground in agony, they cried out, Master, save us! That old lecher is killing people. The leaders of Mo Yanzong and Shi Hanzong, prepared to save the lives at stake, hurriedly stepped forward, employing their divine powers to extinguish the flames engulfing the 2 individuals, thus rescuing them. At this moment, the atmosphere was already charged with fervor. The old lecher had brazenly violated the rules by committing murder. Such actions are intolerable in our realm of cultivation. He must face severe punishment. It is one thing to seduce beautiful female cultivators, but to disregard the rules entirely is unacceptable. If this old scoundrel is not eliminated, I will not stand for it. Xiao Miaozong must provide an explanation. If this old rogue is not heavily penalized, the realm of cultivation will descend into chaos. Severe punishment is imperative. Du Guzhangmen, it is only the first day, and this old dog has already begun killing. What will happen next? We demand an explanation. We demand an explanation. The crowd of demonic disciples was incensed, each clamoring for Du Gu Ling to provide them with a satisfactory response. Though their voices rang out fiercely, their hearts were filled with shock. The old lecher possesses such formidable strength, although these 8 demonic disciples were not from major sects. A few of them were solidly at the 9th level of Yuaning. Was the old lecher's mastery over fire to such an extent? No wonder Xiao Miaozong sent this nearly expired old man into action. How shameless! Du Gu Mei, I never imagined Elder Su's fire techniques were so potent. Even a transformation stage cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him. Ha ha! Yu Linglong, standing aside, chuckled in delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. The old man harbors too many secrets. Du Gu Ling and the 3 elders, listening to the chorus of condemnation surrounding them, exchanged glances filled with flickering light, remaining silent. Du Guzhangmen, 3 elders. Su Zhao's actions violate the regulations of the realm of cultivation. Do you not have anything to say? The leaders of Mo Yin Zong and Shi Hun Zong wore grim expressions, their hearts ablaze with fury. The disciples of both sects had initially intended to gain some advantage, yet they returned empty-handed, having lost 6 men and driven 2 away. This trip was utterly in vain. The other leaders and elders from the 9 sects looked over. Among them Yuan Hao, whose face was solemn, eyes glinting with menace. Old dog, you dare to harm my subordinate sect of Petion Mo Zone. Your moment of demise will come. Xiao Mu, he was similarly infuriated, his teeth clenched. Su, old dog, you are only worthy of being arrogant in front of Yuan Ing cultivators. With everyone's gaze fixed upon them, Du Gu Ling raised her delicate brows and murmured, Fellow cultivators, Su Xiao is my senior brother and an old man nearing death. I am merely a humble junior sister, lacking any authority before him. If you seek an explanation, it will be best to address it directly to him once he emerges. His actions are beyond my control. Moreover, I cannot simply go inside and drag him out, can I? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Xiao Miaozong is attempting to play the rogue. In the secret realm of Lai Chao Plain, Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li had harvested all the mature Huowen grass in the vicinity, storing them in their spatial bags. The trio rushed over, their expressions brimming with excitement. Shu, we collected several hundred stalks of Huowen grass, enough to concoct over 1,000 Hua Ing Dan. Our Xiao Miaozong is striking it rich. Over 1,000 Hua Ing Dan could be exchanged for more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is a substantial fortune even among the 9 major sects. Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. A mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you are all so thrilled. It is but a trifling matter. Bring out the map, and let us proceed to the next location for further harvesting. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li nodded vigorously. They now understood why Du Guzhangmen had insisted on bringing Elder Su along. An old powerhouse like him, unbound by rules, was perfectly suited for this heavenly secret realm. Even if they encountered trouble with other sects outside, they would hesitate to act against an old man on the brink of death. Truly cunning. Xiao Wang pointed at the map, saying, Shu, shimmy shitty. If we head north, we will reach the Iron Mountain range within the secret realm. This range is abundant in Xian Tai, Bing Tai, and Qi Tai, excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. After 300 years of weathering, many raw materials will surely be scattered. We need to hurry, or there may be others already mining the area. Su Xiao raised his brows, then let us go. With that, he summoned his jade-white flying sword, stepping on a 7-colored auspicious light and soaring ahead. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li followed closely. Shui Yu gazed at Su Xiao, who appeared like a celestial deity, her wide eyes sparkling. Shu is so handsome. Within the secret realm, there are restrictions on flying too high, so the 4 maintained a low altitude of 2 to 3 zhang. As they passed through the depths of Lai Chao Plain, the growls of ferocious beasts echoed, as if sensing their presence. Xiao Wang immediately cautioned, Shu, those are the demonic beasts within the secret realm. Let's stay out of sight to avoid being detected. The demonic beasts in the secret realm are fierce. Generally, Yuaning cultivators are no match for them. Su Xiao's aged eyes narrowed as he observed the location of the two beasts. They were two massive black-furred demon wolves, each towering over 2 men. Their blood-soaked fangs instilling fear at first glance. Is there not spiritual grass in their territory? Su Xiao inquired, halting his flying sword. Xiao Wang focused intently, greed and regret mingling in his expression. Shu, that is Ning Shun Chao. It is a primary ingredient for refining Lian Shun Dan. Such treasures are typically guarded by demonic beasts. We can only gather a team from the righteous sects and return in the last few days to attempt a harvest. Su Xiao nodded slightly, pondering briefly before stating, there is no need to wait for the last few days. Let us go now. Shui Iwa, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li. We shall confront the demonic beasts together. With me here, there is nothing to fear. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were startled. Shu, the Yuan-ing 9th-level demonic beasts, possess the strength of transformation stage cultivators. We cannot engage them alone. The two hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No witties. It is a trivial matter, Su Xiao replied nonchalantly. I will take the lead. You can assist. With that, he took the initiative, riding his sword towards the 2 demon wolves. Shueyu's beautiful eyes lit up. Shu, so domineering. Shu, this is too dangerous. The two had not yet finished their words when Su Xiao was already engaged in battle with the demon wolves. 9 fire dragons surged with fervent flames, scorching the 2 wolves, eyes crimson with rage. Whoa! They howled, their demonic aura swirling around them as they tried to repel the fire dragon's assault. Then, in a fit of rage, they charged after the old human. The 2 brothers had just emerged and already found their fur singed. You old human, too detestable, must bite you to death. The crowd outside the divine stone watched in disbelief. Did this Su old man truly intend to challenge the demonic beasts alone? Has he lost his mind? This is the epitome of overestimating oneself. It would be best if the old dog perished in the jaws of the wolves. Their faces were filled with mockery, eagerly anticipating Su Xiao's discomfiture. The demon wolf, pursuing Su Xiao, was enveloped in demonic light, its gaping maw poised to snap the old man in half. Whoa! With a furious roar, the wolf lunged, about to seize Su Xiao. Is this it? Too weak. Su Xiao lightly maneuvered his flying sword, 9 fire dragons trailing behind him, charging the demon wolf. In that moment, a fiery red long sword, shimmering with red and yellow light, suddenly shot forth, piercing directly towards the wolf's gaping mouth. The sword swelled with the wind, its blade expanding continuously until it transformed into a massive sword, nearly 2 men in length, plunging into the demon wolf's maw. This was the Nanming Li Hua sword. Having reached the Yuan-ing realm, Su Xiao could now exert a fraction of its power. With a thud, the Nanming Li Hua sword penetrated the demon wolf's mouth, bursting forth from its belly. The sword pierced through its heart, incinerating its insides completely. The beast let out no mournful howl, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Shueyu summoned an ice blue gourd. Within the gourd flowed an endless stream of deep blue weak water, inundating the surrounding ground into a vast ocean. The massive wolf found its movements constrained in the waters, as Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's flying swords battered it mercilessly. This demon wolf's hide is too tough. Even my high-grade flying sword cannot cut through. Shimmy. Let's withdraw swiftly. We cannot kill it. It is simply invincible. As the words fell, a blazing fire shot forth. The enormous crimson sword pierced through the demon wolf, which was trapped in the weak water, disemboweling it with a single thrust, slaying it instantly. Such a diminutive demon beast dared to be audacious. All right, Shueyue, Xiao Wang. Xiao Li, hasten to gather the Ning Shun grass. I see dozens of them here. We should be able to refine around 100 pills. As he landed, Su Xiao smiled softly with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were left dumbfounded. Shueyue, having retrieved the weak water, held the crystal blue gourd, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Shurbua, you are so powerful. Shurbua, you are incredible. Shueyue suddenly leaped onto Su Xiao. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Shueyue, could you not act so frivolously? Do not keep throwing yourself at this old man. Shui Yue's eyes gleamed brightly. That fiery flying sword from Shibua was simply magnificent. It must be a supreme quality magical artifact, indeed the finest among them. Shibua is not only handsome, but also possesses immense strength and wealth. No wonder so many sisters desire to be taken care of by Shibua. Shibua, I miss you. Let's quickly gather the Ning Shin grass. Those 2 demon wolves and their demon cores are also worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Shui Yue's eyes lit up, and she nodded, immediately taking out her sword and rushing towards the corpses of the 2 demon wolves. First, I will extract their demon cores. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up, we must head to the next location to harvest. Su Xiao will get. Oh, yes, we will go immediately. They were overwhelmed with awe, their hearts racing. It was only now that they truly recognized Shirshio's power. He was a super Yuan Ing capable of contending with Transformation Realm cultivators. Chapter 70. A complete explosion outside the realm. The various sect leaders and elders were left astounded by Su Xiao's terrifying prowess. Regardless of their alignment in righteous or demonic paths, everyone was momentarily stunned upon witnessing his battle strength far exceeding that of Yuan Ing. Was it not said that he had failed his tribulation? With such strength, how could he possibly survive the transformation tribulation? This is absurd. TSK, this Su old dog is no simple character. That red giant sword is likely the finest among supreme quality magical artifacts. A pure offensive artifact, perfectly attuned to his fire attributes. Where did this old dog acquire such a divine sword? Alas, this old dog's strength is such that the only ones capable of contending with him in the secret realm are probably the disciples of the 9 sects. And even they might not prevail. Cursed old dog, may he not die a good death. The sect leaders and elders sighed heavily. Su Xiao had excavated the cave of a mighty practitioner, amassing not only resources but also soaring in strength. The heavens are unjust. Now, regardless of the Piao Miao sect, Su Old Man's power became a terrifying bomb within the secret realm. Why is the old dog's shadow everywhere? Truly, he is my senior brother. He is immensely powerful. Dugu Ling's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with intensity as she glanced at the nearby Yuling Long. With a scoff, she expressed her disdain. Within the secret realm, Su Xiao and his companion soared for some time before arriving at the edge of the iron or mountain range. Shirshu, we have arrived. The 4 descended, and Xiao Wang checked the map, confirming their position at the southern edge of the iron or mountain range. Look, Shirshu, iron ore is exposed everywhere. No one has come here yet. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were filled with exhilaration, quickly retrieving their prepared iron shovels to begin digging in the mountain range. Iron ore is generally buried beneath the mud, with only a small portion visible above the ground, requiring careful excavation. Take your time, it's still early. Su Xiao adjusted his goat beard and found a flat spot to rest. Having toiled through a lifetime of 996 in his previous life, he was determined not to work in this one. Such matters should be left to the younger generation. Shui Wei, why are you not digging? Su Xiao inquired, blinking at his disciple beside him. Shibua, I believe I was injured by the demon wolf's demonic aura. Shui Wei suddenly appeared weak, her large eyes twirling as she collapsed beside Su Xiao. Huh? Is that so? Did you not have that gore for protection? Su Xiao Guestin Pu Dao. At this moment, her complexion turned pale, her beautiful face devoid of color. He was baffled. With a strand of his spirit probing into her, he discovered something amiss. Her meridians were completely severed. It was indeed true. Wait a moment. Sherwood does not possess medical skills. I shall call Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Su Xiao intended to summon them, but Shui Wei stopped him. With a feeble gaze, she said, Sherwood, there's no need for them. I understand. Nothing will save me. What shall we do then? Perhaps I could teleport you outside. Shimmy is out there. She can certainly save you. Su Xiao grew anxious. Shui Wei was one he had watched grow since her entry into the sect. If anything were to happen to her, he would hold himself responsible. No, Shui Wei quickly responded, Sherwood, I do not wish to go outside. Our Shui family possesses a method to save me. Su Xiao's old eyes flickered, and he asked, what method? Upon hearing this, Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly, containing a hint of triumphant delight. Oomph! Sherbois is so clever. He has fallen for my trick. She continued weakly. Sherbois, I possess the rare Shui Ling body of our Shui family, which can condense ice crystals within to heal injuries. However, this healing method requires the family's spirit fire for balance. Since we have no spirit fire, only Sherbois' fire technique can substitute. Su Xiao nodded. I see. That is feasible. Then hasten to condense the ice. I shall help you kindle the fire. Just let me know the temperature. Shui adorably nodded her small head. As she spoke, she began to channel her energy. Soon, it was ready. Sherbois, you may utilize your fire technique now. She closed her eyes to heal. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, seemingly feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Just moments ago, she had instructed him to come closer. However, feeling the cold emanating from her body, he realized she had begun her healing. He could only proceed with the earth fire to aid her. Instantly, the unique fragrance of a young girl wafted through the air. Shui Ling secretly smiled. This way, Sherbois will surely like me even more. To deceive Su Changlao, she had indeed shattered her own meridians to heal using her Shui Ling body. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were still diligently mining in the surroundings. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the secret realm was in an uproar. Chapter 71. A brazen threat. What the hell? This is utterly shameless. That is the new genius of Misty Sect, Shui. I cannot endure this any longer. When he emerges, I shall personally slay this Su old dog. The sect leaders and elders observed the two in a state of utter disbelief. The old dog must not survive. This is against the natural order. Kulme, I shall wait for him at the entrance. I am a transformation realm cultivator. I will not rest until I have dismembered this old dog. The existence of such a person is nothing short of a blasphemy against humanity. I will kill him. Several elderly sect leaders were so furious they were blowing steam from their nostrils. They directly summoned their most treasured supreme quality magical artifacts. Leaping to stand before the Xian Guang Divine Stone, waiting to ambush Su Old Dog, the representatives of the 9 major sects were left dumbfounded. Even the usually gentle and forgiving abbot Liao Chun frowned deeply, his entire being radiating Buddha light. Ba, it seems my Wanfo temple cannot reform someone like Su Shizhu. Xiaomu's expression was grim as he continuously shook his head at Su Xiao. Just as the Misty sect was still in a state of confusion, an elder, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of old blood. This old dog must not survive. I will not rest until he is dead. Wiping the blood away, this elder produced a wolf-tooth club as tall as 3 men and joined the ranks of those waiting to take down Su Xiao. This latest action caused the scene to spiral out of control. Everyone was slamming tables and smashing cups, demanding that Su Xiao be brought forth for punishment. Yu Linglong watched with amusement as Ling Bai stifled a laugh. Dugame, do not be angry. I believe your disciple was merely injured, and the elder is helping him heal. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders also discerned that Shui Yue was utilizing her Shui Ling body to condense ice crystals for healing. However, they had one question. When did Shui Yue get injured? The 3 elders were utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. It was simply outrageous. Dugu Ling gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes dark as water. Upon returning, I shall confine Shui Yue for 3 years. Fellow sect leaders and elders, please remain calm. My disciple Shui Yue was injured while confronting the demon wolves. This is the Shui family's unique healing method. My senior brother Su Xiao was merely assisting her in driving away the cold. Do not overthink it. Dugu Ling hurriedly led the 3 elders to the divine stone, urging the indignant elders to step down. No matter how powerful the Misty sect may be, it cannot oppose the entire cultivation world. Junior sister, why haven't you come yet? Hurry and join us in mining. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, having grown weary from their labor, approached for a brief respite. Upon seeing Su Xiao tending to Shu Yue's injuries, both were instantly taken aback, their eyes wide in shock. What is happening here? Boom! It felt as though thunder had struck their minds, leaving them utterly stunned. Uncle Master, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, your junior sister is injured. I am using the earth fire to help her warm up. Shui Yue, recovering from her injuries, stepped forward and said, Uncle Master is merely healing me. I suffered a severe injury earlier, and it was entirely thanks to Uncle Master that I am now healed. The two looked back at Xiao, their eyes now filled with palpable fear. Su, this is terrifying. Xiao, uninterested in further explanations, summoned the Nanming Li Hua sword, which transformed into a massive blade in his grasp. He approached the two, polishing the fiery red blade while chuckling. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, your uncle is healing Shueiyue. Should any improper rumors arise in the future, I shall be most displeased. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as he struck the divine sword, echoing across the heavens. Yes, yes. Uncle Master, you need not worry. You are indeed healing her. Undoubtedly. The two, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the Nanming Li Hua sword, trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to their knees. Su, is he planning to silence them? This is too terrifying. I almost forgot to mention to Uncle Master that within the 9 Sect secret realm, there are special flying message devices that transmit images outside. Thus, if any rumors spread, they cannot be traced back to us. The two, trembling uncontrollably, stammered in their speech. Once it spreads, there will be no escaping it. They must quickly clear their names. Elder Su's power is formidable. They certainly do not wish to provoke him. Chapter 72. The Might of Wujishin What? There are also image-transmitting flying devices. Xiao blinked his old eyes and looked up. It resembled an unmanned drone from a past life, seemingly filming from above. Xiao slowly shook his head and sighed. To shoot it down? It's too late. I would only appear guilty. With a clear conscience, there is no fear of shadows. My junior sister and old Lu surely know that I am healing her. Nodding silently, Xiao steadied his mind, unwilling to dwell further. Junior sister, thank you for assisting me in healing. Shueiyue smiled. Shueiyue, do not act so recklessly in the future. Do you not understand the propriety of interactions between men and women? Even while healing, there must be boundaries. He spoke with a stern expression, reprimanding her publicly. However, you have just recovered from serious injuries, and your strength will undoubtedly be diminished. This secret realm is fraught with peril. Allow me to gift you a few items for protection. Saying this, he produced 2 Yuan Ing lightning talismans, 1 Yuan Ing ice sword talisman, and a high-grade magic ring. Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. These 3 Yuaning talismans and the high-grade magic ring are yours to aid you in successfully navigating this secret realm journey. Another gift? Shueiyue's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, she accepted the items, exclaiming, Thank you, Uncle Master. You are truly kind. She gazed at the 3 Yuaning talismans and the high-grade magic item in her hands. Although the Yuaning talismans may not be of great use to her, each is worth 20 high-grade spirit stones. As for the high-grade magic item, no cultivator would ever find too many. It is worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Uncle Master's casual generosity amounts to 160 high-grade spirit stones, far more generous than my master. Indeed, gaining Uncle Master's favor ensures a continuous flow of cultivation resources. Uncle Master is truly wonderful. This scene left Xiao Wang and Xiao Li utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, Uncle Master is truly pampering his junior sister. This gift is a high-grade magic item, and Yuan Ing talismans. These are all valuable currencies. To give them so freely, he is quite extravagant. Despite their current bounty, it is merely a portion of the sect's resources shared among thousands of people, with the sect leader overseeing. 100 high-grade spirit stones are already a significant fortune for them. All right, you two, hurry and continue mining. Once you finish here, move to another location to continue your work. Xiao waved his hand. Yes, Uncle Master, we shall get to it right away. The two dared not utter a word, scrambling off to mine. Shueiyue, overjoyed, secured her belongings and cheerfully jumped along with her shovel. Xiao observed the little girl's vibrant and healthy demeanor, stroking his goat beard in puzzlement. Could she truly have been injured? Is she not deceiving me? Without evidence, he had no grounds for suspicion. Moreover, it was indeed a fact that her meridians had been severed. Little girl, should I find any signs of deceit, do not expect me to spare you. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a high-grade magic ring, receiving a peerless magic item, the Liuguang Xingyun ring. Congratulations to the host for gifting 2 Yuan Ing lightning talismans, receiving 6 Hua Shi Jiuchong Zixiao thunder talismans. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting an Ice Sword Talisman, receiving 3 Huashi Jiuchong Xianbing Sword Rain Talismans. After mining this patch of iron ore, the 4 prepared to relocate for more. The Piao sect had prepared 10 large storage bags for each of them, allowing them to carry these items without concern. Who goes there? This mining area has been claimed by my Tian Shi zone. Depart immediately. Just as the 4 headed north towards the next large mining site, they encounter a group of over 10 individuals clad in black, busily excavating. Su Zhao's old eyes flickered. Tian Shi zone? They have encountered members of the 9 major sections. Was it not said that resources would be shared before obtaining the Dao Divine Elixir? It seems strength speaks volumes. Su Xiao of the Piao sect. The old man landed not far in front of the Tian Shi zone members, stroking his beard. This is a small team from the demonic path, led by Tian Shi zone. The leader, a darkly beautiful woman with black eyeliner, adorned with skulls around her waist, widened her eyes in recognition. Old Lecher, it is you. Excellent. Tian Shi zone. Huang woman, Ligament disciples, heed my command. Let us eliminate this old lecher. Upon seeing Su Zhao's lascivious grin and brazen beard, the dark woman felt her fury rise. Old lecher, how unfortunate to encounter him. Su Xiao and the others were momentarily stunned, witnessing the group of demonic disciples, enraged and indignant. Each drew their magic items, summoning vengeful spirits to charge at the 4. The dark woman flung the skulls from her waist, summoning several long-haired, flying corpses that rushed forth without hesitation, bearing their fangs. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were somewhat bewildered. Uncle Master's reputation is truly terrible now. These demonic cultivators attack on sight. Ha ha! Su Xiao, you, the old lecherous scoundrel, dare to mix in the secret realm. I shall knock out your old teeth. As she spoke, the dark woman summoned a black banner magic item, waving her hands as 50 or 60 black, gas-emitting corpses leapt forward. Su Xiao shook his head. Rumors can be harmful. Initially, he had intended to extend courtesy before violence. But the opposing side had launched an attack without hesitation. Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, merely observe. Leave the fighting to me. I may be an old man, but I fear not offending anyone. With a hand gesture, the Wujishin materialized, transforming into a colossal iron mountain that obscured the sky. Boom! The iron mountain descended with the force of Mount Tai, crushing all the demons unleashed by the 3 sections. Shui Wei, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li were initially moved, wanting to assist, but the imposing Taizhan, upon its emergence, left the 3 individuals utterly stunned in place. Shu is remarkably powerful. Taizhan seemed to bear the weight of 3 mountains and 5 peaks, amplified by the exceptionally profound Hongmeng true energy flowing within Su Zhao's being. The force unleashed was extraordinary, compressing the muddy ground of the mine by 3 inches. This spectacle rendered the disciples of the dark-clad woman completely bewildered. What kind of magical artifact is this? With a mere gesture, Su Xiao raised his hand once more, causing the colossal Wujishin to ascend again. Within the vast pit, a multitude of flying corpses released by 4 disciples of the Tian Shi zone lay flattened, reduced to mere meat patties. Over 100 of them, a gruesome sight indeed. No, my flying corpses. The disciples of Tian Shi zone lamented in anguish, their pain mirrored by those from Huangquanmin and Liguamin, who also wore expressions of dismay. This magnificent mountain artifact not only squashed the zombies, but also obliterated the wandering souls and vengeful spirits they had summoned into mere ash. Those were their most crucial companions. The old lecher possesses such might. Before they could react, Taizhan expanded once more, crashing down upon the 3 sect disciples with a thunderous boom. 12 individuals were about to meet the same fate as the zombies, crushed into 12 more meat patties. Chapter 73. The death of Shangwan Jinyu. Once Taizhan descended with a resounding thud, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Dare they make the first move? Now the demonic sect has nothing to say. Su Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard, and commanded, Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, proceed and continue mining. The 3 gulped nervously, gazing at the immense Taizhan before them, their hearts filled with awe. Where did Shu acquire such an abundance of extraordinary artifacts? Truly incredible. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li exchanged glances filled with trepidation, resolute in their decision to keep silent about Shu's fondness for the little sister. Otherwise, they might end up as mere meat patties themselves. They nodded in agreement and hastily resumed their mining. Shueyu gazed at Su Xiao, momentarily entranced. Her lovely face flushed with excitement. Sherbois, you are truly remarkable. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Yes, Sherbois, you are so handsome. Do I need to tell you that? Get to work. Understood. The situation was dire. The already dead could not die again. It was utterly ruthless, as they had no time to activate their life-saving talismans or protect themselves. Those artifacts were crushed to smithereens. Yet, for managed to escape. Su Xiao shook his head. If they fled, then so be it. After all, they had initiated the conflict, and he held the moral high ground. Outside the secret realm, the dark-clad woman and her 3 disciples appeared before the onlookers, their faces pale and dazed. The 4 were still in shock, their expressions ghostly white. Upon seeing the elder of Tian Shizong, the dark-clad woman burst into tears. Master, that old lecher has killed people. He's a demon. He has destroyed all my flying corpses. The elder of Tian Shizong, Shirtong Tian, wore a grim expression, having witnessed the entire ordeal. It was difficult to evaluate, as Su Lao had not made the first move this time. Fear not, Su Lao has someone to handle him. Filled with resentment, Shirtong Tian shot a glance at Dugu Ling, who remained calm, even offering a slight smile in return. Shirtong Tian's frustration only deepened, yet he felt powerless. After all, they had broken the rules first and had lost the moral high ground. Furthermore, even if the old lecher had acted first, the disciples of Piao Zong would undoubtedly play dirty. Such overwhelming power from the old lecher was intolerable. The other sect leaders and elders sighed in resignation. The indomitable Taizhan was evidently yet another supreme-grade artifact. This is dire. The power of this Taizhan artifact is beyond what a Yuanian cultivator can withstand. Where did this old lecher acquire so many top-tier artifacts? Did he unearth them from the depths of the great cultivation caves? What kind of terrifying fortune is this? Piao Zong, shameless. How could they send such a person into the secret realm? Utterly disgraceful. The leaders of Huangquamin and Liguamin appeared ashen, collapsing onto their tables. Their elite prodigies had suffered catastrophic losses. Not a single one had escaped. This meant that this venture into the secret realm not only yielded no profit, but had resulted in a complete debacle. Everyone had grown accustomed to Su Xiao's formidable strength. In this exploration of the secret realm, Su Xiao had become the focal point. Only the elderly empress of Nanzhan Kingdom, a cultivator at the Lianshu stage, discerned the peculiarities of Su Xiao's artifacts. Her aged face shifted slightly, muttering to herself, "Is this truly still a magical artifact?" She contemplated a possibility, but quickly dismissed it. A Yuanian cultivator could not possibly refine treasures, let alone possess them. Shu, these 2 sects have amassed quite a fortune in ore, along with their spiritual stones and artifacts. A bloody heap of storage bags lay before Su Xiao, eliciting excitement from the 2. You may divide the spiritual stones and artifacts among yourselves. The iron ore belongs to the sect. Su Xiao felt little interest in the matter, knowing that these Yuanian cultivators likely possessed only a few dozen high-grade spiritual stones at most. It was beneath his dignity as a venerable elder to stoop to such trivialities. Thank you, Shu. The 2 rejoiced, quickly summoning Shueyu, and the 3 divided the spiritual stones equally. Each received a high-grade artifact along with several mid to low-grade ones. Their spirits lifted. Xiao Wang retrieved the map to continue searching for a route. After unearthing another mining site, they soared towards the northern Wanmu forest. Detected luck goddess, Su Meyer. Luck level. Return multiplier, 10, bond degree. 1. The 4 landed in a vast forest. With a voice of the system echoed in Su Zhao's ear. Looking ahead, he saw 4 women from the Hahuan sect chopping spiritual wood. The most beautiful among them, a charming girl in a yellow dress, smiled sweetly at him. Auda Su, it is wonderful to see you. Su Meyer set aside the spiritual wood, approaching with her 3 sisters. Upon witnessing the boundless quality of luck emanating from Su Xiao, their faces flushed with excitement, unable to resist the urge to draw closer and bask in his fortune. Yet, Su Xiao was the exclusive focus of a Yulingong, and they hesitated. Su Xiao's eyes twinkled as he regarded the enchanting Su Meyer, offering a gentle nod. She was a disciple of Yuling Long, adorned in a lovely yellow, strapless dress. Her snow-white skin radiated a captivating sheen, as tender and alluring as milk. Her exquisite features combined the charm of a mature woman with the shyness of a young girl. Though her figure lacked the exaggerated curves of Yuling Long, it was still quite appealing, her slender waist easily grasped. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Compared to the other 3 female disciples, who were also beautiful, she instantly overshadowed them. "Ah, it is Su Xiaoyu. Fear not, Xiaoyu. Piao has always maintained a cordial relationship with Hahuan's sect. You may continue your work without concern. No one would dare to disturb you." In the presence of the luck goddess, Su Xiao remained generous, for this was the foundation of his longevity cultivation. The 4 women blinked in surprise, their lovely eyes wide, and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Su." "Yes, sure, Shu." They grasped their swords and spread out to chop wood. Su Meyer and her companions watched as Su Xiao sat down to rest, the overwhelming aura of luck swirling around him, making them swallow hard. They were restless. They even lost the desire to continue chopping spiritual wood. "Oh, more visitors." A distant group of 4 heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon realizing it was the infamous old lecher Su Xiao, their expressions shifted dramatically, shock filling their eyes. Seeing the 4 beautiful Hahuan sect women flushed with embarrassment beside him only intensified their alarm. They secretly thought it was bad news. "Old lecher, how dare you seduce female cultivators in this secret realm? This is intolerable. Dear friends of Hahuan's sect, with us around, we will ensure that this old man does not lay a hand on you." A dashing young man clad in golden robes stepped forward, shielding the 4 Hahuan sect beauties behind him. The 3 remaining individuals moved forward, each exuding an air of authority, clearly individuals of high standing. Su Xiao regarded them with a hint of curiosity, feeling utterly perplexed. Was his reputation so tarnished that they spoke of him with disdain? What is even more perplexing is the expression of disdain on the faces of the 4 disciples of Hahuanzong as they regard the sudden appearance of 4 individuals. How dare these intruders disrupt their private moment with Elder Su? Infuriating. "Who are you?" "Su Xiao Gasu In Guit. I am Shangwan Jinyu from Donglai Kingdom, and these 3 are all princes of Donglai Kingdom." "Elder Su, while you may cut down trees as you please, do not harbor any intentions towards them. There are surveillance devices above, and everyone is watching." Shangwan Jinyu elegantly adjusted his golden robe, positioning the 3 princes to protect Su Meyer and the others. Fearful that the elder might become overly bold and take liberties with the beautiful women, the elder, despite his age, should be leaving any aggression to the younger generation. "Shangwan Jinyu, the young master of Zilai Merchant Association?" Su Zhao's heart jolted, and he blinked his aged eyes. "Indeed. How do you know, old man? You need not concern yourself with such details." Suddenly, the Nanming Li Hua sword flew out before anyone could react. With a thundering sound, it pierced through Shangwan Jinyu's head, exploding it into a mist of crimson. "You have crossed paths with this elder. If you wish to live, vacate the secret realm immediately." Su Xiao sheathed his sword, casting a cold glance at the pale-faced, utterly bewildered princes, and issued a stern warning. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task of eliminating the fated adversary, Shangwan Jinyu. Task reward: 1 opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit." Chapter 74. The Fated Daughter, Su Meyer. Su Meyer and her companions stood frozen in shock. The 3 princes of Donglai Kingdom trembled in fear. Shangwan Jinyu was the strongest among them, and he had been killed in a single move by the elder. Still not leaving? Su Zhao's voice thundered with anger, causing the 3 princes to feel their hearts sink with terror. "Yes, Elder Su, we will leave at once." Without hesitation, they produced their life-saving talismans and, upon activation, vanished instantly. No one had warned them that lives could be lost in this secret realm. They had no intention of competing for the Tao Divine Pill. Madness. The old man has gone insane. The death of Shangwan Jinyu made them reluctant to linger for another moment. The 3 were transported in front of the Divine Stone, utterly shaken. "The old lecher is terrifying. In the distance, the ruler of Donglai Kingdom rushed forward to check on the three princes' injuries. Upon realizing they were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his three sons had come to no harm. Elder Su had spared Donglai Kingdom some dignity. However, he could not fathom how these individuals had managed to offend Elder Su. President Shangwan remained calm, stating that Elder Su had killed disciples from the 9 sects, which was beyond their capacity to handle. The ruler of Donglai looked at the furious elder behind him, quickly attempting to placate him. The elder, named Shangwan Filian, was the president of Zilai Merchant Association. Suppressing his intense sorrow and anger, he turned his gaze towards the disciples of Piao Zone. His aged eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, as if he were ready to confront the disciples of Piao Zone. Dugu Ling, upon noticing the elder's expression, stood up gravely and said, President Shangwan, ruler of Donglai, please allow my senior brother to emerge first, and I assure you he will provide both of you with a satisfactory explanation. Dugu sect leader. Su Xiao has stirred the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, and now indiscriminately takes lives. If the secret realm concludes without a satisfactory response to Zilai Merchant Association, regardless of how powerful your Piao Zone may be, I, Shangwan Filian, will not rest until justice is served. He awaited the appearance of the old lecturer to avenge his son. Elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen sighed deeply, realizing that Elder Su had indeed created a dilemma for Piao Zone. Dugu Ling felt a mix of joy and concern. She rejoiced at her senior brother's surge in power, surpassing even his previous strength before the tribulation. Yet, she worried that if this continued, Piao Zone would become an enemy of the entire cultivation world. This would not bode well for her position as the sect leader. The other sect leaders and elders present shook their heads at Elder Su. To label him as a lecher was a mere understatement. This old man was nothing short of a devil, committing every conceivable atrocity. How had Piao Zone produced such a disgrace? In the forest of myriad trees, the lifeless body of Shangwan Jinyu lay on the ground. Su Meyer and her companions were filled with trepidation. Elder Su's power was astonishing. He had dispatched the 9th level of the Yuan Ing realm Shangwan Jinyu with a single strike. The 4 of them swallowed hard, struggling to believe that the elder, rumored to be on the brink of death, possessed such formidable strength. Su Xiao rose and said with a smile, Do not be afraid. I have some past grievances with Shangwan Jinyu, which prompted my actions. Continue harvesting the spirit wood. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. The 4 women exhaled in relief upon hearing this. So, Elder Su has a vendetta against Shangwan Jinyu. Their eyes brightened, and their fears dissipated in an instant. They gazed at Su Xiao with even greater excitement. Elder Su not only wielded immense power, but also possessed an extraordinary fortune. They could hardly believe that he was truly the frail, old man depicted in rumors. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Su. These 4 individuals inexplicably came to seize our spirit wood. Thankfully, Elder Su intervened and sent them away. The 4 wished to approach Su Xiao to absorb some of his fortune, but hesitated out of fear. No need for concern. I have a connection with your sect leader, and it is only right. With that, Su Xiao sat down to rest, closing his eyes in meditation, contemplating how to reasonably present something to Su Meyer in order to reap a critical hit reward. Upon inquiring about the situation, Su Xiao merely mentioned that the intruders had provoked him. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li trembled in fear. Elder Su truly kills without a blink. By the way, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, how much spirit would have you harvested? Su Xiao suddenly asked. Xiao Wang calculated and replied, Master Uncle, we have cut down about 50 or so. Give them to me. You may continue working. The 2, somewhat puzzled, handed over the storage bags containing the spirit wood to Su Xiao before proceeding to find Shui Yu and continue their work. Upon inspection, there were indeed about 50 or 60 pieces. Su Xiao then stood up and approached the visibly shaken Su Meyer, smiling as he said, Su Xiao Yu, I apologize for having delayed your wood cutting earlier. Here are over 50 pieces of spirit wood, a gift for you. Su Meyer, her complexion rosy, accepted the storage bag with eyes gleaming with excitement and joy. Elder Su is actually giving her a gift. How can this be? Su Meyer trembled slightly. There is no issue. My connection with you, Su Xiao Yu, is fortuitous, and I certainly will not let you suffer a loss. Accept it, please. Su Xiao stroked his beard with a charming demeanor. Thank you, Elder Su. Su Meyer yearned for the boundless fortune that emanated from him, wrapping her arm around his, and was immediately enveloped by an alluring fragrance. Su Xiaoyu? What's the matter with you? Su Xiao's aged eyes glimmered. Elder, I have had 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer, returning 10 points. Have had 1 point of fortune stolen by Su Meyer, returning 10 points. The system's voice rang out, and Su Xiao instantly comprehended. It turned out she had set her sights on his fortune. This was a fortuitous development. The more she absorbed, the greater the return of his own fortune. The 3 disciples of Huan Zong nearby watched with envy and jealousy. However, their senior sister had already taken the lead, leaving them only to stare in awe. Su Xiaoyu, feel free to absorb the fortune I possess. It is of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer was taken aback, then elated. Elder Su, did he actually know she was absorbing his fortune? And he even encouraged her to do so. In an instant, she understood why her master held such affection for Elder Su. Elder, there's a cave nearby. Shall we go there? Su Meyer suggested. Su Xiao chuckled softly, supporting her as they walked into a secluded cave nearby. While absorbing fortune, he also intended to present some items to trigger the task for a 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting Spirit Wood. First gift to Su Meyer triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a 10,000-year Spirit Root. 10,000-year Spirit Root contains 3 drops of 10,000-year Spirit Liquid, each capable of reviving the dead and healing wounds. Remaining 1 opportunity for a 10,000-fold critical hit. The next gift will trigger. Chapter 75. The return of Jiang Long Sweden within a concealed cave. Su Meyer retrieved a fragrant mink fur blanket from her storage bag and laid it upon the damp earth. Elder, please. She gently assisted Su Xiao in taking a seat. You do not mind absorbing my fortune, do you? Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. Not at all, dear Su. Feel free to absorb as much as you wish. My lifespan is limited. We must not let it go to waste. Thank you, Elder. A delicate fragrance enveloped her as she tenderly embraced him, channeling her energy to absorb the fortune emanating from Su Xiao. Elder, you are truly generous. In that moment, she felt that this affluent and charming elder was far more captivating than any youthful prodigy. The system's notifications continuously chimed. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meyer has stolen 1 point of fortune. With her eyes closed in concentration, Su Xiao chuckled. Su, we have an exceptional bond. I feel a unique connection with you. He then produced a high-quality beauty elixir from his spatial repository, one that radiated a distinctive spiritual energy. A beauty elixir? An exceptional one, Su Meyer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the extraordinary pill in his hand. Elder, are you truly giving me this exceptional beauty elixir? She was overwhelmed with elation. Such a precious item was unobtainable in the market, and even if it were available, it would cost hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. The elder was willing to gift her something so invaluable. Su Xiao offered the beauty elixir. Our connection is profound. This elixir is but a trifle. Please accept it, for I have no use for it. Su Meyer, holding the precious pill, felt exhilarated. Elder, you're exceedingly kind. Knowing you is a fortune I have cultivated throughout my life. She was thoroughly enamored by the elder's generosity. Having received not only spiritual wood, but also an exceptional beauty elixir, alongside an abundance of fortune. Congratulations, the host has successfully gifted an exceptional beauty elixir, triggering a task reward of 10,000 times critical hit, returning Jiang Long Sweden. Jiang Long Sweden. Consuming this will grant a trace of true dragon blood, enhancing internal organs and bones, and bestowing the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Su Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing the name. Such a title promised great power, especially with the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Truly a product of the system. By the way, my young friend, I have heard that your Huan Sect's techniques can not only absorb fortune, but also spiritual energy. Su Xiao Ingui. Yes, but absorbing spiritual energy can be a bit troublesome. Isu Mea replied, Het Xiaoming Weisity flushing crimson. Oh, Su Xiao nodded. Then let us not trouble you with that. Outside? 3 disciples of the Huan sect were busy felling spiritual wood, filled with resentment for their senior sister who had seized the opportunity to absorb fortune before them. Where has our master gone? It has been ages. Little Wang, Little Li, and Shui, you had finished harvesting the nearby spiritual wood, and now they had exhausted all the trees in the entire Wanmu forest. The 3 female disciples pointed towards the distant cave. Elder Su and senior sister Su are inside the cave. Chapter 76. Advancing to the second stage of Yuan Ing, the petite and adorable Shui, you nodded earnestly. Deep in thought, the 3 disciples of the Huan sect sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting their senior sister. Little Wang and Little Li stood a distance away, murmuring among themselves, "Junior brother, I truly cannot comprehend this." "Neither can I," they lamented, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Inside the cave, Sumayer donned her attire and shyly asked, "Elder, is it true that your lifespan is limited?" She found it hard to believe, feeling somewhat unwell and blushing from her inexperience. Su Xiao laughed heartily. "Indeed, my lifespan is quite short." He then rose and approached the cave entrance, realizing there were many matters to attend to in the secret realm, and he could not afford to linger. Name: Su Xiao. Age: 1009 years. Realm: second stage of Yuan Ing. Special physique: Earth Fire, Human Fire, Dao Body, Hong Meng True Qi, True Dragon Blood. Remaining lifespan: 300 years. After consuming the Jiang Long Sweden, he felt rejuvenated, appearing noticeably younger. Glancing at his status panel, he nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, his spiritual energy had been siphoned, but contrary to expectations, he had not only retained his powers, but had actually advanced a level. He had surmised correctly. Huan sect not only returned absorbed fortune, but also spiritual energy. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement, aware of how challenging it was to elevate one's cultivation after reaching the Yuan Ing stage. He had reached the first stage of Yuan Ing at the age of 300, and it took him until 800 to barely attain the 9th stage. After another 200 years, he finally reached the pinnacle, capable of enduring the divine thunder tribulation. It took him 500 years to traverse the 9 stages. Moreover, his nephew, Liu Dazhuan, possessed considerable talent, but had been stuck at the 6th stage for decades. He had only recently reached the 7th stage. Surely the system will not conjure any mischief, Su Xiao thought with a wry smile. He understood that the system's returns must be reasonable. Continuously siphoning spiritual energy would likely lead to dire consequences. This process was surely reliant on fate. Su Meier smiled. "Elder, once I have refined the fortune, may I come to seek you again?" "Of course, you may visit me anytime. You may freely absorb my fortune," Su Xiao replied generously. "Thank you, Elder. You are truly wonderful," Su Meier exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Su Xiao presented her with 10 transformation elixirs, stating, "Meier, take these 10 transformation elixirs. Should you find yourself in need of resources in the future, do not hesitate to come to the Piamiao sect. Elder, you possess abundant resources. Please do not hesitate," he observed, noting that Su Meier had recently reached the 9th stage of Yuan Ing and still had a long way to go before the pinnacle. Transformation elixirs were the most suitable for her at this juncture. 10 transformation elixirs, Su Meier exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with joy as she accepted them. "Thank you, Elder. You are truly exceptional." The worth of 10 transformation elixirs was equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune to offer so casually. Not to mention the previous exceptional beauty elixir. What an act of generosity. She was overwhelmed with joy, embracing Su Xiao once more, enveloped in a captivating fragrance, sharing yet another tender moment. "Congratulations, host. The bond with Su Meier has increased to 2. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifting 10 transformation elixirs has triggered a return of 20 divine elixirs." Meanwhile, at the periphery of Wanmu Forest, dozens of cloaked figures continued to assemble, forming a formidable alliance. Leading them was a stern-looking middle-aged man, whose fierce expression demanded, "Where are the members of the Patian Mo sect?" "Brother Gui." "The 4 from Patian Mo sect have begun setting up formations within Wanmu Forest," one replied. The cold-eyed middle-aged man smirked. "Excellent. With our elite disciples from the demonic path, combined with the formations set by Patian Mo sect, Su, you are destined for demise. Command everyone to proceed according to plan." If necessary, consume the cold refined fire elixir for a decisive kill. Yes, Brother Gue. Outside the secret realm, everyone focused on the Piao Sect's Lingbai, automatically disregarding everything else. Su is coming out, someone shouted, and all present perked up, their gazes fixed on the cave entrance. Su Xiao emerged, supporting Su Meier, who appeared flushed and slightly unsteady on her feet, revealing what had transpired within. Damn it! The various sect leaders and elders slumped in their seats, sighing and shaking their heads. Some individuals concealed their faces in despair, their expressions a tapestry of anguish and lamentation. Su Laogo has once again triumphed. Chapter 77. The Stirring of the Demon Sect. Observing Su Xiao assisting Su Meier as they exited, Yu Linglong furrowed her brow. Du Gongling cast a mocking glance in her direction. Most of the sect leaders and elders present had already breached their limits and were too weary to continue their tirades. Su Laogo was infuriating beyond measure. How could the disciples of Huan sect be so blind? Su Laogo, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. I shall witness your demise. That old curmudgeon, nearing death, is still so vexatious. With a resounding bang, Xiao Mu slammed his palm against the table, his face flushed with rage and his entire being trembling with fury. His eyes blazed with ire, bloodshot and ablaze. Looking at Su Meier's alluringly flushed visage within the Lingbai, envy and jealousy surged within him, almost overwhelming his self-control. How detestable! Su Laogo, the old cur. Xiao Mu was on the verge of a heart attack from his indignation. He could not accept it. In a fit of despair, Xiao Mu roared, spewing a mouthful of blood that stained the table crimson. Sect leader, please calm your anger. The three elders nearby were startled. The sect leader was genuinely infuriated. Gue Li and his companions were already making preparations. With the combined forces of the demon sects, Su Xiao was undoubtedly doomed. The three elders hastily offered their reassurances. Xiao Mu, watching the four from Gue Li rushing towards Wanmu Forest, wiped the blood from his lips and forced himself to sit down, stifling his rage. Very well. This time, I shall see how that old dog evades his fate. His eyes glinted with ferocity, his face contorted with resentment. He fixated on the Lingbai, eager to witness the demise of the old cur. Worthless, just a woman. Yet she has influenced your resolve. Such a person is unworthy to be my disciple. The voice of reprimand echoed from the depths of his soul, dousing Xiao Mu with cold water, momentarily awakening him. Master, I truly despise Su Laogo. Master, I implore you to rid me of him. I shall heed your every word henceforth. After a brief silence, the great integration cultivator spoke coldly. I shall say this one last time. That old man is peculiar. He likely possesses formidable talismans. Your best course of action now is to wait for his natural demise. Do not covet the Tao Divine Pill. With me by your side, your ascension to the realm of Li Xian is assured. Do not let your anger tarnish your resolve. Xiao Mu trembled with rage. He knew his master spoke truth. Yet he could not quell his discontent. Meier, she is the dowry of Yu Laopa. Meier, my beloved, I loathe myself for failing to protect you. The commotion from Xiao Mu drew the gazes of several onlookers, who regarded him with sympathetic expressions. Look at how Su Laogo has incited such turmoil in this genius of the demon sect. He has even vomited blood. As long as that old cur lives, justice will not rest. Yu Wenhao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Mu, his chiseled features betraying no emotion, even harboring a hint of anticipation. Old dog, dance all you like. Soon, you shall meet your end. Ha ha ha. At this moment, everyone finally took note of the movements of the demon sect within Lingbai. The extreme demon sect, soul-eating demon sect, and Wan poison sect, along with dozens of disciples from various minor demon sects, were hastening towards Wanmu Forest. Even the lecherous disciples from the Breaking Sky demon sect were secretly setting up formations around Wanmu Forest. In a matter of moments, they had established over a dozen focal points. This is bad. The demon sect is preparing to strike at our senior brother. Du Gongling perceived the impending danger. Her phoenix eyes clouded with concern. Yu Linglong observed the movements of the demon sect and, for once, revealed a grave expression. The disciples of Huan sect were still in Wanmu Forest. The demon sect is united in purpose. They intend to take the life of the old cur. Splendid. With the 4 major demon sects acting in concert, the formations within Wanmu Forest are everywhere. Even if the old cur is a transformation god cultivator, he shall surely perish within. At long last, a piece of good news has graced my ears. The expressions of the sect leaders and elders were electrified, their eyes gleaming with hope, eagerly anticipating the demon sect's success in slaying that old cur. Whether representatives from the 10 nations or righteous sects, all nodded in agreement at the sight of the demon sect members diligently at work. The more they observed, the more striking they appeared. These are not mere demon sect disciples. They are heroes ridding the world of evildoers. The heavenly secret realm has its rules. Casualties within the secret realm are commonplace and not considered grievances. Should the old cur perish, the Piao Miao sect will merely make a fuss, and it will soon pass. In Wanmu Forest, Su Meier slowly approached the 3 women. At that moment, Su Xiao sensed something amiss in the surroundings. This is bad. An ambush is underway. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, Shuiyu, be on high alert. Chapter 78, 3 Battlefields. The 3 were taken aback, immediately extending their spiritual senses to investigate. Indeed, in the distance, dozens of Yuan Ying auras were rapidly approaching. There was no need to guess the target. It was them. Ha ha ha. Su Laogo, today marks your doom. Dark figures clad in black appeared in the distant sky. They either rode swords or wielded blades, casting contemptuous gazes upon Su Xiao and Su Meier, their eyes brimming with fury and mockery. Gue Li, among the keen-eyed, recognized the alluringly flushed visage of Su Meier from Huan sect. It was immediately apparent that something was amiss. Damn you, old tree. Su Laogo, this is a secret realm. The disciples of the extreme demon sect, bloodthirsty demon sect, and Wan poison sect gritted their teeth in rage. Gazing at the enchanting Su Meier, their jealousy surged uncontrollably. Old lecher, if I do not dismember you today, I am not the senior brother of the extreme demon sect. The earlier dispatched demon sect spies had reported that the old man and Su Meier from Huan sect had entered a cave. To their shock, upon arrival, they beheld Su Meier supporting Su Xiao. Damn it, Su Laogo, D. They had no intention of allowing Su Laogo to live another second. The 4 from the extreme demon sect summoned their magical artifacts, unleashing icy blue light as they charged towards Su Xiao. Shuiyu, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, take care of yourselves. Meier, use your life-saving talismans as needed. The demon sect members come with ill intent, and what follows may be a fierce battle. Su Xiao, gazing at the 4 from the extreme demon sect, rushing forward, his ancient eyes filled with intensity, swept his hand. In an instant, he stood atop a radiant rainbow, soaring into the sky. During this ascent, the 9-fire glazed shield was summoned, and 9 colossal fire dragons circled around him, their roars shaking the heavens. With a sudden surge, they lunged towards the 4 from the extreme demon sect. The old man possesses such formidable magical artifacts. Damn it, charge! No one is permitted to leave this place alive today. Gue Li, the master brother of the extreme demon sect, wielded an ice-blue long blade, enveloped in an aura of boundless chill. Upon contact with the fire dragons, sizzling sounds erupted continuously. In less than 2 breaths, his superior gray blade was scorched red by a fire dragon, on the verge of destruction. How could this be? Not only Gue Li, but the other 3 also wore expressions of shock. The extreme heat of these fire dragons sent shivers down their spines. The old man's power is extraordinary. Quickly, consume the cold, refinement, fire-quenching pill. With a thunderous roar, Gue Li's ice-blue long blade shattered into a heap of molten iron under the assault of the fire dragons. The extreme demon sect, alongside other demon sect members, launched a full-scale assault on Su Xiao. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty demon sect and Wan poison sect executed their plan to besiege the disciples of the Piao Miao sect and Huan sect. The 2 factions clashed, and the battle within Wanmu Forest raged with earth-shattering ferocity. On one side of Wanmu Forest, a crystal blue gourd swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive gourd towering over a person. An endless cascade of ice-blue weak water poured forth, washing away the pungent blood below. Bloodthirsty demon sect. You dare to set your sights on our Piao Miao sect? You shall be punished. Xiao, stepping upon the void, gazed at the four unleashing their blood qi divine abilities ahead. In that moment, she seemed to shed her usual innocence, her large eyes brimming with battle intent, her beautiful black hair billowing in the wind. She resembled a divine maiden descending from the heavens. Senior brother, let us swiftly deal with them and assist our master uncle. Alone can contend with dozens of foes. As she spoke, Shuyue's aura surged, her form gradually transforming into a translucent hue. With the innate divine ability of her Shui Ling body manifested, she swiftly became a transparent ice blue figure. With a resounding splash, she dove down, plunging into the cascading river of ice blue weak water. In an instant, this lake-like icy water seemed to come alive, conjuring towering waves that surged fiercely towards the four members of the bloodthirsty demon sect. Truly, the newly emerged top talent of the Piao Miao sect is formidable. The four members clad in black and red of the bloodthirsty demon sect widened their eyes in astonishment. Not daring to delay, the leader summoned a blood cauldron artifact, from which thick, pungent crimson blood gushed forth. This viscous blood bore a powerful corrosive force, decimating the surrounding flora upon contact, reducing them to blackened remnants that vanished at the slightest breeze. This was the bloodthirsty demon sect's supreme artifact, the beast blood cauldron. The endless, thick blood enveloped the four, bracing against the incoming ice blue tidal waves. The beast blood cauldron quivered incessantly, barely sustaining against Shuyue's ice blue weak water. Quickly eliminate the remaining two cultivators. Shuyue is formidable. Already at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Yuan-Ing realm, I cannot withstand for long. The middle-aged leader's face flushed crimson as he exerted all his spiritual energy to control the beast blood cauldron. Countless ice blue waves crashed relentlessly upon the sea of blood, each strike shaking his body and causing him great discomfort. Truly, the grand disciple of the Piao Miao sect is extraordinarily powerful. In the midst of their duel, the remaining three members of the bloodthirsty demon sect unleashed a scarlet artifact that radiated bloodlight, charging directly towards Xiao Wang and Xiao Li without hesitation. The latter's expressions shifted drastically as they summoned several superior artifacts, surrounding themselves with flying swords to form the 7-star sword formation. United in strength, the 7-star sword formation emitted dazzling sword light, transforming into a colossal transparent sword that hurtled towards the three adversaries. Meanwhile, the four members of the Wandu sect pursued the four of the Hahuan sect, with countless venomous insects and serpents flooding towards them, causing their once beautiful faces to turn pale. Junior sisters, defend against the enemy. Wait for the Piao Miao sect to come to our aid. Su Meyer descended, positioning herself before the four. With a single gesture, a brass bell soared into the air, transforming into a massive copper bell. The deafening clang of the bell resounded through the mountains, releasing a pink mist that dispelled the endless swarms of insects and serpents. This is her supreme artifact, the Hahuan Bell. Ha ha ha. Hahuan sect enchantresses. Go to your doom. Sumaye, you shameless wretch. How utterly disgraceful. Disgusting. Wretched creature. For figures clad in black hats emerged from the throng of insects and serpents. The leader was a grotesque young man, his face marred by pockmarks, resembling someone who had been viciously bitten by pests, both terrifying and repugnant. The remaining three were hardly in better condition within the Wanda sect. One could scarcely find a normal person. Upon speaking, the ugly middle-aged man summoned a black cloth bag that soared into the air, expanding in size. A noxious, corrosive black mist erupted from the bag. The surrounding venomous insects and serpents, enveloped in this thick mist, swelled in size. A rat that was once palm-sized now leaped forth. Akin to a cat, black ants morphed into man-eating ants, while venomous snakes transformed into giant pythons. These poisonous creatures, as if under the influence of a stimulant, lunged at Su Meyer and her companions with reckless abandon. Ha ha! Enchantresses, go to your demise. The vile wretch will meet a bitter end. The four members of the Wanda sect summoned their artifacts, the spiritual energy vibrating with toxic potency. Upon their emergence, the surrounding trees withered instantaneously. The four women of the Huan sect paled in response, summoning all their artifacts to resist these poisonous creatures and the assault of the four. Under the protection of the Huan Bell's pink domain, they could barely hold their ground, preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses. At the onset of the confrontation, they had contemplated using their life-saving talismans to escape. Master Yu had advised them to act within their means, to take what they could, without any stringent demands. Yet, they discovered that within this vast forest, their talismans were rendered ineffective. Someone had secretly set up a formation that disabled their life-saving talismans. Those demonic scoundrels. Such wickedness. They intend to annihilate us completely. In the sky, Xiao soared on his sword, wielding the Nanming Li Hui sword to reap the lives of the demonic disciples. Have these demonic disciples gone mad? Even as they face death, they do not utilize their talismans to flee? Am I truly so detested? Are they willing to risk everything against me? Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the carnage. The colossal sword conjured by the Nanming Li Hui sword wreaked havoc, while the first three demonic disciples, terrified, attempted to flee on their swords. Yet, none could match the speed of the Nanming Li Hui sword. The blade shone with a fiery red light, enveloped in scorching flames. In but a breath, the colossal sword caught up to the three. With a swift strike, the three were bisected, their severed ends charred in a flame. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. Despicable. Old Lecher, where do you summon such formidable artifacts from? The four members of the GD demon sect, besieged by 9 fire dragons, now bore expressions of dread. They had already ingested the second cold refinement fire pill, their internal spiritual energy surging, nearly reaching the initial stage of transformation. This old man, his strength has escalated to such heights. One person stands against dozens of our elite demonic disciples and remains undefeated. Moreover, he has retaliated against so many of our brethren. Now, aside from the 4 of them, only 2 or 3 teams of a dozen are still struggling to hold on. Xiao smiled silently, uninterested in the GD demon sect's affairs. While flying on his sword, he gestured with his hand, commanding the Nanming Li Hui sword to continue its slaughter. Ah, old Lecher, may you suffer a most miserable fate. A disciple was pierced by the fiery sword, his body igniting, swiftly reduced to ash. The others trembled in fear, devoid of any fighting spirit, desperate to flee. Yet, it was not that they did not want to escape, but rather that formations had been set up nearby, rendering their life-saving talismans useless. Those despicable, treacherous GD demon sect members had long warned against such insidious tactics, and now they had brought this upon themselves. No, one after another, they perished beneath the fiery red blade of the Nanming Li Hui sword. This resentment turned tangible as crimson flames erupted from within, incinerating them completely. Soon, the sky fell silent. The second-rate demonic sect disciples lay slaughtered at Xiao's hands. None escaped, evidently trapped by formations, unable to utilize their talismans. Those treacherous demonic disciples are truly insidious, courting their own demise. Observing the 4 members of the GD demon sect desperately battling against the fire dragons, Xiao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Outside the secret realm, everyone was engrossed in watching this climactic battle. The sect leaders and elders shook their heads in lamentation. These elite demonic disciples are utterly useless. They are so pathetic. The old Lecher has yet to unleash his full strength. He hasn't even employed his Iron Mountain artifact. And already the demonic disciples have succumbed. Unbelievably strong. The heavens are unjust. Why is Xiao so powerful? The GD demon sect members had already consumed their second cold refinement fire pill. Yet they cannot escape the 9 dragon fire formation. Utterly pathetic. Xiao is far too arrogant. He only bullies Yuan-ing cultivators. When he emerges, I shall show him what true transformation cultivators are made of. The sect leaders and elders were indignant, their fists clenched in frustration at the incompetence of the demonic disciples. Nearly all present stood in solidarity with the demonic disciples, hoping they would slay the old Lecher to avenge justice. Yet, they were continuously met with disappointment. Xiao, you go too far. Xiao once more slammed the table, his face aflame with rage. Old Lecher, I curse your entire family. The battle raged on, and he could discern the unfolding trend. The Long Lian Shui Hua pill was ineffective for the third time, rendering it impossible to escape from the opponent's 9 Dragonfire formation, let alone slay the old lecher. What are you all waiting for? Quickly consume the third Shui Hua pill. However, no matter how loudly he shouted, it was to no avail. The people inside could not hear him. Only those present looked over helplessly, filled with sighs of despair. To consume 3 extreme cold magic sects Long Lian Shui Hua pills in such a short span would undoubtedly lead to the complete ruin of one's cultivation. This new leader of the extreme cold magic sect was indeed ruthless. Du Guling anxiously gazed at Ling Bai, her eyes filled with admiration and excitement despite her concerns. Senior brother, so powerful, amazing, truly worthy of being the one who loves only her and has married her. She was utterly enamored, her heart racing. This was the senior brother she admired. So handsome, Yu Ling Long, observing the excited Du Guling beside her, allowed a chuckle, her gaze slightly worried as she looked towards the He Huan Sex Arena. Above the Wanmu forest, Gueli struggled to fend off 3 or 4 fire dragons. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of his fellow sect members and Su Xiao attacking with his sword, his complexion reddened, and he could no longer suppress his fury, bellowing, "Take the pill. The third Long Lian Shui Hua pill. P. How much longer will you wait? Get out here." With a thunderous roar, the sky rumbled, and luminous barriers appeared above the 5 individuals. Shortly after, 4 figures emerged in the distance, wielding exquisite magical artifacts, charging madly towards Su Xiao. Ha! The 5 elements innate formation is now activated. Old lecher, D. In the secret realm, he still dared to pursue women. I curse your ancestors. Just as the words left his mouth, the sky's light flickered. Countless heavenly flames, thunder, icy swords, and golden light locked onto Su Xiao, crashing down with ferocity. Each strike bore the immense power of a peak nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, the 4 from the extreme cold magic sect had also consumed their third Long Lian Shui Hua pill, their aura erupting, their skin turning crimson. Their fury surged, their faces contorted, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy that sent the 9 fire dragons flying. Commanding the supreme magical artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal soul, it seemed as if even the air began to freeze as they charged towards Su Xiao. This time they sought the old dog's life. Almost everyone outside the secret realm stood up in tension, staring at Ling Bai, holding their breath. Whether the old dog would live or die rested on this moment. Yet, just as the 4 from the extreme cold magic sect and the 4 from the P prepared to flank Su Xiao, intent on taking his life, they seemed to witness something unfathomable, their bodies abruptly halting, terror evident in their eyes. Old dog, what are you doing? Don't you know that you cannot use the transformation charms in this secret realm? Above the Wanmu forest, a colossal iron mountain floated above Su Xiao, shielding him from all assaults of the 5 elements innate formation. Endless bolts of lightning, flames, icy blades, and golden swords struck against the iron mountain, all being deflected by its unyielding exterior. It remained unmoved. Su Xiao stroked his goat beard with a faint smile while holding 4 talismans in his other hand, 2 transformation charms of the 9th level Purple Cloud Thunder and 2 transformation charms of the 9th level Profound Eye Sword Rain. This meant that if he used the transformation charms, he would be instantly transported out of the secret realm, yet their potency would continue to manifest within the realm. This was also why the P in extreme cold magic sect dared not approach him now. Old dog, if you do this, the Miao Miao sect will never obtain the Grand Tao Divine Pill. Quickly put it down. Using transformation charms in the secret realm, even if you escape, the various leaders and elders will not spare you. The 4 from the extreme cold magic sect were greatly shaken, their eyes filled with unending fear. Similarly, the 4 from the P were equally terrified. They felt the hidden aura of the transformation charms in Su Xiao's hand, their faces turning pale and trembling uncontrollably. Old dog, how could you possibly have 4 transformation charms of a 9th level? Su Xiao laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Holding the ultimate weapon, he wielded unparalleled deterrence. Even the likes of Mo Ji Tian, who was at the 9th level of transformation, had been obliterated by 3 strikes. Let alone these drug-using, nascent soul cultivators. Put it down. Let us talk rationally. The people from the P were paralyzed with fear, not daring to move. They deeply regretted their earlier decisions. Damn it. Why did we set up a protective formation to shield against life-saving charms? Now, we cannot even use them ourselves. Xiao smiled slightly, simultaneously unleashing the 4 transformation charms of the 9th level, channeling his spiritual energy into them. In an instant, the 4 talismans shot forth, dispersing in 4 directions. As they activated, the talismans transformed into wisps of flying ash. A deafening roar echoed as the overcast sky suddenly darkened, gathering ominous clouds. With countless arcs of lightning flashing within, exuding an overwhelming pressure. What the hell? Old dog, you've truly lost your mind. The factions from the P and extreme cold magic sect turned pale, trembling in fear. They sensed not only the thunder above, but also the sudden drop in temperature in the air as 2 massive deep blue ice orbs materialized, coalescing their oppressive might against them. Xiao, Xiao, Master Uncle is going out for tea. Don't forget to collect the corpses of the demonic path later. The Grand Tao Divine Pill will be entrusted to you. As he finished speaking, the laws of heaven and earth descended upon the secret realm, and Su Zhao's tall and imposing figure vanished in an instant. This decision was made with careful consideration. Eliminating the remaining 4 major demonic sect members would effectively annihilate the demonic path within the secret realm. With Xue Yu's exceptional talent at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she would dominate the secret realm, easily acquiring the Grand Tao Divine Pill. The 2 deep blue ice orbs surged forth, unleashing countless deep blue ice swords that rained down upon the P and extreme cold magic sect members. Sensing the irresistible might of the 9th level transformation, their faces turned ashen, eyes wide with terror. It's over. The peak 9th level ice swords are beyond our capacity to withstand. Su, old dog, I curse your ancient wood. The sound of shattering echoed as the factions were unable to evade, their summoned artifacts obliterated by the barrage of ice swords. In mere moments, the 8 individuals from the 2 major demonic sects were reduced to a sieve, their bodies frozen into ice sticks. The 8 ice sticks fell to the ground, shattering into a multitude of ice shards, utterly perishing. Apart from the exquisite magical artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal breaker, and 1 magic knife from a P, all other artifacts were reduced to debris by the deluge of ice swords. This was the formidable power of the peak 9th level transformation talisman. In the other 2 battlefields, Xue Yu and Su Meier, hearing Su Zhao's words, were taken aback, realizing the unparalleled aura of the transformation above. Their eyes brightened as they deduced that Elder Su possessed more transformation talismans and had indeed activated them. Xue Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing the demise of the P and extreme cold magic sect members. Master Uncle, this is simply extraordinary. I love it. Eshu Mayer, watching the 9th level transformation thunder, gathering momentum, saw a purple lightning bolt locking onto the attacking members of the Wandu sect. The Elder, in a remarkable display of devotion, utilized a priceless Hualing Jiuzhong talisman solely to assist her in dealing with the people from Wandu Zone. Such great affection from the Elder. Su Laogo used the Hualing talisman. Has the old lecher lost his mind? The 4 repugnant men from Wandu Zone felt the ominous clouds gathering above, heralding the impending Hualing lightning. They swallowed hard, terror gripping their hearts. This was the pinnacle talisman of Hualing Jiuzhong. The old lecher, how could he possess such a treasure? No. With a deafening roar, 2 colossal purple lightning bolts descended, targeting the bloodthirsty Mo Zone and Wanda Zone's captain. The 2 factions were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily summoning all their magical artifacts to withstand the divine wrath. There was no escape. Absolutely no escape. No one could evade the Hualing Jiuzhong's lightning once it had locked onto its target. Crack! The protective barrier above the Wanmu forest shattered upon contact with the purple lightning, utterly destroyed. In that instant, the disciples from both sects sensed the array dissipating around them. Their faces lit up with joy as they instinctively reached for their life-saving talismans, desperate to flee the secret realm. However, The speed and ferocity of the purple lightning were unparalleled. Just as they retrieved their protective charms, the immense lightning struck them with relentless force. The radiant bolts enveloped all 8 individuals, a strike from Hualing Xiao Zhong, Peak Master. Su Lao Wu, I curse you to have no skin for your future children. Amidst endless despair and unwillingness, the 8 transformed into ashes under the torrential thunder. Their protective artifacts were rendered to mere fragments, ineffectual against the might of the heavenly lightning. The dazzling lightning persisted for 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. Shui Ling and Su Mei's groups were thrown back by the residual shockwaves, but fortunately, they suffered no significant injuries. Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li approached, their faces filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the charred, sunken earth ahead, their hearts still racing. Su Shu's Hualing talisman was truly formidable. Now that Su Shihua has departed, I am your leader, Shui Yu proclaimed with a cheeky smile, eager to scavenge any remnants of magical artifacts left behind. All right, Shimmy. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly began searching the area. Meanwhile, Su Mei and her companions rose, having been relatively close to the strike. Their fair skin bore minor burns from the lightning. Yet, these were mere trifles to them, healing quickly. Elder, you are so kind to Mayor. To have a companion like you is a fortune beyond measure, she exclaimed. Hee, senior sister, don't get your hopes up. You belong to Elder Su now. All that fortune he possesses is yours and the sect masteress. The 3 younger sisters beside her giggled enviously. They were all thrilled that Elder Su was willing to use such a precious Hualing Jiuzhong talisman for their Huan sect. Such a generous man was truly captivating. Envy you, senior sister. Envy the sect master. We too wish to be acquainted with Elder Su. Senior sister, could you introduce us? Su Mei teased, her cheeks flushed with pride. An introduction could be arranged, but whether Elder Su takes any notice of you is uncertain. His standards are quite high. The 3 younger sisters clamored to flatter her, assuring her it was no trouble at all. As they laughed together, the scene of the battle in Wanmu Forest left onlookers outside the secret realm utterly stunned. Su Laogu, could it be that he truly possesses Hualing talismans? Moreover, he has brought out 4 at once. The battle concluded with the annihilation of the demonic disciples. The leaders and elders of the demonic sect slumped in their seats, expressions vacuous and devoid of hope. Xiaomu was left in a daze. Yu and Hao fared no better, both sad as if bonded by misfortune, pale and terrified. Su Laogu, once again, I tremble with rage, my heart nearly spilling blood. Xiaomu was seething with fury. Yu and Hao's gaze darkened like water, struggling to contain his shock. He had arranged everything meticulously, only to discover the old lecher possessed so many Hualing talismans. And that old dog dared to use them. Cursed be Su Laogo. Congratulations. You have become my lifelong adversary, Yuan Hao. I shall find a way to bring you down. Extreme fury intertwined with exhilaration washed over the assembled leaders and elders, lamenting that the old lecher had not been eradicated. The demonic disciples. Worthless. Filthy. How infuriating. A flash of Xingui, divine stone erupted, and Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe, appeared before everyone. With a gentle smile, his youthful vigor radiated, even more pronounced after consuming the Juyang Long Sweden. With a light chuckle, he turned to the starry-eyed Dugu Ling, who gazed at him in admiration, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Old lecher, how outrageous. I am determined to take this perverted old man down. Before the Xiao sect could react, the appearance of Su Xiao set everyone on edge. They brandished their priceless magical artifacts as they infused their spiritual energy, eager to show what true Hualing mastery looked like. Old pervert, may you descend into the depths of hell. With fists clenched, particularly among the heavily damaged demonic elders, they simmered with rage, awaiting a leader to strike first, ready to dismantle the old lecher piece by piece. What do you intend to do? Su Xiao observed the group of middle-aged and older cultivators readying their exquisite magical artifacts, calmly retrieving 3 or 4 Hualing talismans from his storage bag. Fashioning them into a small fan, he leisurely waved himself. I advise you all to remain calm. The cultivation world has rules against carrying grudges from the Tiantian secret realm. Let's not be reckless, esteemed leaders and elders. Moreover, it was your demonic sect that first surrounded us. With an air of nonchalance, Xiao remained unfazed despite the crowd of Hualing masters poised to act. After all, he still possessed not only 8 Hualing Jiuzhong talismans, but also a top-tier Lianshu Jiuzhong divine talisman, the Jiuqian Shenlei talisman. If displeased, he could easily obliterate you all. Watching the talismans in Xiao's hands, the crowd stood frozen, their expressions akin to deflated balloons, horror etched upon their faces. Old lecher, I curse your entire family for generations. The realization that he had amassed so many Hualing talismans dawned on them. Had the old dog once operated a talisman shop? Damn it. Chapter 82. A direct confrontation. Buy one, get one free senior brother. You weren't hurt, were you? Dugaling was the first to rush forward and embrace Xiao. Senior brother, you are incredible. Wow, you even have so many Hualing talismans. Haha, Shimmy. How could I possibly be injured? Those demonic disciples are merely trifles to me. The surrounding middle-aged and elder leaders were left in stunned silence, their faces reddening with fury. Su Laogu, you still have ties with Dugaling. How outrageous. Have these women lost their senses? Is heaven blind? Xiaomiu, witnessing Xiao and Dugaling together, felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, causing him to spit blood in anger. I, you old wood. His handsome face twisted with rage, akin to a flower placed in manure, his composure shattered. I will kill you, old lecher. The skin flushed crimson as Xiaomiu's spiritual energy erupted, seemingly on the verge of losing control of his emotions. Fool, if you cannot rein in your impulses, then you may as well perish. The voice of the combined cultivator, filled with frustration, echoed with palpable anger. I can simply kill you and find another successor. Xiaomiu gritted his teeth in hatred upon hearing those words, yet felt utterly powerless. The old dog still possessed the transformation talismans, making him a formidable opponent at present. Master, once I attain the realm of Lianshu, my first act will be to seek vengeance upon that old dog Su. The combined cultivator replied in a deep voice. There is no need for that. The old man has surpassed a millennium in age and has failed his transformation tribulation. He will not live to see your breakthrough. Simply wait for him to die of old age. As a disciple of this esteemed master, one must possess patience and wisdom. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Elder, you are truly full of surprises. I am quite fond of you. Yulinglong has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 50 points. Yulinglong has stolen. Xiao glanced awkwardly at Yulinglong and shook his head with a smile. Dugaling scoffed. Sister you, my senior brother will never fancy you. Senior brother, tell me, do you only love me? Speak now. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock. Su Laogo, what a beast. I cannot share the heavens with that old dog. The other sect leaders and elders were infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Nearby, the elders Zhu, Lu, and Wen dared not even glance at Su Elder, truly a model for middle-aged cultivators. Xiao, those demonic sect disciples may have struck first, and I would say nothing if you killed them. But my son, Shangwan Jinyu, has neither provoked nor offended you. By what right do you slay him? Behind him stood a visibly awkward ruler of Donglai. The ruler cast an apologetic glance at Xiao, feeling helpless, although he was internally grateful that Xiao had spared his 3 sons. Who might this be? Xiao squinted. I am Shangwan Filian, president of the Zilai Merchant Association, father of Shangwan Jinyu. The imposing aura of a 6th-level transformation radiated from Shangwan Filian, who was determined to confront Xiao. Others may hesitate to strike first against the old pervert, but he dared. Xiao stood, hand clasped behind his back, his gaze dismissive. Your son, Shangwan Jinyu, openly harassed Su Meyer of the Hahuan sect and assaulted this elder. He deserves death. President Shangwan, why should this elder refrain from executing someone who deserves to die? A cold snort echoed in his heart. A mere 6th-level transformation dares to act so brazenly before him. You, my son, is not such a person. Su Laogu, you seek death. Shangwan Filian's face reddened with rage as he cursed vehemently. I see that it is you who seeks death. Xiao snorted coldly and produced a transformation talisman before the crowd. if that old dog dares to insult him to his face. How can Xiao maintain his standing in the realm of cultivation without punishing him? Let us give Ziyun a buy-one-get-one free deal. Thunder rumbled. Dark clouds gathered, swirling with the presence of a 9th-level transformation. Purple lightning flickered, indicating the purple sky thunder talisman. You dare use a transformation talisman here. Shangguan Falian's expression changed drastically as he felt the thunder lock onto him, his face paling in an instant. The leaders and elders of the various sects looked on in disbelief. Su Laogo truly dares to use talismans here. Old dog, I will take your life first. Shangguan Falian drew his magical artifact, intending to strike Su Xiao first. However, Dugu Ling and Yulinglong simultaneously intervened, sending Shangguan Falian crashing into the Shuangguang Divine Stone. Boom! The purple lightning struck down, directly hitting Shangguan Falian. Old dog! Even in death, I will not spare you. After struggling for a moment, Shangguan Falian was reduced to ashes amidst the 9th-level transformation's thunder. The ruler of Donglai stood in shock. Xiao Mu and Yu Wenhao fell silent. All the sect leaders and elders were left dumbfounded. The old dog, truly fearless, even as death approaches. Chapter 83. Obtaining the Tao Divine Pill. Dare to strike against an inner elder of the Piamiao sect, ruler of Donglai. Is this appropriate? Dugu Ling resumed her authoritative demeanor, her phoenix eyes glacial as she gazed at him, showcasing the might of a 9th-level transformation. The ruler of Donglai was shaken to his core. Glancing at the ashes of Shangguan Falian, swallowing hard, he quickly said, "Please calm your anger. Sect leader, elder, please temper your wrath. It is all my fault as the ruler of Donglai for mismanaging affairs and causing trouble for your esteemed sect." Shangguan Falian's provocation of Elder Su was a death sentence, and now he has brought upon himself the consequences of his actions. He turned to Su Xiao, a profound fear taking root in his heart. The old man is truly formidable, especially with the backing of the 2 prominent leaders. Sect leader Dugu, Elder Su, there are pressing matters in the palace. I shall take my leave without further ado. The ruler of Donglai hurriedly picked up the remnants of Shangguan Falian's storage pouch, fleeing with 3 stunned princes in tow. He had long sought an excuse to leave, but Shangguan Falian had refused to let him go. Now his life was at stake. The talisman of the 9th-level transformation was too powerful, instantly intimidating the assembly of sect leaders and elders. They dared not provoke him. Such an old man is not to be trifled with. Even on the brink of death, he acts with impunity. Now, even Dugu Ling and Yulinglong were protecting him. Just a glance was infuriating. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd-rate demonic sects hastily bade farewell to the elder of the Southern Zhan Kingdom. They had initially contemplated dealing with Su Laogo, but now had entirely lost the desire. It was best to patiently await his demise. Su Laogo is currently not someone to provoke. He can essentially be classified as one of the most untouchable figures beneath the realm of Lianshu on the Panlong continent. Nearly half the assembly had departed, with most being from the demonic sections. Besides the 5 major demonic sects, the remaining demonic cultivators had mostly left. The Tian Corpse sect among the 5 major demonic sects cast a resentful glance at Su Xiao before silently departing. The situation within the secret realm had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Shui Yu emerged as the leader of the righteous path, and over the next 2 days, she led a host of righteous disciples to thoroughly harvest the resources within the secret realm. The Piamiao sect filled their storage pouches to the brim, claiming over 1/3 of all resources. Ultimately, the Righteous Alliance ascended to the Central Island, uniting to vanquish the beast guarding the Tao Divine Pill, successfully obtaining this edition of the Tao Divine Pill. It is not every edition of the Tianren Secret Realm that allows human cultivators to secure the Tao Divine Pill. If the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions were too severe, the remaining cultivators might not be sufficient to defeat the guardian beasts. Master, I have obtained the Tao Divine Pill. This is for you. The entrance to the Shuangguan Divine Stone sealed shut, bringing an early end to this edition of the Tianren Secret Realm, with Piamiao Sect Shui Yu claiming victory and acquiring the Tao Divine Pill. Excellent. Dugu Ling gazed at the pill, radiating with light and roughly the size of a fist, her beautiful features alight with joy. Master, this is all thanks to Uncle Shi. I merely benefited from his glory. Noticing this, Dugu Ling furrowed her brows slightly and smiled. Shui Yu, you have done well. Shui Yu beamed at the praise, thanking her master profusely. But then a thought struck her, and she blinked, asking, Master, what is this 3-year confinement? Dugu Ling chuckled coldly, her expression stern. This is a small punishment I have decided upon for you. Once the punishment is complete, there will be a reward. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu was bewildered. I haven't done anything wrong. Master, I don't want to be confined. Shui Yu's voice trembled with fear as she pleaded repeatedly before Dugu Ling. Enough. No more words. Shui Yu, my decision is made. You shall obediently enter seclusion in the back mountain. You have acquired plenty of resources this time, sufficient for you to prepare for a breakthrough to the transformation realm. Dugu Ling showed no leniency, her flawless visage devoid of warmth. She had discerned that Shui Yu's injury was intentional. Uncle Shi, please intercede on my behalf. You are so kind. Surely you will help me. Su Zhao's expression darkened as he firmly grasped Shui Yu and brought her to Dugu Ling's side, silently instructing. Enhance the defensive formations. Ensure this girl does not escape. Shui Yu, you shall reflect in seclusion on the back mountain. Su Mei and her 3 companions quietly approached Yu Ling Long and presented their gains from the secret realm. Mei, do you recognize your mistakes? Yu Ling Long inquired, her exquisite visage adorned with a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with a subtle light. Hearing this, Su Mei's countenance changed dramatically as she knelt hastily, her head bowing repeatedly. Master, it is not as it seems. I merely wish to absorb fortune for cultivation. Please do not punish me. The 3 junior sisters beside her, terrified, also knelt down. They were astonished that the sect leader cared so deeply. I simply disapprove of your unilateral decisions without my consent, Yu Ling Long said, her smile blooming like a flower, devoid of visible anger. Yet her tone was profoundly intimidating. Should this happen again, I shall expel you from the sect. Understanding the gravity of Yu Ling Long's words, Su Mei sighed in relief, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her gratitude. Disciple acknowledges her wrongdoing. Thank you, Master. Enough. Rise, Yu Ling Long replied, stepping forward to assist Su Mei. The righteous path returned the precious artifacts to the 4 demonic sections. Xiao Mu he wore a grim expression as he glared at Su Xiao. Having received the eternal ice crystal, filled with rage and impulsiveness as he took his leave, carried away by the 8 demonesses. Old dog Su, utterly despicable. Before departing, he cast a venomous and yearning glance at Su Xiao. Old man, continue your antics. Flirt with beautiful female cultivators. When you meet your end, I shall be right beside you, witnessing your despairing expression. Die of old age? Impossible. This is my lifelong rival. Su Xiao discreetly observed the despondent departure of Xiao Mu He and Yu Wenhao. One was a child of fortune, the other a nemesis. Both were targets designated for elimination by the system. Yet now was not the time for blatant action. Careful planning was essential. After all, one was protected by a formidable deity's soul, and the other was the son of a high elder from the Pation demon sect. Even if he felt unafraid, he must consider the thousands of disciples from the Piao Miao sect. Congratulations, sect leader du Gu. Your esteemed sect is truly admirable with elder Su among you. I am filled with envy, Dao Yi Zhen Ren exclaimed, his face adorned with a smile, excitement radiating as he congratulated the members of the Piao Miao sect. The Dao Tian sect's 1 FO temple had reaped considerable rewards from this venture, encountering minimal conflict, all handled by the Piao Miao sect. Aside from the Taoist divine pill, they garnered numerous benefits. Amipa, Su Shizhu, you have a connection with our Buddha. If the opportunity arises, I would like to invite you to visit 1 FO temple. I shall personally explain the teachings of Buddhism to cleanse you of your worldly burdens, Master Liao Chun said with a gentle smile. Su Xiao politely clasped his fists, but inwardly scoffed. What nonsense was the old monk spouting? What worldly burdens could I possibly have? These Buddhist practitioners must have become foolish from reciting scriptures. After parting ways with Yu Ling Long and Su Mei, Su Xiao, Dugu Ling, and the 3 elders from Zhulu One were all aglow with triumph. The Piao Miao sect had emerged as the greatest victor of this secret realm. For the next 300 years, The Piao Miao sect would firmly hold its position at the pinnacle of the 9 major sections. Only Shui Yu and Xiao Wang. Xiao appeared somewhat discontented. The latter, too anxiously regarded Su Xiao, concerned that their knowledge of their uncle's secrets might lead to dire consequences. The former sighed deeply, her lovely face tinged with worry. Something is amiss. The more Shui Yu pondered, the more she felt something was wrong. If her uncle truly had taken her under his wing, he would certainly speak in her defense. Yet he did not, and even supported Master S punishment. This does not add up. There must be some misunderstanding. My uncle has yet to genuinely take me under his wings. Her large eyes spun in confusion. She couldn't fathom where the issue lay. In the back mountain of the Piao Miao sect, the elder of the sect, Du Guling, and the 3 protective elders reported the results of their expedition to Zhuge Wufang. Ha ha ha! Excellent! 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 Zhuge Wufang gestured approvingly towards the 4, his rosy face gleaming with joy. Ling girl, you and your companions have truly brought great honor to the Piao Miao sect. When our fellow brothers and sisters return from their seclusion, they shall be greatly pleased to hear of such bountiful results. Indeed, truly remarkable. As expected of the disciples of the Piao Miao sect, Zhuge Wufang expressed his satisfaction. They had collected an abundance of Ling Chao, Huwen Chao, and even a significant quantity of Lian Xin Chao. Resources such as spirit mines, spirit wood, and spirit stones filled their storage bags. Such a harvest surpassed all previous ones combined. For the next 300 years, our Piao Miao sect shall undoubtedly see a surge of talent and strength. The elder chuckled as he sipped his spirit tea, stroking his beard in delight. Du Guling added, Master, aside from Shui Yu and the others. The pivotal figure in this secret realm exploration was my senior brother. He excavated a cave from the 10,000 mountains, acquiring numerous formidable artifacts and a multitude of transformation symbols. Thanks to him, we triumphed over the demon sects in this realm. Zhuge Wufang nodded with a smile. That little rascal has finally accomplished something worthwhile. Our Piao Miao sect's efforts over the millennia have not been in vain. He has repaid the sect's kindness before his demise. Realistically, given that boy's aptitude, reaching the 9th stage of the Yuanying realm would be a stretch without sect support. He has even encountered the transformation thunder tribulation. And if he passes this life peacefully, it cannot be deemed a loss. Elder Zhu clasped his fists and remarked, Master, Elder Su has truly exerted himself this time, annihilating the 4 major demon sects with 4 transformation symbols. The previous Tianshi sect was also eradicated by Elder Su. His contributions are monumental. Zhuge Wufang set down his teacup with a chuckle. As for the resources, there is no need to provide him with any, as he cannot utilize them. Instead, let us do some ideological work for the female disciples he supports. In the next 50 years, let us ensure young Su does not suffer any grievances. Du Guling blinked. The expressions of the 3 elders, Zhu Luwan, were peculiar as they swallowed hard. Master is unaware of Elder Su's circumstances. Can Elder Su truly endure such grievances? He is practically becoming a public enemy. Zhuge Wufang suddenly recalled something, his brow furrowing as he gravely addressed Du Guling. Ling girl, your junior brother has unearthed the cave of a great cultivator, possessing numerous extraordinary artifacts and many transformation symbols. These are the coveted treasures of all cultivators. You and Junior Su share a childhood bond. While not officially partners, you are spiritually connected. Before Junior Su departs this world, you must keep a close watch on him. These items must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. They must remain securely in your possession. Do you understand your master's intent? Zhuge Wufang fixed a meaningful gaze upon Du Guling. She instantly comprehended, chuckling confidently, rest assured, Master, although my brother flirts and dabbles, he loves only me in his heart. We have once sworn vows under heaven, formally wedded. All his artifacts and symbols will be mine once he passes. Looking at Du Guling's confident demeanor, Zhuge Wufang felt a swell of satisfaction. Little Su's failure in the thunder tribulation is irreversible. If his relics fall into Ling Girl's hands, along with the Taoist divine pill, our Piao Miao sect shall surely produce a top-tier cultivator in the refining void realm. Excellent. The fortune of the Piao Miao sect has arrived. The 3 elders, Zhu Luwan, remained behind to engage in private dialogue with their master. That little Su, Has he stirred up another earth-shattering event? I have already received several messages from old friends urging me to restrain that rascal for the sake of the cultivation world. Zhuge Wufang's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated. The three elders swallowed hard. How shall I articulate this? Elder Zhu sighed heavily, his expression filled with concern as he remarked, Master, Elder Su has been overtly ambiguous with the sect leader Yuling. Their relationship remains unclear, and it appears the sect leader is not particularly attentive. Given that the sect leader possesses a pure Yin constitution, she cannot possibly take Elder Su as a companion. Perhaps even if she wished to intervene, she would find it beyond her capability. Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard solemnly. Has the standard for female cultivators in Hahuan sect fallen so low? Not even sparing an old man? It seems she has taken a fancy to Xiao Su's magical artifacts and talismans. You all must advise Ling Yada to be cautious, lest she be outmaneuvered by Yuling. Is there more? Please continue. The three exchanged glances, and Elder Zhu sighed once more. It is not solely Yuling. Elder Su also has a liaison with Su Meyer, Yulinglong's disciple, and this is indeed true. Moreover, it is common knowledge that Elder Su's reputation in the cultivation world has significantly deteriorated. Zhuge Wufang appeared somewhat bewildered. Yulinglong's disciple? This scoundrel is truly fortunate. Hahuan sect is exceedingly generous, allowing both teacher and disciple to take the stage. It seems Ling Yatu poses a considerable threat. No, you must go and keep a close eye on that young man. He may be offered, but we must not lose our possessions. Zhuge Wufang fell utterly silent. That wretched scoundrel. Is it not enough to have the beautiful female disciples from the outer sect? Now he is even entangled with the female cultivators of Hahuan sect. Truly remarkable. Is there anything else? I have heard he has acquired a new nickname in the cultivation world, known as the perverted old lecher. He has become involved with two female cultivators from Hahuan sect. How could this be? The three elders felt a jolt of surprise, reluctant to speak further. You are concealing matters from me. Speak. Zhuge Wufang's face grew stern, his gaze imposing. Elder Zhu trembled. Elder Lu's complexion turned ashen, while Elder Wen appeared quite awkward. Ultimately, under the pressure of their masteress intimidation, Elder Zhu confessed, Master, please do not be angry. Elder Su acted out of a desire to save someone. How could I be angry? Zhuge Wufang chuckled coldly. I am well aware of that rascal's actions. He has certainly become involved with yet another female cultivator. So speak. It was during the incident when Shui Yue was injured. Thus, Elder Zhu briefly recounted the origin of a nickname Su Xiao. What? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Wufang leaped to his feet, a terrifying aura of power emanating uncontrollably from him, enveloping the three elders completely. That wretched scoundrel. He is nothing short of a beast. Even Shui Yue. The spiritual energy surged, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Master, calm down. Please do not be angry. Elder Su had no such intentions. It was all Shui Yue's folly, causing this chaos. The three were utterly bewildered. They quickly knelt, fervently pleading for Elder Su. Should this charge be laid against Elder Su, it would mean a swift demise without awaiting old age. The master would likely dispatch Elder Su immediately. After a brief tumult, Zhuge Wufang managed to rein in his emotions. To engage in such conduct, were it not for that rascal's contributions in the Tianren secret realm, I would have already sent him to the afterlife. Zhuge Wufang, furious, glared with a face as dark as thunder. Shui Yue is the future hope of Piaomiao sect, the best candidate for the position of sect leader. With extraordinary talent and a water spirit body, a rare gem in the realm of cultivation, that scoundrel is courting death to save someone. Master, Elder Su acted to save someone. He certainly did not mean it. We assure you. Seeing his three disciples so fervently vowing, Zhuge Wufang reluctantly accepted their words. With a grim expression, he murmured, Shui Yue must be confined for 3 years, without any exceptions for an early release. That rascal shall balance his deeds and misdeeds. Let him grow old and die quietly in the outer mountains. From this moment forth, they are not to meet. The three elders breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bowing in agreement. Yes, master. A few days later, in the Piaomiao sect's outer courtyard, an inspiring sect assembly was convened. Nearly all members of Piaomiao sect were present. including inner and outer disciples, elders, deacons, and miscellaneous personnel, totaling several thousand individuals. The primary speaker, Ling, elaborated on the gains and successes from this session of the Tianren Secret Realm. Throughout the discourse, he emphatically acknowledged and highlighted Elder Xiao's significant contributions during this venture, nearly elevating him to the stature of a venerable hero within the sect. He laid a solid foundation for the sect's position as the foremost among the 9 major sects for the next 300 years. The disciples in the crowd listened in astonishment. Once they regained their composure, they erupted in joyous cheers, their excitement palpable. How generous! This sect is simply too generous. I wish to be a disciple of Piamiao sect in my next life. Some even began to shed tears of repentance. They had previously slandered Elder Su, labeling him as an old lecher. In truth, Elder Su had been silently contributing to the sect all along. Elder Su, I am sorry. We wronged you. What if it was merely supporting a few female disciples? What significance does that hold? Did they not see how happy Lin Yin'er, Jin Liuxiang, and by Xiao were with it? This is not support. It is clearly charity. Elder Su, I am sorry. The more vehemently the disciples had condemned him before, the more guilt-ridden they felt now. They had wrongfully accused Elder Su. Chapter 86. The Supreme Quality Enlightenment Pill in the Face of Tangible Cultivation Resources. Elder Su's other matters are inconsequential. Ultimately, Ling revealed that Elder Su had consumed a longevity pill, granting him an additional 50 years of life. The assembly of elders, deacons, and disciples erupted in applause, proclaiming that heaven has eyes. Such a venerable elder should not meet his end so swiftly. In these next 50 years, they shall ensure Elder Su enjoys a complete and beautiful twilight. As the meeting adjourned, Meng Dan, accompanied by Xiao, wept profusely. Master Su is truly remarkable. I do not want him to pass away. The voluptuous and graceful mature beauty, Meng Dan, gently patted by Xiao's back. Her stunning face bore hints of pride and comfort as she reassured. Xiao, all cultivators must eventually face death. Few achieve longevity. For Elder Su to receive such admiration from so many disciples in his twilight years, completely dispelling previous rumors, is indeed precious. Xiao, in these final 50 years, let us treat Elder Su with even more kindness, and let us not heed the malicious rumors from outside. The graceful Xiao nodded earnestly. Yes, Master. Elder Su has treated us so well, so magnificently. I will certainly treat him well in the future. On the other side, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were also overcome with joy and tears. Elder Su still has 50 years of life remaining. This means he can protect them for at least another 50 years. This is wonderful. Such a great benefactor as Elder Su should not be allowed to pass away so soon. Junior sister, there is no need to worry now. The enchanting Jin Liuxiang grasped Lin Yin'er's hand, saying, Elder Su has 50 years of life left. We can repay his kindness together. Lin Yin'er wiped away her tears, nodding slightly. Sister, I will strive to do my best. After the meeting concluded, the dignified and elegant Ling, akin to a swan, arrived at Su Xiao's courtyard. She opened the door to find Su Xiao meditating on a cushion. Junior sister, how did it go? Su Xiao's eyes brightened. Ling shut the door and sat at the table, chuckling. They have cleared your name. Now those disciples are filled with guilt, nearly revering you as a hero of Piamiao sect. You can rest easy now. No one will avoid you anymore. They even said that in the next 50 years, they will ensure you enjoy a blissful twilight. Su Xiao rose and sat beside Ling junior sister. This is excellent. The rumors that circulated in the sect were truly outrageous. Ling's eyes flickered, a hint of coldness in her gaze as she spoke. Brother, Shueyue is being reckless. How could you also be so oblivious? Now, Sherbois is on the verge of exasperation. If it weren't for the intervention of the 3 elders, you would likely be on your way to the afterlife. Su Xiao explained, this is all due to that mischievous little girl who deceived me, your senior brother. Junior sister, you must discipline her strictly in the future. Although Shueyue possesses exceptional talent, her mind is still immature and must be kept in check. Ling nodded in agreement. Then, her lovely brows furrowed, and she retorted, I see you harbor similar thoughts. What do you mean by that? Su Xiao replied with a serious expression. You must not be unaware. I shall love only you in this lifetime. Seizing a rare opportunity to present a gift, Su Xiao's weathered face broke into a slight smile as he retrieved a radiant white Dan from his spatial vault. The Dan seemed to be enveloped in an aura of the Tao, and upon its extraction, both individuals felt a surge of energy. Junior sister, this is an exquisite Wu Dao Dan, which I obtained in a senior's cave. Su Xiao continued with a gentle smile. I initially intended to keep it for myself. But considering your upcoming breakthrough into the Lianshu realm, this exceptional Taoist pill will greatly enhance your chances of success, although it still does not fully alleviate my concerns. Thus, I bestow this exquisite Wu Dao Dan upon you, and with both pills assisting you, your advancement in Lianshu is assured. With this, I can finally rest easy. Du Galing gazed at the Dan in Su Xiao's hand, her enchanting features shimmering with a soft light. Perhaps a bit overwhelmed, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She looked at Su Xiao in disbelief, her phoenix eyes filled with astonishment and joy. An exquisite Wu Dao Dan. My senior brother actually possesses this legendary pill. She had heard that Wu Dao Dan could enable one to enter a state of sudden enlightenment and effortlessly break through bottlenecks. The method for refining such a pill was known only to the Daotian sect, and it was notably difficult to produce. In centuries, the Daotian sect had managed to create only one middle-grade Wu Dao Dan. Remarkably, Dao Yizhen flaunted this middle-grade Wu Dao Dan daily, claiming that advancing to Lianshu was as simple as drinking water. Little did she expect that her senior brother would be willing to gift her an exquisite Wu Dao Dan. Senior brother, you are truly too kind to me. She eagerly accepted the exquisite Wu Dao Dan, almost moved to tears. With this exquisite Wu Dao Dan and the Taoist pill, the bottleneck in Lianshu would vanish. Perhaps it would only take a few years. Her senior brother truly loved her alone. In an instant, thoughts of Shuei vanished into the clouds, and she even forgot how many disciples she had. Junior sister, do not be overly excited. It is but a trifle. Su Xiao reassured her. What belongs to your senior brother is yours as well. Du Galing embraced Su Xiao, her heart brimming with excitement. The captivating fragrance emanating from him enveloped her. Senior brother, I do not wish for you to perish. The purine body, perhaps it is best left alone. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the exquisite Wu Dao Dan. 3,000 Taoist pills have been returned. Chapter 87. The True Fire of Three Elements 2/4 of an hour later. Senior brother, what are you doing? Did you not say it was unnecessary? Perhaps it is best to refrain. Master will be furious with me. Su Xiao lay back in despair, his gaze slightly vacant. His junior sister was correct. He could not jeopardize her innate abilities. Du Galing smiled softly beside him, donning her dress, her radiant cheeks glowing with beauty. Do not be disheartened, senior brother. You must be honest. Do not sow wild oats just because I'm not around. And do not miss me too much. I am quite busy as the sect leader. With that, she opened the door, her excitement evident, and transformed into a streak of azure light as she departed. I am coming for the Lianshu realm. Su Xiao Sai He Vi Li. Although he knew he should not disrupt his junior sister's path, this was not the outcome he desired. Su Xiao chuckled and shook his head, dressing himself and tidying the bed. Another 3,000 Taoist pills. Sitting on the mat, Su Xiao consumed the return Dan. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Tao of heavenly fire among the 3,000 Tao. Heavenly fire. Su Xiao's aged eyes brightened. Indeed, the system must be assisting him. Among the 3,000 Tao, he had just grasped the earth fire, heavenly fire, and human fire. This was certainly no coincidence. His fingers twitched, and in an instant, dark clouds began to gather in the sky outside the room. As arcs of electricity danced, pure white flames descended at an astonishing speed, striking the nearby trees. The white fire seemed to carry overwhelming celestial might. Upon contact with the trees, they were incinerated entirely. Su Xiao halted the rapidly spreading flames, nodding slightly while seated on the mat. The power of heavenly fire was on par with that of earth fire and human fire, perhaps even surpassing them. With the convergence of all three fires, the true fire of three elements was born, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Su Xiao's eyes focused intently. In an instant, a deep crimson flame appeared in his hand. The color of the flame was a deep violet red, and although it was only the size of a fist, the scorching heat radiating from it surged like a massive wave, battering everything around it. Xiao quickly contained the flame, fearing it would ignite his surroundings. It was overwhelmingly powerful. His aged eyes sparkled with brilliance. Though his current strength allowed him to conjure only a fist-sized true fire of 3 elements, he believed that if this ever-burning flame touched an enemy, they would be engulfed in despair. He then summoned the Nanming Lihua sword and the 9-fire Liuli shield. Now that he had comprehended the true fire of 3 elements, he could imbue it onto the divine sword and fire dragon, significantly enhancing their might. It seemed he would not even need talismans, as they would possess the power of a late-stage transformation. Sitting on the mat, he joyfully practiced the Miao, Miao, Chong, Shengju. Although he felt a tinge of regret regarding his junior sister, the growth of his power somewhat soothed his heart. Days later, the Panlong continent erupted with chaos. What? That old lecher still has 50 years of life left? He consumed a longevity pill. Where did he obtain such a thing? Elder Su of the Piao Sect, are you trying to deprive us of sleep? Ba, this is splendid. The cultivation world can enjoy peace for another 50 years. The great halls of the first, second, and third-tier sects erupted in uproar. The sect leaders and elders were left agape, unable to believe the news. A longevity pill, such a precious item, should be reserved for promising disciples. Yet it was given to an old man who failed his tribulation. As the Piao Sect gone mad, the leaders and elders of various sects were driven to frenzy. Longevity pills are exceedingly rare. Even a low-grade pill that increases lifespan by just 10 years is fought over in the market. Some less talented cultivators might just manage to use those 10 years to break through to the next realm and ascend. And now, the Piao Sect claims to have given a longevity pill to a failed tribulation old man? Insanity. The GD Demon Sect. What the hell? Su Lao Gu, Kiao Mao Sect. A genius, will reach the pinnacle and be the first to annihilate you. The sect leader, Xiao, was once again pushed over the edge, nearly exploding with rage. He smashed the furnishings within the Grand Hall, causing the disciples of the GD Demon Sect to tremble in fear. I cannot coexist with you. He initially thought that enduring for just 1 year would lead to complete liberation, but now, it was madness. 50 years. No. The 3 elders beside him wore grim expressions. Xiao had actually consumed a longevity pill. The Piao Sect was truly ruthless. They had executed a move that they had never anticipated. Their faces flushed red with fury, their eyes blazing with anger. Xiao could no longer contain himself and began to rampage. Fool! Stop it. It is merely a longevity pill. Look at your current state. Where is the demeanor of a true disciple? Are you not going to cease? Master's 50 years, how can I wait that long? I cannot endure him. The combined cultivation level elder pondered for a moment and coldly stated, that old man is indeed quite insufferable. He even consumed a longevity pill. However, do not worry. It is only an additional 50 years of life, a mere blink of an eye for a cultivator. The second tribulation is 10 times stronger than the first, and he will ultimately remain a Yuaning cultivator. Should you reach the Lianshu realm, you need not fear his talismans, and if the opportunity arises, I will assist you. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, Yes. Master, I understand. Thank you, Master. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The Patian Demon Sect. Yuan Hao was elated upon hearing the news, excitement radiating from him. Ha! The heavens do not forsake those with determination. Old dog, your demise is imminent. Initially, he had been apprehensive that his opponent might suddenly pass away, thwarting his plans. Now, however, he had a full 50 years to devise his strategies. Victory was assured. Old dog, continue your revelries. The higher you soar, the more painful your fall will be, the more despairing your end shall be. In the fragrant chambers of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong reclined on a soft couch, draped in delicate gauze. With a chuckle, she mused, the old man thinks too highly of himself. No matter how many magical artifacts and talismans he possesses, he has no chance on the path of immortality. Mayor, do you harbor feelings for Elder Su, wishing to prevent his demise? Su Mayor's gaze dimmed momentarily as she nodded silently. Elder Su was her first companion on the path, treating her with unparalleled kindness. He was charming, dignified, and affluent. She could not bear to see the one she cherished turn to dust after 50 years. Yu Linglong sighed softly. I understand your sentiments, but tribulations are inexorable. Even if the old man's power surpasses his former self, he cannot ascend to the stage of transformation. The second tribulation's might is unfathomable. I have never heard of anyone who failed a tribulation and succeeded on their second attempt. She rose and playfully poked his nose. Mayor, 50 years is ample time. The fortune surrounding the old man may take us 50 years to exhaust. Be kind to him. He is our opportunity. If you can win his favor, perhaps he will leave us some of his treasure artifacts before he departs. In the grand hall of the Piao sect, two beams of light shot from within, landing in the courtyard before the outer hall. As the light dissipated, one figure clad in a blue bagua robe was revealed. It was Lu Danian. The other was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. Madame Shui, rest assured, my master is merely healing Sister Shui, Lu Danian stated gravely. My master is not that kind of person. You must not heed the malicious rumors circulating outside. My master has assured you that the Piao sect will not allow such things to occur. The blue-clad woman's face appeared somewhat pale, yet her beauty was striking. With delicate brows and a captivating figure, her black hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a jade hairpin that shimmered. With every gesture, she exuded an enchanting grace befitting a mature woman. She was Shui Ro, the mother of Shui Yu. Elder Lu, I understand what you say. I certainly trust the words of the head of the Duga sect. Elder Su would not engage in such actions, Shui Ro replied, her silver teeth lightly biting her lip. Worry etched across her exquisite features. However, I still wish to meet Elder Su personally and speak with him. As the head of the Shui family, upon hearing the rumors regarding Shui Yu and Elder Su from various sects, she had hurried to the Piao sect, driven by concern for her daughter. Shui Yu was exceptionally gifted, recorded in the Shui family lineage as possessing the water spirit body, with a promising future ahead. If her path were to be marred by this incident, she could not bear it. Lu Danian wore a troubled expression. My master is a revered hero of the Piao sect, especially in his twilight years. I do not wish to disturb him over this misunderstanding and cause him embarrassment. He sighed and said, if that is the case, Madame Shui, please follow me. My master resides in a small courtyard not far from here. Shui Ro nodded gracefully, following him away from the square towards the small courtyard. Wow, that woman is stunning. Elegant. This is what elegance looks like. She possesses such grace. A group of outer sect disciples nearby gathered, their eyes gleaming as they beheld Shui Ro. A few disciples, privy to the inside story, approached to clarify. What are you all staring at? This is Shui Ro, the president of the Bai Shui Merchants Association in the capital of Beifeng Country, and the mother of Shui Yu. Do not let her youthful beauty fool you. She is a formidable cultivator, having reached the 7th stage of transformation decades ago. If she were in our sect, she could easily be an inter-sect elder. The disciples listened intently. The 7th stage of transformation. No wonder Elder Lu treats her with such respect. She is indeed a great cultivator. Then someone remarked, wait, are they heading towards Elder Su's courtyard? Could it be that they are seeking him out? The experienced disciples exchanged awkward glances. Unable to contain their curiosity, they began to share the gossip, recounting the events involving Su Xiao and Shui Yu within the secret realm. What? That can't be true. Elder Su, a hero in his twilight years, cannot possibly be involved with Sister Shui. The outer disciples were taken aback. Elder Su wouldn't be that depraved, would he? No. We refuse to believe that the one who selflessly looks out for us could be such a person. They urged each other to remain calm, explaining that Sister Shui had been gravely injured and that Elder Su had acted to save her, which led to the misunderstandings. Madame Shui must have heard these rumors and come to the Piao sect to seek confirmation regarding Elder Su. Only then did the outer disciples feel reassured. We knew it. How could Elder Su, who is so selfless, possibly engage in such actions? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. The outer sect disciples, now believing in Elder Su wholeheartedly, regarded him as a great senior. The wicked demonic sect must be the source of these rumors, attempting to tarnish Elder Su's reputation. Their collective ire was directed towards the demonic sect. In the small courtyard, Lu Danian led Shui Rou to the door, where Su Xiao welcomed them. Upon seeing Su Xiao's warm smile, Shui Rou's beautiful eyes blinked in surprise, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. The aura he radiated was exceptional, his smile benevolent, embodying the essence of an otherworldly sage. Could such a person truly be the rumored lecherous old man? "Greetings, Elder Su," Shui Rou said, slightly bowing, gracefully offering her respects. She observed him closely, her brows furrowing slightly, filled with trepidation. It is often those who appear virtuous who engage in the most depraved acts. One must be vigilant and eradicate such possibilities before they can take root. "Ah, Madam Shui, the last time I saw you was decades ago. You have not changed at all. The old Taoist still remembers you well." Su Xiao chuckled, stroking his beard, though a hint of awkwardness flickered in his eyes. Shui Rou was the president of the Bai Shui Merchants Association in Xinyue City and the mother of Shui Yu. It was evident she had come to inquire about the circulating rumors. "Please, Madam Shui, come inside. My humble abode is simple. I hope you do not mind," he invited. "Thank you, Elder Su," Shui Rou replied, her enchanting eyes blinking. She recalled how strikingly handsome he had been decades ago, even more so than now, despite the passage of time. As Su Xiao instructed Lu Danian, "Please wait outside. I will speak with Madame Shui." Lu Danian cast a glance at the two, his large eyes shifting respectfully as he replied, "Yes, master." Once inside, he closed the door. Su Xiao poured Shui Rou a cup of spiritual tea and smiled as he sat across from her. From the moment Shui Rou entered, the room filled with her captivating fragrance, a delightful blend of floral scents that was both enticing and soft. "Madam Shui, I can't surmise the reason for your visit." Su Xiao smiled and reassured, "Madam, rest assured, Shui Yu is my junior." At that time, she was gravely injured and used her water spirit body to condense ice crystals. I had no choice but to assist her. The rumors circulating outside are unreliable. He then got straight to the point, explaining directly. Upon hearing this, Shui Rou's expression shifted slightly. Considering the recent exaggerated rumors about the other party, her heart remained uneasy. Despite being a 7th-tier Hua Shan cultivator with a lofty status, the current Elder Su had gained a notorious reputation in the cultivation world, wielding formidable Hua Shan talismans. Even the likes of Mo Tian and Shangwan Feilian had perished at his hands. She could not treat him as an ordinary Yuan-ing cultivator. A more gentle approach was necessary. Suddenly, without uttering a word, Shui Rou began to cry. Tears streamed down like pear blossoms in the rain. Her beautiful eyes were slightly red, and she elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, captivatingly beautiful and pitiful. "Elder, what is the matter?" Su Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. "Why are you crying?" Shui Rou wiped her tears and, with a stunningly beautiful yet sorrowful face, said, "Shui Yu is my only daughter. I raised her since childhood while managing the Shui family business, facing countless hardships. Shui Yu's father sacrificed himself for the Shui family before she was born. Now, she is my only family. If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live." Clear tears fell, and, through the handkerchief, Shui Rou stole a glance at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Su Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. "Madam, there is no need for such distress. I assure you, this is merely a rumor. You need not be sorrowful. Shui Yu is my beloved disciple, the apprentice of my junior sister, and we will take good care of her in the future." Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the system echoed. "Detected daughter of fate, Shui Rou, destiny level. Return multiplier, bond level, 10. This widow is also a daughter of fate?" Su Xiao felt a slight shock within as he gazed at the exquisite and voluptuous beauty before him, his old eyes blinking slightly. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Shui family held a high status in the Beifeng kingdom, with the family head passing down only daughters, and their talent in the Shui Dao was extraordinary. Even without the water spirit body, Shui Rou's innate gifts were rare, complemented by her stunning beauty. He must seize this opportunity to strive for a first-strike return. Hearing Su Xiao's strong assurances, along with his extraordinary demeanor that inspired confidence, Shui Rou felt a bit of her worries dissipate. She surmised that these rumors were indeed unfounded. Moreover, With the presence of the Du Sect Master and the Supreme Elder observing, Elder Su would not dare to disturb Xiao. In just 50 years, Xiao could evade any danger. Just as she was preparing to express her gratitude and take her leave, Su Xiao smiled and retrieved a beautiful ring radiating a fiery red glow from his spatial storage. Madam, this is a superb magical ring I recently acquired. The Lu Guang Xingyun ring. Once used, it can summon fiery meteorites with immense power. Xiao glanced at the exquisite ring shimmering in Su Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. A superb magical artifact. Elder Su actually possessed another superb magical artifact in the form of a ring. Su Xiao provided a justification, saying, "Due to this rumor, I am certain it has caused you distress, and I sincerely apologize. Xiao is my beloved disciple, and I care for her deeply. This Lu Guang Xingyun ring is a gift for you, as a token of my apology." Upon seeing the radiant, superb magical artifact in his hand, Xiao nearly thought she had misheard. Elder Su intended to gift her a superb magical artifact? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing. A superb magical artifact was extremely precious. Even her Xiao families by Xiao Chamber of Commerce possessed only two, one of which was already given to Xiao. This. Her voice trembled, and her voluptuous, snow-white figure flushed slightly due to excitement. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and looked at Su Xiao with alarm. "Ao Su, could it be that you have ulterior motives towards her? Or perhaps you're interested in Xiao and intend to use this superb magical artifact to win me over as her mother?" With her thoughts spiraling, Xiao found Su Xiao's previously benevolent smile had suddenly taken on a lecherous guise. "You old pervert, you truly are a lecherous old man. For the sake of us mother and daughter, you are willing to part with a superb magical artifact." She could not conceive of any other reason for his generosity. Her thoughts had gone awry, primarily because too many suitors pursued her, including even the ruler of the Beifeng kingdom. "No, Ao Su, I cannot accept such a valuable item." Xiao's previously flushed complexion gradually turned pale. The old lecher had only 50 years of life left, and with his Hua Shin 9th-tier talismans, he held a high status in the Xiao sect. She could not withstand him directly. Regardless of whether his intentions were towards her or Xiao, she could not accept it. Seeing her reaction, Su Xiao sighed, realizing he had already prepared his reasons. Yet she refused to accept. Observing her increasingly pale complexion and terrified gaze, he understood that she had likely misunderstood his intentions. Undeterred, Su Xiao smiled and explained, "Madam, this is not only for you, but also for Xiao. Xiao is my cherished disciple, and she is about to face the Hua Shun lightning tribulation. As an old man nearing death, I have no use for the magical artifact, and it is better to give it to you than to see another genius of my Xiao sect meet with misfortune like I did. You surely do not wish for your daughter, Xiao, to fail during the lightning tribulation, do you?" Chapter 90. Xiao's reluctant decision. Xiao was momentarily stunned. Looking at the kind and benevolent old man before her, she thought of her daughter. Indeed, the Huashun lightning tribulation was perilous. She herself had nearly perished during her own tribulation years ago. Having an additional superb magical artifact for protection meant a greater chance of success. She did not want her daughter to encounter any mishaps during the tribulation. Yet, even now, she was still uncertain whether Su Xiao had intentions toward Xiao or her. It was too frightening. Su Xiao smiled as he placed the Lu Guang Xingyun ring before Xiao. "Madam, do not feel burdened. I am merely considering Xiao." Xiao gazed at the beautiful, superb, magical ring radiating light on the table. To be honest, she very much wanted to take it and give it to Xiao, but she feared the consequences of accepting it. Would he come looking for Xiao afterward? The other party's reputation was now renowned throughout the world. "If the madam has any concerns, is no problem. I originally intended to personally give this superb magical artifact to Xiao. If she refused, he would not force it upon her and would directly give it to Xiao instead. That girl would never refuse." "Wait, no, Ao Su, I want it. Please do not seek out Xiao. She is in seclusion and is at a critical moment." Xiao was startled and alarmed. If she refused, would he really go looking for Xiao? Absolutely not. "Oh, ha ha ha. If that is the case, then it is best. Su Xiao smiled, madam, rest assured. The old man has no ulterior motives. I merely hope for Shui Yu to succeed in her tribulation. Shui Rou stood up, holding the Lu Guang Xing Yun ring. Looking at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes filled with mixed emotions. What now? She had accepted this superb magical artifact from him, although she desperately wanted it. She feared the aftermath. With her silver teeth clenched, a determined glint flickered in Shui Rou's eyes. She must not allow him to have any thoughts towards Shui Yu. Elder, you are giving us such a precious magical artifact. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Shui Rou's stunningly beautiful face suddenly broke into a smile as she linked her arm with Su Xiao's, the unique floral fragrance enveloping her. What is the madam doing? Su Xiao's old eyes moved, feeling somewhat bewildered. Long ago, I lost my husband, and now I only have Shui Yu. I would trouble Elder to look after her in the Xiao sect. Shui Rou steadied her composure. She knew that only in this way would Shui Yu be safe. The old man will certainly take care of her, but madam, there is no need to do this. Su Xiao swallowed hard, still feeling somewhat dazed. Elder, there are no outsiders here. Elder, why speak so? If the elder is willing to bestow such a precious artifact upon us to aid Shui Yu in overcoming her tribulation, then the elder is indeed my Shui Rou's benefactor. Shui Rou smiled faintly, aware that she was merely stalling this old man, diverting his attention towards herself. She whispered in Su Xiao's ear, does the elder disdain me for having a husband? Su Xiao's expression shifted slightly, disbelief evident as he gazed at this woman. What an absurd notion. Madam, what are you saying? You are so beautiful. How could there be any disdain? Su Xiao replied instinctively. Hee hee. Shui Rou chuckled softly, her heart filled with scorn. The old lecher had finally revealed his true intentions. Indeed, he harbored feelings for her. Yet, for the sake of Shui Yu, she was willing to keep him intrigued, setting aside the fact that he possessed numerous treasures and only had 50 years left to live. If she played her cards right, she might not only secure this exquisite artifact, but also gain even greater rewards in the future. Having taken this step, she would maximize her benefits. And those who dare to covet her would have to be prepared to be drained dry. I am grateful for the elder's artifact, Shui Rou said, her face flushed with shyness. After a moment of tender interaction, Su Xiao took a seat. Shui Rou donned her outer skirt, her stunning visage blushing, filled with affection. Madam, there is no need for further words, Su Xiao reassured. Shui Rou, blushing, replied, I only hope the elder will look after Shui Yu in the future. Treating her as if she were your own daughter, that would satisfy me. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Shui Rou's beautiful eyes sparkled, and with slightly parted lips, she said, Elder, I have pressing matters at home and cannot stay longer. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will visit Misty Sect to see you and Shui Yu. With that, Shui Rou stood up. Now that there was this connection between them, she could rest easy regarding Shui Yu. As for becoming her partner, impossible. At most, she would offer a few sweet nothings to keep him engaged and reap the benefits. Simultaneously, she would sever any thoughts he had about Shui Yu. Su Xiao rose, retrieving 10 Lian Shendan from his robes, and handed them to her with a smile. Madam Shui, here are 10 Lian Shendan, a gift for your cultivation. If you do not mind this old man with little time left, I must express my appreciation. Shui Rou gazed at the 10 golden pills in Su Xiao's hand, momentarily frozen in place. She looked at him incredulously, her beautiful eyes filled with both shock and joy. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Liu Guang Xing Yun ring, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the mystical Xiantian Bagua ring. Xiantian Bagua ring, a defensive artifact, infuses spiritual energy to generate a Xiantian Bagua formation beneath the feet to repel enemies. Chapter 91. 3 years later, Lian Shendan. Such a rare treasure, impossible to find in the market. Shui Rou was utterly stunned. The Lian Shendan was immensely precious, while various sects possessed the methods to refine it. The raw materials were exceedingly difficult to procure. Each Lian Shendan that entered the market was not visible to ordinary people, only appearing at the highest-end auctions. Elder Su had actually gifted her 10 at once. Her fingers trembled slightly as she dreamily accepted the Lian Shendan. She had only consumed a handful while reaching the 7th level of transformation, with the rest relying on her innate talent for cultivation. She lifted her gaze to Su Xiao's kind smile, and in that fleeting moment, she suddenly realized how handsome and charming this old man was. "Elder, you are truly too kind to me," Shui Rou exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Lian Shen Dan, returning 10 Xiantian Dan. Even if his reputation was not stellar, the sheer value of his gifts overwhelmed her, and she could hardly contain her delight. An exquisite artifact and 10 Lian Shen Dan. This old man was incredibly generous. Rest assured, I will take good care of Shui Wei. With me around, she will never lack cultivation resources. Thank you, Elder. You are truly too good to us. Su Xiao waved his hand. Shui Wei is my niece and your daughter. It is only natural. Hearing this, Shui Rou felt completely at ease. She embraced Su Xiao warmly. After a moment of intimacy, Shui Rou, exuding a captivating floral fragrance, donned her outer skirt, reluctant to part. Elder, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay longer. Should the opportunity arise, I will come and meet you again. As she left, Su Xiao escorted Shui Rou out. Outside, Lu Danian stood, witnessing Shui Rou's enchanting appearance, her makeup slightly disheveled, her fair skin faintly flushed, and her voluptuous figure appeared somewhat unnatural. He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, as if he were petrified. From afar, disciples from the outer sect, drawn by her beauty, stared in disbelief at Shui Rou in the courtyard. I won't. How does Su? Ah, that is a 7th level transformation. Shui's sister's mother. Time flew, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a certain cave, a lovely girl in a white dress opened her eyes, filled with excitement and anticipation. Hey, hey, hey. The formation set by my granduncle has finally dissipated. Shui Wei, you are free. Shui Wei leaped up, entering the room. She performed water-based techniques, enjoying a refreshing bath, and changed into a pristine new white dress. Although she had been allowed to venture out once a month during these 3 years, it was limited to the inner mountain, which had been quite dull. Now she was finally free. I wonder how my granduncle has fared these past 3 years. As Shui Wei sat at her vanity, brushing her hair, her adorable face radiated with brilliance. A year prior, as she prepared to undergo the Thunder Tribulation, her mother gifted her an exquisite artifact and 10 Lianshan Dan, coupled with her crystal blue gourd and the artifact lent by her master. She had safely passed through the transformation Thunder Tribulation and was now a first-level transformation cultivator. Her mother had told her that all of this was gifted by Elder Su. Elder, you are truly too kind to me. Having reached the transformation realm, Shui Wei appeared slightly taller than before, yet she still retained the appearance of a young girl. After tidying her longer hair into a lovely double ponytail, Shui Wei eagerly anticipated her departure from the inner mountain, soaring into the sky on her sword, reveling in her newfound freedom. Then, her beautiful eyes twinkled mischievously. I shall surprise my granduncle. He will surely be very pleased to see me. However, how should she trick him this time? After pondering for a while without a solution, she decided to go and figure out later. As for her master and granduncle, they had confined her for 3 years. Why bother with them? Silently landing in a forest on the mountainside, Shui Wei cast a spell to completely conceal herself, becoming utterly transparent. This invisibility technique, combined with her water spirit body and her current cultivation level, made it nearly impossible for even transformation cultivators to detect her. With a skip and a jump, Shui Wei merrily made her way to Su Xiao's courtyard. Upon stealthily arriving outside the courtyard, Shui Wei quietly jumped in. The door was closed. Is my granduncle inside? Curiously, she circled to the window, gently opening it a crack to peek inside. Behind the mountain of the inner sect, in Zhuge Wufang's cave. He mused, considering the time. That little girl Shui Wei should have been out for a while now. Why is she still not here? Shouldn't she be the first to see her granduncle? Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard and chuckled. She has probably gone off to play again. Now that she has reached the transformation realm, she still can't settle down. Taking out a Bagua compass, Zhuge Wufang's pure spiritual energy surged. Soon his brows furrowed. Why is she at little Su's place? How infuriating. Those two must not meet. His expression shifted as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from his location. Chapter 92. The angry Zhuge Wufang. Not far from the courtyard, a shadow appeared in midair, landing and casting an invisibility spell, coldly huffing as it made its way towards Su Xiao's courtyard. In the hearts of Su Xiao and Zhuge Wufang, anger began to rise. However, he decided to refrain from overthinking, as too much contemplation would disrupt his Dao heart. The aura of the Lianshu Great Cultivator was completely concealed, and Zhuge Wufang quickly made his way to the back of the small courtyard. In an instant, he sensed the presence of Shuaiyu, and upon opening his divine eye, he saw the girl peeking through the window. What is that little rascal up to? Is she drooling? Zhuge Wufang felt a flicker of annoyance. It seems Shuaiyu still needs to be confined for a few more years. Yet, his gaze inadvertently wandered into the room. Moments later, he froze in place. Inside the fragrant little courtyard, Su Xiao poured a cup of spiritual tea for the enchanting Ziyun. Thank you, Elder. Ziyun exclaimed joyfully, her cheeks flushed. Ever since Su Xiao helped her family eliminate Shangwan Jinyu and Shangwan Filian 3 years ago, the Z family had completely taken control of the Z Lime Merchant Association. As the daughter of the family head, Ziyun had risen to prominence as the young master of the association. All of this was thanks to Elder Su's assistance. Su Xiao casually chuckled. There's no need for thanks between us. Over the course of 3 years, he had cultivated to the 9th level of the Yuan Ying stage with a continuous barrage of resources. During this time, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer had visited him twice to absorb fortune. Su Meyer even drew on spiritual energy in a tender manner twice, but as he expected, the system only returned a doubled amount of spiritual energy. Throughout these 3 years, Su Xiao had reasonably provided various resources to these fortunate women. Now, he had accumulated over 900 high-grade spiritual stones, 390 Hua Ying Dan, 120 Lian Shen Dan, and 30 Su Tian Dan. The Su Tian Dan was a rare pill used in the Lianshu realm, something he had never even heard mentioned by others. Suddenly, Su Xiao's eyes widened as he sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Bang! The door was blasted open by a wave of formidable energy. What is the meaning of this? Su Xiao, as an inner elder of our Piamiao sect, what is this behavior? I, as the Grand Elder, will enforce the sect's rules today. Zhuge Wufang, clad in a Dao robe, wore a stern expression laced with fury. He glanced at Su Xiao and then at Ziyun, his anger surging. Look at what you are all doing. Seeing Zhuge Sherbua, Su Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as he hastily explained, Sherbua, we were just having tea. Zhuge Wufang paused momentarily, but quickly retorted, what about before that? Come here. With that, he angrily unleashed his spiritual powers. Instantly, 2 ropes shot out, binding both individuals tightly. Ziyun was left completely bewildered. Could it be that Zhuge Wufang, the great Lianshu cultivator of the Piamiao sect, is here to bind her? The mere thought turned her complexion pale. She had visited this place numerous times over the past 3 years without issue. So why was Zhuge Wufang here to apprehend her today? Let us go. Zhuge Wufang's face darkened as he tossed the 2 into the courtyard. Shuaiyu, you've emerged from your seclusion? Su Xiao noticed Shuaiyu, who had also been bound, grinning foolishly. How did you get tied up too? Su Xiao was perplexed. Have you gone silly in seclusion? He shook his head, then turned to Ziyun with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Zhuge Sherbua is all bark and no bite. He wants to make things difficult for us. Perhaps he is just in a bad mood today. Ziyun nodded hesitantly, her emotions slightly calming. Zhuge Wufang observed the laughter share between Su Xiao and the silly Shuaiyu, shaking his head with a heavy sigh, filled with indignation. This little rascal, always causing trouble instead of quietly growing old. Follow me. None of you are getting away today. You must be severely punished. Zhuge Wufang's rage propelled him forward, and with 3 powerful arms of spiritual energy, he carried the trio straight to the inner mountain. As they passed through the outer mountain square, the outer disciples below were left in shock, staring at the bound Su Xiao and Ziyun in the sky. No way. Elder Su has been captured, and Ziyun is with him. Good heavens. After 3 years, the Grand Elder has finally taken action. If Elder Su is left unchecked, how can that be tolerated? The outer disciples were furious, pounding their chests in outrage. Elder Su, truly, a dog cannot change its habits. They lamented, realizing that Sister Shui had just emerged from her seclusion. This was simply intolerable. The once heroic aura surrounding Elder Su had diminished over these 3 years. Jin Liuxiang, Lin Yin'er, Meng Chonglao, Bai Xiao, and Ziyin were all glaringly bright. They could no longer endure it. Elder Su must be severely punished. In the grand hall of the inner mountain, the 3 bound individuals stood in the center, their expressions quite peculiar. Zhuge Wufang untied their ropes and cast a serious gaze at Ziyin, slowly saying, "Little girl, at your young age, you possess a 6th level Yuan Ying cultivation. Such talent. Why would you choose to associate with this nearly deceased rascal?" He continued, "Speak honestly, were you friend? Rest assured, if you admit to it, this elder shall intervene and break Su Xiao's legs." Ziyin was taken aback by his words. She gazed up at the formidable Lianshu cultivator before her, swallowing hard. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she cautiously replied, "No, Zhuge Elder, I truly love Elder Su." Su Xiao nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of comfort. Shui Yu gazed at her with envy. Zhuge Wufang felt a sharp pain in his chest. He staggered back a few steps and nearly collapsed into the sect master's chair, almost spitting blood. This rascal possesses such strange charm. How utterly perplexing. Centuries of cultivation allowed him to suppress his tumultuous emotions. He stated solemnly, "Your name is Ziyin, the daughter of Zi Xian?" "Yes," Ziyin nodded timidly. "In light of this, I shall spare you this once." Upon hearing this, Ziyun's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, Zhuge Elder. Little girl, I advise you to focus on your cultivation. The entanglements of the mortal realm are but stumbling blocks for us cultivators." Zhuge Wufang earnestly cautioned, "This Su Xiao is not worthy of your trust. Prioritize your cultivation, and tell your father that I am most displeased with your relationship with Su Xiao. Let him handle it himself." Ziyun's eyes dimmed as she glanced at Su Xiao, silently acknowledging, "Understood, Zhuge Elder. You may leave now." "Thank you, Zhuge Elder, for your kindness." As Ziyun turned to depart, Su Xiao smiled and stepped forward, producing Tenhua Ink Dan and a high-grade talisman from his storage. "Z Manager, take these Tenhua Ink Dan and this high-grade talisman." Ziyun gratefully accepted the items, holding them close. "Elder Su is so good to me. I am truly touched." Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 Hua Ying Dan, returning 20 Lian Shen Dan. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting a high-grade talisman, returning an exceptional quality talisman, the Golden Light Protection Talisman. The system's voice echoed in Su Xiao's mind, and he nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when the bond level with her increased, the system had rewarded him with an exceptional quality Wu Dao Dan. Such an opportunity must not be missed again. Zhuge Wufang stood in disbelief. Tenhua Ing Dan and a high-grade artifact? Just like that. This must exceed 200 high-grade spiritual stones, right? Does he gift this much every time they meet? He gazed incredulously at Su Xiao, wanting to intervene, but finding no grounds to do so. In an instant, he realized the source of Su Xiao's peculiar charm. What kind of cave has this rascal discovered? Ziyun departed. Shui Yu looked on with envy. Zhuge Wufang, bewildered, rose, exhaling deeply. He glanced at the petite and adorable Shui Yu, then at the irresponsible old man causing chaos before him, his brow furrowing in dismay. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly chuckled. "Xiao Su, fret not. Sherbois has permitted you to make amends." "Huh? Make amends?" Su Xiao blinked in confusion. What transgressions had he committed? He had no romantic partner. What could be problematic about a normal relationship? Perhaps Sherbois had become a tad senile. Zhuge Wufang suddenly smiled benevolently, his tone gentle as he said, "You have merely 40 years of life left, and you still possess the transformation talismans. There's an appropriate task at hand, ideally suited for you. Given your abundant vigor, do not let it go to waste. Use your remaining time to contribute to the sect." Su Xiao's body tensed, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Zhuge Wufang patted Su Xiao's shoulder, chuckling. "The demon clan has recently promoted 2 formidable refining demons, and their activities have become rather aggressive. The Iron Curtain City is struggling to cope. Each sect is preparing to dispatch a 9th-layer transformation expert for support. This is an excellent opportunity for your training. I entrust it to you. Xiao Su, Sherbois has faith in you. Do not disappoint me, haha. Zhuge Wufang looked at the bewildered face of Su Xiao, feeling a sense of relief as he realized he could finally send this lad away. Shuiyu was finally safe. Shirbua, this may not be appropriate. Perhaps send someone else. Su Xiao Potet, what a jest. With his system, he could cultivate effortlessly. Why would he need to go to Iron Curtain City for training? Was this not redundant? No. Your reputation in the cultivation world is well known, rivaling that of Ling Yatu. It must be you. I personally appoint you. Su Xiao wanted to resist further, but Zhuge Wufang's expression darkened. If he was unwilling, he could move to the inner mountain cave, and Shirbua would take care of him daily, ensuring a splendid old age. Su Xiao gulped. This felt like being forced into a corner. Shuiyu was bewildered. Shirbua was leaving. I refuse. Shu, I do not want Shirbua to leave. I still wish to learn techniques. Learn what nonsense. Shuiyu, starting tomorrow, you shall continue your closed-door training. You are not to emerge until you reach the second layer of transformation. What? No. Shu, I do not wish to close myself off again. Chapter 94. Arrival at Iron Curtain City. Ultimately, Shuiyu could not prevail against the stern Zhuge Wufang, casting a pitiful glance at Su Xiao. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a mix of yearning and distress. She had just emerged, and now she was to be confined again. Shirbua, speak a word. Su Xiao observed her peculiar gaze, sensing she harbored some mischievous intent. Shirbua, you are correct. Shuiyu needs to be properly disciplined. Otherwise, she may inadvertently create trouble. Zhuge Wufang nodded upon hearing this. This cheeky lad finally spoke a sensible word. Did he harbor feelings for Shuiyu? That seemed unlikely. Yet the responsibility for corrupting her must be borne. The brat in Iron Curtain City cannot escape. Shirbua, please no. Desperate. Shuiyu rushed to Su Xiao's side, grasping his hand with her delicate, fair fingers, unwilling to comply. As she spoke, she produced 10 gleaming golden pills. Refining spirit pills. Keep these 10 pills for yourself. Whenever you run out, come to Iron Curtain City to find me. Shirbua dotes on you. Su Xiao's face broke into a smile. Thinking of Madame Shui, he shook his head with a chuckle. 10 refining spirit pills. This. Thank you, Shirbua. You are truly wonderful. Shuiyu, overwhelmed with excitement, threw her arms around Su Xiao. A refreshing fragrance enveloped him. Patting her on the head, Su Xiao turned to Zhuge Wufang and said, Shirbua, since your mind is made up, I shall substitute for my junior sister and report to Iron Curtain City. Let her remain in the sect to cultivate diligently, striving to reach the realm of refining. Zhuge Wufang was utterly bewildered. Oh, be careful on the road. 10 refining spirit pills? You just give them away, and if they run out, they can just ask for more. How extravagant. This cheeky lad, just how many treasures does he possess? Even during his own transformation, he scarcely had the chance to consume such pills. Now, upon reflection, Shuiyu had already taken 20 of Su Xiao's refining spirit pills. Zhuge Wufang was at a loss. He suddenly felt that Shuiyu had struck a magnificent deal. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 refining spirit pills. 30 virtual heaven pills have been returned. Days later, Su Xiao prepared to set off. In a cave within the inner mountain, Meng Dan, dressed in a white robe, sat by the bed, her expression filled with longing. Her delicate, beautiful face bore a faint blush, and tears shimmered in her eyes. Her alluring figure radiated an intoxicating fragrance. Here are 10 refining spirit pills. Keep them for yourself. Should you exhaust them, come to Iron Curtain City to find me. Do not hesitate between us. Su Xiao's face bore a slight smile. By Xiao, Jin Lu, and Xiang Linyan had successfully formed cores and entered the inner door. They had transitioned from Elder One to become disciples of Meng Dan. Now, the 3 disciples stood at a distance, watching as Elder Su bid farewell to their master. Elder, you are truly too kind to me. Dan will always be with you. Meng Dan exclaimed, embracing Su Xiao in a fit of excitement. She understood the value of these refining spirit pills. Without Elder Su, she might not have acquired even one. Glancing at Bai Xiao and the others, her face flushed as she said, You 3, step outside. I have matters to discuss with Elder Su. Yes, master. The 3 swallowed hard, their cheeks rosy, hastily exiting the room and shutting the door. The system had returned a total of 40 infant transformation pills, 400 superior spirit stones, and 20 virtual heaven pills. Greetings, Shu. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li awaited in the small courtyard. They had also reached the first layer of transformation and would accompany Su Xiao to Iron Curtain City for support. Since they were already here, it was time to depart. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, I have heard that the demon clan has produced 2 new refining demons. Remain vigilant upon reaching Iron Curtain City. Attaining transformation is no easy feat, Su Xiao said, hands clasped behind his back, his tone solemn. This time, the mobilization towards Iron Curtain City must be due to significant movements from the demon clan. Otherwise, it would not be possible for the 9 sect leaders to rally for support. Xiao Bai Wang, Yuanin Bai, we shall meet again. When Su Xiao first heard this news, his heart jolted. He was grateful that Sherbua insisted he go. Here, it was an opportunity presenting itself. Yes, Shu, the disciple comprehends. The 2 looked at Su Xiao, simultaneously gulping. Oh no, Shu has been summoned to Iron Curtain City by the Grand Elder. The truth has come to light. Su Shu, it is said you were caught in the act by the Grand Elder. No, that cannot be right. My goodness. Yet, they maintained a facade of respectful smiles, not daring to reveal a hint of their thoughts. They feared that Su Shu might, on a whim, silence them for good, having ascended to the realm of transformation. Nonsense. Even the most fearsome of demons perished at Shu's hands. With hearts brimming with trepidation, the 2 took to their swords. Following Su Xiao northward, Iron Curtain City lies nestled within the vast mountains of Longpan, adjacent to the territory of the human race. For countless millennia, the human tribe has dispatched legions of cultivators to guard Iron Curtain City, safeguarding the spiritual stone mines. Beneath the towering iron walls, throngs of human cultivators queued to pass through Iron Curtain City en route to the mines. Su Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, landed at the foot of the city wall, bypassing the line. He retrieved the token of the Piao sect for the guards to inspect. Are you the sect master of Piao? The guard's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the token, his demeanor instantly becoming exceedingly respectful. Su Xiao stroked his beard with a smile. No, I am Su Xiao, an elder of the Piao sect, here to support in place of sect master Dugaling. Oh, so it is Elder Su. Please enter. The guard captain, at the Yuanying realm, stiffened momentarily as he spoke, gazing at the benevolent elder before him. An uncontrollable tremor surged through his being. Su Xiao, the esteemed inner elder of the Piao sect, Su Xiao. Could he possibly be the infamous lecherous old man, feared by female cultivators throughout the cultivation realm? At that moment, the nearby cultivators of the city gate began to recognize this self-proclaimed Su Xiao, their expressions transforming into a mix of horror and indignation. Is this truly the notorious pervert, Su Xiao? Male cultivators clenched their fists, while female cultivators broke into a cold sweat. Instantly, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the city gate. Detected Fate's daughter, Lu Lingling, Fate level. Return multiplier, 10, bond level. 1. Have I discovered Fate's daughter? Following the system's guidance, Su Xiao glanced aside and noticed a slender, fair-skinned, young female cultivator standing nearby. She was staring at Su Xiao, her countenance betraying her anxiety, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of fear. Su Xiao smiled gently, observing that she was at the foundation establishment stage. He approached her, producing 10 foundation establishment pills from his robe. My dear girl, the old man sees a connection between us. Here are 10 foundation establishment pills as a token of goodwill. His kind smile radiated the aura of a venerable elder. The young lady, Lu Lingling, turned pale at the sight of the smiling elder, trembling in fear. The surrounding crowd was struck dumb by the scene before them. By the heavens, the old lecher, he has arrived at Iron Curtain City, already eyeing beautiful female cultivators. Who on earth allowed this pervert to come here? Iron Curtain City. We are doomed. Little Wang and Little Li stood frozen, witnessing Su Shu's skillful flirting, their spirits plummeting. Shu, is there no end to this? This is Iron Curtain City, after all. Chapter 95. The enraged disciples of Suishan's sect at the city gate. The onlookers held their breath, their fists clenched tightly, drenched in sweat. Little Wang and Little Li swallowed hard, paralyzed alongside the guards, too fearful to intervene. The reputation of the perverted old man was thunderous. He was unafraid even of the leaders of the 9 sects. Although he failed his tribulation of transformation, he possessed top-tier talismans of transformation. Should he be displeased, he could obliterate Iron Curtain City. Silence fell as anger simmered within the crowd, their eyes glued to Xiao, who was now engaging the young lady. They dared not speak, feeling a fury they could not voice. "Ah, little girl, what is your name?" "The old man has little time left. These foundation establishment pills are of no use to me, so I shall bestow them upon you." Xiao stroked his grizzled goatee, his demeanor calm and composed. Iron Curtain City only allowed cultivators of foundation establishment and above to enter. Those who came here were typically disciples seeking to earn spirit stones as minors. 10 foundation establishment pills would be a prize no one would refuse. I am Lu Lingling." The beautiful female cultivator stammered, trembling in fear. She glanced furtively at her companions, who remained silent, none daring to assist her. Even her senior brother averted his gaze, too frightened to meet her eyes. "Take them, my dear. Cultivation is arduous, and since we are fated to meet, I hope you can progress further in your journey." Opening his palm, 10 radiant foundation establishment pills glimmered with spiritual energy, captivating all who beheld them. Indeed, 10 foundation establishment pills, and of exceptional quality, including Lu Lingling and her fellow disciples. The nearby scattered cultivators watched in wide-eyed astonishment. The old lecher, he truly is willing to invest in wooing beautiful female cultivators. Lu Lingling gazed at the pills, her pale face flushing with excitement. Su Changlao is gifting her 10 foundation establishment pills. Yet, recalling his terrifying reputation, her body quivered, and she hesitated to approach. "Do not fear, dear girl. The old man means you no harm. I merely wish to assist you." Su Zhao's unparalleled aura, coupled with his warm smile, gradually eased Lu Lingling's apprehension. Looking at the 10 foundation establishment pills she had never dared to dream of, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she reached out her trembling hands to accept them. Refusal? Impossible. No cultivator would turn down free cultivation resources, especially those miners in Iron Curtain City. As she accepted the pills, her breath quickened. Her face was as red as an apple, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. 10 foundation establishment pills. Su Changlao had directly gifted her 10 foundation establishment pills. She was merely a low-ranking disciple from an obscure sect, almost akin to a rogue cultivator. Yet here she was, receiving such a boon, gazing at the elder before her, exuding an ethereal and noble aura. She suddenly felt that Su Changlao might not be as dreadful as the rumor suggested. In fact, he appeared increasingly handsome the more she looked at him. "Thank you, Su Jiangge." The beautiful Lu Lingling could no longer hold back her excitement, kneeling before Xiao and bowing deeply in gratitude. To be regarded favorably by such a celebrated figure in the cultivation world was her immense fortune. This scene left the surrounding cultivators utterly bewildered. The old lecher. Indeed, he is using resources to court a beautiful female cultivator. Shameless. Utterly disgraceful. Xiao nodded and smiled. "Lu Xiaoyu, I shall be residing in Iron Curtain City for some time. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek me at the Miao Sect's residence within the city. Our fates are intertwined, and I shall not stand idly by." With that, Xiao led the bewildered Little Wang and Little Li into the city. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. First gift to Lu Lingling, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning an exceptional enlightenment pill. Lu Lingling watched Xiao depart, rising to her feet, her beautiful face aglow with crimson. Clutching the 10 foundation establishment pills tightly, her heart raced with excitement, still in disbelief. Could such a kind and gentle elder truly be the lecherous old man of legend? Her heart was deeply unsettled. "Junior sister, stay alert. Do not be deceived by that old lecher. He is after your body." Several male disciples nearby rushed forward to warn her, their faces filled with urgent concern. "Lu, junior sister, you are the most beautiful female cultivator of our Tsuishan sect, and you are the goddess of their dreams. How infuriating! That old lecher! How outrageous! Who brought this pervert here? The male disciples were filled with righteous indignation, their fists clenched, wishing they could slay the old lecher on the spot. Yet, some female disciples and nearby female cultivators remained silent. They looked at Lu Lingling, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. The earlier scene of Su Chonglao gifting the pills was simply too dashing. No, why wasn't he at them receiving the attention? Su Jiange La, I am willing. I am also willing. Rest assured, senior brothers and sisters. With so many cultivators in Iron Curtain City, Su Chonglao would not harm me. I believe he is not that kind of person. Surely the rumors are exaggerated. Lu Lingling excitedly stowed away the Foundation establishment pills, her face flushed. Upon hearing this, the male disciples around her turned pale. No, junior sister. How can you still defend that old lecher? Junior sister, he is truly after your body. A few male disciples were so enraged they nearly spat blood, gazing at their beautiful junior sister with despair. Old lecher, heaven will punish you. Iron Curtain City was bustling with cultivators, a hub of thriving trade. It gathered sects from all corners of the human territories of Panlong continent, making it the foremost city of humanity. At the Piao Miao sect's residence, a hunchbacked elder led several Yuaniing disciples forward to greet them. Ha! Su Jiange La, my old friend. I've been waiting for you. The hunchbacked old man approached Su Xiao, chuckling softly. Elder Su, I've heard all about your recent affairs. Truly, it's the envy of many. His mischievous grin was laced with a palpable admiration. The other Yuaniing disciples regarded Su Xiao with a mixture of peculiar curiosity and intrigue. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile. Elder Mu, you jest. Rumors are hardly reliable. It is merely a matter of dwindling lifespan and cultivating a few juniors. The hunchbacked elder before him was Elder Mu, one of the 3 esteemed inner door elders stationed at Taimu City, a 7th-tier transformation cultivator clad in a white robe, embodying the archetype of a venerable old man. Having known each other for some time, they were considered old friends. With laughter and banter, Elder Mu led Su Xiao to a beautifully appointed chamber at their residence, while a few Yuaniing disciples escorted Xiao Wang and Xiao Li to their quarters. What are the senior sister and Elder E? Su Xiao inquired as he settled down and poured a cup of spiritual tea for the two. Elder Mu savored the tea before replying. Elder E is stationed at our sect's spiritual stone mine, while senior sister has been concocting alchemical elixirs in her chamber. It has been nearly half a month since she last emerged. Su Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. What is she concocting for? Elder Mu sighed deeply. What else could it be? She brews elixirs to sell. Elder Su, our senior sister, is enduring great hardship. Her hidden ailment has yet to heal, and her 9th-tier transformation cultivation remains stagnant. She has labored here in Taimu City for several centuries. If we consider her lifespan, she is already over 2,800 years old. Should her ailment persist, no matter how exceptional her talent, she will ultimately stagnate at the transformation stage and meet her end. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. Master Shi had been in seclusion within the secret realm for several centuries, leaving the sect's affairs in the hands of his disciple Ji Shui and second disciple Zhuge Wufang. As the eldest and most experienced inner door elder, senior sister had once been the most likely candidate to weather the lightning tribulation and ascend to the refinement stage. However, her injuries from a battle with the demon clan centuries ago had left her with a hidden ailment, hindering her 9th-tier transformation cultivation. With a mere 3,000 years of lifespan for transformation cultivators, senior sister had barely over 100 years left. Moreover, healing her hidden ailment would require her to reach the pinnacle of transformation before she could hope to face the refinement, lightning tribulation, and return to the path of immortality. Elder Mu, is there truly nothing the sect can do? Su Xiao lamented. 1,000 years have passed, and senior sister, like myself, has reached the brink of her lifespan. Elder Mu sighed. We have exhausted all possible assistance. The sect has been most benevolent. Now that master is absent, she must rely on herself. Su Xiao asked curiously, what does senior sister truly need from her daily alchemical endeavors? Are they costly? Elder Mu shook his head. She has but one opportunity left. The golden body relic from the Wanfo Temple. This relic is an elixir left behind by a grandmaster of the refinement stage, capable of reshaping her meridians and reforming her body. Only this relic can cure her hidden ailment. Yet those monks at Wanfo Temple demand a staggering 1,000 superior spiritual stones. Alas, senior sister must also purchase various elixirs annually to maintain her cultivation. It is a dire situation. Elder Su, let's not dwell on her plight. The thought of her suffering brings me to tears, Elder Mu lamented. Su Xiao Chuka Lai Di. Then why not assist her? Assist her? 1,000 superior spiritualistones. Is that something I can provide? Elder Mu waved his hand dismissively. Elder Su, I only have a few hundred superior spiritual stones left. I too must cultivate, lest I meet a similar fate as yours. Su Xiao smiled without reply. In the path of cultivation, resources were paramount. Without resources, regardless of one's level, progress would be excruciatingly slow. It was inconceivable for a cultivator to freely give away their resources unless they were exceptionally dear to them. Elder Su, you should rest well. The residents will have Yuaniing disciples on duty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Once senior sister emerges, we shall assign you tasks. The demon clan has been particularly troublesome of late, and everyone is quite busy. At that moment, a commotion erupted from Elder Mu's talismans. Cursed be those demons. They are raiding the spiritual stones again. Elder Su, I must take my leave. I shall head to the mine to repel the demons. Elder Mujeridi exited, soaring into the sky on his sword, a streak of light racing towards the city outskirts. The following day, at the residence of the 9 major sects in Taima City. By heavens, that perverse old lecher. He hasn't even entered the city and is already trying to seduce beautiful female cultivators. Has the Xiao sect lost their minds? Why would they send this old pervert to Taima City? Do they wish for him to wreak havoc here? Alas, this is troublesome. That licentious old man, free to do as he pleases, has come to Taima City. This will surely bring us trouble. How infuriating! Foolish Xiao sect. Elder Su has truly arrived. The Xiao sect is indeed hard to assess. Umaba, this is splendid. Yuan Tong, come with me to visit Senior Miao Yu. I wish to suggest that she cast Elder Su into the demon's territory. It may yield unexpected results. At the residence of the GD demon sect, the elegantly attired Xiao Mu seethed with indignation. That old lecher is utterly shameless. He just arrived in Taima City yesterday and is already openly flirting with beauties. He has no shame whatsoever. Xiao Mu was furious. The mere thought of that old lecher with beautiful female cultivators filled him with unease and frustration. How detestable! That old lecher! I will not allow you to leave Taima City alive. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Mu's anger subsided slightly. Reflecting on his master's promise, he felt a surge of anticipation. I shall undoubtedly take the old lecher's life. Master, the Bayou Trading Company is ready for its grand opening. The news is true, and Madame Shui Ro herself will preside over it in Taima City. Oh, my Shui wife. Xiao Mu's expression brightened with excitement. Madame Shui has truly come. This is wonderful. I have another chance. Such an exquisite woman was the very embodiment of his dreams. As for Lady Yu and Lady Dugu, that old lecher shall have to wait. It is time to make my move with Madame Shui. She must be mine. Ha ha ha. Old dog, once I win over Shui Ro, you can amuse yourself with that unremarkable Shui Yu. When you meet your demise, you may even call me father-in-law. The mere thought of this delightful scenario made his face flush with exhilaration, stirring unrest within him. Madame Shui, I am on my way. Gulme, gather the 3 elders of the residence. Today, my GD Demon Sect shall wholeheartedly support the Bai Shui Trading Company. Purchase as much as we can. At the residence of the Petion Demon Sect, Yuan Hao scoffed coldly. This old dog is utterly lecherous. He does not even spare foundational female cultivators. It is evident he only cares for appearances, ignoring all else. This gossip has spread throughout the city in just a day. It is simply marvelous. Let him jump around. Continue his showy antics. Only when that old lecher dies under the gaze of the masses will I truly relish the ultimate pleasure. This is the essence of achievement. Master, the envoy from the Yuan clan is waiting outside the city. Oh, they have arrived so soon. Good. Change your attire. Discreetly accompany me outside the city. Yu Wenhao's eyes sparkled with determination. Bring spiritual stones. This time, I shall ensure that old lecher does not escape. At the residence of the He Huan sect, Yu Linglong and Su Meyer were absent, busy refining fortunes within their sect and unable to provide support. Instead, it was the Grand Elder of the He Huan sect, Wu Ping'er, who arrived. A silver-haired elderly woman sat elegantly upon a jade couch in the chamber. Elder Su is once again on the lookout for beautiful female cultivators. It seems that regardless of age, men are invariably drawn to youthful beauty. Although the elderly woman's face bore some wrinkles, traces of her former allure still shone through, suggesting she had once been breathtakingly beautiful. Linglong, it is not that I wish to compete with you. Rather, my lifespan is waning, and I too require a considerable amount of fortune. As she spoke, Wu Ping'er performed a mysterious incantation, enveloped in a radiant aura. In mere breaths, she transformed from a frail old woman into a stunning young beauty with flowing black hair. Her appearance could only be described as stunning, with her beautiful eyes shimmering softly. Elder Wu, you, a few female disciples outside the door, hearing the commotion, pushed the door open and were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the rejuvenated Elder Wu. Do not worry, I have merely taken on a youthful visage for convenience in my tasks. It is of no concern, she chuckled lightly. Chapter 97. The Bold Eight in the Residence of the Piamiao Sect, Su Xiao's chamber. A few disciples on duty hurriedly approached the door, bowing as they spoke. Elder Su, someone wishes to pay their respects to you. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered with curiosity. Oh, do they say who it is? Not at all. The disciples exchanged peculiar glances, swallowing nervously. Elder Su, it is a group of young female cultivators, all remarkably beautiful. They were the Yuanying cultivators stationed at the residence. Moments ago, a well-dressed group of female cultivators had come to visit Elder Su. Goodness, the elder's charm is truly extraordinary. This is only our first day in Taimu City. The tales of her illustrious deeds had already spread among the disciples of Taimu City. Although she had secured benefits for them in the Tianren secret realm, her lifestyle was shockingly extravagant. The latest news suggested that their intersect senior sister, Shui Yu, had an ambiguous relationship with Elder Su. If that were all, it would merely be strange. However, it seemed that Elder Su also had a complicated connection with senior sister Shui's mother, Madame Shui Ro. This was utterly outrageous. Yet, they dared not speak of it, even afraid to hastily dismiss the beautiful female cultivators outside. Such a lecherous old man had an undeniable preference. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. A group of beautiful female cultivators? He did not recognize them. Just as he was about to instruct the disciples to send them away, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. You all, invite them to my room. What? Everyone, how many are there? The crowd was taken aback. Perhaps 7 or 8. Came the reply. Oh, that is fine, there is room enough. Let them in. The disciples swallowed hard, their eyes wide with fear. It is the elder. Goodness. The old lecher. This is infuriating. I envy him. They would soon be back to the grueling task of mining at the spiritual vein. Elder Su was embracing beauty, not laboring. Soon, 8 stunning women entered Su Xiao's room and closed the door behind them. Upon seeing the dignified elder seated on the bed, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Elder, you are truly magnificent. It is a great fortune to behold your true form, a blessing beyond measure. The 8 women bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with a fervent longing. They had all heard the rumors about the elder's peculiarities and hoped to gain favor, seeking to serve him in the hopes of acquiring cultivation resources. Lu Lingling had received 10 foundation establishment pills simply for her beauty. The fact that they were allowed entry indicated the elder's interest. They had a chance. Su Xiao glanced at them, noting that each was indeed attractive, showing a semblance of self-awareness. Yet, he shook his head internally. The system was exceedingly selective regarding the fated women. While these female cultivators were pretty, they did not possess the extraordinary beauty required. As expected, no notification from the system came, and Su Xiao's plans were thwarted. He had hoped to discover a fated woman among them. You may leave. I initially thought you were acquaintances, but it appears not. Su Xiao waved his hand, dismissing them. What? The expressions of the 8 women changed drastically, disappointment flooding their eyes. Ranging in age from their teens to 30s, they had confidence in their looks, daring to visit the Piamiao Sect's residence. Yet, it seemed Elder Su did not favor them. "Elder, I am willing to be your maid, to serve you." A slightly older beauty quickly knelt closer, her face filled with determination. "Whatever you command, I shall obey." She reached out her delicate hand to grasp Su Xiao's arm, her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling. "I too am willing. I will serve you forever, until the day you depart this world." The remaining 7 quickly followed suit, some clutching Su Xiao's arms, others grasping his legs. Those who could come here were bold. They'd already resolved to go all in. They would rather face scorn from the outside than endure the daily grind of mining. "You are not fated to me. Leave." Su Xiao shook his head, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that sent the women flying. Though they were all beautiful, he was not averse to them. However, resources were scarce, and he intended to reserve them for the fated women. "Elder." The 8 lovely women landed softly, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with discontent. Why can Lu Lingling and the other beautiful cultivators succeed, and we cannot? No, it must be that they had failed to impress the elder. "Elder, I shall do whatever you wish. Please grant me a chance." 2 of the striking female cultivators gritted their teeth and delicately loosened their belts. "What are you doing? If you do not leave, do not blame me for being rude." Su Xiao's expression darkened. Were female cultivators now so daring? Had the competition become excessive? "Elder." Just as the remaining women were preparing to demonstrate their resolve, a voice boomed from outside. "Get out." The voice, imbued with the might of a 9th-layer cultivator, reverberated powerfully, causing the 8 female cultivators to bleed from their orifices. Several Foundation establishment women could not withstand the overwhelming pressure and coughed up blood, glancing at the door in terror. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. A radiant figure clad in a flowing red dress stood in the doorway, illuminated by the sun. "If you do not leave now, you will lose your lives." Upon seeing the newcomer, the 8 women were struck with fear, abandoning all decorum as they scrambled for the exit, some even leaving their clothes askew. Duan Hongling. It must be the Grand Elder of the Piao sect. Duan Hongling. Curse it, why did she arrive at such a critical moment? They were on the verge of success. Bold as they were, they dared not gamble with their lives and resolved to seek another opportunity next time. In a flash, they fled the residence, some even bare-armed. The Yuan-ing disciples at the entrance watched the beautiful female cultivators, swallowing nervously, shaking their heads in disbelief. My goodness, the old lecher truly intended to take them all. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You arrived just in time, protecting the people from harm. Su Xiao looked at the enchanting woman in the flowing red dress, her beauty ethereal, and blinked in surprise. Senior sister, your timing is impeccable. I invited them in merely to see if they were friends. Who would have known they would immediately plot against me? Now, thanks to your timely intervention, they have begun to undress. Su Xiao rose, chuckling as he sighed. Chapter 98. Bestowing the 10,000-year tree root. Su Xiao, you have become increasingly brazen with age. The woman in the red dress regarded him, causing Su Xiao's brow to twitch. Clad in a form-fitting red gown, she radiated the brilliance of flames, contrasting sharply with her icy, stunning visage. Her skin glowed like pristine snow, shimmering under the sunlight, akin to exquisite jade. Her long, graceful legs were perfectly proportioned, and her alluring curves captivated the gaze. Her lustrous black hair danced in the breeze, dreamlike and enchanting, a beauty beyond compare. She resembled the most exquisite red plum blossom in the world, proud and aloof, standing apart from the rest of creation. The only flaw in this young woman's strikingly beautiful countenance was the deep fatigue that lingered in her eyes. This weariness, interwoven with an air of unease, combined with her frost-like demeanor, created an inexplicable distance. Su Xiao shook his head internally. After so many years without seeing his senior sister, her appearance had not changed in the slightest. She remained as breathtaking as he remembered. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman had already lived for over 2,800 years, with just over a century of life remaining? Su Xiao smiled and said, Senior sister, do not heed the rumors. I am not that kind of person. Duan Hongling scoffed. Your character is of little importance. What matters is that I do not want to see them. Su Xiao retorted, I truly did not expect you to have such thoughts at your advanced age. If Master Ji were to hear of your situation, he would certainly deal with you personally. A faint scent of medicinal herbs emanated from Duan Hongling, blending with her natural fragrance, creating an aroma that was both refreshing and intoxicating. Su Xiao found no desire to explain. With her temperament, it would be futile. Fortune level. Return multiplier 10. Bond level 1. To his surprise, his senior sister was indeed a woman of exceptional fortune. Su Xiao felt no shock at this revelation. However, he suspected that her recent incessant alchemical endeavors had rendered her temperament increasingly irritable. Nevertheless, understanding her impending mortality, he merely smiled and chose not to engage in argument. Come with me to the main hall. I shall assign you a task. Duan Hongling's exquisitely cold visage flickered with disdain as she shook her head and turned away. Previously, she had held a degree of admiration for this clever and striking junior brother, but now, he had not only failed his tribulation and aged prematurely, but had also squandered a longevity pill. What was even more unacceptable was his brazen patronage of female disciples within the sect and his flirtation with the enchanting women of Hahuan's sect. Word had spread throughout the entire Piao sect and even throughout the Panlong continent. Su Xiao had become a notorious lecher. The thought of his interest in the sect's prodigy, Shui Yu, only fueled her ire further, leaving her utterly unwilling to grant him even a modicum of kindness. Why would Master Zhuge send such a person to Taima's city? Is it merely because he possesses a few talismans of transformation? This was far too frivolous. The recent rampant activities of the demon race had led to frequent raids on spirit stones, causing us considerable losses. Elder Mu and I are struggling to cope. From this moment forth, the 3 spirit mines excavated by Baichao Men, Shunbing Pavilion, and Wulei Sect shall be entrusted to your guardianship. As Su Xiao opened his mouth to speak, Duan Hongling's cold demeanor interrupted. Do not argue. Do you not possess ample transformation talismans? That should suffice to deal with those demons. Su Xiao smiled and nodded. Very well, since senior sister has spoken, it shall be done. Elders Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, along with several Yuanying disciples nearby, exchanged glances of disbelief. Just look at how far Su Elder's reputation has fallen. Elder Duan, not even a hint of kindness was offered. A lecherous old man. He deserves it. Elder Duan, please punish Su Elder severely. She furrowed her brow, having run out of energy to contemplate Su Zhao's affairs. With only 150 years of life remaining, if she did not break through to the next realm within 50 years, the effects of the mid-grade longevity pill would gradually fade in her final century. At that point, she would become an elderly woman with white hair, a fate she could not accept. For her, only 50 years remained. Senior sister, wait. The crowd was momentarily taken back. In an instant, it felt as if thunder had struck, leaving several in a daze. What the hell? Elder Su, others are 2,800 years old. And here you are, what a heavy taste. Oh my goodness. But they dared not show their reactions, swiftly exiting the main hall to wait outside, trembling with fear. Elder Su had become a pervert. They were nearly in tears. What is it? Duan Hongling's beautiful eyes revealed a frosty glimmer. Su Xiao inquired, senior sister, how is your injury? Duan Hongling paused, her eyes dimming as she replied dismissively, I am fine. Do not worry about me. Even with my limited lifespan, my strength remains intact. Su Xiao observed this stubborn and proud woman and shook his head in silence. With a light chuckle, he produced a segment of Huai tree root emanating rich spiritual energy. This is a 1,000-year spiritual root, which I discovered in the Grand Cultivator's Cave. It contains 3 drops of spiritual liquid capable of healing all injuries. Since you have cared for me in the past, I present this gift to aid in your recovery. Duan Hongling's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the dark yellow root, rooted in disbelief. 1,000-year spiritual root. 1,000-year spiritual liquid. This was precisely what she needed. Having suffered from a hidden ailment, she had studied every medical text available. The only remedy for her damaged meridians, aside from the golden body relic, was this rare 1,000-year Huai tree root. Is this truly a 1,000-year root? Her tone became urgent. Her formerly aloof face now flushed with excitement. Why would I deceive you at my age? Su Xiao chuckled, placing the precious root into her slender, pale hands. Take it. Each drop of this spiritual liquid should possess the efficacy of the golden body relic. Use all 3 drops for safety. Duan Hongling stared at the treasure in her hand, swallowing hard as she sensed the radiant spiritual energy and profound aura it exuded. She could confirm that this was indeed the fabled 1,000-year Huai tree root, and Su Xiao intended to gift it to her. In an instant, her breath quickened, a whirlwind of emotions, shock, excitement, and disbelief overwhelmed her mind, causing her body to tremble. Yet, recalling his notorious reputation within the cultivation world, she regarded him with a complex expression. Su Xiao, could it be that he, apart from this possibility, she could fathom no other reason for him to bestow such a precious gift upon her? Chapter 99. The excited Duan Hongling pure jade bottle, capable of condensing 1,000-year spiritual liquid. Bathing in it eliminates all ailments and heals injuries. The system's voice resonated, and Su Xiao's eyes brightened as he nodded internally. It appeared he had received a substantial 1,000-year spiritual root, the kind that would not be exhausted. Delightful. Noticing the peculiar and intricate expression on her face, Su Xiao waved his hand and smiled. Rest assured, senior sister, the rumors outside are unfounded. Use it freely. I shall not impose upon you. Her gaze was far too complicated, a mixture of excitement and concern, making him appear as if he were indeed some lecherous old man. Duan Hongling, holding the 1,000-year root, tightened her grip, her elegant brow furrowing as her beautiful eyes shifted in color. Her stunning face flushed slightly as she wrestled with her thoughts. Su Xiao, this gesture could only indicate one thing. He coveted her beauty. With less than 50 years of life remaining, spirit stones and pills held no value for her. Given his lifestyle, it was only natural that he had taken a liking to her appearance. Yet, perhaps due to their familiarity, he had not explicitly stated his intentions. However, she was nearly 2,000 years his senior. This was an extraordinary opportunity she could not afford to miss. With a resolute glimmer in her cold eyes, she approached him, determined not to owe anyone anything. Extending her jade-like hand, she grasped Su Xiao's palm, a gentle and cool sensation passing between them. Senior sister, what are you doing? He felt her racing pulse. You are nearing the end of your life, and I know what you truly desire. This is merely interest. Once I recover, I will repay you. As she spoke, her eyes conveyed an unspoken determination. Su Xiao frowned and shook his head. The other party is indeed an elderly lady over 2,800 years old. She is several centuries his senior, and he truly has no thoughts of her. Junior brother, thank you for the precious. This item is of great significance to me now. With that, she released Su Xiao's hand and carefully stored the of the Huai tree. Filled with immense excitement and longing, her cheeks flushed as she stepped out the door. This perverted old lecher, who had even obtained the within the grand, gifted it to her. It was a dream she never dared to imagine, that she would encounter such fortune. If I recover from my hidden ailment, I shall see whether you truly are the person the rumors portray. How dare you? She glanced back at the door, where the old lecher displayed a kind smile while pinching his palm. The group of disciples was utterly devastated. What the heck? An old lecher? Too perverted. He even goes this far. Damn it. Including the likes of Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, the disciples could hardly believe their eyes. Elder Duan, you must hold your ground. You cannot allow that old lecher to succeed. Damn it. What are you all doing? Su Xiao shot a glance at the group of stiff and bewildered disciples, his brows slightly furrowing. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li. The 3 sects of Baichao men are now under our jurisdiction. Take the communication talismans and patrol the 3 spiritual mines immediately. These affiliated sects must submit half of their spirit stone profits to our Piao sect. Do not let them be robbed by the demon race. Elder Duan, an established, found himself on the disadvantaged side against the old lecher. Such lowly disciples dared to offend the old lecher. It would be a dead end for them. Frightened into silence, the crowd dared not even breathe. The old lecher is terrifying. Elder Mu was even busier, supporting the affiliated sects at various mines, sometimes even dragging Xiao Wang and Xiao Li both to assist. The various mines under Piao sect's jurisdiction outside Taimu City were primarily excavated by and yuaning disciples. They had it tough, laboring day and night for spirit stones. The 3 spiritual mines under Su Xiao's jurisdiction were temporarily uneventful, with Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and the powerful allies dispatched from affiliated sects, they managed to maintain order without his intervention. In the garden of the estate, Xiao finished his cultivation and went to a small pavilion to enjoy tea. Detected the daughter of destiny. Muyur destiny level. Return multiplier 10. Bond level 10. Xiao's eyes flickered as he gazed in the direction indicated by the system. A youthful and beautiful appearance, resembling someone in their 20s. Xiao smiled and shook his head. Isn't this Elder Mu's granddaughter? I didn't expect her to be the daughter of destiny as well. That old Mu, despite his untidy appearance, managed to have such a beautiful granddaughter. Perhaps I should send her some gifts. That miser would surely be unable to sleep from joy. Chapter 100. Lu Lingling's visit at the entrance. A dozen Yuan disciples preparing to descend into the mines observed Xiao enjoying tea in the distant courtyard and quickly ushered Mu Yuer aside. Junior sister, you must be extremely careful here. The Yuan disciples looked at this youthful and enchanting female cultivator before them, their eyes filled with concern. She is the flower of our mine. With the old lecher guarding the estate, their hearts were filled with 1,000 worries. What's wrong, senior brother? Mu Yuer blinked her beautiful apricot eyes, somewhat perplexed. Elder Su has arrived. You must have heard about his reputation in recent years, right? Yes. It is indeed Elder Su Xiao. The Yuan disciples were each filled with trepidation, fearing that the perverted old lecher might extend his claws toward their goddess. Junior sister Yuer, if he is interested in an elderly lady over 2,800 years old, how could he possibly resist someone as beautiful as our junior sister? How despicable! That old lecher, may he suffer a terrible fate. Elder Su has come. Mu Yuer followed the gazes of the crowd to see the amiable old man in the distance, smiling softly at her, her pretty eyes blinking with curiosity and confusion. Senior brother, are you all mistaken? I've heard the rumors outside, but surely it cannot be true. Sister Shui is still a young lady. Moreover, Elder Su is the senior brother of our sect master, held in high esteem within the sect. He wouldn't act in such a manner, would he? Mu Yuer had spent considerable time with Elder Mu in Taimu City and had not experienced the fears that the disciples of Piao sect felt outside. A middle-aged senior brother quickly corrected her. There is no mistake. Junior sister, Elder Su is indeed that type of person. Just a few days ago, upon arriving in Taimu City, he reached out toward a beautiful female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. This matter has been the talk of the town in Taimu City. Furthermore, Elder Su even intended to, never mind, I want to say more. Junior sister, you must be extremely cautious. This old lecher has come to Taimu City. Glancing at the distant Xiao, who was smiling and drinking tea, the group felt a chill run down their spines, engulfed by the overwhelming dread of the perverted old lecher. Mu Yuer remained skeptical, but chose to stay and rest. The Yuan disciples heading to the mine's side, seeing their junior sister so resolute, they had no choice but to offer one last warning. Due to her senior brother's advice, Mu Yuer stood at the back of the crowd, hesitant to approach, merely sneaking a glance at the old man before quickly slipping away. Xiao chuckled and shook his head. This group of juniors must be spreading rumors about me again. Alas, how fearsome are the whispers of the crowd. In the afternoon, outside the Piao sect estate, two ordinary-looking women exclaimed joyfully, "She has gone in. Lu Shimi has been brought in by the people of Piao sect. Wonderful." This suggests that Elder Su truly has an interest in Lu Shimi. Although his reputation may not be the best, it is said that Elder Su is fabulously wealthy. The two women, excited, thought that if Lu Shimi could gain Elder Su's favor, perhaps she would share some of her fortune with them. Enough to cover several months of hard labor in the mines. They were aware of their own shortcomings in appearance and knew that to connect with Elder Su, they needed someone like Lu Shimi. The two hid in a corner of a distant alley, keeping it from the disciples of Cui Shanmen. Unbeknownst to them, during their journey with Lu Lingling, they had already been followed by the eyes of various factions. Now, nearby tea houses, taverns, inns, and shops were filled with various onlookers. Lu Lingling, with her striking beauty, had long been targeted by them. They were eager to see just how perverted this old lecher truly is. In Su Zhao's room, two Yuan disciples, trembling with fear, brought Lu Lingling inside. "You may leave now." Su Xiao looked at Lu Lingling and nodded with a smile. "It is Master Uncle." The two glanced at the stunning and youthful Lu Lingling, then at the old lecher with a head full of gray hair. A chill ran through them, and they felt a sense of dread. No, this cannot be real. Elder Su, you cannot do this. Yet they dared not utter a word, trembling as they exited the room. Junior Lu Lingling greets Elder Su. Lu Lingling was so nervous that her face turned crimson. She knelt before Su Xiao and expressed her gratitude for the Foundation establishment pills he had previously gifted her. After toiling in the mines for several days, she finally understood. Her senior sisters had advised her not to waste her opportunity, and she now believed they were right. Since Elder Su had mentioned fate, he should be willing to assist her, right? Su Xiao regarded the young woman before him, his old eyes flickering. She wore a simple white dress, which, despite its simplicity, could not conceal her exquisite figure. Her youthful beauty, with lustrous black hair, glowed without any makeup, her complexion as fair as milk. Her slender form was perfectly proportioned, a delight to behold. With long, graceful legs, she was stunningly beautiful, exuding youthful vitality, akin to a neighborly girl who evoked a sense of affection. Indeed, she is the fated daughter recognized by the system, capable of effortlessly surpassing any of the previous 8 female cultivators. Su Xiao chuckled. Please rise and take a seat. As she settled at the table, Su Xiao poured her a cup of spirit tea. Lu Xiaoyu, what is your current cultivation level? Foundation establishment 9th level, a bit low, she replied. Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. Since you have come to seek me, it must be that you have encountered some difficulties in your cultivation. There is no need for formality between us, as we are destined to meet. For a Foundation establishment 9th level, I believe 20 high-grade spirit stones should suffice. Lu Lingling stared at the 20 high-grade spirit stones, utterly bewildered. 20 high-grade spirit stones. This is equivalent to 200 Foundation establishment pills or 20 nourishing gold pills. Even when I reach the core formation stage, I wouldn't exhaust them all. This is something I could never earn even after years of mining. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. It felt as if she were in a dream. Here you go. Su Xiao placed the spirit stones before her. She reached out with her delicate hands. Trembling as she collected them, she felt utterly dazed, for the first time realizing that being a woman could be this wondrous. As she gazed at Su Xiao's increasingly handsome visage and his gentle smile, she swallowed hard, recalling the words of her senior sisters. In that moment, she was completely overwhelmed by the value of the 20 high-grade spirit stones, recognizing her sister's advice as truly golden wisdom. Reflecting on her relentless mining, she felt a wave of laughter at her own foolishness. Looking at the benefactor before her, the last shred of her psychological defenses crumbled. Thank you, Elder. I will repay your kindness, she said, her cheeks flushed as she cautiously glanced at Su Xiao, entwining her arm with his. Lu Lingling no longer wished to mine. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 20 high-grade spirit stones. You have received a return of 200 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 101. The shocked Yuaning disciples. The fragrance emanating from him was intoxicating. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. In that case, Lingling, find a stable residence in Taima City. These resources should be enough for you to gradually reach the core formation stage. Once you reach that phase and exhaust your resources, come find me. From now on, your cultivation resources will be taken care of by the Elder. Lu Lingling's enchanting face flushed with excitement. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled as she bowed deeply before Su Xiao. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Lingling wishes to serve the Elder for eternity. Her fair complexion blushed a bright hue, feeling as if she were in a dream. She never imagined that in less than 15 minutes, she would receive cultivation resources that had eluded her for years. Her breath quickened as she looked at Su Xiao, recalling her senior sister's words, and the rumors about Elder Su in the cultivation world. There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. This is a blessing from the heavens. How fortunate she was to possess such beauty. The following morning, congratulations, host, on increasing the bond with Lu Lingling to level 2. Fated daughter, Lu Lingling. Fate level, return multiplier, 20 bond level. To Lu Lingling's fate level has increased too. Lu Lingling dressed herself and attended to Su Xiao's needs. Her lovely face was slightly flushed, her slender figure somewhat awkward, her eyes shimmering with delight. From this point forward, her cultivation resources would no longer be an issue. the Yuanying stage, and even the elusive core transformation, which ordinary cultivators could only dream of, would now be within her reach. This joy was utterly intoxicating. She vowed to serve the elder diligently in Taimu City, her benefactor from the heavens. Xiao noticed her shyness and chuckled. Lingling, do you have any regrets now? Absolutely not. Lu Lingling declared, her heart racing. In that moment, she felt that Elder Su grew increasingly handsome, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic preferences. His outstanding demeanor was gentle and kind, entirely contrary to the rumors circulating outside. I admire Elder Su. Xiao smiled and took out 2 low-grade magical artifacts and 1 mid-grade magical artifact. Lingling, with your current foundation establishment cultivation and an impending core formation, you may use these 3 magical artifacts. They're a gift for you. Xiao stroked his goat-like beard, gazing at the charming young woman before him with satisfaction. After a night of warmth, their bond had increased to level 2. The first bond increase triggered an additional reward: 2 low-grade magical artifacts and 1 mid-grade magical artifact. Lu Lingling was stunned, staring at the glimmering artifacts in Xiao's hands. Elder, are you truly giving these to me? Her heart swelled with joy. Just yesterday, she had received 20 high-grade spirit stones, and now she was being gifted 3 magical artifacts, including a mid-grade one. She herself possessed only a single low-grade artifact, one she had saved for a long time to acquire. Elder Su, you are incredibly generous. So extravagant. Her breath quickened, her fair neck flushing with color. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Lu Lingling extended her small hand, accepting the artifacts and placing them in her storage pouch. With sincere gratitude, she bowed repeatedly before Xiao. All right. Xiao chuckled lightly. Lingling, you seem a bit overwhelmed. Take a moment to rest before you leave. Remember, when your resources are depleted or if you encounter difficulties, come find me. Lu Lingling gazed at the increasingly handsome and charismatic Elder Su, nearly moved to tears. The elder had been so kind to her. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting Lu Lingling 1 low-grade magic sword. First bond increase triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning an exceptional magic sword, Gung Jin Yao Guang sword. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting Lu Lingling 1 low-grade magical artifact, returning 2 mid-grade magical artifacts. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting Lu Lingling 1 mid-grade magical artifact, returning 2 high-grade magical artifacts. Experiencing such events for the first time, Lu Lingling felt somewhat disoriented. She was still a bit tired, having slept until noon before feeling slightly better. Elder, I must take my leave. Lu Lingling glanced at Xiao, who was meditating on the cushion, her lovely face tinged with red and her eyes sparkling with joy. Be careful. After a final, timid moment, she stepped out, her slender form blushing as she shyly opened the door. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she hurried towards the main entrance. The 2 Yuanying disciples guarding the gate were left dumbfounded by Lu Lingling's flushed and bashful appearance, along with her evasive gaze. They stood there, stricken with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Good heavens! Elder Su! You truly are bold. Oh my goodness! The infamous reputation of the lecherous old man lived up to its name. The 2 were nearly driven mad. Such a beautiful girl had just slipped away. Compared to the previous 8, she was in a league of her own, yet they dared not utter a word. In fact, they feared to acknowledge what they had seen, allowing Lu Lingling to pass unhindered. In the distance, the Yuanying disciples resting in the courtyard also witnessed Lu Lingling sneak out from Xiao's room. They were all left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Elder Su, is this how you conduct yourself in Taimu City? We are all watching. You aren't even trying to hide it. Everyone, stand at attention. They all stood there, wide-eyed and in shock. A wave of endless fear washed over them, their eyes filled with deep concern. Junior sister. Muiwearer stared at Lu Lingling, who had snuck away, her face flushed with embarrassment. She stood frozen in disbelief. At over 200 years old, she understood everything. She could never have imagined that the seemingly kind, gentle, and somewhat handsome Elder Su was truly such a person. Junior sister. Back to mining. A throng of senior disciples rapidly surrounded, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Elder Mu, if you do not come soon, Junior sister is in grave danger. Muiwear swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Surely, senior brother, Su Changlao cannot be that fearsome. Perhaps he is merely guiding Lu Lingling in her cultivation. One senior brother, in a fit of rage, protested vehemently, guiding my foot. Have you not seen how unsteady Lu Lingling is on her feet? That old lecher. Absolutely terrifying. At that moment, Su Xiao entered the courtyard, his gaze falling upon the group encircling Muiwear. His aged eyes flickered slightly. What is the commotion here? The disciples stood frozen in shock at the sudden appearance of Su Xiao. Muiwear's beautiful apricot-shaped eyes glimmered with an underlying fear, her fair complexion paling slightly. Su Xiao regarded Muiwear, stroking his goatee as he spoke. Yuer, I share a long-standing friendship with your grandfather. Here are 10 Huaing Dan, perfectly suited for your use. As he spoke, Su Xiao retrieved 10 radiant pills from his spatial storage, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread infiltrated their hearts. No, Elder Su, what are you planning to do? Chapter 102, Return of the Wan Duan Yugudan. Su Xiao's gaze lingered on Muiwear, whose form was accentuated by a fitted green dress, perfectly highlighting her tall stature. Her graceful curves and fair, lovely countenance resembled that of a captivating lily. With long lashes and vibrant youth, her lustrous hair emitted a fragrance unique to women. Her skin was smooth and unblemished, and what drew the most attention were her slender, elongated legs, strikingly proportionate. Su Xiao nodded slightly, pondering how Elder Mu could possibly have such a stunning granddaughter. Curiosity piqued regarding the kind of partner Elder Mu had chosen. Surely, she must be a beauty beyond compare. Come here, this is a welcoming gift from the elder. Su Xiao wore a gentle, benevolent smile, unaware that to the surrounding Yuan Ing disciples, his demeanor had transformed into something lascivious. Den Huai Yingdong. As the disciples beheld the 10 pills brimming with spiritual energy in Su Xiao's hand, their eyes widened in disbelief. 10 Huangdan. That amounts to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Many of these disciples had not even consumed such quantities throughout their entire cultivation journey. This was a substantial fortune. Oh, good heavens! The old lecher is extravagantly generous. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Lu Lingling had emerged with a joyful and bashful expression. Such a display of resources was unprecedented. It was as though they would surrender if they were women. Initially apprehensive, Muiwear hesitated to engage Su Xiao in conversation. However, upon witnessing him produce 10 Hua Ing Dan, claiming them as gifts for her, her beautiful face flushed with excitement and trepidation. The rumors about Su Xiao had been confirmed. It was indeed true that he had little time left and was no longer focused on cultivation, now seeking beautiful female cultivators. She held a considerable confidence in her looks, believing herself to rank among the top 10 in the entire Misty Sect. Could Elder Su truly be such a man? But staring at the 10 Hua Ing Dan, worth 100 high-grade spirit stones, her breath quickened and her cheeks flushed. She found herself in a state of indecision. Did Su Xiao genuinely harbor intentions toward her? Or was it merely a simple gift? It was so difficult. She desperately desired these Hua Ing Dan. Even her grandfather would not bestow such a wealth of resources upon her. Observing her hesitation, Su Xiao shook his head. It is all mere gossip that leads to harm. You need not worry. The elder has little time left. These are of no use to me. Given my friendship with your grandfather, 10 Huaing Dan is a trivial matter. You need not do anything in return. With a gentle smile that exuded charm and elegance, he continued, Of course, they are yours to use. I possess far more than I could ever utilize. Otherwise, when I depart this world, who shall benefit from them? His words struck the Yuan Ing disciples like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly incredulous. Hua Ing Dan to the point of never using them all. It became clear why this old lecher had so swiftly regained his cultivation at the 9th level of Yuan Ing. No, just how many treasures has this old lecher excavated from the great cultivation cave? Why does he possess such extraordinary fortune? Why not us? As they gazed upon Su Xiao's benevolent smile, Muiwear's initial concerns began to transform into delight. She stepped forward, enveloped in an alluring fragrance. Approaching Su Xiao and trembling as she extended her fair, jade-like hand to accept the 10 Hua Ing Dan. Thank you, Elder Su. Muiwere's lovely face flushed with joy as she suppressed her elation, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Haha, it is but a small token, Xiao replied. Yuere, cultivate diligently. Should you encounter difficulties in your training that Elder Mu cannot assist with, I will be here to help. We are all acquaintances, so do not hesitate. Xiao stroked his goatee, nodding slightly. He knew well that no cultivator could resist the allure of cultivation resources. The surrounding Yuan Ying disciples stood in stunned silence, their expressions blank as they gazed at Xiao and Muiwere, questioning their own understanding of the cultivation world. Ten Huang Dan. Elder Su offered them without so much as a blink. Good heavens! Muiwere's beautiful complexion was flushed as she recalled the rumors surrounding Xiao, leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to do, awkwardly frozen in place. Junior sister, did you not mention struggling with a particular technique last time? Let me teach you. A senior brother, noticing the peculiar atmosphere, quickly stepped forward to rescue Muiwere from her predicament. Old lecher, with us here, you shall not lay a finger on our goddess. As the surrounding Yuan Ying disciples regained their composure, they swiftly urged Muiwere to escape. Muiwere blinked her beautiful apricot eyes, her delicate hands gripping the Hua Ying Dan tightly, as she hurriedly addressed Xiao. Elder, the senior brother speaks wisely. Thank you. Elder, I must take my leave. Feeling somewhat flustered, she anxiously followed the Yuan Ying disciples away. Was Elder Su truly the terrifying old lecher spoken of outside? Yet, he appeared rather handsome now. Still, she feared his notorious reputation and dared not linger, apprehensive of what unseemly actions he might undertake. After all, she was still an innocent maiden. Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head. Those vile rumors can truly be harmful. Clearly, I must find an opportunity to clarify. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted 10 Hua Ying Dan, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the Wan Duan Yugu Dan. Wan Duan Yugu Dan, upon consumption, the entire skeletal structure transforms into Tian Yu, impervious to decay and eternal. Meanwhile, outside the Piao sect, neither Lu Lingling's two senior sisters nor the crowd lurking in various shops had dispersed. None dared to leave. The longer Lu Lingling remained, the more likely explosive news would emerge. Their eyes remained fixed, unwilling to blink even for a moment, fearing they might miss any crucial information.